transcending into the form of an 18-year-old Son Goku, the Saiyan Kakarot. He embarks on a journey commencing from the World Martial Arts Tournament, where he cunningly plays the fool, overpowering all adversaries in his path. Chapter 1. Transcending into the 18-year-old Son Goku. In the celestial realm of Earth, he marveled, "I have truly become the Saiyan Son Goku." Transplanted into this iconic persona, he gazed in awe at his hands. This state of wonder had persisted for several hours, and he still had not fully acclimated, for the reality was simply astonishing. At this moment, Son Goku began to embrace his new identity, especially relishing the exhilarating sensation coursing through his powerful form. During this period, the formidable King Piccolo was a rival of comparable strength to the current Son Goku. Although he had completely absorbed the original's memories, he was, after all, no longer the original Son Goku. Thus, he could not guarantee that he could vanquish King Piccolo as depicted in the original narrative. Consequently, Son Goku felt the necessity to prepare in advance, striving to create a significant gap in strength between himself and King Piccolo within the shortest possible time. This would ensure his victory over King Piccolo in the forthcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. A battle must be fought with certainty. With a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, Son Goku declared, "Bubbles, I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for a few minutes. I implore you." Bubbles replied, "Goku, the hyperbolic time chamber is not a place for just anyone within. A year equates to a day outside. The climate is unpredictable, and the gravity is an astonishing tenfold. One misstep could cost you your life." Undeterred, Son Goku replied, "I have made my decision, Bubbles, and I will only be inside for a few minutes. It should not be a significant risk." "Very well. I understand. I shall consult with the deity," Bubbles conceded, noting Goku's serious demeanor. Upon hearing Bubbles' report, the deity expressed astonishment. "Bubbles, you say Goku wishes to enter the hyperbolic time chamber." As Goku awaited Bubbles, he gazed at the boundless sky, realizing that at 18, he had ample time to prepare extensively. His intention to enter the chamber for merely a few minutes stemmed from the fact that the chamber was exceptionally conducive to cultivation, though not ideal for his current phase of training, in the outside world. 10 minutes would translate to approximately 3 days within the chamber. There were still years ahead to enhance his skills. Soon, Bubbles approached, and Goku understood that his request had been granted. Bubbles gestured, "Goku, follow me." As Bubbles opened the grand door to the hyperbolic time chamber, an expanse of blinding white unfolded before them, an infinite realm of pure white space. As Son Wukong approached the entrance, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Bobo advised, "Wukong, remember, if you feel overwhelmed, you must exit immediately. Do not push yourself." Upon stepping into the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo closed the door and settled down to await Wukong's return. The instant the door to the chamber shut, the flow of time began to alter dramatically. Son Wukong clenched his right fist against his left palm, brimming with excitement as he declared, "All right, let the training commence. 3 days of rigorous training awaits. In this environment of tenfold gravity, I should be able to enhance my combat power by several dozen points in Wukong's estimation. Training under such intense conditions for a few days would undoubtedly yield a significant boost in his strength. One should not underestimate an increase of several dozen points in the original story." 5 years later, both Son Wukong and Piccolo, upon shedding their heavy armor, boasted combat powers of 416 and 408, respectively. It is evident that achieving a leap of several dozen points during this phase would be quite extraordinary. However, in the later stages, such increments of dozens or even hundreds of points would scarcely make a difference. Though Son Wukong was uncertain of his precise combat strength, he speculated that without his heavy armor, it should be at least above 300. This was merely Wukong's own conjecture. He cautiously advanced, and the moment his right foot made contact with the white ground, an immense force of gravity struck him with terrifying intensity. Is this what tenfold gravity feels like? Even before fully stepping inside, it is already so formidable, he mused, feeling as if his right foot was anchored by a mountain. Thus, Son Wukong began to gradually acclimate to the white surface. Outside, Bobo waited for approximately 15 minutes before the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open. With a joyful expression, Bobo inquired, "Wukong, I'm so relieved to see you are all right." During his time in the chamber, which lasted about 4 days, the improvements Wukong experienced were visibly striking. He sensed that the energy within him had surged by nearly 1/3. At this point in time on Earth, Wukong's strength was undeniably unmatched. Flying Nimbus. Shortly thereafter, the flying Nimbus arrived, and Wukong leaped onto it, waving goodbye as he said, "I must take my leave now, Bobo. Please convey my farewells to the heavenly god." Chapter 2. Bulma is astonished by Son Wukong's transformation. Riding on the flying Nimbus, Son Wukong soared towards West City. Originally, He had planned to depart from the heavenly realm the following day, but now he left the celestial domain on the very same day. In Bulma's residence in West City, she was busy packing her belongings while her mother brewed coffee nearby. Bulma, with only 3 days left until the World Martial Arts Tournament begins, are you preparing to head to the venue? Above Bulma's home, Son Wukong arrived on the flying Nimbus and leapt down gracefully. Bulma's father, who was watering the plants, looked up in surprise at the young man who had descended from the sky and inquired, "Who are you?" Without wasting any words, Son Wukong replied straightforwardly, "Uncle, I'm here to see Bulma." At that moment, Bulma emerged from the living room, having finished packing. Son Wukong immediately greeted her, "Bulma, it's been a long time." Huh? Bulma was puzzled, noticing a stranger at her doorstep. However, upon a second glance, she gasped in astonishment, You're Son Wukong? But, is it really you? 3 years ago, you were." As she spoke, she gestured to indicate Son Wukong's height from 3 years prior. With a smile, Son Wukong replied, "Of course, I've grown taller." "Wow, this is incredible. Wukong, you've become so much more handsome after growing up," Bulma exclaimed, rushing over to Son Wukong to examine him closely. Remembering the purpose of his visit, Son Wukong said, "Bulma, could you please give me the dragon radar? I have an urgent need for it, and we can go to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue together tomorrow." "The dragon radar. Got it," Bulma responded, retrieving a universal capsule and extracting the dragon radar from her backpack, handing it to Son Wukong. As he took the dragon radar, Son Wukong marveled. "So this is the dragon radar? It's truly remarkable." On the flying Nimbus, Son Wukong activated the dragon radar, expanding its scanning range, and 7 bright spots appeared on the screen. Over the next few days, he intended to utilize the Dragon Balls, equating to an annual wish opportunity. From dawn until the next morning, Son Wukong successfully located all 7 Dragon Balls. In an abandoned wilderness, he shouted towards the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenron." The Dragon Balls emitted a radiant glow, which coalesced and shot skyward, enveloped by dark clouds as a cerulean dragon appeared before Son Wukong. Shenron spoke, "State your wish. As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it. Shenron, with your utmost ability, grant me a data panel that reveals the true combat power of myself and others." This wish was the culmination of Son Wukong's contemplation. While he could sense an opponent's power through ki, it was ineffective against those who concealed their strength. Thus, he wished for a panel that would unveil the true capabilities of his adversaries, rendering any hidden power futile. The divine dragon seemed to be lost in contemplation. After approximately half a minute, its eyes gleamed with brilliance. "Your wish is fulfilled. Farewell." The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into radiant light, scattering across the globe, and the dragon vanished from sight. With a smile gracing his lips, Son Goku remarked, "The Dragon Balls are truly remarkable." He then proceeded to utilize the wish granted by the dragon, a genuine power-level data panel. A set of data, visible only to Goku, materialized before him. His combat power stood at 430. Under the weight of his heavy armor, it was suppressed to 340. Gazing at his power level of 430, Goku noted that this was an improvement of 14 points compared to his battle against Raditz, where he had a power level of 416 in the original narrative. This newfound strength was more than sufficient to contend with the current threat posed by King Piccolo. Henceforth, he anticipated relishing the exhilarating battles of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Having gone an entire day without rest, Goku settled down to close his eyes and rejuvenate. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, she was pacing anxiously, for the clock had struck 5 in the afternoon. Just yesterday, Goku had promised to take her to the tournament venue today. If they delayed any longer, darkness would soon descend, making it impossible to reach the site in time. "Bulma, let us depart." Goku's voice echoed from outside, igniting a surge of excitement within her. She dashed out, exclaiming, "Goku, let us hurry. We must leave immediately." Seizing Bulma's hand, Goku hopped onto the flying Nimbus, which accelerated towards the tournament's location. "Ah, help!" Bulma screamed, clinging tightly to Goku in fear. "Goku, slow down the Nimbus. It's too fast." Under Goku's guidance, the Nimbus decelerated significantly. Once the speed reduced, Bulma finally exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "This pace is manageable. It's not so terrifying after all. But you, Goku, I've noticed that as you've grown up, you've become quite mischievous, losing that innocent naivety you once had." Chapter 3. The World Martial Arts Tournament. On the morning of the tournament registration, a bustling crowd had already gathered. Goku and Bulma strolled down the street toward the registration center. Bulma brushed her hair back and smiled. "I can hardly wait. Today, I'll finally get to see everyone. They will surely be astonished by the changes in you, Goku." Upon arriving at the registration desk, Goku filled out his name and then, alongside Bulma, began to explore the surroundings. As the day transitioned into evening, Master Roshi awaited at the entrance with Oolong, Puar, Yamcha's pet, and Launch. After inquiring about the registration status, Master Roshi anxiously remarked, "Aside from Goku, who registered early, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu have yet to arrive, and only 5 minutes remain." "Indeed," Oolong lamented. squatting on the ground in a state of frustration, while 4 of them are still unregistered. Goku has vanished somewhere. In midair, Poor gazed into the distance and remarked, Mr. Yamcha, if we do not hurry, time will slip away from us. Beside him, Launch suggested, isn't it true that both Oolong and Poor can transform? Indeed. Master Roshi clapped his hands, suddenly realizing this solution he had overlooked. Oolong responded, however, after I transform once, I need several hours to recuperate. Master Roshi felt a wave of concern wash over him. With 4 individuals in total, relying solely on Oolong and Poir for transformation meant that only 2 could register, which posed a significant dilemma. Glancing at his watch, Master Roshi noted that merely 3 minutes remained. The urgency intensified. Ultimately, he instructed Oolong and Poir to transform quickly and proceed to register, for if they lingered any longer, none of them would be able to participate. Poir contemplated taking on the appearance of Mr. Yamcha, while Oolong decided to transform into Krillin. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu materialized before Master Roshi and the others. With a smile, Krillin greeted, Master Roshi, it has been a long time. Master Roshi nodded with satisfaction, saying, not only have you grown taller, but your strength has also increased. We shall reminisce later. Hurry and register, as time is of the essence. Once Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu completed their registrations and began catching up with Master Roshi, Tien inquired, Master Roshi, where's Goku? Yes, where's Goku? Krillin echoed. Yamcha and Kaiatsu were equally curious about Goku's whereabouts. Holding his pet Poir, Yamcha reassured, it's fine. Since Goku has registered, he is bound to show up. The others concurred with Yamcha's sentiment. Meanwhile, not far off, Goku and Bulma approached together. Launch was the first to spot Bulma, calling out, Bulma, we're over here. The group turned towards Launch's direction, easily recognizing Bulma. Krillin, astonished, pointed at the person beside Bulma, exclaiming, could that be Goku? Hey, long time no see, Krillin. Goku waved in greeting. Yamcha felt a twinge of jealousy upon seeing Bulma walking alongside Goku, but he dismissed it. After all, Bulma and Goku were merely good friends. Krillin appeared dejected. He had thought he had grown taller, yet Goku seemed to have outpaced him significantly. In that moment, Krillin felt profoundly disheartened. Tien gazed at Goku with fiery determination, stating, Goku, I look forward to facing you in battle. Having not seen each other for 3 years, they engaged in animated conversation, with Goku seamlessly adapting to his new identity. Krillin, full of envy, remarked, Goku, I truly envy you for growing so much. Haha, don't mention it, Goku chuckled, patting Krillin on the shoulder. You, Krillin, have made tremendous progress in your strength. At that moment, Goku utilized the Dragon Ball's wish sensing ability to assess their combat powers. Krillin, power level 190. The battle power stands at 190. Goku recalls that in the original story, 5 years later, Bulma used a scouter to measure Krillin's battle power at 206. Indeed, during peacetime, the enhancement of battle power is negligible. Kaiatsu, battle power 131. Yamcha, battle power 177. Tien Shinhan, battle power 240. The disparity in battle power between Tien Shinhan and Krillin, as well as Yamcha, is vast. In the realm of Dragon Ball, a difference of 50 or 60 points in battle power signifies a considerable gap. The following day dawned, marking the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The number of participants was overwhelming, prompting Kaiatsu to utilize his supernatural abilities to separate the crowd and prevent premature encounters. Goku casually found a spot to sit amidst the assembly, scanning the venue of the preliminary rounds, and spotted Piccolo on the opposite side. Piccolo, battle power 328. The figure of 328 confirmed Goku's earlier conjecture. Presently, Goku's battle power is 430, having been around 330 prior to his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Hence, it stands to reason that Piccolo's battle power would also be in that vicinity. Fighting should be approached with certainty. Recklessness leads only to demise. In the original tale, recklessness was a trait of the Saiyans, but the current Goku would not engage in such folly. After an entire day of intense selection, the top 8 contenders for the World Martial Arts Tournament were finally revealed. The matchups were as follows: Tien Shinhan versus Tao Pai Pai, Son Goku versus Chi-Chi, Yamcha disguised as a human, Kaioken, and Krillin versus Piccolo. Chapter 4. Chi-Chi appears, Bulma feels jealous. The next day arrived, heralding the start of the quarterfinals. The tournament square was teeming with spectators. Master Roshi, Bulma, Launch, Oolong, and Poor occupied the front row of the audience. Bulma gazed at the arena, exclaiming, time truly flies. The last time we were here was 3 years ago. Indeed. Young Master Yamcha's strength has significantly increased since then, Poor confidently remarked regarding the current prowess of Yamcha. Master Roshi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the stage, pondering the results of their rigorous training over the past 3 years, soon to be unveiled. The 8 competitors made their way into the waiting room. Goku, did you do something to upset him? Yamcha whispered curiously. Goku, I'm quite formidable now. Don't underestimate me, Krillin asserted confidently, patting his chest. Yamcha echoed the sentiment with equal confidence. Goku smiled knowingly. He understood all too well why Chi-Chi was glaring at him with such intensity. In the original narrative, it was on this day that Goku and Chi-Chi would marry on the tournament stage. Waving his hand, Goku declared, "Let us go. Tien's match is about to begin. We must go watch." Krillin and Yamcha nodded in agreement. On the stage, Tien Shinhan and Tao Pai Pai faced each other, poised for battle. Tianjin Fan refrained from taking action against Tao Bai Bai, for after all, Tao Bai Bai was once his martial arts mentor. He remarked, "I shall not pursue the matter regarding the dumplings, Tao Bai Bai. Concede defeat. I wish for you to refrain from further hostilities." In response, Tao Bai Bai, with a tone of arrogance, pointed at Tianjin Fan and declared, "Tianjin Fan, it seems you have grown in skill. Today, your fate shall mirror that of the dumplings from yesterday." On the sidelines, Tortoise Sage seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Accursed Tianjin Fan. How dare you submit to that wretched turtle's tutelage?" As the host's voice signaled the commencement of the match, Tao Bai Bai lunged at Tianjin Fan. However, no matter how fervently Tao Bai Bai attacked, he could not even graze Tianjin Fan. Ultimately, he was forced out of the ring and fell unconscious. Tortoise Sage praised, "Tianjin Fan's prowess has significantly improved over the past 3 years. Even Tao Bai Bai was driven to such a state." He then lifted the unconscious Tao Bai Bai and issued a threatening remark, "You shall all pay for this, especially you, Tianjin Fan." With that, he soared away from the scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament, carrying the unconscious Tao Bai Bai. At this juncture, the host amplified his voice through the microphone, announcing, "The victor of the first match is last year's champion, Tianjin Fan." The audience erupted in fervent cheers. The host continued, "Now, let us welcome our next contenders for the second match of the top 8, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi." Krillin, smiling, remarked, "Wukong, it's your turn." Chi-Chi, fueled by rage, ascended the ring and confronted Wukong. Once the competitors were in position, the host declared, "The second match of the top 8 begins." As Chi-Chi charged at Wukong, she shouted, "Dreaded Son Wukong, perish." "Wait, Chi-Chi," Wukong interjected, raising his hand to signal her to pause. Mid-attack, Chi-Chi froze at the sound of Wukong calling her name, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she exclaimed, "Wukong, you still remember me? Why did you not greet me when we met?" Feeling a rush of shyness, Chi-Chi continued, "Wukong, you are so mischievous. Why must you tease me?" The host, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scenario, could not comprehend the dynamics at play. The audience, too, shared in the confusion. Bulma, observing Wukong's playful banter in the ring, felt an inexplicable twinge of jealousy. Since their recent reunion, she sensed that Wukong had undergone a transformation. He seemed far less rigid than before. Krillin and Yamcha were in a state of disbelief. Krillin lamented, "Yamcha, I can't shake the feeling that Wukong has changed. He seems to have become quite the charmer. I wonder if he has been training at all in these past 3 years?" "I believe you are onto something," Yamcha concurred. "Indeed, the saying holds, comparison breeds envy, and one must discard inferior goods." Chi-Chi, brimming with happiness, inquired, "Wukong, you promised that when I grew up, you would come to marry me. Now that I have grown, will you uphold your promise?" As Chi-Chi prepared to rush into Wukong's arms, he gestured for her to pause, saying, "Wait, Chi-Chi, we can discuss this after the match. We are still in the arena." Chi-Chi was indeed very obedient, especially as she was about to become Wukong's wife. Wukong turned to the host and said, "Please announce the results." The host, regaining his composure, loudly declared into the microphone, "The winner of the second match is Sun Wukong. Now, let us welcome the contestants for the third match." Tianjin Fan lamented, "What a pity, I didn't get to witness Wukong's true strength." On the rooftop, Piccolo muttered under his breath, "I can feel the immense pressure emanating from Sun Wukong." Yamcha clenched his fists and declared, "Finally, it's my turn. I must showcase my prowess and impress Bulma." Chapter 5. The top 4 of the martial arts tournament are revealed. Yamcha stepped onto the arena. The disguised deity also took the stage, standing opposite Yamcha. Observing his opponent, who appeared to be an ordinary human, Yamcha smiled and said, "Sir, you should concede. I wouldn't want you to get hurt later." Upon hearing this, Yamcha frowned, taken aback by the underestimation. Wukong assessed the disguised deity's battle power, which registered at 220, surpassing Yamcha by 43 points. Krillin remarked enviously, "I'm really jealous of Yamcha. He can easily make it into the top 8. Surprised by Wukong's assertion that Yamcha was certain to lose, Krillin asked, "Wukong, could that old gentleman really be stronger than Yamcha? That seems impossible. Yamcha is incredibly strong." Meanwhile, Chi-Chi stood obediently beside Wukong. He glanced at her, finding it hard to imagine that this docile woman would one day transform into a fierce tigress. Of course, that was in the original story. The current Wukong would not allow such a fate to unfold. In the front row of the audience, Por shouted enthusiastically, "Go, Yamcha, you can do it." Master Roshi looked at the disguised deity with intrigue, muttering, "I can't shake the feeling that this person is not ordinary." As the host announced the start of the match, Yamcha was the first to strike. He thought he had landed a hit, But before he could celebrate, his attack was evaded. What? It was dodged? Yamcha was bewildered. He had been careful. Unwilling to accept defeat, he continued to press the attack, only to find each attempt thwarted in a peculiar manner. The host excitedly narrated, Yamcha's luck seems to be quite poor every time he strikes. This old gentleman either ties his shoelaces or adjusts his glasses to evade, rendering all of Yamcha's attacks ineffective. Frustrated, Yamcha became increasingly anxious, unable to comprehend the source of his troubles. With a fierce punch, Yamcha aimed to strike his opponent, but instead, he found himself struck below the belt. His face instantly contorted in discomfort, provoking waves of laughter from the audience. Bulma, Launch, and others could no longer bear to watch and covered their eyes, as the scene was simply too shocking. Krillin turned to Wukong in disbelief, saying, Wukong, could it be that you were right? Yamcha really can't defeat that old gentleman? As the pain in Yamcha's groin began to subside, he gritted his teeth and declared, Damn it, you've embarrassed me, but I shall show no mercy from this point onward. He concentrated all his energy into forming a ki blast and proclaimed with a grin, Prepare to face my wrath. The ki blast was hurled with precision, relentlessly pursuing the entity masquerading as a human deity. No matter where the opponent fled, the ki blast, under Yamcha's control, relentlessly kept pace. When the ki blast burrowed into the ground, onlookers presumed Yamcha's attack had once again failed. However, a twist of fate ensued as a smile crept across Yamcha's lips. With a swift upward motion of his hand, the ki blast erupted from the earth, striking the foe deity squarely on the chin and sending it careening through the air. The counterfeit celestial being crashed to the ground, motionless. Yamcha exclaimed triumphantly, I have emerged victorious. The host and the audience shared his sentiment, believing Yamcha had indeed won. Just as the host was about to declare Yamcha the winner, the impersonating deity slowly rose, cracking its neck in a show of resilience. Impressive. The false deity had to concede to Yamcha's formidable technique. Yamcha, astonished, stammered, That was my strongest move. How could it possibly have no effect? What kind of joke is this? In Yamcha's moment of disbelief, the impersonator launched a sudden attack. The instant Yamcha was struck in the chest, he was left severely wounded, collapsing to the ground. Ultimately, after the host counted down from 10, it was decisively announced that Yamcha had lost the match. The final bout of the quarterfinals commenced immediately after, pitting Krillin against the formidable Majin Buu. As the false deity passed by Goku, he remarked, Deity, there was no need for you to come here in person, for I will be the victor. The impersonator replied, It seems you've discerned my true identity, Goku. Though surprised that Goku had seen through his disguise, he continued, So, Goku, what is it that you wish for me to do? Goku met the deity's gaze and stated, I hope that in your next match against Majin Buu, you will concede. There is no need for unnecessary conflict. The two held their stares, and eventually, the deity relented, saying, Very well, perhaps my actions were indeed superfluous. On the arena stage, Krillin exerted all his strength, yet he could not budge Majin Buu even slightly. The villain mocked, Little one, your attacks are commendable, but they lack potency. Frustration welled within Krillin, who had trained diligently for 3 years for this tournament, only to be trampled upon in the arena. This crushing defeat weighed heavily on him. Ultimately, Majin Buu clasped his hands together and forcefully slammed Krillin back onto the stage. With that, Majin Buu claimed victory in the final match of the quarterfinals. The host, brimming with excitement, announced into the microphone, The top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament have been officially determined. Let us anticipate even more thrilling battles tomorrow. Chapter 6. The Pressure Goku Places on Tien. That evening, the group gathered for a celebratory dinner, rejoicing in the joy of reuniting after 3 long years apart. As night fell, Krillin, who shared a room with Goku, cautioned, Goku, I faced off against Piccolo today and could sense the depths of his formidable power. Be cautious when the time comes. The next morning, the arena for the World Martial Arts Tournament was bustling with an ever-increasing crowd. The semifinals, being the closest to the finals, were highly anticipated. The host, brimming with excitement, announced loudly, Now, for the first match of the semifinals, we have contestant Son Goku facing off against contestant Tien Shinon. Let them take the stage. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. Tien, with unwavering determination, turned to Goku and asked, Goku, do you plan to go all out from the very beginning? Both competitors leaped onto the stage simultaneously. Yamcha remarked, Krillin, do you think Tien can push Goku to use his full strength? Despite Tien's formidable prowess, Goku's strength was even more unfathomable. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gazed at Goku with affection, proclaiming, My Goku will surely emerge victorious. Perched on a rooftop, Piccolo's gaze remained fixed on Goku, quietly murmuring, This is a perfect opportunity to gauge your true power, Son Goku. In the front row, Master Roshi observed the two fighters with a sense of pride, saying, They've both surpassed this old man. The host declared, Let the match begin. Goku assumed a fighting stance and cheerfully said, Tien, unleash your full strength and come at me. Looks like I've underestimated you, Goku. Tien responded, not angered, but rather eager to demonstrate his capabilities. With a powerful thrust of his right leg, Tien charged toward Goku, launching a rapid series of punches. Goku remained remarkably calm, perceiving Tien's every move and effortlessly evading each attack. Despite the weight of his heavy armor, Goku possessed a combat power of 340, surpassing Tien by 100 points, making it a breeze to anticipate his opponent's actions. Realizing that none of his attacks were effective against Goku, Tien quickly created some distance and solemnly stated, "Goku, you're truly impressive. I didn't expect you to see through all my moves. I thought after 3 years of rigorous training, I could catch up to you, but your growth is astonishing." Truth be told, Goku was well aware that without the 4 days spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, his original strength, constrained by the heavy armor, would have made it difficult to overcome Tien. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Both Krillin and Yamcha, watching from the sidelines, gasped in astonishment. Yamcha exclaimed, "Tien's strength is incredible, yet he seems so powerless against Goku. Indeed, who knows how Goku is trained? I truly have no idea how vast the gap has become." Krillin was also taken aback. It was not long ago that he and Goku were nearly equals, yet now the disparity between them had become monumental. To be candid, Krillin felt quite disheartened. Despite his diligent training, the gap continued to widen. Yamcha nodded in agreement, affirming Krillin's sentiment. On the rooftop, Piccolo furrowed his brow and remarked, "Goku, is it? It seems a spectacular battle awaits us." Judging by Goku's earlier performance, Piccolo believed Goku's combat abilities were approaching his own, though he was aware that Goku had yet to unleash his full power. In the front row of the audience, Bulma inquired, "Master Roshi, based on the current situation, is Goku destined to win?" To which Master Roshi replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that appears to be the case." He too was astounded by Goku's prowess. On the arena, Goku maintained a perpetual smile. During the previous skirmish, he had only exerted around 300 points of combat power. His suppressed strength of 340 points had yet to be fully realized, not to mention his complete potential of 430 points. Tien took a deep breath, making a decisive resolution, and stated, "Goku, it seems I can no longer hope to defeat you with conventional tactics. Thus, I shall now employ my ultimate technique. Prepare yourself for a spectacle." Goku regarded the battle as merely a warm-up, relishing the opportunity to fully embrace the thrill of combat, especially since it was his first official fight after seizing Goku's body. Slightly crouching, Tien began to emanate a powerful aura. For Symbol's fist, as Tien executed the technique, his body split into 2, then 4, ultimately resulting in 4 Tiens surrounding Goku. The audience was left in awe. Yamcha exclaimed incredulously, "I had no idea Tien had such a hidden move." "Indeed. But Goku should be able to handle it," Krillin remarked, equally astonished by Tien's display. In the arena, the 4 Tiens advanced toward Goku from all directions. Goku, unfazed, assessed, "Tien, your technique is impressive, yet it possesses a fatal flaw." Hearing Goku's evaluation, Tien responded with curiosity, "Goku, do you truly believe my technique has a critical weakness?" "We'll only find out through battle." The 4 Tiens relentlessly attacked Goku, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Every assault was deftly evaded by him. Tien was utterly astonished and queried, "Goku, is the disparity between us truly so vast?" Each punch sent the 4 Tiens flying. As they crashed together, they gradually reverted to a single Tien. Goku smiled and said, "See, Tien, your ultimate move is ineffective against me." Master Roshi, entranced, mused, "Goku has yet to exert his full strength, yet he effortlessly dominates Tien. It is unimaginable how much he has improved over these 3 years. It is not just Goku who has grown taller, he has also become more refined, and his strength has significantly increased." Bulma truly believes that Son Wukong has transformed into an entirely different person. On the rooftop, Piccolo, with a grim expression, remarked, "Son Wukong's power is formidable, he might be on par with me." In the arena, Tien Shinhan stood up once more, a resigned smile gracing his face as he looked at Son Wukong, saying, "Goku, I concede. Even with the Kamehameha, it would likely be futile." Upon hearing Tien's decision to forfeit, the announcer promptly declared, "In the first match of the semifinals, the victor is contestant Son Wukong." The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Aware of the significant gap in strength between himself and Son Wukong, Tien chose to concede willingly. The announcer glanced at the time. The second match was initially scheduled for the afternoon, but it seemed feasible to proceed in the morning as well. Just as he was about to announce the continuation of the next match, a disguised deity approached him and whispered, "For this match, I choose to forfeit." The announcer was taken aback, surprised that this formidable elder would opt to concede. Since the contestant had made the choice, the announcer felt no need to intervene. The deity's decision stemmed from the faith he had in Son Wukong, prompted by the latter's earlier words. The announcer, speaking into the microphone, proclaimed, "Dear audience, the second match of the semifinals will conclude with the elder's forfeit, granting victory to contestant Piccolo." There was no need for concern. The finals would proceed as scheduled tomorrow, promising a particularly thrilling battle. As noon approached, Goku and his companions sought a larger restaurant for lunch. During the meal, Tien couldn't help but exclaim, Goku. Just thinking about this morning fills me with admiration. Your strength is truly remarkable now. Goku, devouring his grilled meat with the voracity characteristic of Saiyans, replied. As long as you all train diligently, you will soon catch up to my current power. Bulma interjected. All right, enough chatter. It's lunchtime, so let's focus on our meal. With shared smiles, everyone began to relish the delicious food. What do you think, Master Roshi? Goku asked with a confident grin. The turtle hermit, observing Goku's demeanor, chuckled in agreement. Then I have no worries. Just keep up the good work. Bulma hesitated. Had it been before, she would have readily agreed. But now she found herself uncertain. Although Goku displayed no overt signs, Bulma was perceptive enough to sense his feelings towards her. In truth, Bulma harbored affection for Goku. Previously, he had been too naive, almost like a wooden puppet, but now he had awakened. Yamcha stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Bulma's rejection. Had 3 years apart led her to change her heart? While Yamcha acknowledged his own flirtatious nature, he genuinely cared for Bulma. Yamcha gazed at Bulma's retreating figure, yearning to call out to her, yet he restrained himself, unwilling to shatter their final bond of friendship. After walking several dozen meters, Bulma, realizing Yamcha had not called her back, breathed a sigh of relief. She dreaded the awkwardness that would ensue if he had. Such a confrontation would yield no benefit for either of them. It was far better to maintain their amicable relationship, ensuring harmony in their future interactions. With a hint of envy, Bulma remarked, I truly admire Chi-Chi. She possesses the courage to express her affections. Why should I not be able to do the same? The current Goten is no longer the naive child he once was. He is no fool when it comes to matters of the heart. How could I have forgotten that? As she spoke, a spark ignited in her eyes. Chapter 8, Goku and Piccolo. On the day of the finals for the World Martial Arts Tournament, the venue was teeming with spectators. The front row was firmly occupied by Bulma, Master Roshi, and their companions. Bulma exerted every ounce of her strength to shout, Go, Goku! Cheer louder, everyone! Oolong and Por quickly joined in, fearful of Bulma's potential wrath should they remain silent, knowing the consequences would be dire. In the backstage area, Yamcha anxiously remarked, It's finally about to begin, the showdown between Goku and the Demon King Piccolo. Tien, having fought alongside Goku, assessed his friend's current strength and stated confidently, Goku should prevail, even against the formidable Piccolo. The announcer, standing in the center of the arena, boomed into the microphone. Please welcome competitors Goku and the Demon King Piccolo to the stage. Piccolo soared gracefully onto the platform, while Goku approached with calm determination. The two faced each other, Piccolo maintaining a sly smile, while Goku's demeanor radiated tranquility. Once both competitors were in position, the announcer proclaimed, The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament have begun. With his words, Piccolo discarded his cloak and hat. As his full visage was revealed, some spectators recognized him as the malevolent Demon King from 3 years prior. Panic ensued as someone shouted, Oh no, that's the Demon King Piccolo. Run. One by one, individuals began to flee, terrified of the impending doom they believed awaited them should they remain. Ha! Foolish humans, the Demon King cackled. Once I have vanquished Son Goku, you shall all meet your fate in due time. Do you truly believe you can defeat me, Piccolo? Goku replied with a confident laugh, arms crossed. What? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback by Goku's words. Son Goku, it seems you remain unaware of the terrifying strength your adversary possesses. Terrifying, you say? I shall need to witness that for myself. As Wukong faced the threat posed by Piccolo, he regarded it with utter disdain. With his battle power restrained by his heavy armor at 340 points, he surpassed Piccolo's 328 points by a margin of 12. Not to mention the staggering 430 points he would boast once he shed the cumbersome attire. Thus, this decisive battle hinged solely on Wukong's desire to win. Otherwise, Piccolo stood no chance of overcoming him. Aware of Son Wukong's formidable prowess, the Demon King Piccolo charged forth, exerting all his strength. In an instant, Wukong collided with the approaching Piccolo, initiating a fierce exchange of offense and defense. As the relentless onslaught continued, Piccolo became acutely aware of Wukong's might, inwardly lamenting. Cursed be it, his strength is not beneath mine. Indeed, it seems to surpass it by a hair. What's the matter, Demon King Piccolo? Is this all the strength you possess? Wukong taunted, reveling in the exhilarating battle and provoking his foe. This skirmish was far more gratifying than his previous encounter with Tien Shinhan, as it allowed Wukong to unleash his full potential, a sensation that ignited his excitement. Yamcha, astonished, remarked, Incredible. Both Wukong and Demon King Piccolo exhibit such extraordinary power. Their battle prowess far exceeds my own. Indeed, this was the true essence of Wukong's strength, alleviating the concerns of his comrades. Krillin, once anxious, now felt a sense of relief and was eager to cheer Wukong on. Tien, the strongest among the spectators aside from Wukong, observed the duel intently, noting, Wukong's power surpasses that of the Demon King Piccolo by a slight margin. Is that true? Krillin replied excitedly. Are you suggesting that the Demon King Piccolo is inferior to Wukong? Wukong smiled, saying, This battle is splendid, Piccolo. You are formidable. allowing me to experience such a thrilling fight. How dare you utter such arrogant words? Piccolo seethed, his anger boiling over at Wukong's insinuation that he was weaker. Clenching his fists, Piccolo began to gather energy within him. On the sidelines, Master Roshi remarked, after such an intense bout, Wukong shows no signs of fatigue. One can only imagine the depth of his power. Conversely, Piccolo appeared slightly fatigued, indicating that their struggle was not merely evenly matched on the surface. Bulma, overhearing Master Roshi's commentary, clapped her hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Go, little son. Defeat that despicable demon King Piccolo." Enough with the incessant chatter, Piccolo retorted, directing a concentrated blast of energy towards Master Roshi and the others. In a critical moment, Wukong unleashed his own energy blast, deflecting Piccolo's attack away. Otherwise, had Piccolo's recent strike connected, Bulma and the others would likely have sustained grave injuries. How could Goku allow such a calamity to occur? Chapter 9. Goku's formidable strength left everyone astonished. Piccolo's actions had provoked Goku's wrath, prompting him to engage in a rapid assault against Piccolo. "Damn you!" Piccolo roared, infuriated by the relentless blows he received from Goku. Once the explosion smoke dissipated, Bulma let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness Goku intervened in time. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." Indeed. Oolong hastily nodded, admitting he had been terrified moments earlier, fearing for his life. With a final punch, Goku sent Piccolo flying. The Demon King soared several meters before abruptly halting midair. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Piccolo, with bloodshot eyes, bellowed, "Cursed Goku. I shall make you pay." Energy began to coalesce in the palms of Piccolo's hands. Yamcha gazed in disbelief at Piccolo and inquired, "What is the Demon King planning?" Krillin glanced anxiously from Piccolo to Goku, expressing his concern. "Goku." On the arena, Goku raised his hand and shouted, "Get away from here quickly. Do not come too close." Heeding Goku's warning, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, along with Bulma, swiftly distanced themselves from the arena, while the announcer had already taken refuge far away. Once Piccolo had finished gathering energy, he clasped his hands together, releasing an energy wave aimed at Goku. "Die, Son Goku." Goku remained composed, mirroring Piccolo's stance, as he gathered a brilliant white energy. Kamehameha. The two energy waves collided, causing the entire arena to tremble. "What? My full-powered energy wave has been blocked?" Piccolo stared in disbelief as his attack was thwarted. Unwilling to relent, Piccolo intensified his energy output. Goku, too, augmented the power of his Kamehameha wave. The clash of energies grew increasingly fierce. After approximately 10 seconds of relentless confrontation, Goku's Kamehameha wave gradually began to overpower Piccolo's energy wave. With a final surge of strength, Goku's Kamehameha completely engulfed Piccolo's attack, ultimately consuming the Demon King entirely. Boom. The arena lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke. Krillin, coughing and swatting at the haze, asked, "Did Goku win?" All eyes turned toward the battleground, and as the smoke began to clear, the scene gradually came into focus. In midair, Piccolo shielded his head with his arms, his clothing tattered and blood flowing from numerous wounds. Goku maintained his stance, still channeling the Kamehameha. Observing Piccolo's condition, he couldn't help but smile and remarked, "Not bad, Piccolo. You've managed to withstand my Kamehameha wave. You bastard." The Demon King Piccolo clenched his fist with such intensity that his nails pierced through his skin, embodying a fury unprecedented in his experience. He exerted control over his body and descended to stand before Goku. Yet, Goku's expression remained as serene as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. With gritted teeth, Piccolo spat out, "Son Goku, to be frank, I never anticipated your strength would reach such formidable heights. However, you are still far from defeating me." Piccolo furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in Goku's words. Indeed, after enduring one of Goku's Kamehameha waves, his breathing had become noticeably labored, though his combat power had not diminished. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan approached Master Roshi and greeted him in unison. "Master Roshi." Roshi nodded in acknowledgement and observed the ongoing battle, remarking, "Have you noticed?" Despite the intense confrontation, both Goku and Piccolo maintain remarkably steady breathing. This indicates just how abundant Goku's reserves of energy truly are. With Roshi's observation, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan began to pay closer attention to Goku's condition. Upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. Goku's aura remained robust, entirely inconsistent with someone who had just engaged in a fierce battle. Tien gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this really Goku? His opponent is the Demon King Piccolo. How can he be so composed?" Goku's strength was astonishing, almost unrecognizable. Krillin couldn't help but reflect on the past and compare it to the present. The contrast left him feeling like a mere shadow of his former self. Yamcha, on the other hand, surrendered to despair, convinced he could never match Goku's prowess. Such overwhelming power was enough to extinguish any thoughts of challenge within him. What they did not realize was that Goku's true combat power far exceeded what was apparent. If his genuine strength was merely 340 points, It was implausible that he would emerge unscathed from a battle against Piccolo. In truth, Goku's actual combat power was 430 points, and the 340 points he displayed under the weight of his armor would not lead to any noticeable depletion of energy. Damn it! Piccolo seethed with rage at Goku's calm demeanor, launching a punch towards him. Chapter 10. The Demon King's hardships. Goku met Piccolo's punch with a composed stance, countering with a strike to Piccolo's left cheek that sent the Demon King hurtling backward. Piccolo staggered back, taking more than 10 steps before managing to regain his footing. Goku swiftly assumed a fighting posture, bracing himself for Piccolo's next assault. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Piccolo roared, "Son Goku, I will repay this humiliation tenfold." As he raised his right hand to grasp Goku, he lunged forward, yet failed to seize his opponent. Goku swiftly seized the outstretched arm of his opponent, pivoting sharply to hurl Piccolo, the Demon King, to the ground with great force. Instantly, Piccolo sprang back to his feet, confronting Goku once more. In that moment, Piccolo was engulfed in confusion. He could sense that Goku's combat prowess was nearly on par with his own, perhaps only slightly superior. How was it possible that despite the prolonged battle, Goku exhibited no signs of fatigue, while Piccolo himself felt his stamina waning? This perplexed him greatly. Logically, if he experienced exhaustion, Goku should as well. Observing Piccolo's hesitation to attack, Goku declared, "Piccolo, if you do not take the initiative, I shall." With that, he launched himself forward with remarkable speed. What? Piccolo quickly assumed a defensive stance. Bam! 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 Goku unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, striking various parts of Piccolo's body. Despite his relentless defense, Piccolo found himself hit multiple times. Ultimately, he was compelled to unleash his rage, forcing Goku back to create an opportunity to recuperate. Pointing at Piccolo with a grin, Goku remarked, "Your outburst of anger has further depleted your energy." Damn you! Piccolo felt on the verge of madness. If this continued, he would surely be defeated. With arms outstretched, he summoned 2 energy spheres, flinging them fiercely towards Goku. This Demon King's assault is far from over. Piccolo's hands moved rapidly, launching a barrage of energy spheres at Goku. Boom, boom, boom. Knowing that prolonging this battle would likely lead to his own defeat, Piccolo was determined not to relent. "Goku!" Krillin shouted towards the explosion, acknowledging Goku's prowess, yet recognizing Piccolo's formidable nature as well. Tien, shielding his eyes with his hands, peered towards the chaos and noted, "Piccolo is becoming increasingly anxious in the face of Goku, opting for a more aggressive attack strategy. Should we intervene?" Yamcha inquired from the side. In the midst of the battlefield, Goku adeptly countered the relentless onslaught of energy spheres with swift movements of his hands, successfully deflecting each one. Piccolo's barrage persisted for 2 minutes before finally ceasing, leaving him gasping for breath. Goku shook his hands and remarked, "That was close. You truly are impressive, Piccolo. You have made me feel the pressure." Contemplating whether to shed his heavy attire, Goku realized that continuing this fight in such a state would require a considerable amount of time to determine a victor. If he were to remove his heavy armor, Goku was confident that he could defeat Piccolo within a minute. Unforgivable. The Demon King Piccolo bellowed in rage. Ah. With his arms crossed over his chest, a layer of white energy enveloped him, a manifestation of his ki. In a sudden burst, Piccolo thrust his hands apart, unleashing an explosion centered around him. Observing this, Goku released an energy wave to counter Piccolo's area-wide blast. The arena was devastated within a 200-meter radius, reduced to rubble. Debris rained down from the sky. Bulma, Launch, Oolong, and Poor were fortunate to have Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan protecting them. Otherwise, they would have surely been in peril from the shockwave of that explosion. Yamcha, still shaken, remarked, "We were over 100 meters away, and it was still so dangerous." "Piccolo, the reason you have yet to force me to unleash my full potential is that I have not truly exerted my strength." Goku, witnessing Piccolo's current state, decided to reveal the truth. Piccolo, eyes wide with disbelief, retorted, "Son Goku, are you saying that throughout our battle, you have not fought at full strength?" However, Goku withheld one crucial truth. Beneath the weight of his armor, he was indeed giving it his all. Chapter 11. Goku claims victory at the martial arts tournament. At this moment, deep within Piccolo's heart, despair took hold. After a prolonged battle, the revelation that Son Goku had not yet fought at full strength was utterly unacceptable. He, the Demon King Piccolo, believed himself to be the world's strongest warrior, yet reality had delivered a harsh blow, embodied in Son Goku. Unforgivable, unforgivable, Son Goku. I will never let you escape. With veins bulging, Piccolo furiously gathered his energy, roaring, "I will reduce everything here to ruins. I cannot allow you to prevail." Goku flew towards Piccolo. With less than 2 meters separating them, an unexpected smile crept across Piccolo's face as he said, "You fell for my trap, Son Goku. Regardless of whether you have yet to unleash your full power, this king will end you with this move. This is bad." Goku had not anticipated falling into Piccolo's scheme. Piccolo concentrated all his energy, compressing it into a devastating explosion within a few meters of his body. Boom. Goku bore the brunt of the energy blast, the expanding smoke obscuring the vision of Master Roshi and the others. Shielding his head with his arms, Goku's attire was tattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo was panting heavily, his breath faltering as he remarked, "Surely my previous attack must have had an effect." Piccolo's lips quivered in disbelief as he took 2 steps back, unable to comprehend. "My attack? It didn't even severely injure you?" Goku felt a surge of relief. Recognizing how perilous the situation had been, had it not been for his ample reserves of energy, the recent attack from King Piccolo might have inflicted serious injuries upon him. Fortunately, he had only sustained minor wounds. Although his combat strength, suppressed by his armor, stood at 340 points, his internal energy was a formidable 430 points. It was not a trivial task for King Piccolo, possessing only 328 points of combat strength, to breach Goku's defenses completely. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku remarked, "Piccolo, your energy is significantly waning. Are you running out of stamina?" Infuriated, King Piccolo could no longer deny the truth of Goku's earlier assertion. He had not unleashed his full potential yet. From a distance, Krillin exclaimed joyfully, "Fantastic! Goku is bound to win." King Piccolo's energy is diminishing, while Goku's remains unwavering. Analyzing their energies, it was evident that King Piccolo's had plummeted considerably, whereas Goku's had not faltered at all, thereby solidifying the anticipated outcome. Bulma, shaking her fist in excitement, exclaimed, as expected of little son, "He's incredible." Master Roshi, filled with pride, stated, "Once again, Goku has saved the world." Throughout the match, King Piccolo appeared to be in a stupor. Goku stretched his body and called out, "Piccolo, let us continue your assault." Ultimately, King Piccolo chose to retreat, and Goku did not pursue him, instead standing still and watching as the villain flew away. At that moment, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and Bulma rushed to Goku's side. Bulma, concerned, asked, "Goku, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Goku replied, having suffered little more than a minor injury. Turning towards the announcer, he called out, "Announcer, can you declare the results now?" "Ah, yes, of course." Flustered, the announcer had not anticipated Goku's sudden call. Regaining composure, he proclaimed loudly, "The champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Son Wukong." Although the audience had largely dispersed, the announcement had to be made. Tien approached Goku and, placing a hand on his shoulder, earnestly declared, "Goku, I will carry on training with the dumplings, striving to catch up to your prowess." Yamcha chimed in, "I too will continue my training. While I may not reach your level, I must not allow too great a gap to form between us." Krillin, scratching his bald head in confusion, added, I think I'll train alongside Master Roshi." After a simple dinner that evening, everyone parted ways. Bulma, taken aback, almost thought she had misheard, asking, "Goku, what did you just say? Did I say something?" "You must have misheard," Goku replied nonchalantly as he waved and turned to leave. However, Bulma was far from calm, shouting, "Wait, Goku, you need to clarify. What do you mean by ILL join to? If you don't explain yourself today, I want to let you off the hook." Chapter 12, a year after the martial arts tournament, Goku's new endeavors. A year has elapsed since the conclusion of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. At the residence of Son Wukong on Baobao Mountain, Chi-Chi has given birth to a child, while the Ox King has named his grandson Son Wufan. Throughout this year, Bulma has spent the majority of her time alongside Wukong, and now, with Chi-Chi having born a child, Bulma is also present to lend her care. During this time, Wukong has devoted himself to both of his beloved wives, resulting in a significant reduction of his training hours. However, Wukong remains unperturbed, having traversed into the life of Son Wukong. He cannot allow himself to become solely consumed by martial pursuits, neglecting Chi-Chi and Bulma. Nevertheless, it is now time to focus on training and not squander any more precious moments. Over the course of the year, Wukong's combat power has only marginally increased to 452 points, a mere 22 points above the 430 he possessed a year prior. As night fell, Wukong spoke earnestly. "Chi-Chi, Bulma, I intend to set off. Be careful out there, Wukong," Bulma advised with concern. Lying on the bed, Chi-Chi added, "Rest assured, Wukong, we will take good care of Wufan." Wukong, filled with gratitude, embraced both Chi-Chi and Bulma warmly. The following morning, Wukong made his way to the back mountain of Baobao, retrieving the Dragon Balls from his backpack and arranging them meticulously. These were collected during his spare moments over the past year. Wukong called out loudly, "Come forth, Shenron." The Dragon Balls began to shimmer, and the sky darkened as a magnificent dragon emerged from their depths. Shenron gazed at Son Wukong and declared, "State your wish. As long as it lies within my power, I shall grant it." Wishing to learn the instant transmission technique from the planet Yardrat, Wukong expressed his desire. As Shenron's eyes glowed, he replied, "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." With that, Shenron vanished, and the Dragon Balls scattered across the globe once more. Wukong closed his eyes in quiet contemplation, exclaiming, "So this is the essence of instant transmission. Truly wondrous, yet with my current strength, I cannot fully harness its extraordinary potential. my range remains limited. Next, he resolved to train on King Kai's planet, mastering the Kaioken technique and the spirit bomb. Coincidentally, Bulma's father was modifying Wukong's childhood spaceship, allowing him to utilize the gravity device for a gradual and steady enhancement of his abilities. Wukong levitated into the air and called out, "Nimbus." The Nimbus cloud promptly appeared, and he alighted upon it, soaring toward the heavenly temple. Only by seeking the heavenly god could he gain access to Snake Way, leading him to King Kai for training. Upon arrival, Bubbles was diligently watering flowers when he noticed Wukong descending before him, exclaiming in surprise, "Wukong." "Hello, Mr. Bubbles. I am in search of the heavenly god," Wukong greeted him, articulating his purpose. Given their familiarity, Bubbles did not hesitate to assist Wukong, promptly rising to find the heavenly god. Upon hearing Wukong's request, the heavenly god inquired incredulously, "Wukong, how did you come to know of King Kai's existence?" The celestial deity shook his head in resignation and said, "Very well. I shall take you there. As for whether Lord Kai will agree to train you, that I cannot guarantee." The reason the deity was inclined to acquiesce to Goku's request was due to Goku's triumph over the demon King Piccolo, thereby saving the fate of Earth. Thus, the deity found no justification to refuse Goku's plea. Consequently, the deity utilized his connections to escort Goku to the underworld, where they met with King Enma and facilitated the necessary arrangements. Standing upon the serpentine path, Goku was cautioned by the underworld staff, "Sir, I must inform you in advance. You absolutely must not fall, otherwise, we will be unable to rescue you." After the staff departed, Goku stood at the head of the serpent. In the original tale, Goku took a full 6 months to traverse the serpentine path, but he had no intention of taking that long. He retrieved the universal capsule given to him by Bulma, opened it, and tossed it to the ground, where it exploded into a storage box. Goku removed his heavy armor and placed it inside the box, then pressed a button to revert the box back into a universal capsule. "Ah, my body feels lighter now, it's time to set off." With his newfound lightness, Goku employed the flying Nimbus technique to soar along the serpentine path. Subsequently, Goku combined flight and running, and in just 3 months, he successfully reached the end of the serpentine path. Gazing up at the small planet suspended in the sky, he exclaimed, "That must be King Kai's planet." Taking a deep breath, Goku leaped with all his might. As he approached the height of King Kai's planet, a force of gravity pulled him downward, and he landed heavily upon the planet's surface. "Who goes there?" King Kai, hearing the commotion outside, emerged from his abode and was astonished to see a living person. "Nanny, you're alive?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Greetings, Lord Kai," Goku replied with a smile. King Kai feigned a cough and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to my planet?" "My name is Son Goku, and I have come to seek your tutelage," Goku stated directly, revealing his purpose. Indeed, King Kai was not taken aback. After all, a living being visiting him could only mean one thing, a desire to learn, as there seemed to be no other plausible reason. Unless, of course, one sought to challenge him, but that seemed unlikely. He was Lord Kai, after all, and it was improbable that any human would dare confront him. King Kai teased, "Well then, Son Goku, if you wish to learn from me, it will not be so simple. First, you must present me with a joke that satisfies me." Chapter 13, Returning Home After Mastering King Kai's Techniques. On King Kai's planet, Goku donned his heavy armor once more and, after 2 months, successfully captured Bubbles and Gregory. Thereafter, King Kai began imparting to Goku the true martial arts techniques, namely the ultimate King Kai fist and the devastating spirit bomb. Upon commencing his studies, Goku soon realized that mastery was not as effortless as it had appeared. In the original narrative, Goku learned the King Kai fist and the spirit bomb within 2 to 3 months, but for Goku, it took a full 7 months to grasp these formidable techniques. During these past 7 months, Goku has come to realize that he has indeed inherited the physical form of Son Wukong, yet his cultivation and comprehension are solely reliant upon his own efforts. Wholly independent of the original Son Wukong, the king of the worlds gazes at the figure of Goku before him, expressing his satisfaction. "Goku, your performance has exceeded my expectations. You have truly surpassed me. There is little more I can impart to you. The path ahead must be traversed by your own will." Having taught Goku the techniques of the King's fist and the spirit bomb, the king, despite being Goku's mentor, deserves utmost respect. Nodding with approval, the king continues, "Furthermore, Goku, you may utilize the King's fist at most to double its power. Do you understand? Exceeding that threshold will render your body incapable of enduring the strain." "Yes, I am aware," Goku replies, fully cognizant of this fact. After all, he has journeyed through the original Dragon Ball narrative, and such matters are well ingrained in his memory. Presently, Goku's combat prowess exceeds that of the original Son Wukong post-training on King Kai's planet. His power level stands at 9118, while suppressed by his heavy attire. It measures at 7568. The king speaks with gravity. "Goku, I shall now assess your mastery of the King's fist and the spirit bomb." Various obstacles have been arranged along the paths of King Kai's planet. With his hands clasped behind his back, the king instructs, "Goku, Use the King's fist to obliterate all these barriers and demonstrate its might. Let us commence. Very well. Goku immediately enters a focused state, channeling the energy within him, causing it to erupt explosively. As he unleashes the King's fist, a crimson aura engulfs his form. He surges forward, shattering the obstacles with astonishing speed, leaving the king momentarily dazzled. The King's fist, which I have yet to fully master, you wield with such finesse. Goku praises, adding, "It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, my lord." The king bursts into hearty laughter, clearly entertained by Goku's flattery, before adopting a more serious demeanor. Now, we shall proceed to the test of the spirit bomb. From seemingly nowhere, the king produces a square mold and hurls it forcefully into the air. Accelerate. Speed up. The mold spirals around King Kai's planet at a breathtaking pace, becoming little more than a blur. Goku raises his arms high, and after a brief moment, successfully gathers the energy from the planet into a singular spirit bomb. The spirit bomb is complete. Goku exclaims, lifting his right hand triumphantly. The king continues to hasten the mold's velocity. Goku closes his eyes, honing in on the mold's trajectory, and as he discerns its path, he swiftly releases the spirit bomb. Upon impact, an explosive roar resonates throughout the entirety of King Kai's planet. The king observes the explosion with admiration, proclaiming, "You have fully mastered the spirit bomb as well. What do you think, my lord?" Goku inquires with a hint of pride gracing his smile. Truthfully, the king is exceedingly pleased with Goku's progress. However, the King of Worlds solemnly reminded, "Goku, you must remember to never use the spirit bomb recklessly. Even on this diminutive King Kai's planet, it wields immense power. Imagine the devastation it could unleash on Earth, a realm countless times larger. A single misstep could lead to Earth's ruin. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to the spirit bomb, understood?" "Understood, Lord Kai," Goku replied. The King of Worlds presented him with new attire, which Goku eagerly accepted, for his current garb was entirely tattered. With a wave of his hand, the king transformed Goku's clothing into a fresh set, stating, "This outfit is crafted from special materials, conferring a degree of protection. How light! This is fantastic," Goku exclaimed as he moved his body, reveling in the newfound ease of movement. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Lord Kai, Baburus, Girigirii." With a wave of farewell, Goku leaped into the air, igniting his aura and soaring at an astonishing speed. The King of Worlds, along with Baburus and Girigirii, watched Goku's departing figure, with the king remarking, "What an extraordinary human." "Indeed," replied Baburus and Girigirii. "It seems we are left to rely on each other once more." As Goku flew, he felt the energy within him and marveled. "So this is the battle power of 9,118. Truly formidable. I can only wonder what it would be like to possess several million, or even the billion-plus power of a Super Saiyan. Or perhaps, the next level, Super Saiyan 3, or even Super Saiyan 4. It is simply beyond my imagination." Chapter 14, Bulma, the supportive partner. Suddenly, Goku spotted a familiar figure and cheerfully inquired, "Lord Kaioshin, I appreciate your efforts in waiting for me." "Goku, it seems your training under Lord Kai has been quite fruitful," the Kaioshin noted, sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Goku, an energy that far surpassed his own. Afterward, Goku hopped onto his flying Nimbus, bidding farewell to Kaioshin and Bu before departing from the other world. Standing atop the Nimbus and gazing down at the Earth, Goku declared, "There are still 3 years until Raditz arrives on Earth. I must continue to steadily enhance my strength, aiming to at least transform into a Super Saiyan within 4 years. Otherwise, I won't stand a chance against Frieza." Upon reaching his home, he could already hear Chi-Chi laughing with their child. Pushing the door open, he announced, "I'm back." After resting for a week, Goku set out for West City. The gravity training device he had requested from Bulma's father a year ago should have long been completed. Arriving at Bulma's house in West City, he was greeted with joy, for it had been a year since they last met. Bulma smiled and said, "Goku, I know you've come for the gravity training device." Goku, not one to be foolish, thought to himself that he should first charm Bulma before anything else. Indeed, Bulma was quite taken with Goku's presence. Subsequently, upon encountering the spacecraft and stepping inside, Goku surveyed the interior and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, it was the work of Bulma's family, whose scientific prowess was indisputable. Bulma explained, "This gravity device can reach up to 300 times normal gravity, but Goku, do not recklessly set it to 300 times. You would be unable to withstand such force." Goku reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall not attempt anything reckless. I am very content." His delight in the gravity device was immense. He had initially expected 100 times, but it astonishingly exceeded his expectations at 300. Overwhelmed with emotion, Goku approached Bulma and embraced her. Bulma truly embodied the supportive partner in her professional endeavors, while Chi-Chi fulfilled the role in domestic life, each possessing their own unique strengths. 3 days later, in the desolate regions of the West and East, Goku placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, deep in contemplation, pondering the wish he intended to make. He surmised the reason behind his desire. It likely stemmed from the moment when the Supreme Kai had removed his tail, preventing it from regrowing. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 required the presence of a tail, which was of utmost importance. Although using the dragon's wish to regrow a tail seemed a rather extravagant use of power, it was undoubtedly a critical element that could not be overlooked. Having made his decision, Goku no longer hesitated and called out loudly, "Come forth, Shenron." The Dragon Balls began to shimmer, and the sky darkened as a magnificent dragon emerged from the spheres. Shenron regarded Goku and proclaimed, "State your wish. As long as it lies within my power, I shall grant it." Goku promptly declared, "My wish is to regrow my tail." "Understood," Shenron replied, his eyes glowing with energy. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." The Dragon Balls scattered once more, soaring across the globe. A furry tail sprouted from Goku's backside, and he turned to gaze at it, gently stroking it with his right hand, exclaiming, "Is this truly my tail? How remarkable!" As he tightly grasped it, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him, prompting him to release his grip. "It seems I must incorporate tail training into my regimen," he mused. Although he felt no immediate change, he knew there was a distinction. However, his current strength was insufficient to discern its intricacies. Goku was acutely aware of the steps required to evolve into Super Saiyan 4, to transform into a great ape. Enter Super Saiyan while in that form, maintain mental clarity, and control his internal energy to achieve the transformation. A year later, he would need to rely on Shenron's power once more to retain his intellect in great ape form, as he could not sustain it independently. Why contemplate so much now? He thought. I must first elevate my strength. I have yet to become a Super Saiyan. Another half-month passed, during which Goku diligently trained within the spacecraft. Enduring 20 times normal gravity, Wukong exhibited a commendable patience, intent on solidifying his foundational skills. He undertook gravity training, incrementally intensifying it tenfold, with ample time at his disposal. Meanwhile, Bulma departed from her abode, embarking towards the Baozi Mountain. In Chapter 15, 3 years hence, Wukong successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Another 3 years elapsed, marking 5 years since the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. During these 3 years, Wukong had completely adapted to the 400 times gravity training, steadily enhancing his combat power through diligent, methodical progress. The 400 times gravity device was developed by Bulma's father over a year prior, replacing the previous 300 times apparatus. Throughout this period, Wukong refrained from overextending his training, recognizing the necessity for his body to acclimatize. Forcing his limits would only foster latent ailments. With his arms crossed and lost in contemplation, Wukong mused, "However, I still cannot achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan." Rage. Yet, nothing seems to provoke my anger. He resolved to utilize the Dragon Balls. A year earlier, he had wished for the ability to maintain his intellect while in his great ape form, a preparatory measure for his eventual ascent to Super Saiyan 4. At present, Wukong's combat power stood at an impressive 6.1 million, far surpassing the minimum requirement of 3 million to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now merely awaiting the catalyst for this transformation. In a mere 3 years, Wukong had elevated his combat power from over 9,000 to 6.1 million, an astounding feat largely attributed to the 400 times gravity device. Yet, he found it perplexing and remarkable that in the original tale, Son Wukong arrived on Namek with a combat power of 90,000, only to witness an astonishing surge to 3 million following a severe injuries treatment, an exaggeration indeed. Retrieving the Dragon Balls from the spacecraft's drawer and stowing them in his backpack, Wukong pressed his fingers against his forehead and declared, "It is time to commence." The long-awaited transformation into a Super Saiyan awaits. With a swift motion, Wukong vanished, reappearing at the North Pole. "BRR, it's freezing." Upon his arrival, he could not help but shiver. Wukong called out to the Dragon Balls, "Arise, Shenron." The Dragon Balls began to shimmer, the sky darkening ominously, as a dragon emerged from their midst. Gazing at Son Wukong with an air of familiarity, the dragon spoke, "Once more, we meet, Son Wukong. State your wish. As long as it lies within my power, I shall grant it." Wukong, unable to suppress a chuckle, wiped his nose. Having summoned Shenron for wishes every year for 5 consecutive years, the dragon was undoubtedly well acquainted with him. However, a year prior, Wukong had received a stern warning from the Lord of the Kais. Excessive use of the Dragon Balls could yield unforeseen consequences. From the original narrative, Wukong was already aware of the repercussions, namely, the Dragon Balls transforming into the 7 malevolent dragon Shenron. However, Goku felt that he could no longer continue to misuse the Dragon Balls. If it led to the emergence of the evil 7-star dragon ahead of time, it would truly spell disaster. "Dragon, grant me the capacity to be as furious as possible for a duration of 1 minute." After contemplating, Goku believed that a minute would be more than sufficient. With a combat power of 6.1 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan was merely a matter of opportunity. "I understand," he declared. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly as it responded, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell. After uttering these words, the Dragon Balls transformed into streams of light, scattering across the world. Goku's eyes instantly turned crimson, and an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from his body, causing the very earth to tremble. At the opposite end of the planet, King Piccolo gazed incredulously towards the North Pole, exclaiming, "What? What is that? Who could it possibly be? Why does that energy feel so terrifying? Who is this person?" Not only was King Piccolo astonished, but even Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and others sensed the overwhelming aura, drenched in cold sweat from the sheer terror it invoked. Even the Supreme Kai, observing from the Kai's realm, rushed out to assess the situation below. The Supreme Kai was stunned, exclaiming, "Is this energy truly Goku's? Could it really be him?" After approximately 10 seconds of immense anger, a colossal golden aura erupted forth, transforming his hair and eyes to gold. In that fleeting moment of becoming a Super Saiyan, Goku's power surged dramatically, ascending at an astonishing rate. However, he quickly suppressed this newfound strength, reverting to his normal state with his power reduced to 1,000 points. That moment of transformation into a Super Saiyan had been terrifyingly potent. Goku laughed with excitement. Haha, they must have sensed that explosive energy just now, but never mind. Now facing Frieza will feel no different than confronting a mere infant. Frieza's ultimate form boasts a combat power of 1.2 billion, while Goku's Super Saiyan transformation has already exceeded 300 million. Goku remarked, normal state combat power, 1 million. Super Saiyan form, 300,050,000. After stowing away his joy from transforming, he spoke with gravitas. Nevertheless, I cannot afford to relax completely. After all, the opponents ahead are far more formidable, and I must continue to enhance my strength. If the timeline remains unchanged, this year marks Raditz's arrival on Earth, followed by Vegeta's arrival a year later to confront Frieza. And 4 years hence, the androids will appear. Calculating, I have 5 years until I face Cell, which is ample time to further elevate my power. Nimbus. Chapter 16, Raditz arrives on Earth. 6 days later, a spaceship pierced the atmosphere and descended upon Earth. The cabin door opened, and Raditz emerged, surveying his surroundings. This planet appears to have quite a pleasant environment. I wonder what that scoundrel Kakarot has been up to all these years. Who are you? A farmer tightened his grip on his firearm and questioned loudly. Upon spotting a human, Raditz felt a flicker of interest. He activated the detector on his right eye, which ultimately displayed a battle power of merely 5. Huh, a battle power of 5? Are you attempting to amuse me? Raditz mocked. Bang, bang. The farmer fired 2 shots in quick succession, but Raditz effortlessly caught the bullets with his bare hands. Impatiently, he exclaimed, Kakarot, why do the inhabitants of this planet continue to live, fool? With a swift kick, Raditz sent the farmer flying and resumed scanning with his detector. Observing the data fluctuations, he remarked, to my surprise, there are a few individuals on this planet with battle powers in the hundreds. But wait, a reading of 1,000? Could it be Kakarot? Raditz furrowed his brow as another signal from the detector beeped ominously. How is this possible? Another individual with a battle power exceeding 1,000? The readings are approaching 1,300. Damn it. How can anyone on this planet possess such formidable strength? This could spell trouble. I might have kicked a metal plate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Raditz noted that his own battle power was only 1,500. After recovering from his shock, he chuckled. Heh, the strongest among them has yet to reach 1,300. They pose no threat to me. However, a fierce battle may lie ahead. Regardless, this planet appears to possess immense value. Originally contemplating retreat, Raditz, upon reflecting on the planet's significance, resolved to investigate personally, curious to discover whether it was indeed Kakarot or another formidable opponent. Thus, he soared towards the individual with the highest battle power. Meanwhile, Goku, resting on the grass before his home, opened his eyes and stated calmly, Raditz is coming. It seems he's off to find Piccolo. This could be interesting. What's wrong, Dad? Inquired Gohan, curious. Nothing to worry about. You stay here and play while I step out for a moment. Goku replied before summoning his flying Nimbus and leaping onto it. Heading towards Piccolo's location, Goku could surmise why Raditz sought Piccolo. His own battle power was restrained at 1,000, while Piccolo's exceeded that. Raditz's pursuit of Piccolo suggested he sought to challenge the Demon King, prompting Piccolo to intensify his training. Unfortunately, compared to Goku's current advancements, Piccolo's progress appeared negligible. Suddenly, Piccolo raised his head, sensing a powerful energy approaching swiftly. He mused, this energy feels somewhat reminiscent of Goku. Moments later, as he discerned the identity of the approaching figure, he scoffed, so it's not Goku after all. Raditz hovered in the air, gazing down at Piccolo, and remarked, so, you are not Kakarot. Yet, for such a primitive planet to harbor someone with your impressive battle power is indeed remarkable. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? Or do you intend to come here to meet your demise? The formidable King Piccolo immediately assumed a battle stance. Although the opponent exuded immense power, it was insufficient to instill fear within him. Ha! Raditz bellowed with laughter, how utterly arrogant. You must think your strength is formidable. Suddenly, King Piccolo turned his gaze to the left and, as expected, saw Goku soaring in on the flying Nimbus. Upon his arrival, Goku leaped off the cloud and stood beside Piccolo. "Hey, Piccolo, it's been 5 years." Goku greeted with a smile. "How did you end up here?" Piccolo retorted. "Raditz." His face a mask of shock, stared at the newcomer and exclaimed, "Kakarot, have you forgotten your mission? This planet remains intact, even now." Hearing this, Raditz's expression darkened. Feeling utterly humiliated, with a furious wave of his hand, he bellowed, "Kakarot, it seems this older brother must teach you what true fear feels like." Both warriors possessed immense power. Raditz knew he could not afford to be careless. Kakarot's battle power was measured at 1,000, while the other stood at 1288. With a cautious approach, he believed he could overcome both Kakarot and the other individual. Observing Piccolo's anxious demeanor, Goku succinctly recounted the circumstances. "So that's it. The universe beyond Earth is so vast," Piccolo mused to himself. Goku turned to Piccolo, who declared, "Battle power, 1618. Reinforced attire suppresses it to 1288. Indeed, King Piccolo had made significant strides compared to his original portrayal. In Chapter 17, Raditz met his demise at the hands of Piccolo. Goku, arms crossed and smiling, remarked, "Piccolo, that fellow is yours to handle. It's a perfect opportunity to hone your current strength." "Humph, you arrogant fool," King Piccolo glared at Goku. He sensed that Goku's displayed strength was merely a fraction of his true potential, akin to a lurking beast in the abyss. Raditz, dismissive, mocked, "What a joke. My battle power surpasses yours." Without indulging Raditz with further words, King Piccolo launched an immediate assault. As Raditz defended against the onslaught, he commented, "Your attacks possess quite a skill. You can nearly match my strength." Deep within, Raditz was beginning to feel astonished. Despite the opponent's battle power registering at 1288, how could he be engaging with someone so closely matched to his own 1500? "How dare you look down on me? Die!" Enraged by the taunts, Raditz concentrated his energy into a formidable blast aimed at King Piccolo. Boom! As the smoke cleared from the explosion, Raditz realized that his adversary had merely been grazed. Infuriated, he thought to himself, "Is this just a veiled indication that my attack is utterly ineffective?" King Piccolo brushed off the dust from his attire and declared, "It seems I must reveal my true abilities to fight you." "True abilities? It is utterly amusing. You wish to claim that you have yet to reveal your true prowess?" Raditz dismissively disregards such a statement. Moreover, he is contemplating whether to eliminate the feeble Kakarot, whose battle power is merely 1,000, before turning his attention to this individual. Otherwise, should the two join forces, the situation could become exceedingly precarious, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might meet his demise here. Piccolo firmly grasps his heavy armor and cap, giving them a vigorous toss. Raditz, perplexed by this peculiar action, is suddenly startled as the scouter emits a series of beeping sounds. What? The battle power has surged to 1618? In shock, Raditz finds himself drenched in cold sweat. The opponent's power has far surpassed his own. This means that the claim made moments ago about not having exerted his true strength is indeed accurate. This poses a grave dilemma. A retreat is imperative. Without a moment's hesitation, Raditz unleashes his energy and takes flight. Observing this, Piccolo pursues him, bellowing, "Do not flee." Raditz, expending every ounce of his strength, glances back over his shoulder, only to be taken aback as his adversary steadily closes the distance, shouting, "Damn it. He is faster than I am." Reluctantly, Raditz raises his hand to gather energy, launching a blast towards the demon King Piccolo. With a casual flick, Piccolo swats the energy blast aside. Raditz, witnessing his attack deflected, darkens in countenance and mutters, "Cursed be it, my energy blast was repelled." Realizing the dire situation, Raditz chooses to flee once more. Piccolo, concentrating energy at his fingertips, fires a shot, declaring, "Did you think I would allow your escape?" Caught off guard, Raditz is grazed on the shoulder, his movements forcibly halted. "Damn it, it seems I may truly fall here today," he acknowledges, recognizing the likelihood of meeting his end on this planet. At that moment, Goku appears, leisurely flying with his arms crossed. Raditz, gazing at Kakarot and the green-skinned warrior, refuses to accept his impending demise and warns, "You too. I have two even more formidable Saiyans behind me. Their battle power exceeds mine by several folds. Heed my words and leave while you can. Otherwise, when my companions arrive, you and every human on this planet shall be ruthlessly exterminated. Two who are several times stronger than you." Piccolo's expression shifts, realizing that while this opponent's power does not surpass his own, it is alarmingly close. The revelation of two foes even mightier than Raditz instills a sense of pressure within Piccolo. Observing Piccolo's change in demeanor, Raditz chuckles. "Ah, now you comprehend the fear." Goku remains unfazed, calmly responding, "Are you referring to Nappa and Vegeta, those two weaklings?" "What? Kakarot, you know Nappa and Vegeta? You should not know them." Raditz, momentarily stunned, then retorts, "However, Kakarot, you truly are unaware of your own insignificance. I inform you, My scouter has transmitted your words to my two companions. Your doom is assured. Unbeknownst to Raditz, Goku now perceives both Nappa and Vegeta as utterly ineffectual. Indeed, even Frieza pales in comparison to Goku's Super Saiyan form, becoming nothing more than an easily dispatched foe. Piccolo delivered a powerful punch, sending Raditz sprawling, and declared, "No matter how many times your comrades may surpass you, today marks your demise. Do not underestimate me." Raditz, rising from the ground, launched himself at Piccolo, initiating a fierce exchange of blows. Aware that escape was no longer an option, Raditz resolved to ensure at least one of them would accompany him to the underworld. The clash intensified with each strike, the air resonating with the sounds of their battle. Despite Raditz's desperate counterattacks, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed, sustaining numerous injuries. Ultimately, after a protracted struggle of over 10 minutes, Raditz fell to Piccolo's might, though the latter bore several wounds himself. Piccolo's strength indeed eclipsed Raditz, but not by a considerable margin, rendering him susceptible to injury as well. Gazing upon Raditz's lifeless form, Piccolo remarked, "A futile struggle." Chapter 18. The warriors commenced training from a distance. Several powerful auras approached, none other than Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu. The trio shared their curiosity and confusion regarding the unfolding situation. Initially, they had presumed a battle raged between Goku and the Demon King Piccolo, but upon arrival, they discovered otherwise. Goku proceeded to relay the essence of the events to Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu. Yamcha voiced his concern, "So, does this mean two even stronger Saiyans are on their way to our planet?" At that moment, Piccolo inquired, "Goku, do you have any knowledge of when these two formidable Saiyans will arrive?" This question piqued the curiosity of Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu, for the timing of their adversary's arrival held great significance. There was one crucial detail Goku refrained from mentioning. The current scenario diverged from the original narrative. In the original tale, the secret of the Dragon Balls had been leaked, whereas now, such knowledge remained undisclosed. Thus, it was plausible that Nappa and Vegeta might not come to Earth at all. Laughing, Goku swung his tail and proclaimed, "You should focus on enhancing your own strength, rather than fixating on me." "What do you mean by that?" Krillin immediately inquired. For Piccolo was most concerned about Goku's power, nothing else mattered more. Consequently, Krillin succinctly recounted Goku's ability to transform into a great ape. Meanwhile, on a distant planet in the cosmos, Nappa and Vegeta savored barbecued meat. Nappa remarked, "Raditz has been slain. It appears there are indeed formidable warriors on that Earth." Vegeta's countenance darkened further as he retorted, "That fool. How dare that lowly warrior Kakarot label me worthless? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. At the appointed time, upon arriving on Earth, I shall personally twist Kakarot's neck." Nappa was exceedingly irked by Kakarot's dismissal of them as worthless. However, he voiced his concern, saying, "But Vegeta, if we act without permission, what if Lord Frieza finds out?" "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, "Do not concern yourself. We shall set off for Earth directly." Nappa nodded in agreement, prepared to follow Vegeta's orders without hesitation. Meanwhile, on Earth, upon learning that two formidable Saiyans were en route, the warriors immersed themselves in even more grueling training to prepare for the impending challenge. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu teamed up to train in the other world. Piccolo continued his solitary training. However, an unexpected event transpired that left him utterly perplexed. Goku, lifting his son Goten, handed him over to Piccolo for training. This incident nearly provoked a confrontation between Piccolo and Goku. In Goku's mind, Piccolo was quite suitable to be his son's mentor, while he himself was too apathetic to guide Goten. In the year that followed, Goku focused on consolidating his combat prowess. Yet when Chi-Chi heard this, she was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to express her frustration, she suddenly smiled and said, "Never mind, Goku, I trust you to keep Goten safe. It's about time you spent quality time with me. You have been training for several consecutive years without truly being present." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed with shyness. Bulma emerged from her room, exasperated, remarking, "You two should consider my presence while you're busy flaunting your affection." Although Bulma feigned annoyance, she bore no jealousy, as Goku's attention to Chi-Chi also meant he would be available for her. Goku handed Bulma Raditz's scouter, saying, "Bulma, take this and study it. You should find the technology intriguing." 6 months passed. During this time, Goku devoted himself to Chi-Chi and Bulma. Piccolo had Goten endure 6 months of wilderness survival training before officially starting their joint training, while Piccolo himself had engaged in relentless hellish training for half a year. It could be said that their training was far more rigorous than in the original narrative. Goku, equipped with a bag of senzu beans, utilized instant transmission to travel to a distant planet outside the solar system. Chapter 19. Goku Mastery of Super Saiyan Full Power. After more than 5 months, Goku finally mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan transformation. Throughout this period, he focused on solidifying the Super Saiyan form, maintaining it effortlessly at all times, making it as natural as his base state. With closed eyes, Goku remarked, "This is the full power of Super Saiyan." Indeed, the burden is minimal, almost negligible. The full power of Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times that of the base form. Transforming into this form causes the muscles to swell, significantly enhancing both speed and power compared to a typical Super Saiyan state. However, the rapid depletion of energy renders it unsuitable for prolonged battles. In the original narrative, this transformation is exhibited by Vegeta during his confrontation with Cell. When transformed into this state, the muscles undergo extreme expansion, consuming vast amounts of energy and severely impacting speed. As demonstrated by Trunks in the original work, Super Saiyan 1 at full power, normal state 50 times. The full power of Super Saiyan can be perceived as a transitional form leading to Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2, normal state 100 times. During the transformation to Super Saiyan 2, a sudden surge of energy manifests as a rapidly expanding aura, accompanied by flashes of radiating sparks, which symbolize the rate of energy release. The more intense the energy release, the more frequent the appearance of these sparks. Super Saiyan 3, normal state 400 times. The golden hair extends to the waist, the eyebrows vanish, and the brow bone lowers. Within the previously singular light green iris, deep blue pupils emerge, while the golden aura transforms into a fixed radiance, with lightning becoming denser. Golden Great Ape, Super Saiyan 10 times, normal state 500 times. The strength of the Golden Great Ape surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3. This state serves as a transition from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 4. The condition for transforming into this state is the possession of a tail. Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 3 10 times, normal state 4,000 times. Super Saiyan 4 is a derivative form of the Great Ape and Super Saiyan. The Great Ape represents a common realm in Saiyan tradition, while Super Saiyan is a pinnacle that only a select few ancient Saiyans could attain. Thus, the combination of the two embodies the most primal and ultimate realm of the Saiyans. As of now, Goku's base combat power stands at 20, 200, 000. In Super Saiyan 1, it reaches 1, 0, 10, 000, 000. During the more than 5 months Goku spent on a planet with gravity similar to that of Earth, he primarily focused on adapting to the full power of Super Saiyan. Training for foundational combat power was minimal, and the enhancement of his base combat power occurred passively alongside the full power adaptation training. It is evident that the boost from achieving full power is remarkably significant. At noon, 8 days later, 2 spacecraft plunged into the Earth's atmosphere, landing in a city and causing widespread chaos. Nappa and Vegeta emerged from the spacecraft. Nappa cheerfully remarked, "So this is Earth. Let's greet it." He raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that erupted in a catastrophic explosion, instantly engulfing the entire city in flames, reducing it to ashes. Nappa, enough playing around. Quickly locate that cockroach fellow, Vegeta commanded. Nappa nodded and, following Vegeta, activated the detector. Nappa's earlier energy explosion had already been sensed by Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others. As Nappa and Vegeta scanned with their detectors, Nappa gazed at the data on the screen, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible? There are several individuals on this planet with battle powers exceeding 1,000. This is of little consequence. The last time Raditz came, there was an individual with a battle power of 1618, and we simply sought out the one with the strongest battle energy response." In contrast, Vegeta remained remarkably composed. After all, from Vegeta's perspective, regardless of how formidable the opponent's strength may be, it pales in comparison to his own. After searching around, Vegeta pinpointed the direction of the strongest battle energy response. He grinned and remarked, "Found it. Let us go and entertain our esteemed opponent." Haha, indeed, that's correct. Nappa chimed in, equally excited. The strongest battle energy response Vegeta identified was in the direction of Piccolo. Meanwhile, Gohan, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, is the enemy approaching us?" "No need to fear," Piccolo replied, his countenance remarkably calm, bolstered by the significant enhancement of his abilities compared to a year prior. In fact, Piccolo was eager to encounter a stronger Saiyan to gauge his current prowess. Gohan muttered softly, "I wonder what Dad is doing now. Will he come?" Although Piccolo was uncertain of Goku's current strength, he was confident that Goku would undoubtedly arrive for this confrontation. Suddenly, Piccolo's gaze shifted to the left, and shortly thereafter, Krillin appeared beside Piccolo and Gohan. Krillin greeted them, "Long time no see, Piccolo." Gohan also exchanged pleasantries with Krillin, but Piccolo interrupted, stating, "Enough with the chit-chat. The enemy has already appeared." Nappa and Vegeta descended from above, hovering in the air. Nappa grinned and remarked, "It seems these fellows have come prepared. They were aware of our impending invasion of Earth." With that, Nappa and Vegeta gradually descended, standing before Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan. Piccolo assumed a combat stance and demanded, "Saiyans, what is your purpose for coming to Earth?" Upon recognizing Piccolo's appearance, Nappa was momentarily taken aback and said, "Vegeta, this individual appears to be a Namekian." The mention of Namek seemed to plunge Piccolo into contemplation and nostalgia. Krillin looked at Piccolo and exclaimed, "So you're an alien, Piccolo?" Is that why you look different from everyone else? I see. I must thank you all for enlightening me about my ancestry. Piccolo smirked. However, today, you two Saiyans shall not leave Earth alive. Humph. Quite the boastful one, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Nappa activated his scouter to assess the battle power of the three before him. He announced Gohan's reading, battle power, 981. He then turned to Krillin, battle power, 1770. Finally, he looked at Piccolo, his scouter revealing an astonishing reading that left him utterly astonished. Your battle power is an incredible 4,300. I never anticipated that a Namekian would possess such strength. Indeed, this level of power surpassed that of many Saiyans, earning Piccolo the acknowledgement of even Vegeta. Krillin cast a furtive glance at the formidable Piccolo, inwardly pondering the sheer terror of the Demon King's prowess. Had it not been for Goku's restraining presence, they might have been obliterated long ago. Throughout the encounter, Piccolo remained remarkably composed, his calm demeanor stemming from an unwavering confidence in his own strength. Nappa, clenching his fists, proclaimed, Vegeta, allow me to engage this Namekian warrior. A battle with a power level of 4,300 will surely be exhilarating. Wait, Nappa, Vegeta interjected, prompting a puzzled look from Nappa. Retrieve the seeds of the vegetable warriors. Let them sap the strength of these foes. Ah, I see. Nappa responded, understanding Vegeta's strategy. Despite the opponent's notable power, he was akin to an infant in Vegeta's presence. Producing the seeds, Nappa surveyed the soil with satisfaction, remarking, this soil is perfect for cultivating the vegetable warriors. After planting 6 seeds, 3 figures descended from the sky, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha. Krillin greeted his compatriots joyfully. Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, you've arrived. Vegeta scratched his chin, intrigued. So our numbers have increased to 6? How interesting. Nappa, dismissive, scoffed. No matter how many join, they're all worthless. Vegeta, unfazed, inquired. The Goku you mentioned is Kakarot, correct? Why has he not yet arrived? Nappa burst into laughter. So Kakarot, that lowly warrior, has spawned a child. Yet he sends his son to face death, while he himself dares not show. Suddenly, before anyone could react, a figure descended from the heavens, landing beside Gohan. Goku, you've come. This is splendid. Krillin felt a surge of relief upon seeing Goku. Gohan beamed at his father, Dad. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair, saying, sorry to keep you waiting. The atmosphere shifted as Piccolo widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Goku. The absence of any discernible energy from him was astonishing. This was truly terrifying. The warriors around also sensed that Goku now emanated no detectable power. Vegeta furrowed his brow, directing a scrutinizing gaze at Kakarot while activating his scouter. As the numbers flashed across the device, Vegeta voiced his confusion. Strange. Why does the scouter indicate Kakarot's power level is merely 5? What? Kakarot's power level is only 5? Is the scouter malfunctioning? Let me take a look, Nappa exclaimed, incredulous. Surely you're joking. That Saiyan has matured, yet his power level is a mere 5? However, upon glancing at his own scouter, Nappa was equally astounded. My scouter also shows Kakarot's power level as 5. Could it be that Kakarot's strength truly is only 5? Do not be foolish, Nappa. Kakarot possesses the ability to control fluctuations in his combat power. Do not be deceived by the scouter, Vegeta declared, discarding his scouter and casting it aside. Nappa followed suit, tossing away his device in agreement. Goku's gaze shifted between Nappa and Vegeta as he accessed their combat power readings. Nappa, combat power 8,000. Vegeta, combat power 18,000. Chapter 21. The approaching 8,000 combat power of Piccolo. After examining the combat powers of Nappa and Vegeta, Goku turned his attention to the others, curious about their progress after a year of rigorous training. Krillin, combat power 2070. Yamcha, combat power 1760. Kaiatsu, combat power 810. Tien Shinhan, combat power 2450. Piccolo, combat power 7608, restrained by his weighted clothing, combat power 6208. Goku was mildly astonished upon witnessing Piccolo's true combat power. A year prior, Piccolo's strength barely exceeded 1600. Yet now he was nearing 8,000. It seemed that Goku's considerable superiority had exerted immense pressure on Piccolo, motivating him to train diligently. The combat powers of Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha also surpassed their counterparts from the original timeline, though not to the same extent as Piccolo's remarkable enhancement. Goku found himself intrigued by the unfolding events ahead. As for his son Gohan, Goku felt indifferent regarding his combat power. All he desired was for Gohan to possess enough strength for self-defense. Vegeta, arms crossed and brimming with confidence, proposed, how about a one-on-one duel with the vegetable warriors? Krillin interjected with a smile. Let us not get carried away, Piccolo. A one-on-one match is fine, right, Goku? Indeed. We shall indulge them in a playful contest, a perfect opportunity to assess your training results from the past year. Goku responded positively, believing it to be a beneficial practice session. Nappa scoffed. Kakarot, your combat power is the weakest among them. How dare you speak so boldly? Are you tired of living? Do not speak ill of my father. He is incredibly strong. Gohan retorted, unable to contain his defense of Goku. Vegeta pointed at one of the vegetable warriors, declaring, "You shall be the first." The designated vegetable warrior stepped forward. Just as Krillin was about to take the lead, Tien called out, "Krillin, allow me to test the strength of these vegetable beings first." The vegetable warrior initiated the attack, spraying corrosive liquid from its head. Yet Tien dodged effortlessly. Following that, Tien unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the vegetable warrior, who was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Ultimately, Tien slammed the warrior forcefully to the ground. Nappa, witnessing this spectacle, was left in shock, incredulous as he exclaimed, "How could it be so easily defeated?" The combat power of the vegetable warrior is a formidable 1200. In response, Vegeta, unfazed, remarked, "This merely indicates that their combat power is capable of instantaneously surging during battle." Subsequently, Vegeta raised his hand and obliterated the fallen vegetable warrior. Krillin gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What a cruel Saiyan. He kills his own kind without a hint of hesitation." Then, Yamcha stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to take on the remaining 5. I shall vanquish them all in one go." Goku observed Yamcha, recalling that in the original narrative, Yamcha had met his demise in the battle against the vegetable warriors. He mused that this time, things would not unfold in such a manner. Yamcha's combat power, which was around 1300 to 1400 in the original tale, was now a formidable 1760, rendering him more than capable of facing the vegetable warriors. Yamcha initiated the assault, vanishing from sight along with the vegetable warrior. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of offensive and defensive maneuvers, yet within less than half a minute, Yamcha sent the vegetable warrior flying, causing it to tumble several dozen meters before coming to a halt. The vegetable warrior sprang up to retaliate, but ultimately met its demise at the hands of Yamcha's energy wave. Witnessing this spectacle, Nappa exclaimed in astonishment, "No way. The vegetable warrior has lost again?" He reflected, however. The combat power of that human surged from 1229 to over 1700 in an instant, so it is no wonder the vegetable warrior was defeated. Throughout the encounter, Vegeta had been monitoring the situation with his scouter, thus witnessing Yamcha's power fluctuations firsthand. Nappa turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "So, does that mean the remaining 4 vegetable warriors stand no chance either?" After a brief pause, Vegeta replied, "Since the vegetable warriors are ineffective, they are of no use. Let them vanish." Subsequently, he annihilated the remaining 4 vegetable warriors with ease. Nappa dared not question Vegeta's decision to eliminate the last 4 warriors. Instead, he respectfully stated, "Vegeta, allow me to handle Kakarot, the Namekian, and the humans next." Nappa cracked his neck and grinned, "Then let me be their opponent." Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Gohan all assumed fighting stances, while Piccolo remained remarkably composed. Goku, after speaking, casually found a nearby rock to sit upon and observe the battle. Both Nappa and Vegeta smirked, clearly dismissing their opponents. "That Kakarot is something else," Nappa remarked. Krillin, feeling exasperated, said, "Goku, you're being far too relaxed. When it's time for Goku to enter the fray, he will do so," Piccolo reminded them. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging Piccolo's insight. Chapter 22. Piccolo and Nappa. The underestimated Nappa roared in fury, "Damn you, Kakarot. How dare you take me lightly? I will see you dead." Nappa charged forward, raising his fist, but Goku paid him no mind. Suddenly, Piccolo appeared before Nappa, unleashing a powerful gust of energy towards him. "You shall not pass." "What?" Caught off guard, Nappa hurriedly defended against Piccolo's assault, only to be forced back several steps by the force of the blow. "Oh, this is getting interesting." Vegeta observed the fluctuations on the scouter with keen interest and remarked, "Nappa, the battle power of that Namekian just now surged instantaneously beyond 5,000. "What? Over 5,000? Is this fellow truly so formidable?" Nappa was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Krillin, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Did you all feel that?" Piccolo's energy was incredibly potent. Indeed, he truly lives up to his title as the Demon King Piccolo. His strength far surpasses ours, Tien Shinhan added, visibly shaken by Piccolo's overwhelming aura. Yamcha, with a grin, interjected, "Haha, this is quite fortuitous. At least we stand a chance against the Saiyans now." Nappa, however, adopted a more serious demeanor, declaring, "It appears I must also take this seriously." With that, he clenched his fists and began to gather energy. As Nappa concentrated, the ground trembled beneath them, causing Yamcha to widen his eyes in disbelief at the Saiyans' power. Krillin, his expression grim, remarked, "Damn, I never anticipated the Saiyans possessed such immense strength. We have no choice but to fight." Tien assumed a battle stance, steadfastly focusing on Nappa, while Kaiatsu tirelessly utilized his psychic abilities to stabilize the quaking ground. Gohan, mustering his courage to confront Nappa's overwhelming energy, felt a sense of familiarity. Having witnessed such power from Uncle Piccolo, he was not overly shocked. As Nappa fully unleashed his might, the expressions of Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu shifted dramatically. This Saiyan's battle power far exceeded their own. With a wave of his hand, Piccolo calmly stated, "There is no need for concern. I will handle this, Saiyan. You all can support me from the sidelines. Piccolo, are you truly alright? Krillin inquired, a note of worry in his voice. Gohan confidently replied, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo is incredibly strong. He will be fine. The quartet soon sensed an elevation in Piccolo's energy, which now rivaled that of the Saiyan. Nappa, intrigued, furrowed his brow and asked, Vegeta, what is the current battle power of this Namekian? Finally, Vegeta's expression shifted, revealing his unease as he responded, the battle power of this Namekian has risen to 7,608. What? This Namekian possesses a power level of 7,608? Could the scouter be malfunctioning? Nappa struggled to fathom the reality of the Namekian's strength, finding it utterly incomprehensible, as it equated to nearly his own maximum output of 8,000. Realizing that he might need to intervene personally to resolve this tiresome contest, Vegeta cautioned, Nappa, remain composed. You can defeat these opponents. Indeed, Nappa conceded, though still shaken by Piccolo's might. Nevertheless, he steadied himself, for behind him stood Vegeta, prince of all Saiyans, whose strength dwarfed that of these individuals combined. Tianjin Fan promptly instructed, Jiaozi, you should take cover beside Wukong. I shall assist Piccolo in battle alongside Krillin and Yamcha. Following this, Gohan and Jiaozi hastened to Wukong's side to observe the conflict, for their own prowess would only serve to jeopardize their lives if they intervened. Gohan, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, Dad, never mind, just stay close to me. Wukong replied, ruffling Gohan's hair affectionately. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Nappa were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Yamcha, watching the clash between Piccolo and the Saiyans, could not help but exclaim, incredible. Unbeknownst to us, Piccolo has created such a vast disparity in strength. Tianjin Fan, fixated on the battle, commented, both Piccolo and the Saiyans possess formidable power. However, it appears that Piccolo's strength is slightly inferior to that of the Saiyan, albeit not by much. Yamcha, eager to assist, exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let us join forces to aid Piccolo in vanquishing the Saiyan. Wait, Yamcha. Piccolo has yet to signal. We must not disturb him, Krillin interjected, halting the impatient Yamcha. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement, stating, Krillin is right. Piccolo will not fall easily, and his strength is not significantly lesser than that of the Saiyan. On the other side, Nappa, unable to overcome the Namekian, began to feel anxious. Renowned as a distinguished warrior, he was now being stalled by a mere Namekian, an utter disgrace. Vegeta, meanwhile, was analyzing the battle between Nappa and the Namekian, remarking, curious. Nappa's combat power exceeds that of the Namekian by at least 400 points, yet the fight appears evenly matched. This leaves us with only one possibility. The Namekian possesses superior fighting techniques, which serves as the only explanation. Nonetheless, the victor shall undoubtedly be Nappa. Chapter 23. The warriors unite to assault Nappa. As Nappa continued to swing his fists, each blow was deftly parried by the Namekian. Enraged, he bellowed, you wretched Namekian. Your combat prowess is remarkable to engage me to such an extent. But even if you are skilled, you shall ultimately fall before me. Cease your arrogance, Saiyan. Piccolo, relentlessly retaliating, recognized that defeating the Saiyan alone would not be a simple task. The battle between Piccolo and Nappa expanded in scope. Suddenly, Piccolo seized an opportunity and landed a punch on Nappa's face. In response, Nappa struck Piccolo in the abdomen simultaneously. Both fighters were sent reeling. Nappa staggered back 6 or 7 steps, while Piccolo retreated over 10, illustrating the disparity in their strengths. It was evident that Piccolo was at a disadvantage, finding it challenging to compensate for the power gap solely with technique. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Nappa laughed exultantly. Ha! Impressive, Namekian. You have fought me to this extent. I must commend you. However, your combat prowess will inevitably fall short against me. At this moment, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamcha rushed to Piccolo's side. Piccolo assumed a battle stance and proclaimed, Piccolo, let us 3 join the fray. Together, we shall surely vanquish this Saiyan. Indeed, although my strength is modest, I can still be of some assistance, Yamcha echoed, likewise adopting a combat posture, his gaze fixed intently upon the Saiyan Nappa. Tien Shinhan remained silent, yet his determination was evident. Piccolo subtly glanced at Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien. Despite their considerable shortcomings in power, their presence was better than none. After all, Piccolo recognized that it would be exceedingly challenging to defeat the Saiyan alone, thus a combined assault was the most prudent strategy. Nappa, hands on his hips, guffawed. Oh, you've brought 3 more into the fray? No matter how many you add, they are still no match for me. Vegeta, assess their battle powers, he commanded. While Nappa's bravado was palpable, he was not foolish enough to underestimate his opponents entirely, especially given the close combat prowess exhibited by Namekians. He needed to gauge the strength of these 3 to avoid being caught off guard during the clash. Without needing to be told, Vegeta had already activated his scouter to measure their battle powers. Their readings are 2450, 2070, and 1760, he reported. Upon hearing these figures, Nappa's interest waned significantly, and he muttered in disappointment, what a letdown. I expected them to be formidable. Turns out they are merely 3 weaklings. Such a waste of excitement. Those contemptible Saiyans dare to belittle us. Tien fumed, clenching his fists in anger. Piccolo, his demeanor serious, instructed, I shall take the lead in the attack. You 3 focus on ambushing. Remember, do not engage him head-on. He is not an adversary you can confront individually. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien nodded in agreement. As the battle reignited between Piccolo and Nappa, Vegeta cast a scornful glance at Goku, who was seated some distance away, tauntingly asking, Kakarot, you truly are a waste. Trailing behind those 2 youngsters, your inferior power will never elevate beyond its current state. In response to Vegeta's derision, Goku merely smirked, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Enjoy your remaining moments while you still draw breath, Kakarot, for soon you shall face true torment, Vegeta jeered. Goku, however, paid him no mind, allowing Vegeta to ramble on in solitude. Indeed, with the collaboration of Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, Piccolo found the pressure easing significantly, allowing him to maneuver with newfound confidence. Conversely, Nappa felt the weight of increased pressure. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself challenged by the equally potent Namekian. Thus, facing 4 opponents left Nappa at a distinct disadvantage. On the ground, Tien concentrated, steadily gathering energy, his aura intensifying. After 5 seconds, he shouted, Piccolo, step aside. As the fierce battle unfolded, Piccolo suddenly distanced himself from Nappa, catching the formidable Saiyan off guard. In that fleeting moment, Tien unleashed his Kikaho. What? Nappa, realizing the impending threat, swiftly shielded his head with both arms. The energy blast collided with the Saiyan, resulting in a resounding explosion. Boom. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Nappa emerged unscathed, save for some tattered battle attire. With a darkened expression, he remarked, a few rats, always resorting to sneak attacks from the shadows. It's truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed the readings on his scouter intently, noting that earlier fighters' power level surged to nearly 3,000. Indeed, these individuals possessed the ability to control their combat strength. Tien, frustrated that his most potent attack had proven ineffective against the Saiyan, clenched his fists and shouted, Damn Saiyan. I never anticipated your resilience. Even my Kikaho fails to inflict substantial damage. On the opposite side, Yamcha had also gathered his energy, launching his Kamehameha with full force. Nappa effortlessly swatted away Yamcha's attack with a mere fist, taunting, You think such a feeble assault could harm me? Are you all fools? Enraged, Yamcha felt as though his attack had merely tickled the Saiyan, yielding no impact whatsoever. Chapter 24. The power of Piccolo's special beam cannon surges to 10,000. Amidst Nappa's mockery, Piccolo seized the opportunity, clasped his hands, and delivered a powerful blow to Nappa's head. In that instant, Nappa's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he was forcefully driven into the ground. Boom. Yamcha, exhilarated, exclaimed, We did it. But Tien shook his head, skeptical. He believed the Saiyan wouldn't be so easily defeated. If they were, Piccolo wouldn't maintain such a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Goku sat calmly, advising, Gohan, Kaiatsu, pay close attention to the battle. It will aid in your future growth. Enraged, Nappa erupted from the ground, landing on the surface with fiery eyes, roaring, You bastards. You've thoroughly provoked my wrath. Piccolo assessed the seemingly unharmed Saiyan, commenting, Your body is remarkably resilient. Nappa discarded his tattered battle gear, pointing at himself with pride, declaring, I am a renowned fighter among Saiyans. You mere fish are not worthy of comparison. Simultaneously, Krillin, who had been waiting for an opportunity, raised his hand. Channeling his ultimate technique, the Keyblade, he hurled his attack towards Nappa. How laughable. Such a paltry attack. I could easily withstand it. Nappa dismissed Krillin's effort with disdain. However, Krillin, witnessing Nappa's intent to absorb the blow, finally smiled, brimming with confidence in his signature move, believing he could inflict a fatal blow upon the Saiyan. Vegeta urgently cried out, Fool, quickly dodge. At Vegeta's call, Nappa momentarily hesitated and shifted his body slightly to the left. This minor movement allowed Krillin's energy blade to narrowly miss Nappa's face. The blade continued its trajectory, severing a small mountain in its path. A crimson line appeared on Nappa's face, and his eyelid twitched with fury as he roared, Damn shorty, how dare you leave a mark on my face? I will ensure that you all meet your demise. Vegeta, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt an urgent sense of anxiety. He muttered to himself, This simple-minded fool. If he continues to fight like this, he will inevitably be defeated by these few opponents, and I will have to intervene personally. In a fit of rage, Nappa charged at Krillin with such speed that Krillin could hardly react, leaving him with no time to evade. Tien shouted, Krillin, danger. Get out of the way. Just as Nappa's fist was about to strike Krillin, Piccolo appeared in front of him, blocking Nappa's blow. Saiyan, do not underestimate me. I shall personally ensure your demise. He warned. Seeing his punch thwarted, Nappa swung another fist, only to have it intercepted once again by Piccolo. Krillin quickly distanced himself, realizing how perilously close he had come to injury. Had it not been for Piccolo's timely intervention, he could have sustained severe harm. Yamcha and Tien soon joined Krillin's side. Yamcha inquired with concern, "Krillin, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Krillin replied, "but we must exercise even greater caution against the Saiyans." His experience had sharpened his awareness of their formidable nature, a sentiment echoed by Yamcha and Tien. Observing Piccolo's fierce battle with the Saiyan, Tien remarked, "From what we've seen, our attacks are not entirely ineffective against the Saiyans. At the very least, they serve to disrupt them. Therefore, we are indirectly providing Piccolo with more opportunities to strike. If we coordinate effectively, we can surely defeat the Saiyans." Tien's assertion held merit. With proper teamwork, victory was indeed within reach. Krillin agreed, recalling how his energy blade had grazed the Saiyan, signifying a potential opportunity. Yamcha sighed, "I may be the weakest among us, but I will do my utmost to inflict damage on the Saiyans." Nappa, having been propelled away by a punch from Piccolo, retaliated by lunging at him. In response, Krillin emerged on Nappa's left side, delivering a swift kick that caught Nappa off guard, sending him flying. Following this, Tien and Yamcha executed a series of coordinated attacks against the Saiyan. "Damn ants, why won't you leave me alone?" Nappa seethed with anger. Though these three could not deliver fatal harm, their constant interference rendered his battle exceedingly challenging. As Nappa was relentlessly assaulted by the combined efforts of Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, he was ultimately sent hurtling towards the direction of Piccolo. Krillin shouted, "Piccolo, the opportunity has arrived." Piccolo, already prepared, replied, "You need not remind me. I have been ready for this moment." He placed his finger against his forehead, gathering energy for the special beam cannon. Vegeta's scouter displayed the rapidly escalating battle power of the Namekian, and he exclaimed in shock, "Battle power at 8,000, 8,500, 9,000. This is bad. Nappa is in peril. His battle power has surged to 10,000. With a decisive release, Piccolo unleashed the fully charged special beam cannon towards the Saiyan Nappa, who, having been struck by the coordinated assault of Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, had no time to evade and could only brace himself against the incoming energy wave. Chapter 25, Vegeta faces Goku like an infant. Nappa was completely engulfed by Piccolo's special beam cannon, resulting in a violent explosion. The thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield as smoke billowed everywhere. Krillin, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Piccolo's sudden surge in energy was astounding. He should have decisively defeated the Saiyan." Tien cautioned, "However, we must remain vigilant. After all, our opponent is a Saiyan." Tien's heightened alertness stemmed from the ineffectiveness of his previous energy attack against Nappa, making him more wary. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Nappa, battered and bruised, his body marked by numerous wounds. Having taken the full brunt of Piccolo's attack, he was in a severely injured state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he roared in fury, "Damn it! How could I suffer such grievous injuries?" Vegeta observed the readings on his scouter and declared, "Nappa's battle power has diminished. It seems that attack has inflicted serious damage." He then commanded, "Enough. Nappa, retreat. I'll handle these pests myself." I never expected to deal with such rabble personally. Nappa, despite wanting to protest, realized that continuing the fight in his current condition would only lead to his defeat. Thus he refrained from arguing. Turning to Piccolo and Kakarot, he sneered, "Your doom is imminent. Vegeta is the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans." Krillin quietly warned, "Piccolo, it seems this giant Saiyan fears that smaller one." Blood still oozing from his lips and gasping for breath, Nappa did not immediately withdraw, but instead fixed his gaze upon Goku. "Kakarot, you low-class warrior. Your nonchalance has been infuriating." With that, Nappa charged at Goku. As Nappa barreled towards him, Gohan and Kairatsu panicked and swiftly hid behind Goku, who remained remarkably composed. Just as Nappa raised his fist to strike Goku's head, a resounding thud echoed. Nappa was sent flying like a shooting star, propelling several thousand meters away, utterly defeated. The scene left everyone utterly astonished, unable to fathom the spectacle that had just unfolded before their eyes. Yet, it was indeed a reality occurring in their midst. Yamcha, his jaw agape, inquired, "Did you all witness Goku's movements? Why did I see him standing still?" Tien, equally bewildered, echoed this sentiment, unable to perceive any action from Goku. Krillin, his speech faltering, stammered, "GG Goku, is that really him? Just how powerful has he become?" Gohan and Kairatsu, who were closest to Goku, stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how that Saiyan had been propelled away without their awareness. Vegeta, mouth agape, stared at Kakarot, swallowing hard, his eyelids twitching as he exclaimed, "How is that nobody thrown by Kakarot? Curse it, can I not see clearly? Do not tell me that the combat prowess of that low-class warrior surpasses that of this prince. I refuse to accept such a notion." Fuming, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, his aura surging dramatically. Piccolo, wide-eyed in disbelief, urged, "This Saiyan possesses immense power. You must leave this place at once, otherwise, you may find yourselves in grave danger. I shall handle this alongside Goku." Without hesitation, Krillin, Yamcha, And Tien understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly led Gohan and Kairatsu away from the battlefield. They did not depart entirely, but instead chose a vantage point from which to observe. Piccolo opted to stay behind, recognizing that, aside from him, the others would be of no assistance. Goku was indifferent to Piccolo's decision to remain. With him present, Vegeta's chances of eliminating Piccolo were rendered non-existent. With one final roar of rage, Vegeta's power surged to its zenith, reaching an astounding 18,000. Feeling the intensity of Vegeta's energy, Piccolo remarked in astonishment. This Saiyan is significantly stronger than the previous one? Stay to the side and observe. Piccolo. Goku gestured for him to watch from a distance. With his full power unleashed. Vegeta smirked. Kakarot, I must commend your audacity to stand before me. However, Goku remained impassive, his demeanor suggesting that Vegeta was as inconsequential as the air around him. Witnessing this, Vegeta's fury intensified. He could not tolerate such blatant disregard, especially from a lowly warrior like Kakarot. Damn you, Kakarot. Die. Unable to contain himself any longer, Vegeta launched his assault. He dashed toward Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, yet every single attack was deftly evaded by Goku. What? My strikes cannot even graze Kakarot's clothing. Even a fool like Vegeta realized that Kakarot's strength far exceeded his own. This revelation struck him profoundly, marking a significant blow to his pride and an immense humiliation. Chapter 26, The Artificial Moon. Vegeta had been closely monitoring the readings on his scouter, which consistently indicated that Goku's battle power was a mere 5. This perplexed Vegeta immensely, and unable to contain his frustration, he shouted, Kakarot, tell me why your battle power is only 5, yet my attacks cannot even graze your clothing? Do you wish to know the reason? Goku replied, unfazed, with a leisurely smile. With a grin, he continued, Vegeta, open your eyes wide and behold my true battle power. Eager for the revelation, Vegeta had long desired to ascertain the full extent of Kakarot's abilities. As Goku began to channel his energy, Vegeta's scouter began to beep incessantly. 18500, 19,000, 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. When Vegeta reached the figure of 22,000, the scouter could not withstand the pressure and exploded. At the instant the device shattered, Goku ceased his energy amplification. Not far away, Piccolo observed with a hint of confusion. He sensed that Goku was yet to unleash his full potential. He recalled a time when Goku's energy had felt as terrifying as an abyss, and compared to now, it was akin to a minor sorcerer against a mighty wizard. Vegeta, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, exclaimed in disbelief, Kakarot's battle power exceeds 22,000? How is this possible? He is merely a low-class warrior. How could his power surpass that of a genius like myself? Come now, Vegeta, dance to your heart's content. Goku beckoned, gesturing for Vegeta to attack. Damn you, Kakarot. How dare you look down on me? Vegeta charged at Goku in a furious rage. However, before he could land a blow, Goku delivered a swift kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the sky. Vegeta broke through the clouds before finally managing to halt his ascent, feeling nauseous to the point of nearly expelling the milk he had consumed in infancy. Unbeknownst to him, Goku had carefully moderated his strength, otherwise, that single strike could have easily claimed Vegeta's life. After a brief interval of more than 10 seconds, Vegeta began to feel somewhat better. How infuriating. That low-class warrior Kakarot's battle power far surpasses my own. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Vegeta had never felt such rage as he did at that moment. In utter humiliation, he vowed to make Kakarot's existence a living hell. Contemplating his options, Vegeta finally devised a plan, stating, at this juncture, I have no choice but to transform into a great ape. However, that scoundrel Kakarot also possesses a tail. What am I to do now? Am I destined to be slain by that wretch Kakarot? Meanwhile, on the ground, Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, Dend, and Gohan observed the unfolding events. Krillin marveled, truly, Goku is remarkable. Even such a formidable Saiyan is like an infant before him. Indeed, there is no point in comparing oneself to Goku. It is simply self-defeating, Yamcha added. Unable to find words to adequately describe Goku's prowess, Tianjin Fan clenched his fists and declared, regardless of the distance that separates us, no matter how far I am pulled away, I shall strive to train diligently, chasing as far as I can. On the other side, Piccolo observed Goku and remarked, Goku, over these past few years, the gap between us has widened significantly. Indeed, he was as formidable as Goku was now, and unspoken was the fact that in the future, Goku would only grow stronger. Piccolo then gazed at the sky and questioned, but what is the situation with that Saiyan, Vegeta? Why has he not descended yet? Upon hearing Goku mention the great ape, Piccolo immediately recalled that during the past year, Gohan had also transformed into a great ape. The surge in battle power was astronomical, and Piccolo couldn't help but express his concern, asking, Goku, you should be able to handle this, right? Wait, I just remembered that I destroyed the moon. So that Saiyan won't be able to transform into a great ape instantaneously. In the sky, Vegeta searched in vain for the moon and exclaimed in shock. How can there be no moon? I distinctly chose to come to Earth during a full moon. At this time, there should be a full moon visible. Frustrated, he pondered. Could it be that the moon was destroyed prematurely? No matter, I shall have to use a substitute. Although it may diminish my battle power somewhat, it is of no consequence. Vegeta would not allow such a setback to occur. On the ground, Piccolo voiced his concern. Goku, that guy Vegeta has flown far away. He isn't planning to flee, is he? Vegeta raised his hand and concentrated, forming an energy sphere that, upon its creation, caused his own aura to diminish slightly. He hurled the energy sphere and bellowed, merge with the oxygen of this planet, and transform into an artificial moon. Chapter 27. The Great Ape Vegeta was still being easily overwhelmed by Goku like a child. As Vegeta created the artificial moon, his body began to expand. Piccolo instantly felt Vegeta's energy skyrocketing and quickly asked, Goku, that Saiyan's power is rising rapidly. Is he transforming into a great ape? After a moment of surprise, Piccolo anxiously added, we must stop him at once. Once that Saiyan transforms into a great ape, it could be disastrous. Goku raised his hand to interrupt Piccolo, reassuring him. It's fine, don't worry. Even if he transforms into a great ape, he still won't be a match for me. Once Vegeta fully transformed into a great ape, his massive form crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and then he leaped toward Kakarote's location. Meanwhile, Goku had already sensed how Vegeta created the artificial moon, knowing he might need to replicate it himself in the future. In essence, Vegeta had just provided an indirect demonstration on how to create the artificial moon, and Goku's current strength allowed him to discern this solely through energy sensing. As Vegeta approached, rampaging in his great ape form, he left Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Fan, and Din utterly stunned. The aura radiating from the Saiyan Vegeta was simply terrifying. The mighty ape Vegeta roared, Kakarote, you are doomed. I have transformed into a great ape. My power has increased tenfold, and you stand no chance. Piccolo observed the colossal figure of great ape Vegeta and remarked, Goku, I shall watch from a distance. Goku, maintaining an air of calm, turned to Piccolo and assured him, rest assured, he won't be able to attack you. So it's perfectly safe for you to remain here and watch. In that moment, Goku utilized the ability granted by the dragon to assess his opponent's power. Great Ape Vegeta, power level 132, 800. Indeed, even after his transformation, Vegeta had not reached the pinnacle of Great Ape power, which stood at 180,000. It was merely a little over 130,000. Standing before Goku, Great Ape Vegeta laughed heartily. Kakarote, how does it feel to be intimidated by my might? Goku, shaking his head in derision, replied, Vegeta, if you truly believe your great ape form can defeat me, then come and try. Infuriated by Goku's dismissiveness, Great Ape Vegeta leaped forward, his massive form lunging at Kakarote. As the enormous fist descended upon Goku, he simply raised his hand with ease. Boom. Great Ape Vegeta's punch was effortlessly blocked. Stunned, Vegeta could hardly comprehend the situation. Undeterred, he launched another attack, yet the outcome remained unchanged. To Kakarote, the giant form of Vegeta felt as vulnerable as an infant, easily thwarted. How is this possible? Great Ape Vegeta staggered back, fear overtaking him. Kakarote, could you be a Super Saiyan? The only explanation that crossed his mind was that Kakarote had somehow attained the legendary Super Saiyan form. How else could he so easily withstand the might of his great ape state? With an increase in power tenfold, Vegeta was confident that aside from Frieza, he was the strongest. Yet now, he found himself soundly humiliated by Kakarote. At this point, Vegeta was unaware that the transformation into a Super Saiyan was characterized by golden hair. Had he known, he would never have uttered those words. Vegeta muttered to himself. The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior who appears once every 1,000 years. If anyone is to become a Super Saiyan, it should be me, Prince Vegeta. Why is it that a low-class warrior like Kakarote can achieve this transformation? The very thought of Kakarote being a Super Saiyan was utterly unacceptable to Vegeta. It was a crushing blow to his pride. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, who had been recognized as a prodigy since birth, he was now being thoroughly humiliated by a low-class warrior. Overwhelmed by fear, Vegeta contemplated fleeing, unwilling to remain on Earth any longer. He was genuinely afraid that Kakarote might attempt to kill him. In an attempt to escape, he turned to flee. Yet how could Goku allow Vegeta to escape so easily? Just as Vegeta pivoted to run away as Goku unleashed an energy sphere, it struck the tail of the great ape, Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta let out a primal scream as his tail was obliterated, causing him to lose the ability to maintain his giant form. The colossal shape began to shrink until he returned to his original state. Panting heavily, Vegeta's eyes burned with fury as he bellowed, Damn it! Am I, the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta, destined to meet my end in this wretched place? I refuse to accept this. Vegeta, consumed by rage, prepared to take flight, but in an instant, Goku appeared before him, moving with such swiftness that none could perceive his motion. In that moment, Vegeta felt an inexplicable dread. Facing Kakarote seemed more terrifying than confronting Frieza. He regretted his decision to come to this accursed Earth, for it led him to encounter Kakarot and, inevitably, to his demise here. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Goku had no intention of allowing him to depart Earth so easily. He intended to leave a mark of injury before the Saiyans' exit. Goku slowly raised his palm, directing it towards Vegeta. Chapter 28. Goku becomes a living nightmare for Vegeta. As the energy wave coalesced in Goku's palm, a deep-seated fear began to consume Vegeta, causing him to involuntarily retreat. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow as he trembled, exclaiming, "This is a nightmare. This is truly a nightmare. How could I, the mighty Saiyan Prince, be utterly powerless against a lowly warrior like Kakarot?" In a state of despair, Vegeta turned to flee, but at that moment, Goku unleashed his energy blast. With a resounding explosion, Vegeta was struck by Goku's attack. As the smoke cleared, he lay battered and barely clinging to life. A testament to Goku's restraint. Otherwise, with his current strength, Goku could have effortlessly vanquished 100 Vegetas. Piccolo approached Goku, inquiring with a perplexed expression, "Goku, why not finish him off in one decisive blow?" Gazing intently at Goku, Piccolo sighed. "As for sparing his life, the decision rests entirely with you, Goku. I shall say no more." As Piccolo finished speaking, Tien, Yamchu, Krillin, Gohan, and Kaiatsu flew in, joining the scene. Krillin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Goku, you are incredible. Even in his giant form, this Saiyan was no match for you. With you by our side, we need not fear extraterrestrial foes any longer." Noticing that the Saiyan was still alive, Tien questioned, "Goku, this Saiyan has not yet perished." Krillin and Yamcha were about to voice their thoughts, but ultimately chose silence, recognizing they had no authority to interfere with Goku's decisions. In a weakened state, Vegeta struggled to raise his hand and retrieve the remote control for his spaceship. Pressing a button, the warriors watched this unfolding scene with anger, yet without Goku's command, they refrained from launching an attack against Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, a spaceship descended, landing beside Vegeta, who struggled to crawl aboard. As the hatch slowly closed, Vegeta defiantly declared, "Kakarot, you wait for me. One day, I shall personally bring you down. I am the strongest warrior." Goku paid no heed to Vegeta's impotent fury. Once Vegeta's spacecraft ascended beyond the atmosphere, Yamcha remarked with resignation, "I wonder when this Saiyan, Vegeta, will return to Earth. However, there is nothing to fear. With Goku here, we need not be afraid of any Saiyan." Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement with Yamcha's sentiment. "Namek? Isn't that the homeland of Piccolo?" Krillin suddenly recalled, recognizing that Namek was the very place the Saiyans had referred to as Piccolo's origin. Yamcha gasped, "Namek? That means there are countless formidable warriors like Piccolo there." The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. "It would be an excellent opportunity to encounter more skilled fighters," Tien exclaimed, his excitement palpable, for he had come to realize his own limitations. Continuing to train on Earth may yield little progress in the short term. Perhaps, as Goku suggested, a journey to Namek could prove beneficial. Yet, Piccolo remained unaware of Goku's true intentions in sending them to Namek. What the warriors did not know was that Goku's purpose was to expose them to greater pressure. Only by confronting powerful adversaries could they unlock their true potential. Otherwise, peace and safety would merely lead to complacency. While Goku would undoubtedly strive to enhance his own strength, he also aimed to assist his comrades where possible. For lesser foes, there was no need for Goku to intervene personally. Engaging in every battle would only diminish his value. At that moment, Gohan quietly inquired, "Daddy, can I go to Namek with Uncle Piccolo? I want to see where he comes from." Goku, observing his son's growing bond with Piccolo after a year together, smiled and replied, "Of course you can join him." Gohan jumped with joy, exclaiming, "Uncle Piccolo, my dad said yes. We can go to Namek together." Piccolo was equally pleased, looking forward to sharing this experience with his student, Gohan. Just then, Krillin, puzzled, asked, "Goku, aren't you coming to Namek as well?" His question piqued the curiosity of the others. Krillin wore a knowing expression and murmured, "I understand. Goku, you plan to stay and spend more time with Chi-Chi and Bulma, right? Don't think I don't know." Chapter 29. The warriors and Vegeta set forth for Namek. As the spaceship touched down, a throng of individuals clad in combat uniforms immediately surrounded it. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's condition, they were all profoundly taken aback. One individual, in sheer astonishment, exclaimed, "Who could possibly inflict such severe harm upon Lord Vegeta? We must hasten to provide him with medical attention. Such grave injuries cannot be left unattended," the leader suggested earnestly. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta was transported to the healing chamber for treatment. Upon regaining consciousness, the staff prepared a new battle suit for him, which Vegeta donned before stepping outside. However, a staff member quickly interjected, "Lord Vegeta, you have forgotten your scouter." Vegeta cast a dismissive glance at the device and retorted, "I have no need for such trinkets at this moment." As Vegeta strode down the corridor, he encountered a person he utterly despised, Chui. Vegeta's gaze turned icy as he warned, "Chui, if you continue to prattle, I shall not hesitate to end your life right here." Unfazed by Vegeta's threat, Chuyi remained indifferent. For his battle power matched Vegeta's at 18,000, rendering him unconcerned. With a dismissive wave, Chuyi taunted, "However, I have some delightful news for you. It is thanks to you that King Frieza has learned of the planet Namek and its remarkable Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. Consequently, King Frieza has already set off for Namek, and once he acquires eternal life, he will dominate the entire universe." "What did you say?" Vegeta, initially preoccupied with thoughts of Kakarot, found his focus shattered by Chuyi's revelation. Comprehending the gravity of the situation, he roared in fury, "That bastard Frieza? No, I cannot remain idle. If Frieza attains eternal life, I am finished." Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta turned and sprinted outside. Chuyi followed closely behind, shouting, "Vegeta, what are you planning? Are you intending to betray King Frieza?" As Vegeta passed by a staff member, he snatched the scouter from their hands, affixing it to his right eye, declaring, "For now, I require this device." He swiftly boarded a spaceship and activated it, propelling himself toward planet Namek. Chuyi, not far behind, embarked on another spaceship, determined to keep pace with Vegeta. Seated within his vessel, Chuyi sneered, "I have long awaited the opportunity for this. Now that you have chosen to betray King Frieza, your demise is imminent, and I shall take great pleasure in executing it myself." On the other hand, Vegeta clenched his teeth, seething, "Damn Frieza, I must reach him. I cannot allow Frieza to obtain eternal life." Having been subjugated by Frieza since childhood, Vegeta could no longer endure it. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have rebelled against Frieza long ago. However, after calming down slightly, Vegeta chuckled, stating, "This battle on Earth was not devoid of gains. At the very least, I can feel my strength has significantly increased. Hehe. Kakarot, Frieza, just you wait. You will eventually find yourselves beneath my feet." Meanwhile, on Earth, a sizable spaceship hovered before the warriors. Goku and Bulma stood together as Bulma instructed the warriors on how to operate the spacecraft. The flight had already been pre-programmed, so all the warriors needed to grasp were the fundamental controls. Goku remarked, "Inside the spaceship, I had Bulma install 3 gravity training rooms, capable of simulating gravities ranging from 1 to 100 times Earth's gravity. Thus, during your journey to Namek, you can use this for training. Remember to progress gradually, otherwise, you might end up injuring yourselves, and no one will be responsible for that. 100 times gravity. No wonder your strength is so formidable, Goku. It turns out you've been training with this equipment," Krillin said, nudging Goku's arm with a smile. The others shared a similar sentiment. Having accompanied Goku for so long, they assumed he had long since undergone gravity training. At this moment, Bulma, with a sly grin, added, "That's merely 100 times gravity. Goku has already acclimated to 400 times. What? 400 times gravity? Is that even human?" Yamcha stared in disbelief, and the others were equally astonished, including Piccolo. Initially, they could somewhat accept the notion of 100 times gravity, but 400 times was so exaggerated that it defied description. Piccolo silently clenched his fists, determined to fully adapt to 100 times gravity during their journey to Namek. Otherwise, he would never be able to keep pace with Goku. After their initial shock, the group ignited with fighting spirit. The 6 individuals embarking on the journey to Namek were Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Gohan. As they boarded the spaceship, Gohan waved, saying, "Dad, I'm heading off now." Chapter 30. Goku enters the hyperbolic time chamber again, aiming for Super Saiyan 4. After Piccolo and the others set off for Namek aboard the spaceship, Goku flew alone towards the other world. He had long harbored a desire to attempt something, and if successful, he was confident it would lead to a substantial enhancement of his strength. In the other world, Goku exclaimed, "It's been a while, Popo. I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber." He straightforwardly articulated his purpose for visiting the other world. At that moment, the Supreme Kai emerged from his quarters, inquiring, "Goku, your strength is now unparalleled in the world. Why do you continue to strive for further enhancement?" This was a point of curiosity for the Supreme Kai, as he was unaware of the precise extent of Goku's current power. Nevertheless, as the guardian of Earth, he had a general sense of Goku's prowess, which had transcended conventional understanding. "Do you truly believe I am invincible throughout the universe at this moment?" Goku replied with a smile, countering the Supreme Kai's question. Subsequently, Popo guided Goku to the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku surveyed the empty, white expanse and mused to himself, "Now, let us see if I can ascend to Super Saiyan 4. After uttering these words, he shook his head in disbelief. He had merely just mastered the full power of Super Saiyan. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of Super Saiyan 2, and here he was, contemplating a leap to Super Saiyan 4. It seemed a fanciful notion, yet Goku harbored his own convictions. In his understanding, Super Saiyan 4 was a transformation that combined the essence of Super Saiyan and Great Ape. Having made up his mind, Goku proceeded without hesitation. He stepped onto the white ground, where the tenfold gravity posed no challenge to one who had acclimatized to 400 times that weight. Slowly, he raised his hand, gathering an energy sphere in his palm, which he hurled skyward. "Let it explode." A artificial moon. As the energy orb detonated, it transformed into a luminous artificial moon suspended in midair. Goku was unperturbed by the prospect of losing his sanity upon transforming into a great ape, for he had previously wished upon the eternal dragon to retain his reason even in that form. He had long prepared for the evolution into Super Saiyan 4. As Goku's gaze fell upon the artificial moon, his body began to undergo a transformation, his heartbeat resonating louder with each passing moment. The condition for a Saiyan to transform into a great ape is to absorb blood's waves. When the energy exceeds 1700, the transformation occurs. It is not merely the sight of the moon that triggers this change. Rather, the moon fortuitously emits blood's waves. Numerous celestial bodies in the universe can emit these waves, allowing Saiyans to conquer planets through their great ape forms. With a thunderous roar, Goku fully transformed into a great ape. His combat power surged from 220,000 to an astounding 220,000,000. Remarkably, he did not lose his intellect. Indeed, the power of the eternal dragon was truly wondrous. Now, I shall endeavor to transform into a great ape Super Saiyan, Goku declared with a grin. Only by achieving this form could he attempt to ascend to Super Saiyan 4. Goku persistently sought to harness the Super Saiyan energy within him, only to discover the immense difficulty of the task. I cannot believe it is this challenging to summon Super Saiyan energy. Darn it, I refuse to accept failure. Fueled by determination, he resolved to unleash the energy within him, no matter the cost. As time ticked away, 3 hours passed, yet Goku had not succeeded in channeling the Super Saiyan energy from his great ape form. Faced with the prospect of failure for the first time, he grumbled in frustration. Cursed be it, the artificial moon has vanished, and I fear I cannot maintain this great ape form much longer. Since I have become Sun Wukong, I shall strive to be the strongest in the universe. No challenge shall deter me from transforming into a Super Saiyan. As Goku's anger intensified, the latent Super Saiyan energy within him seemed to awaken. Golden aura began to emanate from his great ape form, growing ever more radiant. As the latent energy of the Super Saiyan surged forth within him, Goku transformed into a magnificent golden great ape. In that fleeting moment of metamorphosis, his aura surged dramatically, elevating his combat power to an astonishing 50-fold increase, culminating in a staggering 500 times his base level. The sheer magnitude of this power was overwhelming. Was this the true essence of the golden great ape? Goku, astounded by the might coursing through him, attempted to assess his combat strength. However, he found that the dragon's ability to probe his power had reached its limits. Unable to provide a specific reading, could the Earth's dragon truly only gauge up to 10 billion in combat power? In this golden great ape state, Goku intuitively felt that his strength had surpassed 101 billion. Sensing the tumultuous energy within, he furrowed his brow and declared, I must compress this immense power quickly. Channeling his focus, Goku began to concentrate the colossal energy of the golden Super Saiyan ape. As he did so, the entire hyperbolic time chamber trembled, a testament to the terrifying energy emanating from him. With each moment, as the great ape energy was meticulously compressed within him, his power escalated further, reaching 200 billion, 300 billion, 400 billion, and eventually 500 billion. Once all the tremendous golden great ape energy was contained, Goku's form began to shrink. Chapter 31. The Successful Awakening of Super Saiyan 4. A new Goku, adorned with black hair, red fur, and a crimson tail, materialized within the confines of the time chamber. Gazing in disbelief at his hands and his vibrant tail, he exclaimed, Incredible! I feel as though I can accomplish anything. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound power for even half a minute, the weight of the Super Saiyan 4 form became overwhelmingly burdensome, as though his very being were on the brink of collapse. No, I must revert from this state immediately, or I may perish. As Goku relinquished the Super Saiyan 4 form and returned to his base state, the sensation of imminent collapse subsided. However, he was left utterly depleted, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. His hands trembled, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. Recognizing his condition, Goku hastily consumed a senzu bean. In an instant, his energy was restored to its fullest potential. Yet, upon returning to his normal form, he realized that his energy reserves had been entirely drained. Wait a moment. I understand now. With a newfound clarity, a smile graced Goku's lips as he articulated. It was my base form that was too weak to sustain the colossal energy of Super Saiyan 4, which is why I felt as though my body was crumbling. With this revelation, the path forward became clear. Though he could not maintain the Super Saiyan 4 state for an extended duration, he could at least access it for a brief half-minute, during which he would be safe. The only drawback was the subsequent fatigue that would follow upon reverting from the form. However, Super Saiyan 4 has become my ultimate trump card. Any adversary before my Super Saiyan 4 form can be vanquished in but a fleeting second. Indeed, to achieve true strength, one must elevate their base form, for it is the foundation of all power. Henceforth, I shall focus my training on enhancing my base form, ceaselessly augmenting its might. Upon grasping this key insight, Goku felt an unwavering confidence for the future, for the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4 bestowed upon him an absolute assurance, enabling him to face any challenge with poise. The combat prowess of Super Saiyan 4 had already reached a staggering threshold of 800 billion. And with continuous improvement of his base form, his Super Saiyan 4 would only grow stronger. Gazing into the vast, wide expanse of the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku remarked with a smile, "I still have nearly 2 years to train here. I shall dedicate 1 year to my training." There was a sensation that upon breaking through to Super Saiyan 4, it felt as though the pathways to Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 had been unlocked. Meanwhile, Vegeta arrived on Namek aboard a spaceship, closely followed by Kaiotsu, who also traveled in a spacecraft. Concurrently, in a village on Namek, Frieza led his minions, including Zarbon and Dodoria, in a ruthless massacre of the Namekians. Just as they were about to proceed to the next location, Zarbon respectfully reported, "Lord Frieza, Kaiotsu has just informed me that he has arrived on Namek alongside Vegeta." Frieza's expression remained unperturbed as he shook his head, utterly foolish. Why can't these wild monkeys behave themselves? On the other hand, Kaiotsu arrogantly declared to Vegeta, "Vegeta, Frieza knows of your betrayal. I intend to eliminate you. And I assure you, Lord Frieza will be pleased." With a cold smirk, Vegeta retorted, "Kaiotsu, do you truly believe a worthless fool like you could take me down? What gives you such audacity?" Kaiotsu frowned, stating, "We both possess a battle power of 18,000. Do you doubt my capability to defeat you? Let us verify my battle power with the scouter." As Vegeta clenched his fists, a surge of energy erupted from him. Kaiotsu's scouter began to react, displaying fluctuations in Vegeta's battle power. The more he observed, the more astonished Kaiotsu became, exclaiming, "Vegeta, your battle power? 20,000, 21,000, 22,000. When the scouter detected 22,000, it exploded. Kaiotsu was thoroughly taken aback by Vegeta's formidable battle power, exclaiming in terror, "This cannot be real. Vegeta, how has your power increased so drastically?" On the other side, Zarbon's scouter also exploded, expressing confusion. It just indicated that Vegeta's battle power has surpassed 22,000. Vegeta's power exceeds 22,000? Could it be a malfunction? Dodoria, skeptical of Vegeta's battle power, suggested, "Let me check with my latest scouter." When Dodoria beheld the power level of Vegeta displayed on his scouter, he gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Could it be that my scouter has malfunctioned?" The reading indicated a staggering combat power of 27,000. Beside him, Sabo, equally astonished, gazed towards the distant figure of Vegeta. Meanwhile, the infantile Frieza, seated in his stroller, chuckled softly, "Ha ha ha. Vegeta has been fighting on the front lines. Perhaps he has acquired some new combat techniques on Earth. You two together might stand a chance against him." Dodoria felt a pang of uncertainty, while Sabo remained somewhat composed, for he had a secret weapon up his sleeve. Chapter 32. The warriors arrive on Namek. Choi, filled with dread, continued to retreat, pleading, "Vegeta, this is a misunderstanding. Please do not act rashly. Allow me to join you in opposing King Frieza." "No, Frieza." Terrified for his life, Choi aimed to pacify Vegeta before anything else. Vegeta scoffed, "Choi, do you think I would fall for your deceitful words?" Suddenly, Choi pointed in astonishment behind Vegeta, exclaiming, "Huh? You've been tricked, Vegeta. Prepare to die." Seeing this, Choi unleashed a barrage of energy spheres at Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. "Now for a larger one," he declared, gathering his energy into an even mightier sphere. Launching it at Vegeta. Boom. The area where Vegeta stood was obliterated. Choi laughed triumphantly. "Did you feel that? Vegeta, you were struck by my sneak attack. I refuse to believe you are unscathed. What are you grinning about?" Vegeta retorted, crossing his arms. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, Choi spun around in terror, only to find Vegeta standing unharmed, disbelief washing over him. "Vegeta, how can you be completely unscathed by my attack? Are you a fool?" "An increase in combat power also elevates one's speed," Vegeta replied, his eyes narrowing dismissively. The memory of being crushed by Kakarot on Earth lingered vividly in his mind. Yet he had successfully learned to control his power. Now, his strength had surged significantly, but Vegeta was acutely aware that even with this enhancement, he remained no match for Kakarot. Desperate, Choi began to flee, but Vegeta would not allow him to escape. Before Choi could ascend even 50 meters into the air, he was obliterated by a single energy sphere from Vegeta. After dispatching Choi, Vegeta did not revel in victory. Instead, he contemplated, "Dodoria and Sabo are no match for me. The only one I must be wary of is Frieza." According to the information relayed by the scouter, 7 Dragon Balls must be gathered. Thus, he resolved to seize at least one before Frieza could obtain all 7. With determination, Vegeta took flight. Simultaneously, a spaceship pierced through Namek's atmosphere, descending onto its surface. As the hatch of the spaceship swung open, Piccolo emerged first, followed closely by Son Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Kaiotsu, and Yamcha. Son Gohan gazed around the enchanting surroundings and remarked, "So this is Uncle Piccolo's homeland. The scenery is truly beautiful." Suddenly, the group froze, their gazes drawn to a particular direction. With a look of terror, Son Gohan pointed towards it and exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, there's an overwhelming energy emanating from that direction, and it feels so malevolent." Tien, Krillin, and the others also sensed the ominous presence. Piccolo quickly advised, "Everyone, we must suppress our energy and assess the situation first." Recognizing the gravity of the moment, the group complied and lowered their energy levels. Krillin whispered, "Piccolo, could it be that the inhabitants of Namek are inherently evil? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Goku mention that the Namekians are very friendly?" After scanning the surroundings, Piccolo turned his attention elsewhere and stated, "Vegeta's energy is also present on this planet." Tien concurred. "If that's the case, we should proceed as Piccolo suggested and investigate further." Thus, the warriors subdued their energy and set out. An hour later, they stumbled upon a Namekian village. Piccolo clenched his fists, suppressing his rage, and declared, "Whoever is responsible will pay dearly." At that moment, Kaiatsu noticed a Namekian child move his finger slightly and hurriedly said, "Tien, I see a child who is still alive." "Really?" Tien replied, glancing in the direction Kaiatsu indicated. After receiving a senzu bean from Krillin, the Namekian Den finally regained consciousness. After gathering information, the warriors learned about the dire situation on Namek. Tien stated solemnly, "It appears that the leader of the adversaries is someone named Frieza, and their objective is the Dragon Balls of Namek." Piccolo lamented, "Had we arrived on Namek sooner, I would have prevented such a tragedy." "Piccolo, what should we do now?" Krillin inquired. Piccolo looked at Dend and said, "Dend, please take us to the Elder." "Of course," Dend replied, grateful for their help, especially since one of them was his fellow Namekian. Despite his anger, Piccolo refrained from rushing into a confrontation with Frieza, opting instead to seek the Elder first. Although confident in his own strength, Piccolo felt that he might not stand a chance against Frieza's formidable power. Thus, it would be wise to bide their time and consult the Elder for a possible solution to salvage Namek. Consequently, the warriors, guided by Dend, hurried towards the Elder's location, intent on keeping their objectives concealed. Chapter 33, Dodoria reveals secrets to Vegeta. Why do I sense the energy of those individuals I encountered on Earth? Or is it that I have yet to fully master this technique, leading to a misperception? Forget it, let us first seek out the Namekian. The perplexed Zarbon, standing beside Frieza, remarked, "Lord Frieza, at 7 o'clock, I detected several powerful energy signatures. I was wondering if they might belong to the Namekians. However, they only appeared for an instant before vanishing." "Oh, they vanished after a fleeting moment?" Frieza, intrigued by Zarbon's report, displayed a rare flicker of interest. Thus, Dodoria took flight towards the direction indicated by Zarbon to investigate the matter. As Dodoria departed, Zarbon expressed his concern, "Lord Frieza, sending Dodoria alone poses a risk. What if he encounters Vegeta?" "Vegeta? Haha." Frieza chuckled, covering his mouth. "If you are worried, why not accompany him?" Furthermore, he added, "I intend to dispatch the Ginyu Force to Namek." "What? The Ginyu Force?" Zarbon was taken aback upon hearing Frieza's intention to send the elite squad to Namek. The Ginyu Force, being a specialized combat unit under Frieza's command, was rarely deployed for matters concerning such low-tier planets. Frieza's decision left Zarbon puzzled, unable to fathom the rationale behind it. However, he dared not challenge Lord Frieza's orders. He lacked the audacity to do so. Frieza suddenly remarked with a weighty tone, "For some reason, I feel an unsettling premonition." Zarbon was deeply shocked. He had never heard such foreboding words from Frieza. It was no wonder Frieza decided to send the Ginyu Force. Meanwhile, after ambushing a Namekian village, Vegeta successfully acquired a Dragon Ball, holding the orb in his hand. He mused, "Now that I have secured one Dragon Ball, Frieza will be unable to gather all 7, thus affording me an opportunity." However, he resolved to conceal the Dragon Ball in a place that would be difficult for Frieza to locate. Ultimately, Vegeta chose to hide it at the bottom of a lake, believing it would remain undiscovered. As long as Frieza could not collect all 7 Dragon Balls, Vegeta was confident he would find a chance to eliminate Frieza. Moreover, there was that Kakarot fellow to consider. Just as Vegeta was about to depart, he sensed an energy approaching rapidly from his left. A smirk crept across his face as he exclaimed, "Dodoria, why do you venture out alone instead of staying by Frieza's side? Do not blame me if I decide to end you." Vegeta unleashed his power and pursued Dodoria. Dodoria, on his journey, searched diligently yet found no signs of anyone. Perplexed as he wondered aloud, "How strange. Could Zarbon's scouter be malfunctioning? I have not encountered anyone along the way." However, just as Dodoria turned around, a figure swiftly approached. Upon recognizing the individual, he gasped, "It's you, Vegeta?" "Ah, Dodoria, long time no see." Vegeta replied with a grin. "Why aren't you obediently staying by Frieza's side?" Vegeta hovered before Dodoria, greeting him with a mocking smile. However, deep within Dodoria, a sense of fear began to take hold as he faced the current Vegeta. Pointing a finger at him, Dodoria demanded, "Vegeta, Why have you betrayed Lord Frieza? Aren't you afraid he will kill you? Do you really think I fear that scoundrel Frieza? Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Dodoria raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, suggesting, how about this, Vegeta? If you let me go, I'll pretend I know nothing. Are you an idiot, Dodoria? Vegeta replied, crossing his arms with a cold laugh. Dodoria clenched his fists, recalling that earlier, Sabo had detected Vegeta's power level at 27,000. He pondered whether it was true. If it was, he was in serious trouble, but if it was a falsehood, there was nothing to worry about. What are you thinking, Dodoria? Vegeta inquired sharply. Dodoria, do you want to know how your Saiyan race was annihilated? Dodoria sensed the need to stabilize Vegeta's ire before continuing. It was not a meteor that destroyed planet Vegeta. It was Lord Frieza himself who eradicated it. And, is this your final testament? Vegeta showed no concern for Dodoria's revelations, nor did he care whether Frieza was responsible for the destruction of the Saiyans. What truly irked Vegeta was the realization that Frieza had been manipulating him all along. Seeing Vegeta's indifferent demeanor, Dodoria felt a chill, yet he pressed on. Vegeta, let me share another secret. Frieza exterminated the Saiyans out of fear that one of you would become a Super Saiyan. Thus, he decided to wipe you out as a precaution. Chapter 34, The Secret Revealed, Frieza's Fear of the Super Saiyan. The mention of the Super Saiyan triggered an immediate recollection of Kakarot in Vegeta's mind. The impact Kakarot had on Vegeta was profound, casting a long shadow of doubt over him. Noticing Vegeta lost in thought, Dodoria intensified his assertions. Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan that Frieza fears, which is why he annihilated your kind. However, because Frieza values your talents, he chose to keep you close, Vegeta. Is that so? Then I suppose I should thank you for this information. Dodoria, Vegeta's gaze turned even colder. Dodoria swallowed hard. Vegeta, let us join forces. Together we can defeat Frieza. With no other option, Dodoria hoped to lower Vegeta's guard. Once he achieved that, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Surely, I can eliminate Vegeta. I should have brought Sabo along. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in such a passive position. You dare to think of collaborating with me, Vegeta? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Curse you, Vegeta. May you perish. With that, the beleaguered Dodoria initiated his assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts. For nearly a minute, his attack showed no signs of abating. Finally, he ceased his onslaught, panting heavily. Dodoria chuckled, huh? Even if your combat power exceeds mine now, what of it? After enduring my relentless attacks, you cannot possibly be unscathed. With that, Dodoria intended to flee, realizing he could not be certain of Vegeta's demise. Leaving was his safest option. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. Dodoria, are you a fool? Attacking thin air for so long. Startled, Dodoria turned to find Vegeta standing beside him, arms crossed. Completely unscathed, Dodoria gasped. Vegeta, when did you sneak behind me? Truly a fool, Vegeta replied, regarding Dodoria with a look of utter disdain. The enhancement of combat power naturally brings an increase in speed. Dodoria was reminiscent of an imbecile, once considered formidable, now revealed to be nothing but a brute lacking intelligence. Utterly insignificant. Confronted with Vegeta's mockery, Dodoria's expression soured. However, before he could flee 500 meters, Vegeta caught up and appeared before him. Dodoria was compelled to halt, astonished by Vegeta's presence, and exclaimed, Vegeta, how is your speed so astonishingly fast? Dodoria, I have no desire to waste more time with you. Vegeta, growing impatient, unleashed his fury with a powerful punch to Dodoria's abdomen. The impact caused Dodoria to foam at the mouth, his eyes nearly bulging out. Vegeta followed up with a swift kick, sending Dodoria crashing to the ground. Vegeta descended, striding towards Dodoria, and declared, This ends here, Dodoria. Soon, I shall send Frieza to the underworld to meet you. Please, Vegeta, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you, and will assist you in eliminating Frieza. Have mercy. Dodoria was genuinely terrified by Vegeta's formidable power. He had previously detected Vegeta's combat power at 27,000, which was indeed true. Ignoring Dodoria's pleas for mercy, Vegeta delivered a decisive punch that pierced through Dodoria's abdomen. He did not withdraw his fist immediately, but instead concentrated energy within his palm. As the energy erupted, Dodoria was utterly annihilated by Vegeta. Gazing at the dust that was once Dodoria, Vegeta coldly remarked, Ally with me? You thought such a ruse could deceive me? You are truly oblivious to your own mortality. Remaining by Frieza's side, Sabo knew that eliminating him would require careful planning. I concealed my anger, hoping to lure Sabo out. If it were Frieza, the only option would be to hide. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, he was oblivious to the situation as he was not equipped with a scouter. However, Sabo, upon noticing the readings on the scouter, reported, Lord Frieza, the combat power of Dodoria has vanished, while Vegeta's remains active. Vegeta, is he determined to oppose me? Frieza's fury ignited, for his loyal subordinate Dodoria had been eliminated, provoking his wrath further. What infuriated him even more was Vegeta's constant scheming behind his back, which revolted Frieza deeply. After Sabo departed, Frieza poured himself a glass of red wine, chuckling, Vegeta, huh? Do you really think that a slight increase in power allows you to challenge me? Foolishness. Sabo, accelerating in pursuit of Vegeta, muttered to himself, to capture Vegeta. I suppose I must rely on transformation, otherwise, I stand no chance. Chapter 35. Sabo reveals the secret of transformation. Sabo relentlessly chased after Vegeta, perplexed, strange. Vegeta's energy signature has vanished. Where could he have gone? Finding Vegeta would not be an easy task, and it appeared that he might fail to complete Lord Frieza's mission. Yet, during Sabo's search, Vegeta sensed the commotion. Seated in a rocky cave, Vegeta mused, Sabo has left Frieza's side? Truly, fortune favors me, huh? Excitedly. He rose to his feet, contemplating whether he had a chance to eliminate Sabo. It had not been long since he had hoped for such an opportunity. And now it had presented itself. Thus, Vegeta felt exhilarated, for this was a prime moment to dispose of Sabo. Once Sabo was out of the way, Frieza would be left alone. At that point, a wish for eternal life could provide him a chance to defeat Frieza. Sabo, your demise is inevitable. With that thought, Vegeta propelled himself in the direction Sabo had taken. On Sabo's end, his scouter registered a reaction, and he exclaimed in shock, Vegeta's energy signature has reappeared? And he's coming this way? Excellent. It saves me the trouble of searching. If you willingly walk into my trap, do not blame me. Sabo turned to head toward the approaching Vegeta. It could be said that Vegeta and Sabo were now racing toward one another, destined to meet shortly. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others kept their presence low, sprinting across the ground. Tien Shinhan remarked seriously, it seems that the Saiyan, Vegeta, is clashing with his own comrades. This is for the best, as it spares us the need to confront so many adversaries. Yamcha concurred, believing that enemies turning on each other would yield the best outcome. Krillin expressed his concerns, saying, however, among our adversaries, there exists one whose aura is truly terrifying, akin to a malevolent spirit. Gohan turned to Uncle Piccolo, who remained relatively composed. Piccolo replied, regardless of the situation, we must first reach the Elder. As for the enemy, there is no need for alarm. We are not without strength ourselves. His assertion stemmed from a profound confidence in his own abilities. Having undergone an arduous training regimen under 100 times normal gravity on their journey to Namek, this rigorous training significantly enhanced his power, which instilled in him a greater sense of assurance compared to the others. Only Tien had managed to somewhat acclimate to 15 times gravity, while the rest struggled with 10 times. It becomes evident how extraordinary Piccolo's adaptation to 100 times gravity was, which also related to his foundational combat prowess. In truth, they were unaware of the full extent of Piccolo's current strength, only recognizing that he had indeed grown considerably stronger. Krillin added with a smile, in fact, we still have Goku with us. He will also come to Namek, so we need not overly concern ourselves. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vegeta and Zarbin finally clashed. Vegeta smirked mockingly, Mr. Zarbin, long time no see. I've already sent Dodoria down to hell. Shouldn't you join him? Zarbin retorted, you seem quite confident, Vegeta. Has your power increase made you so arrogant? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Zarbin's defiance, but resolved to silence him soon. Just wait. Let's see how long you can keep up your bravado, Vegeta declared. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished from Zarbin's sight. So fast, Zarbin thought, unable to comprehend how Vegeta had disappeared. Currently, Vegeta's combat power soared to 27,000, surpassing his original strength of 24,000 by 3,000. I'm right behind you. Vegeta's voice echoed from behind Zarbin. Before Zarbin could turn around, Vegeta launched a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. As Vegeta descended, he disdainfully remarked, you're truly weak, Mr. Zarbin. Is your strength merely this? What a disappointment. Vegeta furrowed his brow, perplexed by Zarbin's continued bravado, which seemed tantamount to courting death. In a fit of rage, Zarbin leaped into the air, raising his palm toward Vegeta, energy coalescing within it. Ultimately, he unleashed a massive energy wave directed at Vegeta. Observing the incoming attack, Vegeta effortlessly deflected Zarbin's energy wave with a flick of his hand. Was that so easily repelled? Zarbin realized that in his normal state, he was no match for Vegeta, who held the upper hand, compelling him to consider transforming. Vegeta swiftly ascended above Zarbin, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Vegeta, with a palpable sense of irritation, declared, this tiresome game ends here, Sabo. Prepare to meet your demise. Sabo, rising once more, chuckled and replied, Vegeta, do you truly believe victory is assured for you? Allow me to enlighten you. Both King Frieza and I possess the ability to transform. Our transformations differ from yours, Saiyans. They serve solely to elevate our combat prowess. What do you mean by that, Sabo? Vegeta inquired, his wariness piqued. Sabo's assertion that he and Frieza could both transform compelled Vegeta to take heed. After all, it was only a matter of time before he would confront Frieza, making this information crucial for him. Nonetheless, Vegeta remained confident that even if Sabo were to transform, his strength could never surpass his own. Chapter 36. Audience with the Grand Elder. As Sabo spread his arms wide, his aura began to surge dramatically. Vegeta immediately sensed the shift in Sabo's energy. His eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, How is this possible? That scoundrel's power. Initially dismissive, Vegeta now felt a genuine threat emanating from Sabo. At that moment, Sabo's combat strength might very well be on par with his own, if not surpassing it. This notion was particularly difficult for Vegeta to accept. For he was the prince of the Saiyans. How could he be outdone by a mere underling of Frieza? Sabo completed his transformation, his physique expanding grotesquely. A necessary sacrifice for the augmentation of his strength. Gazing at Vegeta with arrogance, he proclaimed, "Vegeta, I apologize for the wait. This newfound power reflects my true strength. What do you think?" Haha, damn you. Vegeta clenched his fists, seething with frustration. The fact that Sabo could significantly enhance his power through a so-called transformation was infuriating. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained undaunted, fixing his gaze firmly on Sabo. "Sabo, while your power has indeed increased, I do not concede that it surpasses mine." Haha. "Whether it exceeds yours will soon be revealed through our clash," Sabo retorted, launching himself at Vegeta. In response to Sabo's sudden assault, Vegeta promptly countered. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, and Vegeta began to genuinely feel the pressure. Sabo relentlessly attacked, taunting, "Vegeta, what's the matter? Is your strength limited to this measly level? Do you truly believe you can contend with King Frieza with such paltry power? Do not get ahead of yourself, Sabo. My strength will never falter against you," Vegeta asserted, channeling his energy to its utmost limit in defiance of Sabo. Unfazed, Sabo laughed derisively. "Vegeta, my combat power now stands at an impressive 28,000, surpassing yours. What do you intend to do to defeat me?" Though reluctant to admit it, Vegeta was forced to acknowledge that Sabo's combat strength was indeed slightly greater than his own. The impending battle promises to be a fierce contest. And vanquishing Sabo will not be an easy feat. Although Sabo boasts with bravado, one cannot deny that Vegeta's combat prowess is indeed formidable. He has reached a level where he can contend with Sabo in his transformed state. As the clash between Vegeta and Sabo intensifies, Vegeta realizes that, despite Sabo's slightly superior strength, the latter's combat experience pales in comparison to his own. This revelation ignites a spark of hope within Vegeta. Defeating Sabo is not an impossible task. The scope of their confrontation expands, with their intense fighting aura detectable even by Piccolo and others from a considerable distance, though Frieza, lacking a scouter, remains oblivious. Both warriors, momentarily pained, glare at one another before resuming their relentless assault. Sabo, amidst the fray, bellows, "Damn you, Vegeta! I never anticipated your resilience. I am the Prince of Saiyans. How could I allow a mere dog of Frieza to triumph?" Vegeta channels waves of energy with both hands, relentlessly targeting Sabo. In response, Sabo is compelled to shield his head with his arms to defend against Vegeta's barrage. This marks the first time since his transformation that Sabo has faced such a daunting challenge. The pressure Vegeta exerts is unprecedented, compelling Sabo to unleash a roar, expelling Vegeta's successive energy waves. Caught off guard by Sabo's sudden surge, Vegeta momentarily falters. Seizing the opportunity, Sabo retaliates swiftly, landing a punch squarely on Vegeta's face, followed by another blow to his abdomen. Sabo's counterattack continues unabated, his fists raining down blows upon Vegeta. After delivering a flurry of over 100 strikes, Sabo gathers energy in the palm of his right hand and releases it towards Vegeta. With a thunderous explosion, Vegeta is sent hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, Piccolo, under Dandy's guidance, arrives at the location of the Elder. Observing the towering structures, Piccolo remarks, "I can sense a very familiar energy. Let us ascend." "Be careful," Krillin cautions. After a nod from Piccolo, the others follow suit. Their purpose for arriving is to meet the Elder, and now that they are here, it is essential to pay their respects to the esteemed Namekian. As they approach the entrance of the towering edifice, a young man emerges, Naru. Dandy greets him with enthusiasm. "Brother Naru." "Ah, Dandy." Naru replies with a smile, ruffling Dandy's hair before turning to Piccolo and the others. "The Elder has granted you entry. Please follow me." "Thank you." Piccolo expresses gratefully. Yamcha whispers, "That guy looks remarkably like Piccolo." Krillin expressed his agreement, for they had become quite familiar with Piccolo. Upon seeing the individual named Nail, they immediately discerned a striking resemblance to Piccolo, easily estimating that they shared at least 80 to 90% similarity in appearance. Piccolo himself had also noted this uncanny likeness. The resemblance was indeed remarkable. However, he merely displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment before swiftly returning to his usual demeanor. Chapter 37. The Elder seeks to unleash their potential. Under Nail's guidance, Piccolo and the others finally encountered the Elder. It was evident to all that the Elder was of advanced age, appearing as though his lifespan was nearing its conclusion. The Elder slowly opened his eyes and first directed his gaze towards Piccolo, exclaiming with astonishment, "The once great genius has been divided, yet remains exceptionally formidable." Piccolo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Elder would so effortlessly uncover his secret, leaving him quite astonished. Meanwhile, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were equally astounded, realizing that Piccolo was a separation from the Supreme Kai. The fact that the separated Piccolo was so powerful led them to ponder the possibilities should he reunite with the Supreme Kai. His strength could potentially multiply several-fold, perhaps even exponentially. This revelation was indeed the source of their utmost astonishment. The elder continued, I am aware of your purpose in coming to Namek. The Dragon Balls shall be made available for your use. Krillin gazed in awe at the Dragon Balls hanging from the elder's chair, exclaiming, the Dragon Balls of Namek are even larger than those of Earth? This is simply unbelievable. Tien and Kaiatsu, having previously encountered the Dragon Balls, were equally taken aback. Having assumed that all Dragon Balls were of uniform size, Nail turned to the elder and then to the visitors from Earth, stating, the Dragon Balls will aid you in our collective efforts to vanquish the invaders. Nail recognized that this Piccolo, hailing from Namek, possessed immense strength, far surpassing that of his fellow Namekians. He could sense that this individual's battle power exceeded his own, and with his inclusion, the odds of defeating their enemies had certainly increased. The elder's gaze gradually shifted to Nail. While Nail's actions might seem to implicate their distant friends, he believed that it would enhance the hope for saving Namek. The elder, aware of his dwindling lifespan, wished to avert the destruction of Namek at the end of his days. He lifted the Dragon Ball and handed it to Krillin, who quickly stepped forward to accept it. The elder then addressed Piccolo and the others, saying, before I truly reach the end of my days, I can assist you in unlocking the potential that resides within you. Nail and Dend looked at the elder with concern, fearing that in helping others unleash their potential, he might sacrifice his own life. The elder raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance, adding, do not worry. Assisting others in unlocking their potential will not deplete my lifespan. Upon hearing the news, Nail and Dend breathed a slight sigh of relief. Their concern had been that the elder, after awakening someone's potential, might depart, an event they fervently wished to avoid. Gohan, moved by the moment, expressed, the elder is truly remarkable. The elder, with a gentle smile, replied, one at a time, please. After awakening your potentials, you will at least possess the strength to defend yourselves against adversaries. Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, and ultimately, Piccolo spoke, Yajirobe, you go first. Following him would be Gohan. Thank you, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan remarked, acknowledging Piccolo's immediate thought of Yajirobe, thus warranting his gratitude. Even though Piccolo had far surpassed them in strength, he still considered their well-being. Yajirobe quietly stated, Tien, I'll step forward now. He slowly approached the elder, and everyone focused intently on the scene. Witnessing the awakening of potential was a novel experience for them, stirring a particular curiosity, with only Piccolo remaining composed. He believed that the strength gained through training would not be significantly amplified by this awakening. His combat prowess was solely reliant on his rigorous training. As the elder placed his hand upon Yajirobe's head, an enigmatic aura enveloped him instantly. Suddenly, Yajirobe's energy surged dramatically. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan all sensed this explosive increase in Yajirobe's aura. Observing Yajirobe's transformation, Piccolo explained, his energy has surged by approximately 7 to 8 times. It's astonishing. Although Piccolo viewed this considerable enhancement in Yajirobe's strength as somewhat trivial, what was truly alarming was the ability to elevate Yajirobe's combat power to such an extent in an instant. Were Goku present, he would instantly recognize that Yajirobe's combat power had risen to around 9,000. This amplification was undeniably formidable. Krillin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Yajirobe's combat power is now terrifyingly beyond my own. Incredible, Tien Shinhan echoed. Witnessing this spectacle filled him with immense satisfaction. The stronger Yajirobe became, the more secure Tien felt. Yamcha believed that once his potential was awakened, he would surpass Yajirobe in combat strength. After all, prior to Yajirobe's awakening, Yamcha's power had already exceeded his. There was no reason he should not surpass Yajirobe post-awakening. Yajirobe, brimming with excitement, approached Tien and declared, Tien, I believe my strength is sufficient for self-defense now. Chapter 38. Piccolo's power soars exponentially. As Gohan stepped before the elder, he too received the elder's hand upon his head. In an instant, Gohan's energy surged even more dramatically than Yajirobe's, escalating by more than tenfold. Piccolo, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction, deeply pleased by Gohan's remarkable display. Piccolo could roughly surmise that the gravity training they had undergone during their previous visit to Namek played a significant role in this development. However, it was astonishing that Gohan and the others had achieved such remarkable results merely by acclimating to a tenfold gravity environment. He could only wonder what kind of outcome would await him when he himself awakened his potential. This notion stirred a sense of excitement within the usually composed Piccolo. As Gohan completed his potential awakening, Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien each approached the elder for assistance in unlocking their own latent abilities. When it was finally Piccolo's turn, all eyes turned towards him. After all, among them, Piccolo was the strongest, and they were eager to witness the extent of his newfound power post-awakening. Standing before the elder, Piccolo implored, I entrust this to you, elder. Nearby, Nail expressed a hint of envy, remarking, I wonder how your strength was cultivated to become so formidable. The elder slowly raised his hand and placed it upon Piccolo's head. As the elder's abilities activated, an enigmatic aura enveloped Piccolo. He felt an extraordinary energy within him awaken, as if the intensity of his previous hundredfold gravity training was also being unleashed at that very moment. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing the surroundings to tremble, leaving everyone in awe. On the opposite side of Namek, Vegeta was engaged in combat with Sabo when he suddenly sensed an immense energy emanating from afar. "What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta, focus on the fight," Sabo exclaimed, delivering a powerful blow that sent Vegeta flying. Sabo's scouter had been destroyed by Vegeta, leaving him oblivious to the situation Vegeta had just described. Dismissing Vegeta, Sabo scoffed, "Foolish Vegeta, you dare to be distracted while fighting me? You truly seek your own demise." Indeed, Vegeta's momentary lapse in concentration had cost him dearly, as he endured Sabo's full-force attack and crashed heavily to the ground. Coughing up blood, Vegeta struggled to speak. "This is troublesome. That sneak attack from Sabo has diminished my state." Given that Sabo's combat power was already slightly superior to his, this setback was a dire blow. Consequently, Vegeta found himself in an even more precarious position. Sabo, unwilling to grant Vegeta a moment's respite, launched into another relentless assault. Vegeta was compelled to respond to Sabo's fierce onslaught. Meanwhile, upon completing his potential awakening, Piccolo radiated waves of energy. In disbelief, he gazed at his hands and remarked, "Is this the power I now possess? It is terrifyingly formidable." A smile graced his lips as he proclaimed, "No matter how strong the enemy may be, they are no match for me now. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan exclaimed joyfully, looking upon his uncle with admiration. Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and the dumplings gazed in astonishment at Piccolo. They understood that once Piccolo unleashed his latent potential, he would undoubtedly acquire formidable strength. However, feeling the current magnitude of Piccolo's power, they realized just how terrifying his aura had become. After the elder helped everyone awaken their potential, his breath grew labored. Even without the toll of lifespan, igniting potential was an exhausting endeavor for the elder at this stage. "Elder," Neru inquired anxiously. Yet, the elder raised his hand to signal Neru not to fret. After all, he was well aware of his own condition. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. Life would inevitably reach its conclusion. Piccolo bowed deeply to the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Elder, I am immensely thankful. I will assist Namek in overcoming this crisis. I entrust this to you, young man," the elder replied, believing that Piccolo was now sufficiently capable of confronting the invaders threatening Namek. Furthermore, he assured that he would utilize the Dragon Balls to resurrect those Namekians who had perished at the hands of their foes. In truth, Piccolo himself was uncertain of the sheer magnitude of his combat prowess should he unleash his full power. The earlier training under 100-fold gravity had indeed proven to be of paramount importance. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Sabo had reached its conclusion. Observing the motionless Vegeta sprawled on the ground, Sabo grumbled, "Vegeta, you wretched fool. You've inflicted such severe injuries upon me that I am now left with barely a fraction of my strength. Nevertheless, it is a relief that I can finally fulfill the mission entrusted to me by Lord Frieza." "Well done, Mr. Sabo, but it seems you are also considerably injured," Frieza remarked, immediately noticing Sabo's wounds. "Haha," Frieza chuckled as his tail swayed from the confines of his infant carriage. "Go seek treatment, and be sure to take Vegeta along. When he awakens, I have matters to discuss with him." Serving under Lord Frieza, as long as one accomplished their tasks with finesse, Frieza was exceedingly generous to his subordinates, a fact Sabo, having been by Frieza's side for so long, knew all too well. As for Frieza's instruction to take Vegeta for treatment, Sabo surmised it meant that Frieza intended to interrogate Vegeta personally. Otherwise, it would have been far simpler and more efficient to execute him outright. Yet, Sabo dared not dwell too long on Frieza's thoughts and promptly exited the chamber with the unconscious Vegeta. As Frieza contemplated this, he shook his head and chuckled to himself. "It appears I am overthinking. Perhaps it is the anticipation of attaining eternal life that has me feeling this mixture of excitement and unease." Meanwhile, the elder remained remarkably composed. Gazing into the distance as he spoke, "Vegeta has been defeated. That wicked Vegeta has been bested? How splendid!" Yamcha exclaimed joyfully. For the very invader of Earth was indeed Vegeta. Regarding Vegeta, Yamcha harbors a profound disdain, a sentiment echoed by the others as well. Their collective aversion towards Vegeta is so intense that they would prefer his demise, which seems the most straightforward resolution. Just as Piccolo had taken a few steps forward, preparing to lead them into action, he suddenly lifted his gaze toward the heavens. Nearby, Gohan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, what troubles you? There's nothing in the sky, is there?" Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Kaiatsu also cast puzzled looks at Piccolo, uncertain about his sudden fixation on the sky. With a grave expression, Piccolo announced, 5 unfamiliar energy signatures are approaching Namek. Judging by their power levels, they are unlikely to be weak." This statement was directed at his companions, for Piccolo now felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to confront any adversary. Moreover, he pondered whether his strength had surpassed that of Goku. Given Goku's performance on Earth, it seemed that Piccolo's combat prowess had indeed eclipsed Goku's. Yet, he remained uncertain about the extent of Goku's hidden abilities, suspecting that Goku might be concealing significant power, an entirely plausible scenario. Tien spoke earnestly. Those approaching individuals are likely the same ones who invaded Namek. It is reasonable to assume they are allies. Krillin and Yamcha nodded in agreement, sharing a similar conviction. Observing Piccolo's self-assured demeanor, Krillin remarked with a smile, Piccolo's strength should suffice to handle those foes. We need not be overly concerned, merely focus on the lesser threats. Indeed. Krillin, you are correct, Tien concurred, readily acknowledging the substantial gap in strength between himself and Piccolo. Let us proceed, Piccolo commanded. Behind him, Din timidly suggested, May I accompany you? I wish to fight alongside you. Din, combat is perilous, Gohan cautioned, hesitant to allow Din to take such risks. Din gazed at Piccolo, who met his gaze in return. Ultimately, Piccolo replied, Very well, you may join us. Thank you. Din expressed his gratitude eagerly. With Piccolo's consent, Gohan, Krillin, and the others refrained from further objections, and thus Din flew out alongside the warriors. Soon, only the Grand Elder and Nail remained. The Grand Elder took slow, deliberate breaths and stated, Nail, if you wish to fight, you may join us. No need for that, Grand Elder. My duty is to protect you. Nail firmly declined the Grand Elder's offer. Although he yearned to engage in battle, Nail understood the gravity of his responsibilities and could not abandon the Grand Elder. Observing Nail's resolute stance, the Grand Elder chose not to press further, instead closing his eyes, as even the simplest actions and words now drained his energy. The Elder chose to enter a state of slumber in order to conserve the energy within his body. Nelu also found a spot beside the Elder to sit down and rest his eyes in tranquility. Chapter 40. The Ginyu Force takes action. 5 spacecraft soared through the atmosphere of Namek, descending onto the planet's surface. The Ginyu Force emerged from their craft, collectively soaring towards the location of King Frieza. Having awaited their arrival for a considerable time, Frieza revealed a satisfied smile upon their arrival. Subsequently, 5 figures gracefully landed before Frieza. The members of the Ginyu Force respectfully addressed him. We pay our respects to King Frieza. Ginyu then presented a box containing a device, stating, King Frieza, here is the detector you requested. Excellent, Frieza replied, accepting the detector and donning it. I now assign you a task. Locate the remaining inhabitants of Namek and procure the 2 Dragon Balls. Leave it to us, King Frieza, the Ginyu Force affirmed. Ginyu activated his detector, commencing the search for combat power readings on Namek. However, upon inspection, Ginyu was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, How is this possible? There is a group of powerful fighters rapidly approaching from a distance of 123 kilometers, and one of their power readings is astonishing. Jinyu's astonishment also caught Frieza's attention, prompting him to activate the detector he had just worn. Upon observing the readings, he furrowed his brow, exclaiming, There are fighters of such immense power on this planet? How utterly unexpected. Ginyu quickly sought permission, stating, King Frieza, allow the Ginyu Force to handle this. We guarantee to capture them all. Indeed. Those individuals may possess Dragon Balls as well, Frieza replied, deactivating the detector in agreement with Jinyu's request. The reason for summoning the Ginyu Force was to eliminate the lesser beings on Namek. Frieza, slightly surprised, continued, among that group, the strongest possesses a combat power of around 100,000 points. Truly remarkable, but they should not pose a challenge to you, Ginyu. In Jinyu's perspective, apart from King Frieza, no one in the universe could surpass his combat prowess, as his own power reached an impressive 120,000. Even if one possessed 100,000 points of power, the victor in a confrontation would undoubtedly be Ginyu. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the Ginyu Force remained utterly astonished. The realization that someone could possess a combat power of 100,000 points was overwhelmingly frightening, especially when considering their own power levels. Good with 10,000 points. Raikum with 40,000 points. Jis with 42,000 points. And Berta with 43,000 points. The individual in question had a power level more than double their own. What an extraordinary concept that was. At this moment, the fully healed Sabo emerged, his eyes widening in astonishment upon recognizing the 5 individuals kneeling before King Frieza as the Ginyu Force. He had not anticipated their swift arrival on Namek. Sabo respectfully addressed, My Lord Frieza, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Mr. Sabo, it appears you have made a complete recovery. Frieza replied, his tone brisk. In that case, you shall accompany the Ginyu Force to intercept the remaining inhabitants of this planet. With that, the hovering infantile pod that Frieza occupied rotated slightly as he issued his command. As for Vegeta, who had not yet fully recuperated, Frieza's presence ensured that he would pose no significant threat. The Ginyu Force, upon receiving Frieza's directive to allow Sabo to join their mission, dared not voice any objections. Thus, the Ginyu Force, along with Sabo and the group of 6, pursued the direction in which Piccolo and the others had flown. One subordinate respectfully presented a glass of red wine to Frieza, who sipped it with a smile, exclaiming, "We are on the verge of gathering the Dragon Balls. Soon, I shall obtain eternal life." The mere thought of acquiring such immortality filled Frieza with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to him, within the healing chamber, Vegeta had nearly completed his recovery, though he remained inactive for the moment. He contemplated the situation, realizing that the Ginyu Force had already arrived on Namek and commenced their operations. This left Frieza as the sole occupant of the spaceship. Vegeta perceived this as a singular opportunity to seize the Dragon Balls. Should he allow this chance to slip away, he might never encounter another, and the consequence of failure could very well be death. Yet, if he were to gamble, the end result might still lead to death. Why not take the risk? After this treatment, Vegeta sensed a notable enhancement in his power. However, one perplexing aspect eluded him. Why had the warriors from Earth experienced such rapid increases in their power levels? This was the most baffling element for Vegeta. It had only been a brief period since he left Earth, and yet they had made such significant strides. This realization struck him deeply. Having calculated that in approximately 2 minutes he would be fully restored, Vegeta understood he must act promptly. He could not afford to wait for complete recovery, as Frieza might arrive by then, which would present a considerable dilemma. Thus, Vegeta resolved to initiate his actions ahead of schedule, aiming to catch Frieza off guard and seize the Dragon Balls without delay. As time passed, nearly a minute elapsed, and Vegeta's injuries healed to over 90%. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, placing a hand against the glass of the healing chamber, shattering it in an instant. Chapter 41. The Ginyu Force encounters Piccolo and others. Stepping out of the healing chamber, Vegeta surveyed his surroundings before raising his hand and launching an energy sphere in one direction. A thunderous explosion erupted within the spaceship. Frieza's lesser minions were immediately thrown into a state of panic. The minions of Frieza were abuzz with conjecture. Frieza, furrowing his brow, commanded, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and ascertain the situation." "Yes, Lord Frieza," his subordinates replied hastily as they sprinted towards the site of the explosion, eager to uncover the truth. For they feared Frieza's wrath more than anything else. Vegeta, witnessing the flurry of Frieza's minions, bellowed in fury, "Frieza, you fool. Since you failed to eliminate me immediately, I shall do the honors." "What? That damnable Vegeta." Frieza seethed with rage upon hearing the insult. Vegeta sensed Frieza's energy surging towards him, a smirk gracing his lips as he murmured, "Heh, Frieza, you've fallen for my ruse. Let us unleash another blast." With that, Vegeta fired another energy sphere in a different direction. The orb detonated, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Frieza, veins bulging with fury, roared, "Damn you, Vegeta! Are you over there?" If not for the confines of the spaceship, Frieza would have unleashed a devastating attack to obliterate Vegeta, but instead, he shifted his pursuit. Meanwhile, Vegeta, recognizing Frieza's change in direction, sprang into action with the intention of seizing the Dragon Balls. Engaging in battle with Frieza was not an option for him just yet. Despite his enhanced power, Frieza's abilities remained unfathomably deep, and only the attainment of eternal life could equip him to confront such a formidable foe. Vegeta dashed to the spot where Frieza had previously stood and, to his delight, found 5 Dragon Balls gathered together. Laughing heartily, he declared, "What a stroke of luck! These Dragon Balls shall belong to me, Vegeta. Frieza, this time, you have lost." He shattered the glass protective casing and began tossing the Dragon Balls one by one into the air. Once he had flung all 5 Dragon Balls away, he thought, "Now it's my turn. Frieza has a detector, so I must suppress my energy and escape." Vegeta leaped into a nearby lake, swimming beneath the surface to evade detection. This strategy was essential, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force finally encountered Piccolo and his allies. "I can't believe such a powerful Namekian still survives," exclaimed Zabon, astonished by their leader. "A Namekian? Fascinating. This individual possesses a combat power of 100,000. Ginyu said, filled with excitement. Piccolo stood calmly, arms crossed, observing the scene. Beside him, Krillin remarked, "These individuals wear battle attire identical to that of the Saiyans. It is evident that they are malevolent beings. We must eliminate them." Tien clenched his fists, ready for action. Bart scoffed, "What an arrogant fool. We are the Ginyu Force. And yet he dares to claim he can defeat us? It's utterly laughable." "Indeed, these individuals are utterly oblivious to their own limitations," Jisoo chimed in with a mocking tone. Observing the 7 opponents, along with 2 young ones, Ginyu proposed, "How about a one-on-one duel, taking turns?" Piccolo, having discerned Jinyu's capabilities at a glance, would have found him formidable before, but after the elder had awakened his latent potential, Piccolo no longer viewed him as a threat. His true rival lay in Frieza. Agreeing to Jinyu's proposal, Piccolo intended to allow Gohan and the others to hone their skills, which influenced his decision. Both sides descended from the skies to the ground below. Piccolo crossed his arms and instructed quietly, "Dandy, Yajirobe, you two should refrain from joining the battle. Tien sensed Piccolo's concern regarding Yajirobe's insufficient combat power, which aligned with his own wishes. He did not want Yajirobe to engage in battle, fearing the potential for calamity. Jinyu inquired, "Hey, Namekian, who will step forward first?" Yajirobe eagerly volunteered, "Piccolo, let me go first. I won't let you down. My power has significantly increased." "Very well. Just remember to stay safe," Piccolo replied, accepting Yajirobe's eagerness. In Piccolo's estimation, even if Yajirobe faltered against the foe, with him present, the enemy would find it impossible to inflict harm. Stepping forward, Yajirobe announced, "I'll be your opponent. Who among you will challenge me?" "This guy is rather cocky," Raikem remarked, licking his lips with a grin. Sabo took a couple of steps forward and said, "Captain Jinyu, allow me to take him on." "All right," Jinyu responded without objection. Sabo's motivation to step up first stemmed from the fact that he was not part of the Jinyu force. By entering the fray early, he could potentially avoid the more dangerous later rounds. Chapter 42, Yajirobe defeats Sabo. Yajirobe and Sabo advanced simultaneously, facing each other. Yajirobe, brimming with excitement, declared, "This is the perfect opportunity to test just how formidable I have become after unlocking my potential." As he spoke, he began to channel his inner power, and his aura surged dramatically. The device Sabo wore registered Yajirobe's combat power escalating rapidly. Bart, astonished, exclaimed, "I can't believe his combat power has soared to nearly 30,000. Do you think Sabo stands a chance against him?" "It's hard to say," Jisoo replied, sensing that Sabo might struggle, as the device indicated his power was only 23,000. Sabo, upon witnessing Yajirobe's extraordinary rise in combat power, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Realizing the extent of his opponent's capabilities, Sabo immediately began his transformation, and with it, his combat power surged to 28,000 points. Raikem chuckled and remarked, "Impressive." Although Sabo has become less attractive post-transformation, his combat prowess has significantly increased. However, Goku, with a grave expression, countered. Yet the opponent's combat power still surpasses Sabo's by nearly 2,000 points. Here, he is the strongest, and regardless of how the situation unfolds, it will ultimately be them who vanquish the enemy and claim victory. The others joined in laughter. Among the warriors, Tien Shinhan noted, "Though the opponent is formidable, I am confident that Yamcha will emerge victorious in this confrontation." As they continued their discussions, Yamcha and Sabo had already engaged in battle. Both fighters executed rapid movements, resulting in a state of evenly matched combat. However, within this balance, Yamcha appeared to be more at ease than Sabo. This marked Yamcha's first battle after his power enhancement, and he was gradually acclimating to this newfound strength. Sabo, on the other hand, relentlessly attacked but failed to achieve any significant impact, leading to his growing frustration. If this continued, defeat seemed inevitable. Observing the match, Gohan discerned a critical issue. "Uncle Piccolo, it seems the opponent does not utilize ki to gauge the fight. He relies solely on his eyesight." "Indeed. Well observed, Gohan," Piccolo replied, feeling gratified by Gohan's perceptiveness, indicative of his expanding awareness. Goku, watching the battle, expressed concern. "Sabo is on the verge of losing. How embarrassing. It hasn't been long since the fight began, and he's already at a disadvantage." Bart was visibly displeased. "The enemy's strength is hardly impressive. Why waste time? I question how Sabo became a favored ally of Lord Frieza." In contrast, Jinyu remained composed. Recognizing that the opponent's combat capability exceeded Sabo's, and it was only natural for Sabo to find himself at a disadvantage. Sabo cursed internally, "Damn it. After barely defeating Vegeta, now I face the prospect of defeat myself. This is unacceptable." A wound had appeared on Sabo, not fatal but increasingly impairing his performance. 2 minutes later, Sabo finally seized an opportunity and struck Yamcha with an energy sphere. "Huh, you've taken a hit. This battle should finally be mine," he exclaimed triumphantly. Yamcha, shielding his head, sustained some injury from Sabo's attack, but it remained within his capacity to endure. In truth, Yamcha had anticipated this, having previously launched his ki sphere strategically. The ki sphere was controllable, otherwise, prolonging the fight would have been necessary to determine the victor, prompting Yamcha to devise this tactic. Amid Sabo's exhilaration, Yamcha directly manipulated the energy sphere, launching it from the ground. Jinyu observed this scene and remarked, "That fool Sabo is so careless in battle, he is bound to lose. Remember, during the upcoming fight, do not be negligent, understood?" As Jinyu force members absorbed his words, Yamcha's energy sphere struck Sabo, leaving him gravely weakened. Seizing the moment, Yamcha charged forward and delivered the final, fatal blow to Sabo. After vanquishing his opponent, Yamcha was left breathless, the intense battle having taken a considerable toll on him. He exhaled, saying, "At last, I've taken him down." "Well done, Yamcha," the warriors cheered, elated by his triumph over the foe. Yamcha was acutely aware of his own strengths and limitations, refraining from unwarranted arrogance, particularly in the presence of such formidable allies. Tianjin Fan, eager and ready, declared, "Yamcha, you've dispatched one enemy, now allow me to take my turn." Chapter 43, Jinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Jinyu Force, noticing the opponent had changed, decided to send the fastest among them, Berta, into the fray, aiming to establish dominance. Berta, eyeing Tianjin Fan, boasted, "Now that I'm in, you're as good as dead." He swung his fist and proclaimed, "You'll soon learn the extent of my prowess." Tianjin Fan assumed a battle stance, his aura surging at that very moment. The detectors among Jinyu Force activated. Berta, staring at the combat power readings, exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this real? Your power level has soared to 40,000? And it's still rising?" Once the readings stabilized, Jinyu, incredulous, stated, 70,000 power level? These guys are a serious threat. Everyone, act immediately, or else I won't be able to handle them alone. Jinyu began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The opponent's power levels were formidable, especially with one reaching an astonishing 70,000. Such a power level was no trivial matter, far exceeding that of Jinyu Force members, leaving Jinyu in a state of shock. Piccolo chimed in, "Let us join in. The opponents are faltering." A chaotic battle ensued, with Jinyu targeting Piccolo specifically. Throughout the confrontation, Piccolo remained remarkably composed. His current strength left him unconcerned. Jinyu, with a serious expression, admitted, "I underestimated you. Your combat power has completely caught me off guard. But victory is destined for Jinyu Force. As long as Gohan and the others are fine, I have no qualms about playing with you." Jinyu showed no hesitation, clenching his fists and unleashing his full power of 120,000. Sensing his opponent's energy, Piccolo commented, "I see. It is no wonder that confidence can overpower us. However, you have misjudged one crucial aspect, your complete ignorance of my true strength." "What does that mean?" Jinyu inquired with a hint of bewilderment. At this moment, fully unleashing his battle power, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, yet the individual before him exuded an aura of profound danger. "What? A battle power of 100,000 is not even your true strength? Are you jesting?" Jinyu found it utterly incredulous to believe what Piccolo had asserted. It was simply too astonishing. How could one claim that a battle power of 100,000 was not their genuine capability? Does this imply that Jinyu's true strength surpasses that? With a dismissive glance, Piccolo replied, "Believe what you will. Now, let us commence our battle. This is a perfect opportunity for me to warm up." Warm up? That is tantamount to courting death. Jinyu had never been so openly mocked before. Undeterred, Jinyu launched a ferocious assault on Piccolo. Yet, despite his relentless onslaught, he could not so much as graze a hair on Piccolo. At this juncture, even Jinyu, no matter how dim-witted, realized the veracity of Piccolo's earlier claims. The 100,000 battle power displayed by his scouter was far from his true potential. Suddenly, Jinyu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Truly astounding. I never imagined that beyond Lord Frieza, there existed another being in this world with a battle power greater than mine." Initially filled with trepidation, Jinyu's excitement surged at the thought of Piccolo's formidable strength. For he possessed a supreme technique. By exchanging bodies with this Namekian, he could attain even greater power. Piccolo furrowed his brow, uncertain of Jinyu's intentions, and questioned, "What? Are you planning to forfeit the battle? If you intend to give up, I shall send you to the depths of hell." "Heh," Jinyu sneered, "I am quite enamored with your robust physique, although I am unaware of your actual battle power. Given that your speed surpasses mine, your strength must be at least 150,000. Therefore, Namekian, I am prepared to claim your body. Are you ready?" "Heh, claim my body." Piccolo clearly regarded Jinyu's words with disdain. In their earlier confrontation, he had only exerted a fraction of his true power. Chapter 44, Goku exits the time chamber, regular battle power of 100 million. At this moment, Jinyu was elated, on the verge of acquiring a significantly more powerful body. He extended his arms toward Piccolo and shouted, "Exchange." "What?" In the instant Jinyu locked onto Piccolo, he found himself unable to move. Just as Jinyu's exchange beam was about to be unleashed, Piccolo instantaneously unleashed the power within him. In that fleeting moment, the scouters of Jinyu's elite team exploded from the immense surge of battle power, enabling Piccolo to break free from Jinyu's exchangeability. Now it was Jinyu's turn to be astonished. He could not fathom that the opponent's strength could be so overwhelmingly superior. Piccolo, perplexed, remarked, "Although I am unclear about your previous technique, it must not be allowed to continue. This is impossible." Jinyu was utterly terrified. This Namekian could kill him. In the fleeting moment when his exchange ability was evaded, Jinyu realized he was doomed. Unable to fathom why his opponent's combat prowess was so formidable, there was no escaping. Piccolo extended his right hand, launching an energy sphere aimed directly at Jinyu. Boom. Jinyu was utterly obliterated by Piccolo's explosion. After Jinyu's demise, the remaining two members of the Jinyu force were swiftly dispatched by the warriors. Subsequently, Krillin and the others approached Piccolo, with Krillin incredulously exclaiming, "Piccolo, you are truly remarkable." The energy you unleashed was unimaginably powerful. Given Piccolo's current rate of strength augmentation, it seemed utterly unrealistic for them to catch up. Meanwhile, Frieza was seething with rage over Vegeta's theft of the Dragon Balls. only to be startled when his scouter indicated the combat power readings of the Jinyu force had vanished. Frieza activated his scouter, and as the readings reappeared, an explosion ensued. What? Frieza was completely taken aback, exclaiming, I never anticipated such high combat power readings. Could the Jinyu force have been annihilated? Intriguing. Allow me to meet this individual. With that, Frieza soared towards the location indicated by the scouter. Although the opponent's power exceeded the scouter's limits, Frieza was confident that no one could defeat him, for he was the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. There was no one in this universe capable of besting him. As Frieza set his plan into motion, Vegeta sensed the shifting energy. He deduced, Frieza is on the move. Most likely, he is heading to confront the one who eliminated the Jinyu force. But I must verify whether this individual is indeed from Earth, and whether Kakarot has arrived on Namek. With that, Vegeta propelled himself towards the warrior's location, unleashing his energy. On the warrior's side, Piccolo felt an immense energy approaching them. It seems the main adversary has arrived. I shall engage him in battle. You all keep your distance to avoid collateral damage. Tien Shinhan, Yamchu, Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Gohan all agreed, recognizing that only Piccolo possessed the strength to confront the primary foe. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. After nearly a year of rigorous training, he had experienced a significant enhancement. This considerable improvement in his base form would also bolster the potency and duration of his Super Saiyan transformation. His base power, previously around 20 million, had now surged to approximately 100 million. However, this power level had been attained 2 months prior in the time chamber, and during the final 2 months, Goku had identified a pressing issue. Once the regular combat power reached 100 million, it encountered a stalemate, rendering further enhancement through conventional training impossible. To continue elevating his combat prowess, alternative methods would be necessary. However, during the course of a year, Goku seamlessly transitioned into Super Saiyan 2, and even began to grasp the nuances of attaining Super Saiyan 3. To be candid, it was largely due to his previous success in unlocking Super Saiyan 4 that the path to Super Saiyan 2 and 3 seemed to open effortlessly. Presently, with the activation of Super Saiyan 1, Goku possessed a staggering combat power of 50 billion. Upon reaching Super Saiyan 2, his strength escalated to 100 billion. Furthermore, the potential to unleash Super Saiyan 4 granted him a terrifying baseline combat power of 400 billion. Previously, he could only maintain Super Saiyan 4 for less than half a minute. But now he could sustain it for approximately a minute before his body began to feel the strain of impending collapse. Should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, activating Super Saiyan 4 would allow him to resolve the battle in mere seconds. The might of Super Saiyan 4 was indeed formidable, capable of annihilating all in its path. However, with the current stagnation in regular training, it seemed imperative to seek guidance from King Kai for further advancement in combat power. After all, Goku was no longer the version from the original narrative. His training and growth were entirely reliant on his own exploration, and he did not possess the innate intuition of the original Son Goku. Chapter 45, Piccolo vs. Frieza, Part 1. On Namek, an enraged Frieza soared through the skies, unleashing his full might as he approached the location where the Jinyu force had been vanquished. Piccolo turned to his comrades, reiterating, Frieza is nearly here. Make sure to keep your distance. Half a minute later, Frieza arrived at their position. He cast a chilling gaze upon Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and the others, his voice dripping with disdain. So, it was you who eliminated the Jinyu force? You must be Frieza, Piccolo retorted, his eyes locked onto the tyrant. Observing this, Krillin and Tien swiftly retreated, leaving the battlefield to Piccolo, understanding that their presence would only hinder him further. Frieza paid no mind to the departing nuisances in his eyes. As long as he could eliminate the strongest Namekian, the rest would be mere fodder to be dispatched with a flick of his wrist. With arms crossed and a smirk on his face, Frieza taunted, Come now, Namekian, allow me to witness your true power. How arrogant. Piccolo recognized Frieza's overconfidence as a blatant display of hubris, an unfounded assurance in his own abilities. With a concentrated gaze, Piccolo vanished from sight in an instant, his speed so astounding that even Frieza could not comprehend his movement. What? Such speed? Frieza gasped, astonished that he could not perceive how this Namekian had disappeared before him. As the distant Vegeta rushed over, he too was taken aback by the scene before him, exclaiming in disbelief, What on earth has happened to that guy? His battle power was only comparable to that of Nappa when we were on Earth. The warriors soon noticed Vegeta's arrival, and Yamcha proposed, Let us join forces and eliminate that Saiyan Vegeta. After all, he must be an enemy as well. Wait, Yamcha, let us observe the situation first, Krillin interjected, urging caution. For Vegeta was the one Goku had spared in the past. Amidst the warriors' discussions, Frieza was sent flying by Piccolo, who relentlessly struck him in midair, leaving him utterly immobilized. It was evident to any onlooker that Piccolo's battle power far surpassed that of Frieza. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he uttered, Is this real? That Frieza is being completely dominated by a Namekian, unable to fight back? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Vegeta would have found it utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, Frieza attempted to regain his composure but realized he had no time for such adjustments, as the relentless assault kept him firmly subdued. In a fit of rage, Frieza spat. Damn it, why is that Namekian's battle power so formidable? My first form boasts a power level of 530,000. His frustration stemmed from the stark realization that despite his impressive power, he was being so easily overpowered, suggesting that his opponent's strength was at least 700,000. With a final, powerful blow, Piccolo struck Frieza squarely in the face, sending him crashing into the ground below. Folding his arms, Piccolo watched the dust settle around Frieza's impact site and disdainfully remarked, "And he dares to call himself the Emperor of the Universe? Such paltry strength is laughable." Piccolo's contempt was fueled by the fact that he had not even unleashed half of his own power, and yet Frieza was already rendered so defenseless. Observing Frieza's fall, Vegeta questioned, "Has Frieza truly been defeated?" As the smoke gradually dissipated, Frieza rose once more, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo regarded him with calm composure, while Frieza, a smirk forming on his lips, remarked, "Your strength is indeed impressive, Namekian. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true power." With that, Frieza began to transform into his second form. Witnessing this, Vegeta recalled the words of Zarbon, who had mentioned that Frieza, like him, could transform, significantly enhancing his battle power in the process. Urgently, Vegeta called out to Piccolo, "Hey, your name is Piccolo, right? Frieza can transform, and when he does, his power will increase dramatically." Upon hearing Vegeta's warning, Piccolo turned his gaze back to Frieza, sensing the rapid escalation of his energy. The other warriors similarly recognized this alarming shift. Yamcha expressed his concerns, saying, "This is bad. Frieza's energy is skyrocketing. Do not fret. Piccolo should be able to handle it. We must have faith in him." Tien gestured to Yamcha to remain calm. Frieza's body swelled increasingly, his height rising dramatically, and his physique becoming more imposing. At the moment Frieza completed his transformation, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "I can't believe Frieza's power has increased so significantly after his transformation. This is outrageous. It has far exceeded my expectations." Piccolo observed Frieza's transformation with unwavering composure. He calmly remarked, "After your transformation, Frieza, your power does indeed resemble something formidable." "Huh? My power resembles something formidable?" Frieza scoffed, feeling utterly underestimated as the mighty emperor of the universe. He continued, "Whether my power resembles something formidable or not, you shall soon find out, foolish Namekian. I will demonstrate the true might of your king." In Chapter 46, even in his second form, Frieza was still being suppressed by Piccolo. After entering his second form, all the injuries from his first form had completely healed. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Piccolo said, "Frieza, it seems that after your transformation, you've become quite confident. Such an arrogant individual." Enraged, Frieza charged at Piccolo. As Frieza's fist was about to strike Piccolo, he deftly evaded the blow. What? Frieza suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This Namekian's power far exceeded his calculations. Recognizing this, Frieza quickly distanced himself, drawing forth the hidden strength within, his battle power soaring to 1,000,000. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Damn it, does Frieza's power know no bounds? He can still elevate it further?" The other warriors were equally astonished. They initially believed Frieza's transformation had significantly boosted his power, only to discover that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Piccolo, smiling at Frieza, remarked, "Frieza, your battle power has indeed ascended to new heights." Frieza charged at Piccolo once more, now thoroughly enraged by this Namekian. At this moment, Piccolo could finally relish the thrill of battle, although he still held back much of his own power. Krillin observed the clash between Piccolo and Frieza, commenting, "Whether it is Piccolo or Frieza, their energies are incredibly strong. I wonder if Goku's strength can surpass theirs, even with their enhanced abilities." They remained unable to gauge Goku's true strength, which seemed as unfathomable as an abyss. Yamcha remarked, "I reckon that by the time Goku arrives on Namek, Piccolo should have already defeated Frieza. Uncle Piccolo will surely triumph over Frieza." Gohan was filled with confidence in his Uncle Piccolo, believing that no matter how strong Frieza became, he would still not be a match for Piccolo. Frieza's fists collided continuously with Piccolo's, generating a fierce torrent of shockwaves. As Frieza engaged in battle, he proclaimed, "Your strength is indeed formidable, yet you remain no match for me, the great king." It is only at the end of the fight that one truly understands their opponent's prowess. Piccolo paid little heed to Frieza's words. Upon hearing this, Frieza arrogantly laughed, "Goku, you possess quite the confidence, Namekian. But do you truly believe this is my full power? That would be a grave underestimation." "Oh, is that so? How intriguing. Then reveal your true strength for me to witness," Piccolo replied, now thoroughly intrigued. If Piccolo assumed this was Frieza's ultimate capability, he would soon be disappointed, for it seemed that Frieza had yet to unleash his true potential, promising a genuine battle ahead. The clash between Piccolo and Frieza escalated rapidly. With a resounding boom, The two separated. Frieza's gaze fixated on Piccolo as he declared, I am aware you are concealing your strength, Namekian. Clenching his fists, Frieza's aura surged, his power escalating to an astonishing 2 million in his second form. Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, so this is your true power? Indeed. You are a monster, but Frieza, your defeat is inevitable. Oh ho ho. I never anticipated that the Namekian would indulge in bravado, Frieza sneered. Piccolo's energy began to swell dramatically as he responded with gravity, whether I boast or not, you shall soon discover the truth. Although Frieza could not sense energy, he recognized that the Namekian's battle power was on the rise. Vegeta, observing the confrontation, swallowed hard and muttered, Frieza's power is increasing, and so is that Namekian's. Damn these wretched beings. Vegeta felt a deep resentment, for his own power paled in comparison to theirs, rendering him insignificant. Yamcha commented on the battlefield. Piccolo's energy isn't significantly higher than Frieza's. Gohan chimed in cheerfully, that's right. We need not worry, for Uncle Piccolo will surely defeat Frieza. Frieza, irritated by the Namekian's disdainful gaze, felt a surge of anger. It was Piccolo who initiated the offensive. With a thunderous crash, Piccolo's battle power soared to approximately 3 million, slightly surpassing Frieza's. Consequently, even in his second form, Frieza found himself overwhelmed by Piccolo's might. As Frieza continuously defended against Piccolo's onslaught, he acknowledged that the Namekian was indeed strong and not merely posturing. Realizing that his second form was insufficient to subdue this formidable opponent, Frieza contemplated transforming into his next form. In that moment of contemplation, Piccolo seized the opportunity, accelerating forward to deliver a powerful blow to Frieza's face. Chapter 47. Even Piccolo's strongest attack could not harm Frieza. After sending Frieza flying, Piccolo rapidly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The energy blast struck Frieza with tremendous force. Boom, boom. The explosion sent smoke billowing for hundreds of meters. The warriors, witnessing this spectacle, all wore excited expressions. Yamcha, shaking his fist, exclaimed, wonderful. Piccolo has defeated Frieza. However, Krillin quickly interjected, no, Frieza's energy is still present. He sensed that Frieza's power had not diminished, indicating that Piccolo's assault had yielded no significant effect. Tien Shinhan's expression darkened as he remarked, moreover, Frieza's energy remains unchanged, suggesting that Piccolo's attack was ineffective. Vegeta, observing the battlefield, questioned, while Frieza is undeniably powerful, the Namekian appeared to hold the advantage. Surely, he should prevail, and thus I would not have to face death. Piccolo ceased his assault, gazing calmly towards the dissipating smoke. As the haze gradually cleared, it revealed a slightly bruised Frieza, who was now seething with rage, veins bulging as he glared at Piccolo and bellowed, Namekian, you have thoroughly enraged me. Following his furious outburst, Frieza began to chuckle. Ha ha ha, you are indeed fortunate. Namekian, I have reserved 2 transformations for you. And with each transformation, my battle power will increase dramatically. What? Piccolo's brow furrowed as he realized that although he had yet to unleash his full potential, Frieza's words implied that the tyrant's strength might surpass his own. Both Frieza and Piccolo descended from the air to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta felt disillusioned. He had believed the Namekian could vanquish Frieza, but now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Such a feat appeared impossible. Frieza was simply too formidable to defeat. Frieza began to radiate fury. Piccolo assumed a combat stance, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Frieza. The tyrant progressed from his second form into his third, his head elongating and additional horns sprouting forth. As Frieza completed his transformation, the warriors were left in shock. Gohan voiced his concern, Uncle Piccolo, this is bad. Frieza's energy has surged significantly, Krillin added anxiously. Yamcha echoed their worries. Our situation is dire. We can only hope that Goku arrives swiftly. Piccolo surveyed Frieza's transformed visage, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he muttered, what a monster. Just one transformation, and his battle power has escalated so drastically. With a decisive motion, Piccolo shed his heavy cloak, which landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep indentation. Frieza, observing this, expressed mild surprise. Ah, so you were holding back your strength. How astonishing, Namekian. With the removal of his cloak, Piccolo's power surged from approximately 3 million to around 6 million. Frieza licked his lips with a grin. Now? Let me witness your true strength. Namekian, do not disappoint me. No sooner had Frieza spoken than he charged at Piccolo. In response, Piccolo swiftly distanced himself from Frieza, igniting a chase marked by pursuit and evasion. Piccolo realized that Frieza's speed was not superior to his own, which instilled a flicker of confidence within him. He understood that perpetual retreat would lead to his demise. He needed to devise a counterattack. Throughout the encounter, Frieza maintained a sardonic smile, intending to toy with the Namekian before assessing his limits. After all, Frieza had never encountered anyone as formidable as Piccolo, aside from his father. Yet, in Frieza's eyes, this strength appeared as feeble as that of an infant. Seizing an opportunity, Piccolo pressed his finger to his forehead, channeling immense energy to his fingertips. Take this, Frieza. Special beam cannon. Upon completing the gathering of energy, he unleashed the attack towards the pursuing Frieza. Frieza, noticing the oncoming assault infused with astonishing energy, promptly shielded his head with both hands. A thunderous explosion ensued as Piccolo's special beam cannon struck him squarely. Vegeta, observing from a distance, inquired with confusion. Did that actually succeed? The warriors watched intently as the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Frieza unscathed. He licked his lips and remarked, that was quite the attack. However, my form boasts a combat power exceeding 2 million, specifically 220,000. Regrettably, your power pales in comparison. What? This is troubling, Piccolo thought. Realizing his strongest attack had failed to inflict any damage on Frieza, he comprehended that the battle was lost. He could not defeat Frieza. Frieza, sensing the shift, declared, Namekian. It seems you have conceded. Allow me to send you on your way. Curse it. Even so, if you wish to kill me, it won't be so simple. Piccolo mustered what little confidence he had in his speed. He ascended once more, with Frieza in relentless pursuit. Yet, it became evident that Frieza's speed had surpassed Piccolo's. Yamcha gasped, this is bad. We're all doomed. Krillin continuously prayed for Goku to arrive on the battlefield, fearing that without him, they might truly perish. Vegeta, sweating profusely, muttered, I must find a chance to escape. There is no time left to gather the Dragon Balls. Survival is paramount. Despite several attempts to evade, Piccolo ultimately found himself cornered by Frieza, who taunted, Namekian, it appears your speed has diminished. Chapter 48, Piccolo and Nail merge. Is there truly no way out? Piccolo lamented. Goku, where are you? Why are you not here? He could not suppress his hope for Goku's timely arrival. Frieza raised his finger, targeting Piccolo, unleashing a barrage of laser beams that struck him mercilessly. Piccolo found himself powerless to evade Frieza's relentless assault. The formidable battle prowess of Piccolo, standing at a mere 1.6 million, pales in comparison to the overwhelming strength of Frieza, who boasts an astonishing 2 million. Consequently, Piccolo finds himself relentlessly enduring Frieza's onslaught. Witnessing this, Vegeta trembles involuntarily, clenching his fists as he murmurs to himself, no, I must leave this place immediately. If that Namekian perishes, I may very well be next. Fueled by rage, Vegeta promptly turns and ascends into the sky. At that moment, Frieza's gaze fixates on Vegeta, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declares, Vegeta, you shan't escape me. Namekian, I shall deal with you shortly. Frieza ceases his assault on Piccolo, who now bears countless wounds, his body marred with scars. With a mocking tone, Frieza remarks, Namekian, it appears your time has come to an end. But fear not, I shall attend to you later. First, I must eliminate the fleeing monkey. With that, Frieza erupts with energy and pursues the direction in which Vegeta fled. Once Frieza departs, Piccolo is granted a moment to catch his breath, having just endured a barrage of Frieza's attacks that had pushed him to his limits. The warriors swiftly converge, with Gohan rushing to support Uncle Piccolo, expressing concern, Uncle Piccolo, are you alright? I'm fine, but we must hide quickly. Once Frieza has dealt with Vegeta, we will surely be next. Realizing the futility of confronting Frieza, Piccolo hastily instructs everyone to flee and conceal themselves. Dend quietly suggests, I can help you heal, presenting a Senzu bean to Piccolo. Upon receiving the bean, Piccolo consumes it, and in an instant, his injuries are miraculously restored. Dend, astonished by the spectacle, exclaims, Krillin, your beans are truly remarkable. They can restore someone to full health in an instant. The Senzu beans from Earth are indeed extraordinary. They can heal any injury in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Piccolo turns his gaze towards a distant figure, prompting the warriors to follow suit. They behold the arrival of Nail, who approaches after departing from the Grand Elder's side. Upon his arrival, Piccolo questions, aren't you supposed to be protecting the Grand Elder? What brings you to the battlefield? The warriors realize then that Nail has been sent by the Grand Elder. Krillin urges, Nail, we must escape immediately. Frieza is far too terrifying, and even Piccolo cannot match him. Nail scans the group, first looking at Dend, then at the warriors, and finally resting his gaze on Piccolo. Perceiving the confusion etched on their faces, Nail clarifies his purpose, stating, Piccolo, let us fuse. Rest assured, you shall remain the dominant entity, for the sole purpose of vanquishing Frieza once and for all. What? The warriors are taken aback, unable to fathom that the Namekian still possesses the ability to fuse. Their horizons broadened in an instant. Piccolo responds with gravity, fusion? Very well, but should I sense any treachery, I will expel you without hesitation. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Frieza compels Piccolo to acquiesce to Nail's proposal. Just moments ago, his all-out attack could not even rattle Frieza. Thus, remaining passive would lead to certain demise. It would be far better to take a gamble, for perhaps he could defeat Frieza after all. Upon hearing Piccolo's agreement, Nail sighed in relief and remarked, I am a combat-oriented Namekian. By merging with me, you will merely augment your battle prowess. I hope your notion of fusion does not disappoint me. Piccolo placed his hand upon Nail's shoulder, and Nail began to unleash the energy within him. Although Nail's combat power was a mere 42,000, fusion was not a simple arithmetic exercise. As Nail fully unleashed his energy, he seamlessly merged into Piccolo's body. Ah! Piccolo could not help but roar. Uncle Piccolo! 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 The warriors anxiously watched, fearful of any unforeseen mishap befalling Piccolo. However, within a few seconds, Piccolo's state stabilized. Den clasped his hands together and said, "Nail, brother." At the moment Piccolo and Nail completed their fusion, Piccolo gazed incredulously at his own hands and mused, "So, my strength has not yet reached the pinnacle of enhancement?" What Piccolo was unaware of was that this was merely a rudimentary fusion, or rather, an assimilation, with a modest increase in power, significantly less than the exponential boosts witnessed in the original tale. In the source material, when Piccolo arrived on Namek, his combat power was approximately 200,000. After merging with the severely injured Nail, he achieved a 7-fold increase, reaching 1,400,000. Now Piccolo, boasting a battle power of 1,600,000, fused with Nail's 42,000, resulting in a 5-fold enhancement, bringing him to around 8 million in combat strength. Chapter 49, Piccolo confronts Frieza once more. Piccolo addressed the crowd, saying, "You all wait here for me. If you wish to spectate, do not draw too close. Go for it, Piccolo. You must defeat Frieza." Krillin cheered him on. Gohan added, "Uncle Piccolo, you can surely defeat Frieza." Piccolo's gaze slowly shifted towards Frieza and Vegeta, and he declared, "Then I shall take my leave." With that, Piccolo unleashed his energy and charged forward. Meanwhile, Frieza had already dealt a devastating blow to Vegeta, leaving him crumpled on the ground. With a disdainful tone, Frieza taunted, "Vegeta, how dare you betray me with such feeble strength? You are truly a fool without self-awareness. However, you are fortunate. In your final moments, I intend to grant you a glimpse of my true form, the ultimate transformation." With that, Frieza began to unlock the last form concealed within his being, the final transformation. Vegeta, clutching his abdomen, gazed in disbelief as he watched Frieza undergo this transformation. "Damn it! What kind of monster are you, Frieza? How can your power be this formidable? Curse you!" At this moment, Vegeta was on the brink of madness. Frieza's combat power seemed like an endless abyss, leaving him in utter uncertainty about where Frieza's limits truly lay. Vegeta couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for having betrayed Frieza. Perhaps he should have waited until his strength was truly formidable before making such a move, thus avoiding his current predicament. Consequently, Piccolo accelerated his flight. Mid-transformation, Frieza caught sight of the Namekian and, astonished, remarked, "That fellow, wasn't he just injured by me? How is he perfectly fine? Moreover, he feels somewhat different from before." Vegeta, still clutching his abdomen, looked up at Piccolo with a puzzled expression and mused, "Is that Namekian not afraid of death? Why is he rushing over here to meet his demise? It's utterly foolish." Piccolo gradually descended, positioning himself before Frieza, waiting for the latter to complete his final transformation. Piccolo was eager to discern the true extent of Frieza's power, as such an opportunity was rare. He was aware of the inherent risks of his actions, but was compelled to test whether he could contend with Frieza's actual strength. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, he had gravely miscalculated in his assessment. He failed to recognize the exponential increase in Frieza's combat power with each transformation. The previous transformations had yielded power boosts of approximately double, from 530,000 to 1. 2 million, then to 2 million. He had no inkling that Frieza's final transformation would bring about a qualitative change in his power. Upon completing his transformation, Frieza's physique became more compact, shedding the grotesque appearance he once bore. In his ultimate form, Frieza chuckled, "Namekian, though I am unaware of how you restored yourself, your audacity in approaching me is noteworthy." Before Frieza could finish his sentence, he pointed a finger at Piccolo and unleashed a laser beam. However, the anticipated outcome of hitting Piccolo did not materialize. With remarkable ease, Piccolo evaded Frieza's laser attack. Frieza, taken aback, inquired, "You didn't possess such speed moments ago. What has transpired, Namekian?" He then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This jest is quite amusing. Namekian, you are brimming with confidence. But beware, such confidence can sometimes cost you your life." Frieza flexed his hands, augmenting his power to a new level, surging from 3 million to over 4 million in combat strength. Piccolo was acutely aware of Frieza's escalating power. Frieza initiated the assault, prompting Piccolo to retaliate without unleashing his full might, opting instead for a more measured engagement. Meanwhile, Vegeta struggled to rise, distancing himself from the battlefield while muttering, "I have no idea what has transpired with that Namekian, but I must flee immediately. I was nearly killed just moments ago." He began to escape in a particular direction, the terrifying memory of almost being slain by Frieza lingering vividly in his mind. Frieza, embroiled in combat with Piccolo, felt a wave of confusion and questioned, "During our earlier battle, you clearly exerted all your strength, didn't you? It is inconceivable that one could retain their strength. Why, in such a brief span?" Has your combat prowess seen such a significant enhancement? The sudden elevation of this Namekian's battle power left Frieza in a state of perplexity. After all, the primary objective remains to vanquish Frieza. As Frieza engaged in combat, he shook his head dismissively and remarked, "Never mind, I am aware that even if I inquire, you would divulge nothing. Nevertheless, the essence of the matter is this. No one, regardless of who they are, can hope to defeat me. Is that so?" In truth, Piccolo was persistently probing Frieza's capabilities, and at this moment, he was only exerting half of his potential, subtly sensing that Frieza had yet to unleash his true power. Thus, Piccolo fought with a degree of caution. Chapter 50. The warriors anticipate Goku's arrival. It was not only Piccolo who discerned that Frieza had not revealed his full strength. Frieza himself recognized that this Namekian had yet to tap into his true capabilities. Frieza pondered in confusion. Strange, what has transpired with this Namekian in such a short period? How could his strength have surged so remarkably? Meanwhile, the fleeing Vegeta noticed that Piccolo was now evenly matched with Frieza, stirring feelings of deep resentment within him. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he felt reduced to the status of a mere street rat, scurrying about. Despite his reluctance to accept it, Vegeta had to concede that Piccolo's power had far surpassed his own. In comparison, he felt like an infant. This realization was the source of Vegeta's utmost frustration. The other warriors arrived at the new battlefield, yet they dared not approach, choosing instead to observe from a distance, as Piccolo's current battle was far more intense than before. Yamcha exclaimed in disbelief. Piccolo, after merging, is incredibly powerful. His combat strength has seemingly multiplied several times over. Gohan, filled with excitement, encouraged, "Uncle Piccolo, you can do it. Defeat Frieza." Kaiatsu obediently stayed close to Tien. Krillin remarked, "This time, Piccolo should be able to overcome Frieza, especially since this is Frieza's final transformation." "I share the same sentiment." Yamcha nodded in agreement with Krillin. Frieza and Piccolo battled fiercely, transitioning from the sky to the ground and back again. Locked in a relentless struggle, after a vigorous clash, they momentarily separated, eyeing one another. Frieza, with a smirk, declared, "You are quite impressive, Namekian. But this is where it ends. Even with your newfound strength, you are destined to remain my inferior." "Humph. Frieza, are you still spouting your grandiose proclamations?" Upon hearing Frieza's continued arrogance, Piccolo's fury ignited. Was this not merely a manifestation of his disdain? Clenching his fists tightly, Piccolo bellowed, "Frieza, you shall pay dearly for your hubris." In an instant, Piccolo's power surged to approximately 6 million. Frieza, with a hint of admiration, commented, "Wow, excellent, truly splendid. It appears it's time for me to demonstrate my prowess." Frieza extended his arms wide, his energy surging dramatically in that instant. "You, of all people, have managed to elevate your strength so remarkably with your final transformation." Piccolo noted the intensification of Frieza's aura, his heart racing with trepidation. Frieza crossed his arms, his tail swaying as he proclaimed, "Allow me to extend a favor. This Namekian, I shall engage you without the use of my hands." How does that sound? Quite a generous offer, wouldn't you agree? Damn it, there should be a limit to such arrogance. Piccolo seethed, clenching his fists in fury. Frieza's disdain had transcended mere insolence. He regarded Piccolo as if he were inconsequential. Yet, a smile crept onto Piccolo's face as he retorted, "Heh. Frieza, brace yourself for your demise." What had initially been pure rage transformed into an opportunity, a chance to eliminate Frieza amidst his hubris. As for Frieza, he remained oblivious to the thoughts of the Namekian. For once one's power reached a certain zenith, many concerns became trivial. Piccolo launched into a renewed assault. Meanwhile, Frieza's audacious offer of not using his hands did not go unnoticed by Vegeta and the other warriors. Damn it, is Frieza's power truly that formidable? Is this not even his full strength? Why the nerve? Vegeta spat, though amidst his expletives, he recognized the necessity of retreat. Only by escaping could he feel a semblance of safety. Otherwise, remaining here would yield an inevitable demise. Just as Vegeta prepared to turn and flee, a searing laser beam whizzed past him, causing him to halt abruptly. His lips curled in anger as he glared at Frieza, bellowing, "Curse you, Frieza?" In response, Frieza merely smirked coldly. Piccolo continued his relentless assault, incredulous that Frieza dared to divide his attention during their battle. The sheer audacity of Frieza left him bewildered, and he realized he had exerted nearly 3/4 of his strength, yet Frieza casually fought with his arms crossed. This implied that Frieza was still holding back his true power. It dawned on him that Frieza's strength could very well match or even surpass his own. As for the warriors, Krillin gazed at the battlefield in shock. No way. Despite Piccolo's immense power, he cannot gain the upper hand against Frieza, and Frieza isn't even using his hands. "We must prepare for the worst," Tien remarked. His eyes dimmed with despair. Never had he felt so powerless. Summoning his courage, Gohan declared, "Uncle Piccolo will survive, and so will we. Dad will definitely come. Indeed, we still have Goku." Yamcha chimed in, igniting a flicker of hope within them, a hope rooted in Goku's presence. Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. recognizing that Goku was their greatest hope. As long as Goku arrived, everything could be resolved. Chapter 51. Vegeta's reluctant injury. The battle between Piccolo and Frieza was extraordinarily intense. However, Frieza fought with remarkable ease, utilizing only one hand. Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, Piccolo shouted, "Frieza, fight me properly. Unleash all your strength. Do you hear me?" It was evident that Piccolo felt utterly humiliated, as Frieza's one-handed combat seemed to mock him. Such behavior felt like disdain towards him. In that moment, Piccolo was engulfed in fury. Frieza, observing the anxious Namekian, smirked and said, "What is the matter? Enjoy the privilege I have bestowed upon you. Why do you resist? You must understand the grave consequences of defying me, for I am merely exerting 1/20th of my power. Do you comprehend, Namekian? What did you say? 1/20th? You must be jesting." Piccolo could hardly believe Frieza's outrageous claim. If Frieza truly possessed such immense strength with merely 1/20th of his power, then his full potential would be catastrophic. Piccolo dismissed Frieza's words as mere bravado, convinced that Frieza was likely employing at least half of his strength. Frieza, witnessing the Namekian's disbelief, shook his head in exasperation. "How foolish. You refuse to accept the truth. Very well, I shall demonstrate a fraction of my seriousness." At that moment, as Frieza momentarily diverted his attention, Piccolo unleashed his full power, his battle strength skyrocketing to 8 million. With a swift acceleration, he delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's face. Taken by surprise, Frieza was sent hurtling away, landing 1,000 meters distant on the surface of a lake. Gohan, witnessing Piccolo's triumph, exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful! Uncle Piccolo can defeat Frieza." He was astonished to discover that Piccolo had been concealing such strength. Krillin, impressed, remarked on Piccolo's prowess. Given the current situation, it seemed likely that Piccolo could indeed vanquish Frieza. Surely, Frieza could not be hiding any further strength, could he? That would be truly monstrous. Initially, they had hoped for Goku's swift arrival, but now it appeared Piccolo was poised for victory. Tien Shinhan, with a note of concern, cautioned, "What worries me is that Frieza might not have revealed his full power yet. Otherwise, we could be in dire trouble." Hearing this, Kaiatsu glanced fearfully at Tien. Each warrior shared this apprehension, for Frieza's strength seemed to be an unfathomable abyss, continuously escalating to alarming levels. As Frieza, having been struck by Piccolo, slowly floated back up, he bore no visible injuries, appearing completely unscathed. Frieza lightly brushed the dust from his face and remarked, "Well done. The Namekian has finally chosen to unveil his hidden strength. However, to me, it seems rather insignificant. My full force strike couldn't even harm you." Piccolo clenched his fists, a deep sense of reluctance swelling within him. Despite his considerable increase in power, he found himself unable to shake Frieza's dominance. Frieza raised a finger and sneered, "Hee, I've given you enough leniency. Now, I shall employ a mere 1/10 of my strength. Do not disappoint me, Namekian." In an instant, Frieza's aura surged dramatically. Piccolo felt a jolt of anxiety, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. The warriors, witnessing this, prepared to rush to Piccolo's aid. "Stay back. Do not come over here." Piccolo called out fiercely, "Uncle Piccolo." Gohan shouted anxiously for his uncle. Krillin shook his head in resignation, saying, "We shouldn't interfere and complicate things for Piccolo." Yamcha and Tien Shinhan shared the sentiment. Realizing that their presence would only hinder Piccolo, it was better to remain calm and observe whether Piccolo could hold off Frieza until Goku arrived to assist. The hope of defeating Frieza now rested solely on Goku's shoulders. Meanwhile, the injured and fleeing Vegeta sensed the battlefield's turmoil and chuckled foolishly to himself. "How foolish of me. Why did I choose to resist that monster Frieza? Such a creature is beyond the capability of any mere mortal to combat. Nevertheless, Frieza, I will not allow you to obtain the Dragon Balls. If you fulfill your wish for eternal life, then I, the proud Saiyan Prince, would be doomed forever." Vegeta's current plan was to secure the existing Dragon Balls to prevent Frieza from gathering all 7. He believed that by doing so, he would still have a chance to turn the tide in his favor. Suddenly, a laser beam pierced through his back, leaving Vegeta gravely injured and plummeting from the sky. Lying on the ground, blood trickled from his lips. Were it not for the Saiyan's formidable physique sustaining him, he would have surely perished at that moment. Frieza turned his gaze to Piccolo and said, "All right, Namekian, continue your performance. After all, it is a rare delight to encounter such a formidable Namekian. I must be entertained." How infuriating it was to be so utterly underestimated. Piccolo was acutely aware of Frieza's overwhelming power, yet he refused to concede. No matter what, Goku had yet to arrive on the battlefield, and Piccolo was banking on Goku's ability to triumph over Frieza. Chapter 52. Goku arrives on the battlefield. Frieza was no fool. He could easily perceive the flicker of hope igniting in the Namekian's eyes. Curiously, he inquired, "Namekian, you seem to harbor some hope. Do you truly believe that your so-called hope can defeat me?" Such absurd confidence. With a glint of sharpness in his eyes, Frieza declared, "No one, regardless of who they are, stands a chance against me." Bang! Suddenly, Piccolo's chin was struck by Frieza's knee, causing him to stagger backward for over 10 meters, blood oozing from his nose and the corner of his mouth. Frieza, swaying his tail, remarked, "That Namekian, let me tell you, I am rapidly losing my patience." Just as Frieza raised his hand to gather an energy sphere, several attacks were hurled his way. These strikes landed squarely on Frieza, resulting in a thunderous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Frieza remained unscathed, standing tall. The warriors knew they could not inflict harm on Frieza. Their sole objective was to delay his advance, for otherwise, Piccolo would be in grave danger. Frieza's expression darkened as he growled, "There are still a few bothersome ants scurrying about." Piccolo cast a fleeting glance toward Gohan and the others, whispering, "I wonder if this will provoke that monster Frieza." Indeed, Frieza's gaze shifted toward Gohan and his companions. Piccolo immediately bellowed, "Frieza, do not lay a hand on Gohan. Your opponent is me." He unleashed a rapid barrage of energy blasts toward Frieza, who merely lifted his neck, allowing the Namekian to attack at will. To Frieza, these assaults were nothing more than a mere tickle. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku was at Bulma's house, lying in Goku's embrace. Bulma inquired, "Goku, aren't you worried about Krillin and the others on Namek? What if they encounter an insurmountable foe?" Bulma's excitement surged as she continued, "Goku, I have prepared the spaceship. We can depart for Namek at any moment." Curiosity ignited within Bulma, and she leaned closer to Goku, asking, "Goku, please tell me how you can instantaneously travel to Namek." Goku explained the concept of instant transmission, a unique skill. Upon hearing this for the first time, Bulma's face lit up with disbelief. "I can't believe such an incredible ability exists in this world. You're amazing, Goku. You truly are my man. Wait for me. Or I could go find Chi-Chi. I need to set off now," Goku replied, gently placing his finger on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before Bulma's eyes. He really disappeared, she exclaimed in shock. On Namek, Piccolo desperately attempted to impede Frieza, yet he had been battered to the point of being covered in wounds, with no unscathed area left. His energy was waning dangerously low, and it seemed he could perish at any moment. Gohan longed to rush in and save Uncle Piccolo, but was held back by Krillin. "Gohan, don't act impulsively," Krillin urged. "Piccolo is risking everything to protect us. If you rush in, all he has done will be in vain." "I know," Gohan replied, clenching his fists in frustration, unwilling to watch Uncle Piccolo meet his demise. Tien's expression was grim as he remarked, "It's possible that all of us may perish at Frieza's hands." Frieza hoisted Piccolo into the air with his tail, declaring, "You Namekian, you are left with but a final breath. I shall send you on your way." With blurred vision, Piccolo repeatedly murmured Goku's name. Just as Frieza raised his hand to pierce Piccolo's heart, he was unexpectedly kicked away, soaring through the air and landing several kilometers distant. The one who delivered the blow was none other than Goku, who had instantaneously transported from Earth. Lying on the ground, Piccolo struggled to breathe, but managed to smile weakly at Goku, saying, "Goku, you finally made it. If you had delayed any longer, my life would have surely come to an end here." "Piccolo, not bad. Your visit to Namek has significantly enhanced your power," Goku remarked, instantly discerning Piccolo's current strength. The stark contrast was astonishing. Piccolo, whose combat ability once barely surpassed 10,000, had now surged nearly 1,000-fold. Gasping for breath, Piccolo admitted, "Even with this newfound strength, I am still no match for Frieza. But you, Goku, I cannot even gauge your true power now. What exactly are you?" Piccolo faltered, unable to articulate further. For even in his current state, he could not perceive Goku's essence, a terrifying indication that Goku's strength had reached unfathomable depths. Goten, Krillin, Tien, and others soon approached. Krillin slapped Goku's arm, struggling to hold back tears, exclaiming, "Goku, if you had arrived any later, we would have all been done for." Goten joyfully called out, "Dad," to which Goku affectionately ruffled his son's hair. After consuming a senzu bean provided by Krillin and regaining his strength, Piccolo inquired, "Goku, do you have confidence in defeating Frieza? That fiend still harbors much hidden power." Upon hearing this, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, and Goten felt a sense of relief. As long as Goku was confident in overcoming Frieza, they had hope. Piccolo self-deprecatingly smiled, "I wonder how you trained, Goku. Your growth is beyond words." The others nodded in agreement, equally astonished by Goku's rapid increase in strength, which seemed to surpass the speed of a rocket. Suddenly, Frieza erupted from the lake, veins bulging as he roared, "Damn it, where did that wild monkey come from?" In a fit of rage, Frieza charged towards the warrior's location. Upon recognizing the one who had kicked him, he paused, exclaiming, "Who are you? I feel as though I've seen you before." "Ah yes, you are a Saiyan. Huh. I never expected that besides Vegeta, another Saiyan still lives. But now that you dare to stand before me, prepare to meet your demise, Saiyan." With a significant glance, Goku signaled to Piccolo, who immediately understood and declared, "You all must leave this place at once. Do not interfere with Goku's battle." The warriors comprehended that remaining here would only complicate matters for Goku, and thus they followed Piccolo, vacating the battlefield. Frieza gradually calmed, observing the Saiyan before him, and inquired, "Tell me your name, Saiyan." The momentary tranquility of Frieza's fury surged anew as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Damn Saiyans, you obstinate monkeys. Die." In an instant, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing before Goku, launching a powerful punch that was deftly deflected, yet he continued his relentless assault. However, as Frieza unleashed his barrage, he soon realized that none of his attacks seemed to affect the Saiyan standing before him. Staring in disbelief, Frieza exclaimed, "How is this possible? I am utilizing a third of my power." His gaze fixed intently on the Saiyan, he sought to discern the essence of his strength. Yet, no matter how closely Frieza scrutinized, he could not perceive the fluctuations of the Saiyan's energy. With a piercing gaze, Frieza remarked, "You are unlike any Saiyan I have encountered before." Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Yamcha trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible! Goku is astonishing. Frieza is being thoroughly suppressed." Indeed, Goku's strength surpassed Frieza's by a considerable margin. Piccolo, the most formidable among them, observed with clarity, as expected of Goku, "He is truly remarkable." Krillin, with a flourish of his hands, expressed confidence, knowing that Goku would not let them down and would surely triumph. Tien Shinhan chuckled ruefully, reflecting, "In the past, I could contend equally with Goku, but now, compared to him, I feel like a drop of water against an ocean. There is no comparison." Hundreds of kilometers away, Vegeta, fleeing, suddenly halted, gazing towards the battlefield. "That energy is Kakarot's. There is no mistake, it is indeed Kakarot's," he mused. Yet, Frieza's power appeared to pale in comparison to Kakarot's. Could this truly be Kakarot's real strength? He pondered. "No, I must confirm this personally. How can a lowly warrior reach such heights? What does this mean for me, the prince of the Saiyan race?" Unwilling to accept this reality, Vegeta abandoned his escape and redirected his flight towards the battlefield, determined to ascertain whether Kakarot possessed such formidable power. This brought to mind a legend of the Saiyans, one that spoke of a Super Saiyan emerging once every 1,000 years. Vegeta had always believed himself to be that Super Saiyan. However, Kakarot had repeatedly shattered his confidence. Presently, Vegeta's battle power barely exceeded 100,000. And what of Kakarot? In stark contrast, one might as well succumb to death. On the battlefield, Frieza has unleashed half of his power to engage in combat with Goku. Throughout the encounter, Goku has merely responded to Frieza's attacks, refraining from initiating any offense. This perplexes and enrages Frieza, who is accustomed to mocking others. Now finds himself the target of ridicule from a Saiyan monkey. Never before has Frieza felt such fury as in this moment. After unleashing an energy wave, Frieza ascends into the air, his gaze fixed intently on the Saiyan below. "Frieza, allow me to make a suggestion. Become my henchman, and you might achieve greater heights." Goku taunts. Chapter 54. Frieza, exerting his full power, discovers that he remains unable to shake Goku. The words of this Saiyan monkey, laden with humiliation, leave Frieza trembling with rage, a level of anger he has never experienced before. His eyes, now glowing crimson, fixate on the Saiyan before him as he grits his teeth and declares, "Saiyan, you are doomed. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner, and you will be the last." In an instant, Frieza unleashes half of his strength and charges at the Saiyan. However, upon striking Goku's chest, he finds that he cannot move this formidable Saiyan in the slightest. Terror fills Frieza's eyes. Moreover, there is a mystery that perplexes even Vegeta. How could Kakarot, designated as a low-class warrior at birth, possess such terrifying strength? Perhaps the legend of the Super Saiyan among the Saiyans is indeed true, and Kakarot is the one who has transformed into a Super Saiyan. In his fury, Frieza raises another hand, concentrating energy into a wave aimed at the Saiyan. Boom. Frieza erupts in maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! The wretched Saiyan monkey now understands my might." "What are you laughing at, Frieza?" Goku's voice suddenly resonates from behind him. "What?" Frieza, startled by the voice, swiftly turns around, only to find the Saiyan monkey right behind him. In disbelief, he questions, "Saiyan monkey, when did you sneak behind me?" "Huh, Frieza, is your vision so limited that you cannot comprehend such a simple event? The speed of movement is determined by the strength of one's combat power." "Saiyan monkey, are you suggesting that your combat power surpasses mine?" Frieza points at Goku, demanding an answer. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Goku replies, "What do you think, Frieza? How infuriating. I have never endured such a profound humiliation." Frieza seethes, driven nearly to madness by the relentless mockery throughout their battle. Frieza's singular desire now is to eliminate the Saiyan monkey before him. Only then can he quell this fury. Suddenly, Frieza burst into laughter, saying, "Huh? Saiyan monkey, did you truly believe that was my full strength? Let me be honest with you. That was merely half of my power. Now I shall unleash my full strength. Once I do, you shall meet your demise, Saiyan monkey. You wretched Saiyan monkey." Upon hearing these words, Frieza's rage threatened to consume him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Frieza spread his arms wide and began to unleash his fury. As Frieza's power surged, His energy continued to escalate. Nearby, Piccolo spoke gravely. Frieza is about to reveal his true power. Goku should be fine, right? Krillin asked uncertainly. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Gohan all directed their gazes towards him. With Krillin's confirmation, they all felt a sense of safety wash over them. Their own strengths were simply too feeble, forcing them to place all their hopes on Goku. If even Goku were to falter, they would surely face utter doom alongside him. Vegeta, too, focused intently on Frieza, murmuring to himself, that Kakarot should be fine. As for Frieza, I will undoubtedly become stronger than anyone in the future. Frieza's battle power continued to escalate. 90, 91, 92, 93, 99. With a furious roar, Frieza unleashed the entirety of his 100% strength. His muscles swelled, and an aura radiated fiercely around him. Upon tapping into his true power, Frieza smirked confidently, declaring, Saiyan Monkey, your fate is sealed. In an instant, Frieza propelled himself towards Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce clash between Goku and Frieza erupted, with their attacks exchanging rapidly. Under normal circumstances, Goku's battle power of 100 million would be insufficient to contend with Frieza's 120 million. However, the latent energy within Goku was immense, enabling him to unleash a significantly greater power in an instant. Even a multiple-fold increase in battle power would occur in the blink of an eye. This vast reservoir of potential energy was the Super Saiyan energy. Seeing that even after revealing his true strength, he could not gain the upper hand, Frieza began to panic. Damn you, Saiyan Monkey. I never imagined your power could rival my full strength to such an extent. Rivaling my strength. What gives you that impression, Frieza? As Goku's words fell, he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Frieza flying. The force propelled Frieza several hundred meters away before he managed to halt his momentum. Fear etched in his eyes as he stared at Goku and asked, Who are you? How can your power surpass that of me, the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza? Unforgivable, despicable. Chapter 55. Frieza, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Just then, another punch landed squarely on Frieza's head. The relentless barrage left Frieza's mind ringing. Frieza, after violently spitting a copious amount of blood, struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed in fury. Damn it, that wretched Saiyan Monkey. The humiliation I have endured in this moment shall be repaid tenfold. However, before Frieza could fully comprehend the situation, Goku unleashed a flurry of slaps upon him, leaving Frieza utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Thoughts of confusion swirled in Frieza's mind. With a mocking tone, Goku taunted, Frieza. Villains perish due to their incessant chatter. Battles should be swift and decisive, not filled with meaningless words. The warriors and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, astonished that Frieza, possessing such immense power, was being toyed with like a mere infant by Goku. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Kakarot. Just how strong are you? I will surpass you in the future. Just you wait. Krillin burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Goku truly instills an overwhelming sense of security these days. Frieza, gathering an energy wave in his hands, unleashed it towards Goku. Yet, Goku effortlessly raised his arm and deflected Frieza's attack. The resulting explosion of energy obliterated a distant island, turning it to ashes in an instant. When Goku next beheld Frieza, the tyrant hovered in midair, consumed by a singular thought, to eradicate the detestable Saiyan Monkey before him. Frieza felt that unless he achieved this, he would forever remain shrouded in the shadow of his humiliation. Raising a finger, Frieza concentrated a red energy sphere that grew increasingly large, planning to annihilate the Namekian planet. He realized that in a fair fight, he could not best the Saiyan, leaving him with only the option of planetary destruction to ensure the Saiyans' demise. As Saiyans could not survive in the void of space, this was their greatest weakness. As the energy sphere swelled, Frieza erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, Ha! Saiyan, you shall perish along with this planet. Not good. Piccolo warned with concern. That madman Frieza intends to destroy the Namekian planet. Is that true? Yamcha gasped in shock. What should we do now? Goku can hold it off, right? Krillin asserted resolutely. We can only trust Goku. He will be fine. He is immensely powerful. Vegeta's lips twitched as he muttered under his breath. Kakarot, no matter what, you must withstand Frieza's assault. I refuse to die here now. As Frieza completed the gathering of the massive red energy sphere, he cackled loudly. Die. You wretched Saiyan Monkey. With that, he hurled the colossal 100-meter-wide red energy sphere down towards the surface of the Namekian planet. Throughout the confrontation, Goku's gaze remained astonishingly composed, showing no concern for Frieza's assaults. In Goku's eyes, no matter how much energy Frieza amassed, it paled in comparison to his own power. In an instant, Goku vanished from sight, reappearing at the location where the crimson energy sphere was descending, raising his left hand. As the red energy sphere collided with Goku's palm, it came to an abrupt halt. What? It was blocked so easily? Frieza, witnessing his most potent attack thwarted with such ease, was taken aback, and deep within, a sense of dread began to stir. Trembling with rage, Frieza bellowed, "Damn it! How can this Saiyan be so formidable? My full strength is nothing but childish play before him. I am utterly defenseless. No, I must escape this planet Namek." Without hesitation, Frieza pivoted and surged away, knowing that continuing to battle this Saiyan would lead to his demise. Furthermore, Frieza resolved internally to one day eliminate this accursed Saiyan monkey. Vegeta, observing Frieza's unhesitating retreat, was momentarily stunned. Was this truly the cosmic tyrant he had known? Why did he appear so pitiful at this moment? Nevertheless, Vegeta remained cognizant of the necessity to pursue Frieza, for at this juncture, he had yet to transform into the Super Saiyan warrior depicted in the original tale. In the narrative, once Vegeta attained the Super Saiyan form, he regarded any opponent weaker than himself with disdain, embodying the epitome of arrogance. At this point, however, he maintained a cautious and prudent demeanor. Vegeta called out loudly, "Kakarot, Frieza is fleeing. You must chase after him. If he escapes, he will surely seek vengeance, and that would spell trouble." Vegeta was aware that Frieza belonged to the Frost Demon race, and he knew of Frieza's brother and father, though their strengths remained a mystery. It was unlikely they were significantly weaker. The other warriors were equally astonished to witness Frieza's retreat, as his flight was entirely unforeseen. After deflecting Frieza's crimson energy sphere into the depths of space, Goku gazed at the increasingly distant Frieza. At this moment, Goku felt little inclination to eliminate Frieza, for the tyrant had become far too feeble in his eyes. Goku, inheriting the Saiyans' combative nature, was not one to shy away from a challenge. Chapter 56. Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that he deems even my demise unworthy of his effort? Cursed Saiyan monkey, you shall await my return. I will surpass your strength. Just as Frieza frantically accelerated his escape, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was that Saiyan monkey. Frieza slammed on the brakes, filled with terror as he exclaimed, "How did you reach me in an instant? What manner of sorcery is this, Saiyan?" What perplexed Frieza was that despite his full-speed flight, this Saiyan monkey had closed the distance in the blink of an eye. This left Frieza in a state of profound terror, as the speed of this Saiyan monkey exceeded the limits of his imagination. Goku, with his arms crossed, calmly floated in midair. His ability to appear before Frieza in an instant was due to his mastery of instant transmission. Now, Goku executed this technique with remarkable ease, akin to teleporting from Earth to Namek. Frieza cast a furtive glance to his left, and in an instant, darted to the right in a desperate attempt to flee. However, to Goku, Frieza's antics were nothing short of trivial. After half a minute of Frieza attempting to escape at full speed, Goku reappeared before him once more. Even Frieza, despite his usual arrogance, realized that the speed of this Saiyan monkey far surpassed his own. Prolonging this encounter would only seal his fate. Goku, with a smile, remarked, "Frieza, why have you stopped running? You could continue. Perhaps you might successfully escape." "Huh, Saiyan monkey, do you think you've already won?" Frieza retorted, his tone growing increasingly haughty. Yet, deep down, he felt a profound sense of insecurity, uncertain of any means to evade his impending doom. Frieza suddenly unleashed a barrage of laser beams. However, at the very moment he fired, Goku's figure vanished from sight. Unprepared, Frieza was caught off guard as Goku's fist collided with his head, sending him crashing into the ground. The impact left Frieza bloodied and dazed, unable to suppress the flow of crimson from his wounds. Defiantly, he gasped, "Why? How can the Saiyans possess such strength? Even the so-called Super Saiyan shouldn't be capable of this level of power." Goku descended slowly, standing before Frieza with an air of calmness. "Frieza, your talents are commendable, but it's a pity you have not trained since birth. What a waste." "What do you mean? Are you mocking me?" Frieza glared intensely at the Saiyan before him. At that moment, the warriors and Vegeta arrived, witnessing Frieza's battered state, their faces lighting up with smiles. Goku, with a smirk, said with a hint of mischief, "Frieza, weren't you afraid of the Super Saiyan? Allow me to show you what a true Super Saiyan looks like." Upon Goku's declaration, astonishment washed over everyone present, particularly Frieza and Vegeta, whose reactions were the most pronounced. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Super Saiyan." This revelation was undeniably overwhelming and terrifying for him. According to Goku, he had yet to unleash the full power of a Super Saiyan. The thought of what would happen if Goku did so was too daunting for Frieza to contemplate. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming, "I knew it. That bastard Kakarot has mastered the power of the Super Saiyan. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable?" With a slow motion, Goku gradually opened his arms, channeling the immense Super Saiyan energy within him. The entire Namek seemed to tremble violently, instilling fear in the hearts of the warriors and Vegeta alike. The aura emanating from him was beyond terrifying. With a mighty roar, Goku fully transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his hair turning a brilliant gold, surrounded by a radiant golden flame. In that moment, his battle power soared to a staggering 50 billion, surpassing even the full strength of Cell from the original tale. The terrifying energy swept across the area, causing Frieza, who was nearest, to widen his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the transformed Goku. At that moment, Frieza found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. The warriors and Vegeta were left utterly stunned, for the intensity of Goku's aura was beyond comprehension. It was a kind of power they had never dared to imagine. Krillin, in shock, uttered, "Is that really Goku? Why does he feel so sinister after transforming?" Regardless of the thoughts, Goku's presence at that moment was akin to an overwhelming ocean. Tien, in disbelief, never imagined anyone could possess such extraordinary power. Yamcha swallowed hard several times and remarked, "This is terrifying. As a Super Saiyan, I doubt anyone in this universe can defeat Goku now." "Indeed, I share your sentiments." Krillin expressed his admiration for Goku. Growing up alongside him, Krillin could hardly fathom Goku reaching such heights. Gohan exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, he is simply incredible." Vegeta's gaze remained fixated on Kakarot in his Super Saiyan form, pondering, "So this is what a Super Saiyan truly is?" In Chapter 57, Frieza faced his demise, and Vegeta muttered repeatedly, "A Super Saiyan. In the future, I too shall attain this power. Wait for me, Kakarot." Vegeta's obsession with the Super Saiyan transformation deepened as he witnessed Kakarot's overwhelming strength, leaving him profoundly shaken. Piccolo muttered, "Strong, too strong." As Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, approached Frieza step by step, Frieza was immediately struck with terror and began to retreat frantically. With fear in his eyes, Frieza pleaded, "Don't come any closer. Please, don't." Never before had Frieza felt such fear. Today marked the greatest nightmare of his existence. The Super Saiyan before him was an apparition of dread, an embodiment of power he could hardly fathom. Goku calmly proposed, "Frieza, once you descend to hell, make sure to train hard. Don't let me down." He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of energy that struck Frieza's body. With a resounding explosion, Frieza was obliterated without even a scream escaping his lips. After vanquishing Frieza, Goku reverted to his normal state, shedding the Super Saiyan form. All the warriors, including Vegeta, had yet to recover from the astonishing transformation of Goku into a Super Saiyan. The spectacle was overwhelmingly intense, and the sheer magnitude of his terrifying power was beyond description. When Goku's gaze fell upon Vegeta, the latter was so startled that he nearly plummeted from the sky. The warriors gathered around Goku. After an hour, Goku instructed them to collect the Dragon Balls in preparation to summon the eternal dragon Porunga. This was indeed the purpose of Goku's journey, to utilize the dragon from Namek to fulfill his wishes. The others refrained from questioning Goku about his intentions, especially since Frieza, their formidable foe, had already been vanquished by him. However, Vegeta chose to remain, unwilling to miss witnessing the unfolding events, despite his reluctance. Dend assumed the duty of reciting the incantation to summon Porunga. As Dend called forth the dragon, the once unending daylight of Namek swiftly descended into darkness. Krillin remarked with a smile, "Indeed, the eternal dragon of Namek causes the skies to darken just like the one on Earth." As Porunga emerged, he intoned deeply, "Speak your wishes. I can grant you 3. Is it true? The eternal dragon of Namek can fulfill 3 wishes?" Yamcha exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he turned to his companions. The warriors were astounded. They had initially believed that Namek's dragon could grant but a single wish, yet here it was, capable of bestowing 3. This revelation was entirely unforeseen. Only Goku remained unfazed, his composure unwavering, for he had long been aware of such matters. Once the dragon was summoned, all eyes turned to Goku. He stated, "Dend, tell the dragon that my first wish is to possess the ability to survive in the universe. My second wish is to attain infinite energy, and my third wish is for all those who perished on Namek to be resurrected." Goku's final wish for the revival of the Namekians was made with the understanding that this particular desire was likely unattainable by Porunga. Otherwise, it would be excessively selfish to use all 3 wishes for himself. At the very least, he needed to maintain a facade of fairness. A collective sigh of relief swept through the warriors, especially Piccolo, who was aware of the numerous casualties among the Namekians. Din then began to chant in the Namekian language. Porunga's eyes glowed brightly as he declared, "The first wish has been granted to Son Goku. Now, state your next wish." Simultaneously, Goku felt a profound change occurring within him. He had indeed acquired the ability to survive in the cosmos. As Dend completed the incantation for the second wish, Porunga's eyes illuminated once more, announcing, "The second wish has also been fulfilled. Now, speak your final wish." With Porunga bestowing the second wish upon Goku, a flash of red light sparkled in Goku's eyes. Infinite energy. A smile crept onto Goku's lips. The acquisition of this boundless energy held a significance unlike any other. Regardless of the intensity of the battle, Goku's energy within him remains unwavering. As long as the enemy cannot eliminate him instantaneously, Goku can relentlessly drag them to their demise. Dandy continued to recite the third wish. However, this time, Porunga seemed to pause, stating, "This wish, I cannot fulfill. I can resurrect only one person at a time." "Is that so?" exclaimed Krillin in disbelief. "The Dragon Balls on Earth can revive many at once. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu all nodded in agreement, noting the differences between the Namekian dragon and the Earth dragon with their own uncertainty. Piccolo turned to Goku and inquired, Goku, if the last wish cannot be granted, then we should use the Earth Dragon Balls instead. The unfolding events were all anticipated by Goku. Dandy asked, what shall the final wish be? The warriors fell into contemplation, realizing that without the ability to use the Namekian dragon to resurrect everyone, they would need to consider alternative wishes. Goku addressed Dandy, for the last wish, tell the dragon to grant me the unique time abilities of Guldo from the Ginyu Force. Once Purunga granted Goku's final wish, Goku's purpose for traveling to Namek was deemed fulfilled. Chapter 58, Frieza's father and brother mobilized together. In a distant corner of the universe, aboard a spaceship, King Cold, Frieza's father, glowered at the screen, stating, to think someone could slay my son Frieza. Have we identified the perpetrator? Report, King Cold. Based on our monitoring, it appears that the one who killed Frieza is a Super Saiyan, a high-tech staff member respectfully reported. King Cold was taken aback, stating, a Super Saiyan? The very being our Frost Demon clan has always feared? If it is indeed a Super Saiyan, we must devise a plan to eliminate him, otherwise, it will jeopardize our clan's dominance. He then inquired, have we determined where the Super Saiyan who killed Frieza originated from? Nodding, he asked, how long would it take to reach Earth from our current location? King Cold gazed through the glass toward the Milky Way, declaring, then let us proceed to Earth. The spaceship adjusted its course, heading toward the galaxy's Earth. With a fierce glint in his eyes, King Cold murmured, a Super Saiyan. Is it? I shall make it clear the might of our Frost Demon clan. Yet, despite his bold words, he felt uncertain about whether he could contend with such a Super Saiyan. The ability to slay Frieza indicated that this Super Saiyan's power must far exceed Frieza's own. King Cold was acutely aware of his own strength, which was comparable to Frieza's, albeit slightly inferior. King Cold's battle power stood at 100 million, while Frieza's was 1.2 billion. Suddenly, King Colder chuckled and remarked, it seems necessary to contact my eldest son. However, given the considerable distance, it will take at least 2 years for him to arrive. Never mind. By then, with my son by my side, we shall have a greater assurance in dealing with that Super Saiyan. After reaching a decisive conclusion, King Colder commanded, contact my eldest son, Gula. Indeed, King Colder was well aware of his son's formidable strength, surpassing even his own and that of Frieza. Together, they would render any Super Saiyan merely a trivial challenge. Your Majesty, do you truly wish to reach out to King Gula? If so, we must adjust our timeline for arriving on Earth, one of the staff members cautiously inquired. King Colder's icy gaze swiftly fell upon the staff member, causing him to flinch. He hastily responded with utmost respect, yes, King Colder, I shall contact King Gula at once. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cosmos, aboard a spaceship, one of Gula's loyal subordinates respectfully relayed, King Gula, your father, King Colder, has sent word, requesting your presence to confront the Super Saiyan who vanquished King Frieza on Earth. Humph, Gula scoffed, his tone laced with displeasure. Very well, I understand. I am quite eager to ascertain the true extent of the Super Saiyan's abilities. Gula believed that the current calamity was a direct result of his brother Frieza's folly. Had Frieza possessed a bit more ruthlessness back in the day, the remnants of the Saiyans would not still exist. Furthermore, Gula harbored profound confidence in his own strength, convinced that even a Super Saiyan would not stand a chance against him. His ultimate form was far from ordinary. As for the Super Saiyan, Gula dismissed the notion entirely. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku had utilized the Dragon Balls from Namek, feeling it necessary to report on the matter. After all, employing the Dragon Balls would not require any personal sacrifice on his part. The only consequence would be the potential emergence of even more formidable evil dragons in the future. Nonetheless, Goku was not one to shy away from challenges. With infinite energy at his disposal, he could effortlessly access Super Saiyan 4. Of course, this transformation posed significant strain on his body. Ultimately, even with boundless energy, insufficient foundational combat strength would render forcibly activating Super Saiyan for a considerable burden on his physique. At Bowsy Mountain, Goku was enjoying an outing with Chi-Chi and Bulma. Chi-Chi inquired with a smile, Goku, are you completely at ease letting Gohan train with that Demon King Piccolo? In Goku's view, entrusting his son Gohan to Piccolo was the most suitable arrangement. Bulma chimed in with a grin, isn't it wonderful? We can enjoy our personal time with you, Goku, while they train. Chapter 59, The Arrival of Colder and Gula on Earth. As time passed, 2 years had elapsed. Over the past 2 years, the warriors have been diligently training alongside Vegeta, each with varying degrees of intensity. Among them, Piccolo and Vegeta have exerted themselves the most, striving to keep pace with Goku, despite the stark differences in their abilities. Goku has also provided them with gravity training devices. During this period, Bulma gave birth to a daughter named Bra, who shares the same hair color as her mother. A spaceship has entered the galaxy, helmed by King Cold and his son, Cooler. Cooler bears a striking resemblance to Frieza, though this is not his final form. He conceals another transformation. King Cold remarks, son, We have entered the galaxy. Cooler, swishing his tail with an impassive expression, replies, "It is time to avenge my foolish brother." King Cold pays little heed to whether Cooler speaks from the heart. His primary concern is to eliminate the Super Saiyan. The existence of this Super Saiyan poses a significant threat to their family's dominion, a situation King Cold cannot tolerate. Moreover, both of his sons possess talents that surpass his own, especially Frieza, who was born with remarkable combat prowess, making him a favored successor. Tragically, Frieza has perished. Now, with Cooler stepping up, King Cold finds some solace. For their race, the Frost Demons, are notoriously ruthless. On Earth, the warriors are scattered across the globe. Goku remains at Bulma's residence in West City, spending time with his daughter, while Chi-Chi is also present. Suddenly, Goku gazes upward and calmly states, "Have they arrived?" Interesting. Over the past 2 years, he has successfully shattered the previous limit of his base power, which now stands at 140 million. This increase has not been as explosive as before, requiring a gradual accumulation of strength and a more relaxed training regimen. Turning to Chi-Chi and Bulma, Goku announces, "I'm heading out for a while, you two stay here." Meanwhile, the warriors are flying toward the landing site of the spaceship. Upon arriving, Goku sees everyone gathered and cheerfully exclaims, "Hey, you all are quite fast. Impressive, your strengths have improved in varying degrees over these 2 years." Yamcha nods in agreement, saying yes. "Goku, please don't tease us." Tien adds, "Regardless, I will continue to train hard." Gohan rushes to Goku's side, joyfully calling out, "Dad." Goku, pleased, replies, "Just as I expected from Piccolo, you've raised him well, Gohan." Piccolo, hearing this, darkens in countenance, thinking, why bring that up? He finds no desire to discuss such matters. Vegeta's gaze was fixed intently on Kakarot as he proclaimed, "Kakarot, I shall prove my strength to you." "Indeed, I look forward to it, Vegeta," Goku replied, finding Vegeta's obsession not repugnant, but rather intriguing. Goku then inquired, "So, Piccolo, what are your plans this time?" Piccolo anticipated Goku's question. With unwavering confidence, Vegeta declared, "This time, I, Vegeta, will handle our foes." Goku chuckled with interest. "How fascinating. I eagerly await your performance, Vegeta." Vegeta clenched his fists in determination. After overcoming the grueling challenge of 400 times gravity training over the past 2 years, he acknowledged that he still fell short of Kakarot's prowess. Yet, the wellspring of his confidence lay in his newfound ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. It was the fierce sense of defiance and intense rage that had enabled Vegeta to achieve this transformation 2 months prior. Observing Vegeta's confidence, Goku decided to assess the battle powers of Vegeta and Piccolo. Piccolo, battle power 73, 100, 000. Vegeta, battle power 6, 600, 000. Upon seeing their battle powers, Goku was slightly taken aback. Compared to 2 years ago, both Piccolo and Vegeta had experienced significant growth in strength. Goku speculated that Vegeta's newfound confidence might stem from his mastery of the Super Saiyan transformation. Otherwise, how could he suddenly exude such assurance? Goku considered that his own presence must have instilled a sense of immense pressure upon the warriors, spurring them to train more diligently than in the original timeline. If Vegeta were to transform into a Super Saiyan now, Goku mused that he might not even need to engage in battle himself. At that moment, King Cold's spaceship finally descended onto Earth. As the hatch opened, King Cold and his son, Cooler, emerged. King Cold surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "So this is the Earth where the Super Saiyans reside. However, it seems our arrival has not gone unnoticed." Cooler then noticed a group of individuals nearby, sensing their formidable presence. Following Cooler's gaze, King Cold too observed the gathering, which comprised Goku and his fellow warriors. Chapter 60. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. Goku and the warriors stood before King Cold and his entourage. Cooler urged, "These individuals are clearly prepared. Father, let's engage them without delay." Originally, Cooler's subordinates respectfully suggested, "King Cooler, King Cold, allow us to deal with these intruders." "Very well, let's test their strength." Cooler agreed to his subordinate's request. King Cold had no objections, pleased to avoid unnecessary conflict. On the warriors' side, Vegeta stepped forward, asserting, "Leave all these foes to me. Do not interfere." "Vegeta, you." Tien Shinhan attempted to speak, but was silenced by Piccolo. Piccolo turned to Son Goku and said, "Goku, I wish to witness the power of this Vegeta fellow after he transforms into a Super Saiyan. Is that agreeable?" "Of course, I have no objections. In fact, I too am eager to see it," Goku replied, having no intentions of intervening. Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, Dend, and Gohan were all taken aback, unable to fathom that Vegeta could also achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan like Goku. The revelation left them utterly astonished, for they vividly recalled Goku's formidable power during his transformation on planet Namek, a strength so overwhelming it could instill fear. Now, the realization that Vegeta had attained the same capability was simply staggering to them. Goku paid no heed to Vegeta. His sole interest lay in observing the impending battle. King Cold gazed at Vegeta, perplexed, and remarked, "Is this fellow truly a Saiyan?" Nodding, King Cold responded, "I see. However, this Saiyan does not appear to be the fabled Super Saiyan." As Guldo's three subordinates and King Cold's minions surged forward, Vegeta unleashed a powerful shout, his energy skyrocketing in an instant. All present displayed expressions of shock, with Goku remaining entirely unfazed. Piccolo stated gravely, "That fellow Vegeta is about to transform into a Super Saiyan." Guldo, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "What? Is this Vegeta truly a Super Saiyan?" The words Super Saiyan darkened King Cold's countenance. In a final surge of rage, Vegeta fully transformed, his golden hair and fiery aura enveloping him. Krillin widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Vegeta? He really can become a Super Saiyan. How impressive." The other warriors nodded in agreement, as witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing than mere hearsay. Having previously witnessed Goku's transformation, after sensing Vegeta's energy, Piccolo glanced at Goku and remarked, "However, Vegeta's Super Saiyan energy pales in comparison to Goku's." With Piccolo's reminder, the others began to regain a semblance of composure amidst their astonishment. The sight of Vegeta transforming was simply too overwhelming. Krillin, after sensing Vegeta's energy, noted, "It seems true. While Vegeta's power as a Super Saiyan is formidable, it does not match Goku's strength." Meanwhile, as the warriors conversed, Vegeta had already dispatched all of the lesser fighters. The expressions of Guldo and King Cold had turned quite grim. The power of a Super Saiyan had indeed exceeded their expectations. King Cold cautioned, "Guldo, the might of a Super Saiyan. I understand, father. Leave it to me. You just hold off the remaining foes to prevent any interference with my battle," Guldo proposed. The reason Gula refrained from suggesting that his father, King Cold, join forces in battle was due to his unwavering confidence in his ability to confront the Super Saiyan alone. King Cold, upon hearing his eldest son's proposal, did not refuse but rather acquiesced, saying, "I understand, then it is up to you, Gula." Gula slowly stepped forward, moving to stand before Vegeta. With his arms crossed and an air of arrogance, Vegeta declared, "Gula, you think you can challenge me? You lack the qualifications. Come at me together." Vegeta, brimming with self-assurance regarding his own strength, embodied the might of a Super Saiyan. Gula smirked and replied, "Vegeta, while it is indeed impressive that you can transform into this so-called Super Saiyan, you may not be aware that my transformation capability exceeds even that of Frieza." "What?" Vegeta was taken aback. This revelation was far from favorable for him. Nevertheless, he did not believe that Gula's newfound power could surpass his own as a Super Saiyan. The other warriors gasped in astonishment. They vividly recalled Frieza's formidable power each time he transformed. However, the presence of Goku alleviated their concerns, for he was their greatest source of reassurance. Vegeta scoffed, "Gula, are you suggesting that after another transformation, your power could surpass that of a Super Saiyan like me?" Who knows? Although Gula could not sense energy, he could discern that Vegeta's strength in his Super Saiyan state was formidable. Yet, Gula remained confident in the power he would acquire from his transformation. Chapter 61, Vegeta, Gula, and King Cold. Gula clenched his fists, igniting an aura of energy that caused his body to swell and transform. Simultaneously, his energy surged at an astonishing rate. All the warriors looked on in shock as they witnessed Gula beginning to transform, his energy rapidly approaching that of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. Vegeta furrowed his brow, surprised that Gula's final transformation could yield such a dramatic increase in power, the aura closing in on him swiftly. However, Vegeta remained self-assured, for at that moment, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Apart from Kakarot, there was no one in the universe who could rival him. Krillin, with a look of alarm, exclaimed, "This is bad. That Gula seems to have energy comparable to Vegeta's." Yet, to be precise, Vegeta still had the edge. Piccolo, being the strongest after Goku and Vegeta, was quick to assess the energy levels between Gula and Vegeta. Tien, exuding confidence, remarked, "It's fine. We have Goku with us. There's nothing to worry about." "Exactly. We have Goku," Yamcha chimed in, sharing a confident smile. In the eyes of the warriors, as long as Goku was present, no matter how powerful the enemy might be, they remained unchallenged. Upon witnessing the formidable power of Gula in his final transformation, which reached an astounding 320 million, Wukong realized that he was merely 10 million short of Vegeta's own strength. This battle would require Vegeta to exert considerable effort to secure victory. For defeating Gula would be no simple feat. Vegeta's gaze fixated on Gula as he declared, "Impressive, Gula. In your ultimate form, you have indeed earned my respect." To Vegeta, Gula's combat prowess was now alarmingly close to his own, and overcoming him would necessitate a fierce struggle. Although Vegeta exuded confidence, he was not foolishly overconfident. "Earned your respect? Vegeta, your words are quite audacious," Gula bellowed before vanishing in an instant. Vegeta, anticipating this, followed suit, and the two soon engaged in an intense aerial battle. King Cold observed the clash from below, remarking, "It astonishes me that Vegeta, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, can withstand Gula's ultimate form. I had not expected such strength. In King Cold's eyes, his eldest son Gula's final transformation should have guaranteed victory. Yet he was taken aback by the extraordinary might of the Super Saiyan capable of contending with Gula's ultimate state. Nevertheless, King Cold maintained unwavering confidence in his son's ability to defeat the Super Saiyan Vegeta. Noticing the unfolding conflict, Piccolo promptly removed his heavy cloak and stated resolutely, "Leave this adversary to me. You all should retreat." Tien, Krillin, and the others stepped back several hundred meters, while Wukong remained calmly in place. King Cold regarded Piccolo thoughtfully before exclaiming, "I recognize you now. I did not expect there to be Namekians on Earth." "Humph, and what of it?" "You are all destined for annihilation," Piccolo retorted, instantly maximizing his energy. King Cold chuckled derisively. "How amusing. A mere Namekian believes he can contend with the Frost Demon clan? What gives you such confidence?" In a flash, King Cold charged at Piccolo, launching an assault. Yet, Piccolo was no pushover and retaliated with vigor. Although he found himself at a disadvantage, he managed to hold his ground against King Cold. Surprised, King Cold remarked, "Your strength as a Namekian is quite formidable. How about it? With such power, would you consider serving under me? I could provide you with everything you desire, even multiple galaxies without issue." King Cold was genuinely impressed by the power displayed by Piccolo, estimating it to be over 70 million, a rarity indeed. However, upon hearing the Namekian's taunt, King Cold's face contorted with rage, his 100 million battle power surging forth as he roared, "Damn you, Namekian. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the audacity to be arrogant before me. Your demise would be effortless." Piccolo understood that he would ultimately be no match for King Kurd, as the disparity in their combat prowess was glaringly apparent. However, a brief exchange of blows was not beyond his capabilities. His confidence stemmed from the presence of son Wukong. As long as Wukong was by his side, they would not find themselves in an uncontrollable predicament. This sentiment resonated among the warriors, who viewed Wukong as their staunchest support. In the midst of his battle with Vegeta, Gula cast a furtive glance towards the battlefield where his father fought. He felt no surprise at King Kurd's engagement against their foes. What did astonish him was the strength of the Namekian. Though Gula dismissed it as insignificant, the Namekian's power was undeniably formidable. Vegeta noticed Gula's momentary distraction during their fight, and, visibly irritated, admonished, "Gula, focus on our battle. Otherwise, do not blame me for utterly obliterating you." Chapter 62. Wukong's slight intervention leaves Gula stunned. The fierce battle raged on for nearly 10 minutes, leaving Piccolo utterly drained, having inflicted only a mere scratch on King Kurd. Frustrated, Piccolo exclaimed, "Damn it. I never anticipated that even with my full strength, I could inflict so little damage." "Huh. I must commend you, Namekian," King Kurd replied mockingly. "To think you could injure me at all is quite the rarity." In Kurd's eyes, managing to wound him was a considerable achievement for the Namekian. Nevertheless, he was determined to subdue this Namekian quickly. The thought of not being able to defeat even a single Namekian would be utterly embarrassing for one of his stature. Suddenly, a smile crept across Piccolo's face as he taunted, "Do you think defeating me guarantees your victory? How naive." King Kurd, perplexed by the Namekian's words, could not grasp their full meaning. At that moment, son Wukong appeared beside Piccolo, tossing him a senzu bean. "Well fought, Piccolo. Keep up the effort," he encouraged. With Wukong personally joining the fray, the outcome of the battle seemed all but decided. On the sidelines, son Wufan sighed in relief. Thankfully, Dad arrived just in time. Otherwise, Uncle Piccolo could have faced dire consequences. "Wufan, you need not worry. Wukong would never allow his comrades to come to harm," Krillin reassured him, patting Wufan on the shoulder. Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu all echoed Krillin's sentiments, affirming that Wukong would never abandon his friends in their time of need. Otherwise, he would not be Wukong. Once reassured, Wufan turned his attention back to the battlefield. King Kurd, observing Wukong's demeanor, remarked, "I know you are a Saiyan." Though his expression remained calm, deep within, a tempest of fear began to stir, for King Kurd was wary of this Saiyan, particularly one as formidable as a Super Saiyan. The prospect of facing a true Super Saiyan filled him with dread, as he had witnessed the overwhelming power Vegeta wielded in that form, leaving him uncertain of his chances in such a confrontation. In the midst of a fierce battle with Gula, Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Kakarot, muttering, "Kakarot, you finally intend to take action. That fellow is also a Saiyan." Frieza was truly foolish back then, allowing so many wild monkeys to remain. Now they have become a significant threat. He should have eradicated them completely, such ignorance. Gula also took note of Vegeta's mention of Kakarot. It was precisely because of this that Gula felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Had Frieza dealt with the issue decisively back in the day, he would not be entangled in such troublesome battles with these Saiyan monkeys now. Upon hearing Gula's words, Vegeta retorted with scorn, "It is precisely because of Frieza's folly that you all are destined to perish here. Is that so? I am Gula. Do not assume that becoming a Super Saiyan makes you invincible." With that, Gula intensified his assault on Vegeta. Simultaneously, Gula was acutely aware that his own power level was slightly inferior to Vegeta's, which caused a sense of urgency to brew within him. The might of the Super Saiyan exceeded his expectations entirely. Had he known of their formidable strength, he would never have recklessly launched an attack on Earth. Gula, being inherently cautious, continuously pondered in his mind how he might eliminate the Saiyans or devise a means of retreat. Unbeknownst to Gula, Vegeta had no interest in his thoughts. At that moment, Vegeta was solely focused on engaging in a truly exhilarating battle. Meanwhile, King Cold initiated an assault on Goku. However, contrary to the expectations of both King Cold and Gula, yet anticipated by the warriors, King Cold was swiftly met with Goku's punch that pierced through his abdomen. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared in King Cold's body, and his life force began to drain away rapidly. Staring in disbelief at the figure before him, King Cold gasped, You are not a Super Saiyan. How can you possess such terrifying power? Goku paid no heed to King Cold, raising his hand to unleash an energy sphere that struck King Cold directly. In a flash, King Cold was reduced to mere dust in the air. Such an outcome was not surprising to the warriors, as Goku's strength was well known. Dispatching foes was merely a matter of moments. The most astonished was Gula, who could scarcely believe that his father had been so easily defeated by a Saiyan, and moreover, that this Saiyan was not even a Super Saiyan. Observing Gula's shock, Vegeta contemptuously taunted, Gula, let me tell you the truth. Kakarot can also transform into a Super Saiyan, and his battle power in that form surpasses mine. What? This is troublesome. Gula finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament, facing not one, but two Super Saiyans. Even with his considerable confidence, Gula felt a twinge of doubt. Defeating Vegeta alone was already a formidable challenge, and now he had to contend with an even mightier Super Saiyan. How could he possibly prevail? One might say that fighting is utterly unnecessary. However, for Gula to surrender is a notion that is simply impossible. In the current circumstances, the only option left is to flee. Chapter 63, Goku speaks again. Sensing the dire situation, Gula attempts to escape, but Vegeta will not allow him to elude capture. Vegeta roars, Gula, do you wish to flee? What a disgrace. Damn Vegeta, tone it down, Gula retorts, visibly irritated. If it weren't for the presence of another Saiyan watching closely, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Vegeta, recognizing Gula's apprehension, reassures him, rest assured. This battle is solely between us. Kakarot will not interfere. With a smirk, Gula replies, Saiyans, so self-righteous. In his eyes, these Saiyans squander their best opportunity to eliminate him. Thus, he resolves to vanquish Vegeta first, before turning his attention to the other Saiyan. No longer retreating, Gula launches a fierce assault on Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. The more they clash, the more exhilarated Vegeta becomes, declaring, Gula, this is my first truly invigorating battle since transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, the victor will undoubtedly be me, the Prince of Saiyans. Such arrogance. Gula is well aware of his own abilities. Compared to Vegeta's Super Saiyan form, he finds himself lacking, his power barely a shade weaker than Vegeta's. Meanwhile, on the warrior's side, Gohan curiously inquires, Dad, Mr. Piccolo, do you think Uncle Vegeta can defeat that evil foe? Piccolo, with utmost seriousness, explains to Gohan, based on their auras. Vegeta seems slightly stronger. However, battles are unpredictable. I cannot say for certain who will emerge victorious. Provided Vegeta maintains his composure, he should be capable of overcoming Gula, though it will undoubtedly come at a price. In Piccolo's view, Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan places him above Gula. Therefore, as long as Vegeta remains steady, victory should be assured. The warriors are not overly concerned, for Goku is present. Vegeta swiftly unleashes a barrage of punches, yet Gula deftly deflects them all. Vegeta intensifies his effort, forcing Gula back several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta immediately hurls an energy sphere towards him. As the two energy spheres collide, an explosion ensues, affecting an area spanning hundreds of meters. This is a controlled measure, otherwise, the entire vicinity would suffer devastation. Vegeta, witnessing this, exclaims in frustration, what a tenacious adversary. How can he withstand such prolonged combat against me, a Super Saiyan? Initially, Vegeta believed that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, any foe would appear as mere fodder before his might. However, encountering Gula has led him to feel ensnared in a grueling battle, which vexes him greatly. Gula's combat style closely resembles that of Frieza, as countless laser beams erupt from his fingertips. Vegeta resolutely chose to withstand all of Cooler's laser attacks. Today, he was determined to defeat Cooler, for he could not allow himself to forever lag behind Kakarot. Yet, one thing perplexed him. Why? Despite both being capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, Kakarot's Super Saiyan form possessed such overwhelming strength. Observing the stagnant battle, Goku remarked, Vegeta, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you haven't dealt with him by then, I will intervene myself. Infuriated, Vegeta acknowledged, albeit begrudgingly, the undeniable truth of Kakarot's superior power. Thus, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. In the harsh reality of Saiyan existence, strength reigned supreme. Cooler cast a glance at Goku, feeling significantly challenged by just Vegeta. It became evident that he was wasting valuable time on Earth and needed to devise a swift escape. The notion of leaving aboard a spaceship was futile, as it was nearby. Should he attempt to board, he would undoubtedly face an assault from these warriors. Therefore, Cooler contemplated leveraging the fact that these beings could not survive in the cosmos, which might facilitate his escape. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Cooler's intentions remained hidden. All he grasped was that Kakarot had granted him a mere 10 minutes. Should he fail to vanquish Cooler within that time frame, the prospect of Kakarot stepping in would utterly obliterate his dignity. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, the mere thought of such humiliation was unbearable. He would rather perish than endure it. Vegeta's attacks escalated into reckless abandon, disregarding defense in favor of an all-out offensive. Cooler, observing this shift, sneered, "Vegeta, do not delude yourself into thinking that your Super Saiyan form can best me." With a powerful leap, Cooler ascended into the air, gathering immense energy to form a rapidly expanding crimson energy sphere. Vegeta furrowed his brow and eyed Cooler, exclaiming, "Are you truly intent on obliterating the Earth along with yourself?" Cooler laughed maniacally. "Indeed. I aim to annihilate this planet and erase the Saiyan race from existence. In the past, I may have feared your Frost Demon clan, but now, I am Super Saiyan Vegeta." He pointed at himself, brimming with arrogance. The mere mastery of the Super Saiyan transformation had instilled within Vegeta an immense confidence. The only individual capable of instilling genuine fear in him was Kakarot. As for the others, he harbored no concerns whatsoever. Chapter 64, Goku's Overwhelming Pressure. Vegeta continued his relentless assault, yet Cooler had already begun to scheme against both him and the other warriors. The objective is to ultimately escape this region, which is nothing short of a nightmare for Cooler, rendering him incapable of achieving any semblance of tranquility. Cooler, inherently more cautious than Frieza, is determined not to suffer the same fate as his predecessor. Having long contemplated his escape, Cooler outwardly continues to feign a desperate battle against Vegeta. However, unbeknownst to him, his intentions have already been discerned by Goku. Yet, Goku refrains from alerting Vegeta, opting instead to observe whether Vegeta can uncover Cooler's plans. Cooler channels a massive wave of energy towards Vegeta. At the instant their energies collide, Cooler accelerates towards the atmosphere at full speed. By the time Vegeta becomes aware of this, 2 seconds have elapsed, an interval that grants Cooler sufficient time to soar several thousand meters away, making it increasingly difficult for Vegeta to pursue him. There's no escape. Vegeta seethes as he witnesses Cooler drifting further away, igniting his fury and propelling himself forward at maximum velocity. However, catching up to Cooler proves to be a formidable challenge. Vegeta's combat power is only marginally superior to Cooler's by a mere 10 million, and since speed correlates with combat strength, Cooler's rapid flight makes him a challenging target to overtake. The warriors, seeing the enemy fleeing, fall into a state of panic. Yamcha exclaims, "Goku, this is bad. That guy Cooler is trying to escape." The cunning nature of Cooler takes them by surprise. Tien, equally anxious, expresses his concern, as it is evident to any discerning observer that Cooler aims to break free into space. Krillin, steadfast in his belief, asserts, "We must trust Goku. He will find a way to handle this." Krillin possesses unwavering faith in Goku's abilities, convinced that even if the enemy were to retreat into the cosmos, nothing would be beyond Goku's reach. With calm assurance, Goku responds, "Do not worry. He won't get away." To Goku, Cooler's elaborate maneuvers merely signify a desperate bid for escape into the void of space. However, even there, Cooler would find no sanctuary. For Goku is equally capable of surviving in the cosmos. "Cooler, you wretched fiend, stay and fight. I have yet to deliver your demise," Vegeta bellows in frustration, irate at the audacity of Cooler's retreat. As Cooler approaches the atmosphere, a rare smile graces his face. For this assault on Earth represents the greatest humiliation of his life, without exception. Gallic Gun. Enraged, Vegeta unleashes one of his signature techniques, determined not to allow Cooler to slip away. To let Cooler escape would turn him into a laughingstock, an illustrious Super Saiyan allowing his foe to flee. The violent clash of energy forces Cooler to halt his flight and brace for Vegeta's explosive assault. It is too late to evade, thus. The 2 colossal waves of energy engage in a fierce duel amidst the skies. The clash of energy waves between Vegeta and Cooler may appear formidable to the warriors present. Yet to Goku, it is merely a trivial spectacle. This is due to the fact that Goku's strength has far surpassed theirs, thereby elevating his perspective significantly. Piccolo, who has been observing the battle intently, remarked, "It seems Vegeta aims to restrain his opponent, but the task proves challenging. Nonetheless, he may still have a chance, depending on how he navigates the situation." After blocking Vegeta's assault, Cooler promptly turned to flee once more. However, would Vegeta permit Cooler this opportunity to escape? Absolutely not. Vegeta bellowed, "Cooler, you cannot expect to succeed with the same escape tactic a second time. You must first catch up to me." Cooler, unfazed by Vegeta's impotent outcry, was consumed by a singular resolve to escape Earth. Vegeta had already readied his next energy blast, and just as Cooler attempted to flee again, he cursed, "Damn it, Vegeta? Why won't you just relent?" Cooler was both furious and perplexed. Being targeted by these Saiyans was perilously daunting. As he neared the atmosphere, a smile crept upon his lips, for he was on the brink of leaving this planet. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, Goku. This delay allowed Vegeta to catch up, and upon seeing Kakarot, he shouted, "Kakarot, please do not interfere in my battle." Vegeta refused to live in the shadow of Kakarot, for that would be an unbearable burden. Goku, arms crossed, calmly replied, "Vegeta, I have granted you 10 minutes, yet you have still failed to eliminate Cooler." Vegeta opened his mouth as if to retort, but for reasons unknown, he chose to acquiesce instead. Goku then turned his attention to Cooler, inquiring, "Cooler, I am nearly ready to send you on your way. How dare that Saiyan monkey wish to end my life? I am Cooler." Today was a day of profound humiliation for him. Chapter 65. Annihilating Cooler as one would an ant. Cooler charged at Goku, fists flying in a frenzy. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not touch a single hair on Goku's head. Astonished and filled with dread, Cooler exclaimed, "Who are you? Why can my attacks not reach you?" Such a phenomenon could only occur under one circumstance. The opponent's combat prowess far exceeds his own. Upon contemplating this possibility, a chill ran down Cooler's spine. For this Saiyan was terrifying beyond measure. Goku remained unfazed, arms still crossed, and remarked, "Cooler, what is the matter? Have you exhausted your techniques? Or is this the limit of your offense? You insolent Saiyan, how dare you underestimate me?" Cooler seethed, launching an even more ferocious assault at Goku, yet still failing to land a single hit. At this moment, Gula was thoroughly anxious, uncertain of what to do next. If things continued this way, he would surely perish here. However, there was an alternative, a means of survival, albeit at the cost of his dignity. To Gula, dignity paled in comparison to life itself. As long as he could survive, enduring some humiliation was of little consequence. He hurriedly pleaded, "My lord, I beg for your mercy. I am willing to become your subordinate, the sharpest spear in your arsenal." Yet, despite Gula's desperate supplications, Goku remained unperturbed, gazing at him with an unwavering calm. The more indifferent Goku appeared, the more fear gripped Gula. If only this Saiyan would utter a single word, Gula believed he might rekindle a glimmer of hope. But the silence was maddening. He was genuinely terrified of someone holding his life in their hands, capable of extinguishing it at any moment. "No need," Goku stated flatly. Those two words sent a chill through Gula's entire being. Just as he turned to flee, Goku unleashed an energy sphere that struck Gula squarely in the back. Gula's agonizing screams faded away amidst the explosion. Vegeta observed as Gula was effortlessly dispatched by Kakarot, his lips twitching in disbelief. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's battle power barely exceeded Gula's. The ease with which Kakarot dealt with Gula was akin to squashing an ant, making Vegeta acutely aware of the vast chasm that still lay between him and Kakarot. Clenching his fists, he fixed his gaze on Goku and declared, "Kakarot, one day I will catch up to you. Just wait." "Indeed, I look forward to it. Work hard to improve your strength, Vegeta," Goku replied, indifferent to whether Vegeta could ever match his prowess. Goku's true pursuit lay in achieving unrivaled combat strength. As the warriors witnessed Goku's effortless elimination of the enemy, they erupted in jubilant cheers. With Goku around, they felt a profound sense of security. Krillin scratched his bald head and chuckled, "Goku, I feel like we've become almost irrelevant." Yamcha, recognizing Goku's overwhelming power, came to terms with his own ordinariness. The same sentiment resonated with Tien. As for Kaiatsu, he felt even less significant. Piccolo, however, did not feel as intensely but acknowledged that catching up to Goku's pace would be exceedingly difficult. Unless a remarkable opportunity arose, it seemed nearly impossible. Goku hoped the warriors would continue to grow stronger, yet he would not oversee their training like a caretaker. After all, such matters depended on their individual efforts, with Goku's role limited to offering reminders. "I will continue my training," Tien affirmed, expressing his unwavering dedication to martial arts. Krillin echoed, "Me too." Yamcha, on the other hand, contemplated giving up, as a leisurely life was also among his pursuits. "All right, you can train with Piccolo. That puts my mind at ease." Son Gohan expressed his desire to train with Piccolo, much to Goku's delight. Goku waved his hand and said, "Well then, everyone, until next time." With that, he activated instant transmission and vanished from sight. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Kakarot until he completely disappeared. Following the demise of Guldo at Kakarot's hands, Vegeta had been pondering a singular question. Is it possible to transcend beyond Super Saiyan? The notion of surpassing Super Saiyan intrigued him immensely. Vegeta was unwilling to remain forever overshadowed by Kakarot. He was the prince of all Saiyans, while Kakarot was merely born a low-class warrior. How could such a vast chasm exist between them? This disparity had long unsettled Vegeta's psyche, and now he was left with only one conviction: to vanquish Kakarot. Without further ado, Vegeta took to the skies, departing alone. Piccolo remarked, "Then let us part ways as well." Chapter 66, The Dare's Legion. Since King Cold and Guldo invaded Earth, a brief period of peace had returned, including for Goku. However, Goku had ceased his relentless pursuit of power, opting instead for a more measured approach. After all, his current battle prowess had reached a plateau. Even with rigorous training, his improvements were limited, and he had begun to appreciate the importance of strategy in his ascension. One day, as Goku rested at home, the voice of King Kai echoed in his mind. "Goku, I need you to handle a matter for me." "What is it, King Kai? Why contact me now?" Goku wondered, puzzled by the sudden urgency. King Kai's call at such a moment could only signify something of great importance, as he typically refrained from reaching out without cause. Nevertheless, Goku's confidence in his own formidable strength left him unperturbed. King Kai elaborated, "There is a group utilizing the spirit tree seeds to plunder resources across various planets, and they have now entered the galaxy. I need your help to address this. Otherwise, many planets in the galaxy will suffer." On board a spaceship that had entered the galaxy, the leader, Dares, was precisely the individual King Kai had instructed Goku to confront. A subordinate stood respectfully beside Dares, reporting, "Lord Dares, our spaceship has successfully entered the galaxy." Another attendant, with deference, added, "Lord Dares, it is said that the opposing force consists of Super Saiyans, which is why they were able to defeat Frieza, King Cold, and Guldo in succession. Super Saiyan. Fascinating. Could the legends truly hold merit?" Dares was now thoroughly intrigued. After all, as a fellow Saiyan, he questioned why that individual could transform into a Super Saiyan while he could not. However, Dares was not without intellect. He understood the complexities and ramifications of the situation at hand. Darius addressed his subordinates, stating, "Let us refrain from heading directly to Earth. Instead, we shall scour the galaxy first. It is still premature to confront the Super Saiyan. Once I have amassed sufficient strength, what could the Super Saiyan possibly do against me?" Thus, under Darius's command, they set their course for another planet. They understood the rationale behind their leader's decision. Facing the rumored Super Saiyan was certainly beyond their current capabilities. Hence, utilizing the fruits of the Tree of Might to enhance their power became a matter of utmost necessity. Only with greater strength could they hope to measure up to the so-called Super Saiyan. Darius exuded confidence in this regard. As Darius's legion landed on a planet, their coordinates were relayed to Goku by King Kai. Initially, King Kai had implored Goku to take action and eradicate the malignant threat looming over the universe. The members of Darius's legion analyzed the soil of the planet, remarking, "Although the soil here is not particularly formidable, it should yield the fruits of the Tree of Might." In their eyes, as long as they planted the seeds, the successful production of fruit was assured. Just as Darius excitedly stepped out of the spacecraft, he encountered a figure, a person who seemed to materialize out of thin air. Darius immediately recognized this unexpected visitor. With a smile, he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you are Kakarot." Darius was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Kakarot was aware of his existence, indicating that he was not to be underestimated. "Kakarot, or rather, I wonder if you are the Super Saiyan," he mused aloud. Goku's silence confirmed Darius's suspicion. Instantly, Darius's demeanor darkened. He had yet to begin devouring the Tree of Might's fruits, and to engage Kakarot in battle at this juncture filled him with trepidation. He lacked the confidence to defeat Kakarot, necessitating a delay. Darius promptly commanded his subordinates, "All of you, detain Kakarot." His strategy was to have his subordinates occupy Kakarot while he focused on planting the seeds of the Tree of Might. To recklessly confront Kakarot now would only lead to certain death. As for his subordinates, Darius cared little for their lives. However, Goku casually remarked, "Darius, there is no need for you to be afraid. If you wish to plant the seeds, I shall give you this opportunity, but do not disappoint me." The audacious Kakarot, it seemed, had an unbounded sense of superiority. Darius, upon hearing Kakarot's derisive words, felt as though he might choke on his own blood, akin to a monkey being toyed with, which left him utterly infuriated. The members of Darius's legion charged at Goku, yet he effortlessly dispatched them one by one with swift punches, showing no hesitation. Darius, observing Kakarot's prowess, was filled with dread. Chapter 67. Wukong instructs Dales to plant the spirit tree. Overwhelmed by pressure, Dales ultimately decides to launch an attack on Kakarot. However, before he could even make contact with Wukong's body, he is repelled by an invisible force. As he is thrown back, Dales violently coughs up a mouthful of blood, his nose bleeding profusely. Wiping the blood from his nose in disbelief, he exclaims, "How can the disparity be so vast?" Frustrated, Dales suddenly recalls Kakarot's earlier suggestion to plant the seeds of the spirit tree. He immediately points an accusing finger at Kakarot and questions, "Kakarot, does your advice to plant the spirit tree seeds still hold? But does Wukong truly remain indifferent?" The answer is no. Wukong's intention is to observe how Dales cultivates the spirit tree seeds, which serves as one of his objectives. Dales cannot help but chuckle softly. As long as Kakarot does not interfere, once he consumes the fruit of the spirit tree, Kakarot will be doomed. Dales is well aware that eating the fruit can lead to a tremendous surge in combat power. Thus, Kakarot's reckless behavior is precisely what Dales desires. Unbeknownst to him, Wukong has already seen through his intentions, though he refrains from offering any warnings. With the spirit tree seeds in his possession, Dales soars toward the opposite side of the planet, casting a glance back at Kakarot. Now that I have left his line of sight, does he truly think he can find me? Dales is unaware that Son Goku possesses the ability to sense energy. As Dales flies further away, the monitor indicates that Kakarot has not moved, prompting Dales to erupt in laughter. Ha ha ha. Foolish Kakarot, you will pay for your arrogance. Soon, you will understand the cost of underestimating me. Dales has long harbored the desire to eliminate Kakarot, but the latter's formidable combat prowess has rendered him powerless. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, Dales is filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Wukong remains at his original position, meditating and resting, fully confident that no matter how far Dales runs, he cannot escape Wukong's grasp. Once the spirit tree fruit matures, Wukong also intends to sample it to see if it can enhance his current foundational combat power. After all, as his base combat power increases, Wukong has noticed that further enhancement becomes increasingly difficult. It is no wonder that in the original story, Saiyans primarily rely on transformations to elevate their power in the later stages. Utilizing transformations allows for an instantaneous boost in combat strength, yet the foundation must always remain intact. On Dales' side, as he plants the spirit tree seed, it immediately begins to sprout and grow at an astonishing pace. Even from a distance, Wukong can clearly sense that within half a minute, the seed has transformed into a grand tree, which continues to flourish. 3 hours later, the entire planet lay shrouded in an oppressive stillness, devoid of any signs of life. In stark contrast, the spirit tree thrived, bearing more than a dozen fruits. This planet lacked the abundant vitality characteristic of Earth. In the original narrative, when Dales planted the seeds of the spirit tree on Earth, the great tree was laden with fruits. Observing the modest yield before him, Dales mused, only a handful of fruits? Well, something is better than nothing. I hope they do not disappoint. Defeating Kakarot relies on you. At this moment, uncertainty gnawed at Dales' heart. Could these mere dozen fruits truly grant him the strength to vanquish Kakarot? The answer eluded him entirely. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against Kakarot. After consuming the fruits of the spirit tree, he at least hoped for an opportunity to conquer Kakarot. Just as Dales ascended to harvest the spirit tree's fruits, Kakarot materialized before him in an instant, nearly causing Dales to faint from shock. Glaring at Kakarot, he demanded, Kakarot, how did you appear before me so suddenly? Weren't you on the other side of this planet? This inquiry pierced Dales' composure, and with no fruits yet consumed, he chose to bide his time. Once he had devoured all the fruits, he would seize the chance to turn the tables on Kakarot. Kakarot regarded Dales and remarked, Dales, you intend to consume those spirit tree fruits before challenging me, do you not? Kakarot's insight into Dales' intentions left him feeling embarrassed. However, Dales knew he had no choice but to eat the fruits. Otherwise, he would be utterly outmatched. Resorting to provocation, he declared, Kakarot, as fellow Saiyans, you must yearn to battle me once I gain formidable power, right? At my current strength, you likely wouldn't deign to kill me. What do you say? Shall we engage in a proper fight? Though his taunt was clever, it proved ineffective. Kakarot was not swayed by Dales' words. As far as Kakarot was concerned, combat should be about overwhelming the opponent, leaving no room for doubt of victory. The possibility of a misstep weighed heavily on his mind, and he avoided any risks that could lead to disaster. Dales cursed inwardly. If Kakarot was impervious to his tactics, his situation became dire indeed. Chapter 68, Dales faces Kakarot. Dales' face flushed with tension. He recognized that Kakarot was fishing for information about the spirit tree. Yet, Dales also understood that remaining silent would mean forfeiting any chance of survival. He was not ready to meet his end just yet. As long as he lived, there would be opportunities for redemption, even if he had to endure humiliation in the meantime. He must endure, Dales constantly reminded himself within. This spirit tree is indeed a malevolent entity, devouring the energies of planets. However, such matters bore little relevance to Goku. His singular objective remained unchanged, to continuously acquire ever greater strength. As for the means by which he achieved this, Goku hardly gave them a second thought. Gradually, he raised his arm, aiming it at Dales. Startled, Dales exclaimed, Wait, Kakarot, haven't I told you everything? Why do you still want to kill me? Goku retorted calmly, Dales, have you been traversing the cosmos for so long that you fail to grasp this simple truth? Infuriated, Dales unleashed his energy with a roar. I will kill you. Kakarot. Having been toyed with by Kakarot for so long, Dales yearned to retaliate. No matter the circumstances, he had to show Kakarot a taste of his wrath. Otherwise, Kakarot might genuinely believe him to be a feeble creature. As Dales charged towards him, Goku stated with serene confidence, Unfortunately, you are too weak, Dales. Vanish. Upon uttering these words, an energy sphere was unleashed, striking the advancing Dales. He did not even have time to scream before being obliterated in midair by Goku's energy ball. For Goku, eliminating Dales was merely an everyday occurrence. Subsequently, Goku slowly flew towards the spirit tree's fruits. He plucked a vibrant red fruit, and without hesitation, took a bite. This act presumably augmented his combat power by 1,000,000. Goku smiled as he remarked, "These spirit tree fruits are indeed remarkable. They grant immense power effortlessly. Now, let me see how much strength I can gain from consuming these fruits." Upon devouring the second fruit, Goku immediately discerned that its effects paled in comparison to the first. The enhancement in his combat power from the second fruit was approximately 2,000 to 3,000 less than the first. The spirit tree bore 31 fruits. As Goku consumed them, only 4 remained. The benefits derived from the fruits diminished to a mere 100,000 in standard combat power. When Goku had consumed all the fruits from the spirit tree, it began to exhibit signs of decay, visibly wilting at an alarming rate. Goku paid no heed to this. Such is the natural order of the strong preying upon the weak. 10 minutes later, the spirit tree was entirely withered, culminating in a single seed falling from its center. Goku grasped the spirit tree seed in his hand and, using instantaneous movement, vanished from the planet. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Bulma were with Goku's daughter, Bulla. Upon seeing his 2 wives, Goku's face lit up with joy. He produced 2 spirit tree fruits and handed them to Chi-Chi and Bulma, saying, "If you consume this fruit, you will attain the formidable strength you have always desired. Is that true?" Chi-Chi inquired. "Just by eating this ordinary fruit, we can gain immense power." Kiki gazed in disbelief at the fruit that Goku had handed her. Not only was Kiki astonished, but Bulma, who stood beside her, was equally taken aback as she exclaimed, "Goku, was your journey solely for these fruits?" Both Kiki and Bulma firmly believed in their husband, Goku. Consequently, they simultaneously consumed the fruits from the Tree of Might. Upon ingesting the fruits, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within them. The 2 women, previously devoid of any combat prowess, instantly transformed into formidable warriors with power levels exceeding 1,000,000. Kiki and Bulma stared incredulously at their own hands. Bulma, in awe, remarked, "Kiki, this is real. I can feel an immense energy coursing through me." Chapter 69. Gohan and Piccolo also consumed the fruits from the Tree of Might. Goku, observing Kiki and Bulma's newfound strength, expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Now that you both possess power, you must learn to control this energy. Otherwise, uncontrolled energy can easily harm the innocent. Goku, please guide us in our training." Bulma proposed with a smile. In her eyes, Goku's immense strength made him more than capable of instructing them. Kiki eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes. Goku, please train us." "Very well. I will teach you how to harness your energy over the course of a month. After that, you may train at your discretion," Goku replied. He believed that as long as Kiki and Bulma learned to control their energy, they would be sufficiently equipped for self-defense, without needing to participate directly in future battles. Meanwhile, on the other side of Earth, Vegeta was training aboard a spaceship under 400 times the normal gravity. This spacecraft had been borrowed from Bulma, Goku's wife. For some reason, Vegeta felt an odd sensation when he requested the ship from Bulma, yet he could not articulate the feeling and ultimately dismissed it. Presently, Vegeta was singularly focused on surpassing Kakarot, disregarding all else. As he performed push-ups under the immense pressure of 400 times gravity, he declared, "Wait for me, Kakarot. I will surpass you." With unwavering determination, Vegeta had begun to discern a new direction for achieving Super Saiyan transformation, how to transcend the Super Saiyan state. He felt that adhering to the same routine would never allow him to eclipse Kakarot, a notion that irked him deeply. As a proud Saiyan, how could he be perpetually overshadowed by the inferior warrior, Kakarot? In a fit of rage, Vegeta roared and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his body enveloped in a golden blaze of energy. In that instant, as he embraced his transformation, Vegeta swung his fists with newfound speed. In the state of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta found the 400 times gravity to be no longer as daunting. While Vegeta exerted himself in training, other warriors were also engaged in various degrees of their own training. After all, none could predict the formidable foes that might arise in the future. Although Goku's presence alleviated concerns for Earth's safety, they understood the necessity of cultivating their own strength for self-preservation. Failing to do so would render them burdensome in battle, unable to face their comrades with dignity. In a desolate area, Piccolo floated alone in midair, eyes closed in deep meditation. Waves of energy pulsated from him as he engaged in his training. At that moment, Gohan approached, exuberantly flying with 2 spirit tree fruits in hand, calling out, "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo opened his eyes, halting his meditation. Gohan eagerly presented the fruits to Piccolo, exclaiming, "Dad says that eating these fruits can enhance our fighting power." The notion of consuming a fruit to bolster one's combat capabilities was novel to Piccolo. Such a method seemed almost trivial, yet he was inclined to give it a try. As Goku's assertions were seldom unfounded, Gohan handed a spirit tree fruit to Piccolo, who accepted it without hesitation and consumed it in one swift motion. In that instant, Piccolo felt a surge of energy swell within him. He gazed at his hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible! Can eating a fruit truly elevate my fighting power?" Although the increase was modest in proportion to Piccolo's current strength, it was a tangible enhancement. The realization left him astounded. If he were to consume 100 of these fruits, his power could potentially double. Such a notion seemed outrageous. Had he not experienced it himself, he would have found it hard to believe that one's strength could be augmented through fruit consumption. Gohan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How is it, Uncle Piccolo? My mom ate one of these fruits, and her fighting power is now nearly on par with mine." Piccolo acknowledged the truth in Gohan's words, noting that while the increase for those already strong might be less pronounced, for those with lower power levels, the enhancement was remarkable. He shared his analysis with Gohan, who he regarded with paternal affection. "Go ahead, Gohan, you should try one too," Piccolo encouraged. "Yes, Uncle Piccolo. I've been eagerly waiting," Gohan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he swiftly devoured a spirit tree fruit. The effects of the fruit manifested instantaneously, causing Gohan to momentarily swell with energy before returning to his original form. As Piccolo observed Gohan's transformation, he remarked, "It seems that the enhancement provided by this fruit is consistently substantial. Congratulations, Gohan, you have become significantly more powerful." Initially, Gohan's combat power was merely over 2 million. Yet upon consuming the fruit from the Tree of Might, his power surged to approximately 4 million. Such an increase in combat prowess is undeniably remarkable, though it is most evident for those whose power is not overwhelmingly high. For warriors of greater strength, the enhancement tends to be negligible, unless the energy derived from the planets absorbed by the Tree of Might is exceptionally pure. Chapter 70. The Androids. Time continued to pass. Nearly 2 years had elapsed. On this day, 2 individuals emerged from an underground laboratory, Android 19 and Dr. Gero, the latter smiling as he said, "Hee, Android 19. Let us venture outside and showcase my prowess to the inhabitants of Earth." Just as Dr. Gero was about to lead Android 19 out, he suddenly sensed several powerful presences circling around them. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, he understood they were being targeted. Outside the mountain, the warriors tirelessly searched the vicinity. At that moment, Krillin expressed his confusion. "Strange. Goku informed us that there might be android enemies here, yet we have not spotted anyone after searching the area." Tien Shinhan replied, "No matter what, we should continue our search. Goku must have a valid reason for saying so." Piccolo, surveying the environment intently, added, "Goku also mentioned that the androids emit no energy signatures, which significantly complicates our search." Amidst the warriors' discussions, Android 20 and Android 19, hiding within the underground laboratory, were in utter shock. Particularly, Dr. Gero wore a face of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did they discover this location? Damn it." At that moment, Android 20 fully grasped the gravity of the situation. If they ventured outside now, they would undoubtedly be targeted immediately. While Android 20 harbored confidence in his abilities, he was nonetheless apprehensive about encountering the man known as Son Goku. After all, Goku had effortlessly vanquished all adversaries he faced, and Android 20 feared the prospect of contending with him. Thus, alternative strategies were imperative. Remaining passive would surely lead to disaster. Android 20 was unwilling to see his painstaking research come to ruin, as the loss would be insurmountable. Finally, Android 20 turned his attention to the interior of the laboratory. Beside him, Android 19 inquired in astonishment, "Android 20, are you suggesting?" "Indeed, I plan to activate Android 17 and 18. Otherwise, we would stand no chance against Son Goku," Android 20 replied. Though he dismissed the warriors, he could not afford to underestimate Son Goku. After all, even number 20 lacked the confidence to control the likes of number 17 and number 18. However, confronted with the looming threat of Sun Wukong, number 20 realized that without unleashing 17 and 18, he stood no chance against this formidable adversary. Resolute in his decision, he set forth with number 19 towards the inner sanctum of the research facility. As number 20 pressed the activation button, the chamber containing numbers 17 and 18 was officially unlocked. The moment it opened, both 17 and 18 sprang to life simultaneously. Observing his creations awaken, number 20 chuckled with delight. "Ah, at last, 17 and 18, you have finally come to." Dr. Gero, number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, instantly recognizing him as Dr. Gero, the very architect of their existence. Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, however, was the fact that both 17 and 18 possessed a remarkable degree of autonomy, completely beyond his control. Dr. Gero commanded, 17, 18, we must fight our way out. Those outside are our enemies, including Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? Number 17 murmured, turning to 18 for her opinion. I am indifferent to it, 18 replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, number 17 noticed another chamber. Dr. Gero, realizing this, quickly interjected, wait. Do not open that chamber. It houses an unfinished product, and releasing it could pose a danger. Curiosity piqued, 17 and 18 were eager to discover who, or what, was contained within that chamber. In a state of panic, Dr. Gero rushed forward to thwart their reckless intentions. However, without warning, a beam of energy pierced through his skull. In disbelief, Dr. Gero looked at number 17, who had launched the attack, and struggled to ask, "Why did you do that? Give me a reason." At that moment, 18 unleashed another energy sphere, obliterating Dr. Gero into mere fragments. Number 19 was utterly bewildered, sensing that his life was in imminent peril. Indeed, the attacks from 17 and 18 were now directed at him. As he sprinted away, he saw two beams of energy hurtling towards him and quickly raised his hands to mount a defense. With his palms equipped with energy absorption devices, he aimed at the energy projectiles fired by 17 and 18. Boom, boom. As the energy blast struck, they began to be absorbed by number 19. Laughing triumphantly, he declared, "Huh, look at you being so arrogant. I've absorbed your energy." Absorbing energy? Numbers 17 and 18 exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending the implications. Without hesitation, 18 launched an assault on number 19, offering him no respite. Chapter 71. Piccolo enters the fray against the androids. Though number 19 had absorbed energy once, he was still far from being a match for number 18. In less than a minute, number 19 was utterly vanquished by number 18. After dispatching 19, number 18 dusted off her hands and disdainfully remarked, "How bothersome. Truly, what a nuisance." A minute later, numbers 17 and 18 successfully subdued number 16. As number 16 emerged, he regarded numbers 17 and 18 with an unperturbed demeanor, refraining from uttering a single word or making any extraneous movements. Number 17, puzzled, commented, "You are indeed a curious fellow. Yet, while your strangeness is notable, at least you are normal, right?" "Indeed," replied number 18. "As long as you are normal, that suffices." In her eyes, as long as number 16 was ordinary, the rest was inconsequential. Being artificial beings, they were indifferent to such matters. Meanwhile, the warriors outside, upon hearing the explosion, hurried towards the source of the sound. The arrivals were Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Gohan. As for Goku, he had taken Chi-Chi, Bulma, and his daughter out for a leisurely outing, while Vegeta was engaged in solitary, rigorous training. Upon reaching the site of the explosion, the warriors beheld three figures. Krillin, perplexed, inquired, "Are these three the androids Goku spoke of?" Tien, sharing the same curiosity, remarked, "If all goes as expected, they should indeed be the androids. Then what are we waiting for? Let us unite and eliminate these androids," proposed Yamcha eagerly. Gohan observed the androids, expressing his uncertainty. "Uncle Piccolo, I can't sense any energy from those three androids." "Indeed, let us approach them cautiously, and remember not to act recklessly in battle," Piccolo advised with composure. He believed that although these androids emitted no detectable energy, anyone whom Goku deemed significant must possess formidable power. Otherwise, Goku would not place such emphasis on the matter. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, Goku's true intention was to provide the warriors with ample opportunity for growth, as these adversaries posed no real challenge to him. Even the fully realized Cell, in Goku's eyes, lacked the requisite challenge. With his Super Saiyan form alone, Goku's combat prowess far surpassed that of Cell. Number 17, arms crossed confidently, remarked, "It seems our existence has long been detected by these individuals." "Indeed," agreed number 18, surveying the warriors with her hands on her hips. At that moment, number 16 unexpectedly spoke up, stating, "Based on the data, these individuals are primarily Goku's allies." Intrigued, number 17 responded, "If that is the case, it certainly becomes intriguing." He was already eager to engage in combat and ascertain the strength of these warriors. As Piccolo and the others landed before the androids, Piccolo stepped forward and inquired, "You three are androids, correct? What is your purpose?" However, these words darkened the expressions of the warriors, for it was evident that these three androids were indeed their foes. Opposing Sun Wukong equated to opposing them, a fact that could not be denied. Yamcha, stepping forward with eagerness, declared, "Allow me to gauge the strength of these three androids first." "Wait, Yamcha, do not rush in, lest unforeseen circumstances arise," Piccolo swiftly interjected, preventing Yamcha's reckless advance. Piccolo was unwilling to let Yamcha engage in such folly. Given the uncertainty surrounding the android's true power, caution was paramount. Any misstep would be utterly unacceptable. Yamcha, understanding the gravity of the situation, complied and retreated. After all, they had fought side by side for many years and were well acquainted with each other's temperaments. Piccolo's warning undoubtedly stemmed from a sound rationale. With a wave of his hand, Piccolo commanded, "You all step back. Let me confront these androids." Among them, Piccolo possessed the greatest strength, making him the most suitable candidate to assess the android's capabilities. Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Gohan collectively withdrew over 200 meters, granting Piccolo the battlefield. Android 17 scoffed, "You're quite confident." Meanwhile, Android 16's eyes flickered with data as he remarked, The Namekian's power is formidable. You too must exercise caution. Formidable, you say? How intriguing. Allow me to take a turn, declared Android 18, stepping forward. The recent battle against Android 19 had left her craving a more exhilarating confrontation, and she deemed this so-called Namekian a fitting opponent. Piccolo, observing the lone woman emerge from the trio, spoke with a grave countenance. A woman, is it? Let me make it clear. I shall not show mercy merely because you are female. After all, you are not human but an android. As Piccolo began to summon his inner energy, it surged forth, growing increasingly powerful. This display of strength astonished Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Kaiotsu, although Gohan remained unfazed, having witnessed Piccolo's full might before. Chapter 72, Piccolo's battle against the androids. Android 18 launched the first assault against Piccolo. Boom, boom. Observing the clash, Android 17 furrowed his brow and remarked, is that Namekian truly so powerful? To contend with Android 18 to such a degree? It seems he has the upper hand. Upon hearing this, 17's expression darkened as he stated, it appears I must intervene personally. Since Android 18's strength paled in comparison to that of the Namekian, it was imperative for him to step in. Allowing 18 to continue the fight could lead to a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, on the warrior's side, Krillin chuckled, truly, Piccolo is remarkable. We shall never be able to match the footsteps of Piccolo throughout our lives. There is no need to dwell on it any longer. I, for one, have long since surrendered. Yamcha expressed his resignation from the pursuit of Piccolo, and as for Son Goku, he is in an entirely different league. Thus, Yamcha concluded that adopting a humble demeanor is the most prudent course of action, without exception. Tien Shinhan, having come to terms with such matters, decided not to concern himself further. Piccolo then remarked, have you all noticed? Even now, I have yet to unleash my true power, and I am still adorned in my heavy cloak. Curious, Kaiotsu inquired. So does that mean Piccolo can handle all of them? Such matters must be judged according to the circumstances. We cannot make hasty decisions. Tien gently admonished Kaiotsu, knowing full well that Kaiotsu's perception was limited to the immediate reality. Meanwhile, Android 18, engaged in battle with Piccolo, also recognized this truth and cried out in frustration, damn Namekian, why do you keep evading? Fight me properly. Piccolo smiled slightly, his lips curling upward, and instantly unleashed a formidable surge of energy. This time, Piccolo fully revealed the extent of his combat prowess concealed beneath his heavy cloak. Not far away, Android 17, witnessing this, bellowed, step back. Are you telling me we can't even handle a single Namekian? With 17's command, 18 retreated, allowing him to take charge of the battle. This demonstrated to the warriors that this man was significantly more powerful than the woman in terms of creating life. Otherwise, why would he make such a statement? 18, devoid of pretense, acknowledged her inability to defeat this Namekian and realized that continuing the fight would be futile. It was wiser to let 17 engage with the Namekian, as their goal was victory. However, the strength of this Namekian exceeded their expectations. Piccolo did not impede 18's withdrawal, understanding that the opposing androids numbered 3. From the previous skirmish, Piccolo discerned that the capabilities of these 3 androids were formidable indeed. Among them, only he felt equipped to contend with such so-called androids. The others lacked the strength to compare with the android army. Confidently, 17 approached Piccolo and declared, Namekian, Piccolo, your strength is indeed impressive, yet you remain no match for me. After engaging with these opponents, Piccolo deduced that this individual possessed virtually limitless stamina. Upon returning to her position, 18 smiled and asked 16, aren't you going to join in for a good fight? From her perspective, 16 need not maintain such composure. It would be more beneficial for him to take action. Boom, boom, boom. As 18 and 16 conversed, an astonishing battle erupted between Piccolo and 17, both unleashing their full might from the very onset. The warriors expressed their deep concerns, stating, Piccolo is in danger. We must rush to his aid immediately. Gohan's suggestion served as an affirmation of Piccolo's strength. Meanwhile, Android 17, amidst his relentless assault, bellowed, is this the extent of your power? Show me your true strength. After all, 17 was not one to welcome an abrupt conclusion to the battle. As you wish, Piccolo declared, swiftly shedding his heavy cloak and unleashing his full potential. Krillin, with a grin, remarked, at last, Piccolo is ready to reveal his true power. We were genuinely worried, weren't we? In the eyes of the warriors. Once Piccolo unleashed his true might, even the androids would stand no chance against him. Tien Shinhan, too, chuckled, we cannot compare ourselves to Piccolo, for we are simply not on his level. He openly acknowledged the disparity in strength, dismissing any notion of rivalry. With a look of astonishment, 17 exclaimed, it appears you have been concealing considerable power. Prepare to face your demise, android. Piccolo extended his palm, sending 17 hurtling away with a forceful blast. In Chapter 73, The Eternal Machine Androids, Piccolo fully unleashed his true capabilities, leaving 17 only able to hold his ground. Neither Piccolo nor 17 could establish a definitive advantage over one another. As the battle raged on, Piccolo furrowed his brow and muttered, I never anticipated this android's strength would surpass that of the female android. And he can match me blow for blow. This posed a grave concern. If these androids coordinated their attacks against him, he would find himself in a precarious position. Piccolo contemplated numerous unfavorable scenarios, realizing that if this android was on par with him, the other two androids could potentially join the fray. If they did, Piccolo was certain he would inevitably face defeat. Even with the support of his comrades, he felt no advantage could be gained, fully aware of their limitations. Engaging the androids would likely lead to casualties, placing immense pressure on Piccolo as he fought. This overwhelming strain primarily stemmed from their insufficient backup. Had Goku been present, Piccolo would not harbor such concerns. He believed that with Goku at his side, there were no adversaries he could not overcome, for Goku was the strongest man. Acknowledged by Piccolo himself. Meanwhile, 17 furrowed his brow, realizing that the Namekian he was battling seemed distracted. What does this mean? He demanded. Are you looking down on me? In 17's eyes, the mere act of Piccolo diverting his attention during their clash suggested a lack of respect for him as an opponent. This made number 17 instantly feel that this Namekian was looking down on others with contempt. Thus, number 17 resolved to teach this Namekian a thorough lesson. Otherwise, would they truly think of the androids as mere weaklings? The battle between Piccolo and number 17 intensified. As their conflict continued, Piccolo realized that while the android's strength did not diminish, his own energy began to wane gradually. This posed a serious problem. If the situation persisted, Piccolo would inevitably face defeat. The mere thought of this filled Piccolo with dread, for unless he could completely eliminate number 17, time was not on his side and would ultimately be detrimental to him. Piccolo had recognized this fact. Furthermore, number 17 also perceived this decline in Piccolo's power, albeit subtly, during their fierce confrontation. Number 17 chuckled, You're bound to lose, Namekian. Don't speak too soon, android, Piccolo retorted, having resolved that since conventional combat was unfavorable for him, he would resort to his ultimate technique to eliminate the android, taking down one foe at a time. Nearby, number 18 curiously inquired, Number 16, will you join the fight soon? After all, we are still uncertain of your strength. There is no need for that, among our opponents, only that Namekian poses a significant threat. Number 17 replied, confident that he could defeat the Namekian, albeit it might take some time. Number 16 had already analyzed the abilities of their adversaries. The Namekian's combat power was indeed comparable to number 17's. However, the crucial difference lay in number 17's ability to maintain peak energy levels, which the Namekian could not sustain. Thus, despite their equal strength, the victor would undoubtedly be number 17, not the Namekian. Number 18 discerned that number 16 was a peculiar entity, unlikely to participate in the battle. But she did not mind this detail. Meanwhile, the warriors on their side grew anxious. Observing the ongoing fight, they noticed Piccolo's energy had diminished, albeit slightly, by about 1 or 2%, not exceeding 3%. Yet, a decline was still a decline. And it was evident that the androids were gaining a slight upper hand. Gohan expressed his concern. What should we do? We cannot just stand by and watch Uncle Piccolo lose to that despicable android. Alas, I'm afraid that if we intervene, we might hinder him instead, which would be counterproductive. Although Yamcha yearned to assist, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He understood that joining the fray might not aid Piccolo and could potentially complicate matters further, an outcome he could hardly fathom. Krillin patted Gohan on the shoulder and said, We must have faith in Piccolo. He will undoubtedly find a way. And Gohan, let us not forget that you still have your father, Son Goku. Goku is our unwavering support, so rest assured. With Krillin's encouragement, Gohan's worries were slightly alleviated, for Piccolo held immense significance in his life. The thought of losing his uncle was unbearable for him. Tianjinhan remarked, to defeat that android, Piccolo must unleash a true ultimate move, preferably one that can decisively vanquish the android. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. His words resonated with the warriors, who acknowledged the wisdom in his assessment. After all, Piccolo was no ordinary fighter. He possessed a unique combat style of his own. Chapter 74, Vegeta appears and transforms into Super Saiyan. Boom, boom. The intensity of the battle between Piccolo and Android 17 was breathtaking, leaving the warriors in awe of what true combat entailed. Despite the toll of continuous fighting, Piccolo maintained an equilibrium with Android 17, his energy levels seemingly unaffected. Suddenly, 17 seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Piccolo's abdomen, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Under normal circumstances, Piccolo's unyielding energy would have prevented such a scenario. However, the relentless skirmish had worn him down, making him vulnerable to 17's assault. After landing the blow, 17 did not relent but instead intensified his onslaught. The warriors watched anxiously. Gohan yearned to rush into the fray, but Krillin held him back. Though Krillin was equally distressed, he understood that acting rashly would only exacerbate Piccolo's predicament. Gohan turned to Krillin, asking, but if this continues, Uncle Piccolo will lose. His foremost concern was Piccolo's safety, disregarding everything else. At that moment, Tianjinhan stepped forward and suggested, "Let us observe for 5 more minutes. If Piccolo does not turn the tide within that time, we shall all join the fray, denying the android any respite." The group agreed to this proposal, unwilling to witness Piccolo's defeat. Desperately, Piccolo sought an opportunity to counterattack. Enduring relentless blows would only deteriorate his condition further, diminishing his energy and placing him at an increasing disadvantage. Yet, faced with the ferocious onslaught from Android 17, he found himself in a passive position, unable to identify a suitable moment to strike back. Just as Android 17 prepared to deliver a final devastating blow to Piccolo, he was suddenly kicked away. Android 18 inquired urgently, "What just happened? How was Android 17 kicked away?" "A new formidable enemy has arrived," 16 remarked. "What? A new enemy?" 18 exclaimed in shock. 16 chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing into the sky, with 18 following suit. The warriors on their side shared the same sentiment. Yamcha inhaled sharply and remarked, "That guy is Vegeta." These queries were rather obvious. Krillin chuckled foolishly and said, "Nevertheless, Vegeta should be on our side." Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Vegeta. "I never expected you to show up here." His words dripped with disdain for everyone else. Furrowing his brow, Piccolo stated, "Vegeta, I never asked for your help." Piccolo found it strange to hear such remarks. They simply made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable, particularly with Vegeta's tone. "There should be limits to your arrogance, Vegeta." Piccolo glared at him. In Piccolo's view, even though Vegeta was currently quite powerful, he likely wasn't significantly stronger than himself. After all, Piccolo believed that he had reached an extraordinarily potent level of strength. Vegeta descended slowly, standing before Piccolo, and addressed Android 17. "So, you are the androids, huh? Just a heap of scrap metal." "Vegeta, I see." Android 17 recognized him as well. After all the warriors' information was in their records. Vegeta spread his arms wide and began to unleash his energy. Piccolo realized that Vegeta intended to transform into a Super Saiyan. Truth be told, Piccolo's full power currently stood at 1.5 billion, so he didn't believe that Vegeta could easily surpass him. One android alone was sufficient to ensnare them all in a quagmire. Meanwhile, on Android 18 and 16's side, 18 inquired, 16. "Do you think Vegeta's power will surpass 17's once he transforms into a Super Saiyan?" 16's eyes were already analyzing the combat data, and after a moment, he replied, "While I am unsure of Vegeta's exact power, it appears to be slightly inferior to that of the Namekian." "I see." With this in mind, 18 felt a sense of relief. As long as his combat power did not exceed that of 17, she was satisfied. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's power was approximately 1.45 billion, still a tad shy of the 1.5 billion mark held by 17 and Piccolo. Chapter 75. Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan. Second form. Piccolo regarded Vegeta with confusion. Indeed, Vegeta was powerful. However, with such a level of combat prowess, defeating the androids would still pose a considerable challenge. On the battlefield, Tien, perplexed, remarked, "It's strange. Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan only brings his power level close to that of Piccolo." "Indeed. Yet, we shouldn't dwell on it too much. Perhaps, if Vegeta and Piccolo join forces, they might be able to vanquish the androids," Krillin suggested, maintaining a more optimistic outlook. For him, defeating the androids was paramount, especially given their terrifying strength. Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Gohan watched the fray intently. Meanwhile, Android 17, observing Vegeta's so-called Super Saiyan form, scoffed. "I expected something more formidable. This is merely underwhelming. He is no different from that Namekian." To 17. Vegeta's transformation seemed to merely match the strength of the Namekian warrior, presenting no cause for concern. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, confidently declared, "Androids, how arrogant you are. Now, widen your eyes and behold the full extent of my power." Assuming a combat stance, he began to unleash his energy. As Vegeta's power surged, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. They had anticipated he was already at his limit, yet that was far from the truth. In the distance, Android 16 furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "This is bad. May 17th be defeated by Vegeta." "What?" Android 18 gasped, equally astonished. If 16's assessment was accurate, then Vegeta's power significantly surpassed that of 17. Yamcha swallowed hard and remarked, "Vegeta is incredible. He can actually augment his battle strength." "Indeed. However, Goku is still the mightiest." Krillin noted, though he too was astonished by Vegeta's potential for further escalation. Yet, he was not overly surprised, as Goku's prowess was undeniably superior. Given the current circumstances, it appeared favorable. At least without Goku's presence, they would not face immediate peril. Gohan, equally astonished, commented, "Remarkable. His energy has surpassed Uncle Piccolo's." On the battlefield, Vegeta's Super Saiyan form revealed muscles that began to swell, and once fully expanded, his physique appeared considerably more imposing. Android 16's data analysis confirmed. Vegeta's battle power has indeed increased significantly. What should we do now? Android 18 inquired anxiously. With Vegeta's strength eclipsing that of 17, even her involvement would likely be futile. It seemed wiser to contemplate an escape, as remaining in this perilous situation was far too risky. Android 16 instructed, wait. You must refrain from engaging in battle. Instead, try to distract Vegeta while seeking an opportunity to flee. Continuing to expend energy against them serves no purpose for us. What? After hearing the words spoken by number 16, number 18 was utterly astonished. If what number 16 said were true, it would imply that he was the most formidable among the three of them. Otherwise, how could he have uttered such statements? With the transformation into Super Saiyan second form, Vegeta's battle power surged to approximately 1.9 billion. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, and soon after, he sent number 17 flying with a single punch. Piccolo, in disbelief, gazed at Vegeta, who had so effortlessly dispatched number 17, and exclaimed, I never imagined Vegeta possessed such immense strength. It seems I underestimated him. To be honest, Piccolo was not overly surprised when Vegeta first transformed into a Super Saiyan, as the disparity in their battle powers was not significant. However, this time was different. Vegeta's power had completely surpassed his own, compelling Piccolo to regard Vegeta with newfound seriousness. The mere fact that Vegeta could so easily send number 17 flying with a single blow was something Piccolo himself could not achieve, thus highlighting his inferiority in strength compared to Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was about to launch a new offensive against number 17, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Blocking his punch, Vegeta furrowed his brow, staring at the individual who had intervened. Number 17 looked at number 16 in astonishment, saying, It's you, number 16. I never expected you to possess such strength. Indeed, the power displayed by number 16 had genuinely shocked number 17. With a scoff, number 17 expressed his displeasure but acknowledged that remaining in the fray would only interfere with number 16's battle, which was unnecessary. However, he could not shake off the feeling of embarrassment. Consequently, he withdrew from the fight and joined number 18's side. Meanwhile, number 16 was engaged in a fierce battle with Vegeta. As Vegeta continued his assault, he realized that this hulking android's strength was nearly on par with his own, significantly increasing the pressure he felt. Vegeta roared in frustration, Damn android. To think you can hold your own against me. Initially, Vegeta believed this transformation would allow him to dominate all androids, only to be confronted with the harsh reality that he was mistaken. Nevertheless, he remained confident that he would ultimately eradicate all androids, starting with the most formidable one before him. Not far away, Piccolo wore a grim expression as he remarked, I never imagined number 16 would possess such strength. Thank goodness Vegeta has shown up, otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Piccolo was astute enough to recognize the gravity of the situation. Seeing number 16's formidable power, he felt grateful for Vegeta's timely arrival, knowing it could have drastically altered their circumstances. Chapter 76. The android trio chooses to retreat. Once number 17 observed that number 16 had successfully occupied Vegeta, he spoke up. Number 18, let us join in. Aside from Vegeta, let us take out the others. However, number 17 was taken aback when number 18 informed him of number 16's intention to retreat. In essence, it is an act of fleeing. On the 17th, despite his discontent, there was no recourse, for the 16th model stands as the mightiest. Were 17 the strongest, then all would naturally heed his commands. Yet, that is not the case, leaving 17 with no viable options, unless he were to oppose 16. But 17 is not foolish, as 16's combat prowess far exceeds his own. Yamcha expressed his frustration. He had initially believed that after Vegeta's power enhancement, the androids would be vanquished, only to discover an even more formidable android. It could be said that 16 had deceived them all, primarily due to the fact that androids lack energy signatures. Only through witnessing their full combat capabilities could one begin to gauge their true strength. Vegeta accelerated, driving his knee into 16's chin, forcing 16 to stagger back several steps. Yet he sustained no real damage. Clenching his fists in irritation, Vegeta proclaimed, Just a heap of scrap. Do they truly believe they can defeat me, the Super Vegeta? How absurd. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. In that moment, Vegeta's pride surged, primarily due to his inability to accept such a stark contrast. For the past 2 years, he had endured grueling training. How could he now find himself outmatched by a mere android? This reality was the source of Vegeta's greatest ire. 16 paid no heed to Vegeta's insults, as he had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle. His aim was merely to buy time. This, however, was unbeknownst to Vegeta. For the most part, 16 focused on defense, and his aversion to fighting also played a significant role. The more Vegeta fought, the more incensed he became, bellowing, Android, can you not engage me in earnest? What is the meaning of this incessant defense? Do you look down upon me, the Prince of the Saiyans? Finding the battle insipid, Vegeta furrowed his brow, recalling 16's earlier words, which only fueled his anger further. Through gritted teeth, he declared, It seems I must utterly incapacitate you androids today. Vegeta unleashed the full force within him, charging at 16 with a rapid succession of blows. In his eagerness to succeed, Vegeta exposed a vulnerability, which 16 exploited with a counterstrike, sending Vegeta hurtling several meters away. "What are you waiting for?" 16 shouted. "Let us depart swiftly." Upon finishing his command, he took to the skies, followed closely by 18 and 17, who had been prepared to flee. As Vegeta readied to pursue the escaping androids, Piccolo interjected from behind. "Enough, Vegeta. Even if you were to catch up, you would not be able to defeat them. You might very well meet your demise at their hands." Piccolo's words bore a gravity that struck Vegeta, yet some truths must be spoken, lest Vegeta remain oblivious to the situation. "Do you underestimate my formidable power, Piccolo? Or do you wish to spar with me?" Vegeta flashed a confident smile and retorted. Piccolo remarked, "Think what you will. Regardless, the current situation is that those androids have departed, which is most advantageous for us. Continuing to battle against them would only lead to our defeat." "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, fully aware that aside from the formidable android, he did not regard the other two androids as significant threats. Nevertheless, even if he dismissed them, their strength was not to be underestimated. Thus, should the battle persist until the end, the likelihood of their defeat was indeed substantial. This predicament stemmed from their underestimation of the formidable power possessed by the bulky android. The warriors soon gathered around. Krillin gazed towards the direction the androids had left, expressing his concerns. "I wonder if that trio of androids will wreak havoc on Earth." Yamcha looked skyward and lamented, "If only Goku were here. Where could he possibly be at such a critical time?" "Stop complaining. It's simply because of our own inadequacies that we constantly feel the need to rely on Goku," Tien Shinhan reflected, recalling a time when he stood on equal footing with Son Goku. Yet now, they were worlds apart, with no basis for comparison. Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan form to his normal state, tapping his fingers thoughtfully. From the recent skirmish, it was clear that to vanquish the bulky android, he must attain an even greater level of power. Simultaneously, Vegeta was aware of a transformation that could elevate his strength further. However, that transformation bore significant drawbacks, notably a severe reduction in speed. A drastic decrease in speed rendered it futile to strike the opponent. Thus, the only path forward was to continue enhancing his combat prowess. Otherwise, he would remain unable to resolve the issues at hand. Furthermore, Vegeta despised the notion of Kakarot, that scoundrel, descending like a savior each time. Chapter 77, Cell's Journey in the Time Machine. As androids 16, 17, and 18 departed, 17 curiously inquired, 16, "Why not continue battling those individuals? If you can just hold off that Vegeta, the rest are essentially mere insects to me." After all, 16 believed that it was unnecessary to take excessive risks, as the potential dangers were too great. Thus, 16 voiced his opinion. Hearing this, 17 felt he had little recourse to argue, considering that 16's combat prowess surpassed his own. Thus, the ultimate decision lay with 16. Android 18 remained silent, though she was intrigued by one matter: the true extent of Son Goku's strength. This was unclear to her, so she curiously asked, "What do you think? How strong is Son Goku?" "Probably comparable to Vegeta," 17 opined, believing that Son Goku's power should align closely with that of Vegeta, as both possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. Since they are all capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, their strengths should be relatively comparable, and it would be unreasonable for any vast disparity to exist. This perspective belongs to Android 17. After a while, Android 16 interjected, reiterating his stance. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must prioritize caution." "You are exceedingly prudent," 16 remarked Android 18, who, along with 17, found 16's cautious nature quite notable. In the eyes of 17 and 18, even formidable opponents would stand little chance against the combined force of the three androids. Unbeknownst to both the warriors and the trio of androids, a time machine had arrived on Earth in this timeline. Emerging from the time capsule was Cell, who chuckled. "At last, I have arrived in this timeline." 17, 18. "Prepare yourselves to be absorbed. Then I shall achieve my perfect form." After his laughter faded, Cell suppressed his energy and stealthily moved in a particular direction, intending to assess the current situation before making his next move. Meanwhile, Goku, reclining on a sunbed by Bulma's swimming pool in West City, suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "Here he comes. Cell, let the dance begin. I look forward to a splendid show." "What is going on, Goku?" "Who is Cell?" Bulma, who was massaging Goku, inquired with curiosity. Anyone who could pique Goku's interest must surely be a formidable adversary, or so Bulma speculated. To you, Goku, any enemy is merely a jester," she mused, perceiving all foes as insignificant before Goku's might. Goku then closed his eyes once more, savoring Bulma's massage. For him, Cell's arrival in this timeline was inconsequential. He believed that restoring the Dragon Balls would suffice to rectify any chaos. Naturally, Goku was also eager to witness the true power of the ultimate form of Cell. After all, Goku had now mastered the ability to effortlessly transform into Super Saiyan 2, and even maintained Super Saiyan 4 for extended periods, owing to his newfound infinite energy akin to that of the androids. 3 days later, reports emerged regarding the mysterious disappearance of entire populations across numerous cities on Earth. The identity of the perpetrator remained unknown, leaving everyone in a state of confusion and searching for answers. The warriors regrouped, with Goku being invited to join them, but he declined, deeming the situation trivial. He believed it was unnecessary to concern himself, stating that he could simply clean up any mess at the last moment. Krillin asked, "Piccolo, do you think the disappearances are the work of the androids?" Yamcha chimed in, "If it wasn't the androids, then who could it be? Is there a new enemy on the horizon?" Yamcha inhaled sharply at this point, as the threat posed by the androids remained unresolved. Should new adversaries emerge, their situation would undoubtedly become exceedingly precarious. Tien shook his head and remarked, "Regrettably, Goku has not arrived. If only he were here to analyze the situation, he would surely deduce the truth." Krillin instantly wore a face of despondency, exclaiming that Goku is truly infuriating, prioritizing romance over friendship. It was better when Gohan remained silent. As soon as he spoke, Krillin felt as though life had lost all meaning. To this day, he remained single, while Goku had already acquired 2 wives and 2 children. This left Krillin enviously lamenting his own lack of fortune, resigning himself to accept the whims of fate. Piccolo stated gravely, "There is no need to dwell on these trivial matters. We must swiftly identify the perpetrator. We cannot allow the murderer to act with such impunity, or more lives will be lost." Chapter 78, Cell confronts the androids. The warriors unanimously agreed with this sentiment. Cell, having absorbed a significant number of humans, experienced a considerable enhancement in his power. However, as he continued to consume more humans, he realized a troubling truth. Relying on this method to augment his combat abilities was becoming increasingly ineffective. He needed to absorb androids 17 and 18 to elevate his strength further. Continuing on this path would only heighten his exposure to danger, rendering his efforts counterproductive. With a firm decision made, Cell promptly set his plan into motion, fully aware that the so-called warriors were also in search of him. Meanwhile, androids 16, 17, and 18 were leisurely enjoying cake at a CAF, engaging in casual conversation. As 18 savored her dessert, she remarked, "Strange. I've heard reports of several cities where people have mysteriously vanished, seemingly drained of their essence. Those individuals should not be capable of such acts, implying there are others we are unaware of. Wouldn't you agree? Regardless of who it is, they are no match for us," responded 17, showing little concern, for he believed that no foe could rival their strength. 16 sat quietly, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, giving 17 and 18 the impression that he was unconcerned about anything at all. Nevertheless, they did not question 16's demeanor. They were content that he was one of their kind. However, in the next moment, an energy sphere hurtled toward the CAF. Cell approached slowly, darkly stating, "Your reaction is rather swift. Yet, you too are destined to be absorbed by me." As the smoke began to clear, 16, 17, and 18 finally discerned the identity of their assailant. On the 18th, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "What an utterly revolting fellow this is." Indeed, it was quite disconcerting. "I shall eliminate him shortly. What a source of misfortune." The 17th was equally displeased, pondering the origin of this grotesque individual. His presence had left the 17th entirely dust-laden, causing considerable discomfort. At that moment, the 16th grew alert and declared, "We must exercise caution. This individual is the perpetrator of recent crimes." "Is it really him? Now I understand. Allow me to confront him." The 17th, upon learning that this was the recent offender, instantly became intrigued. Meanwhile, Cell's eyes nearly bulged with excitement as he observed the 17th and 18th trembling with anticipation. If he could absorb both, he would ascend to his complete form. Concurrently, the aura emanating from Cell intensified. The 16th, noticing this, quickly raised his hand to shield the 17th and 18th, stating, "You too should retreat. This adversary possesses formidable combat prowess that surpasses your capabilities. Leave it to me." Data analysis indicated that this individual's strength had exceeded that of the 17th and was still on the rise. Thus, the 16th urged the 17th and 18th to withdraw, wishing to protect them from harm in the face of such a formidable foe. The 17th was about to voice his thoughts when the 18th grasped his arm, shaking his head. "Let the 16th handle this." "Fine, I suppose." The 17th acquiesced, recognizing that the 16th had spoken wisely. This sudden arrival was indeed beyond their strength. The discontent lingered within the 17th, feeling that as artificially created beings, they ought to be the pinnacle of strength. Yet, time and again, they encountered others whose power either equaled or exceeded their own, leaving him with a profound sense of imbalance. Cell, gazing at the towering figure blocking his path, inquired with curiosity, "Who are you?" A cold smirk crept upon Cell's face as he retorted, "Since you dare to obstruct me, I shall dispose of you first before absorbing the 17th and 18th. With that, Cell lunged at the 16th, unleashing a furious assault without granting him a moment to react. Yet, Cell had underestimated the 16th's prowess. Just as Cell's fist swung toward him, the 16th effortlessly blocked the strike, causing Cell to furrow his brow in surprise. The rapidity of the 16th's defense indicated a formidable strength. How else could he have countered so swiftly? Cell unleashed a full-force assault, while the 18th observed the skirmish, exclaiming, "To think that loathsome creature possesses such strength, able to engage the 16th in a seemingly equal contest. It appears his combat prowess truly surpasses mine." The 17th, no fool, recognized his own inadequacy in strength compared to this opponent. It seems we must rely on number 16 once more. Chapter 79, each with their own schemes. The fierce battle between number 16 and Cell has caught the attention of the warriors. After all, such immense energy cannot go unnoticed by those of their caliber. Consequently, they all hasten toward the source of the commotion, intrigued by the unfamiliar aura that feels both perplexing and strange, as it is imbued with the presence of many. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the warriors are determined to investigate, for such formidable strength cannot belong to an ordinary being. Vegeta stands in disbelief, gazing toward the conflict, pondering, who is that individual? How can he possess such overwhelming power while also sharing my energy and that of Kakarot? Nevertheless, he resolves to witness the situation firsthand and swiftly propels himself toward the battle. On the battlefield, as Cell engages in combat, he furrows his brow and remarks, "I didn't expect your strength to match mine so evenly." He remains unfazed by number 16's disregard, for his primary concern is to find an opportunity to absorb androids 17 and 18. Once he absorbs them, he will attain his perfect form, becoming the strongest being in the universe, capable of dominating it entirely. Therefore, Cell is unwilling to become ensnared in a fruitless struggle with number 16. Recognizing that such a confrontation serves no purpose and merely squanders time, he believes that to successfully absorb androids 17 and 18, he must patiently await the right moment. As this current foe, number 16, proves to be quite formidable, Android 18 observes the intense battle and exclaims, "Number 16 is truly in a dire situation." Meanwhile, Android 17, filled with irritation, declares, "That damn Cell will not let him off easily. 18, let us attack him together. I refuse to believe we cannot defeat him." Indeed, that seems to be the only course of action. 18 agrees, understanding that given the current circumstances, it is unlikely for number 16 to triumph over Cell alone, and they risk a mutually destructive outcome. Therefore, striking at the opportune moment to ambush Cell is undoubtedly the wisest strategy. As number 16 presses his assault, he notices a slight opening in Cell's defenses and immediately accelerates, delivering a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. Android 18 exclaims with excitement, "Excellent." Number 16 has seized the opportunity to strike Cell. Number 17 smiles, observing, "At this rate, we may not even need to intervene." Number 16 might actually defeat Cell on his own. It appears their earlier concerns were entirely unwarranted. There was no need for such anxiety. Number 16 continues to unleash a barrage of attacks upon Cell. With the slightest crack in Cell's armor, he is now writhing in pain, letting out anguished cries. Ultimately, Cell is driven deep into the earth by number 16's relentless assault. At that moment, the warriors soared into the air. Number 17 glanced at the group and expressed his annoyance, remarking, "These bothersome individuals have reappeared." Indeed, their persistent presence was irksome, akin to a lingering specter. Number 18 echoed this sentiment, her irritation palpable. Ordinarily, it should have been their androids causing trouble for these individuals, yet the roles seemed reversed, with the androids being incessantly pursued. Piccolo observed the three androids before finally turning to number 16, inquiring, "Who was the person you fought earlier?" The others also directed their attention to number 16, for the energy of that individual was exceedingly suspicious. It bore a resemblance to their own, even echoing Piccolo's essence. That individual was named Cell. Number 16, without a hint of concealment, replied, "To be precise, he is also an android, albeit distinct from us. That fellow possesses the ability to absorb number 17 and number 18, thereby acquiring greater power." What? Absorb numbers 17 and 18? The realization dawned upon them. Although number 16 did not divulge the entirety of the information regarding this individual, what he shared was more than sufficient for Piccolo. Simultaneously, Piccolo's gaze fell upon a gaping hole in the ground, indicating that Cell had been driven into it by number 16. For precautionary reasons, Piccolo resolved to investigate the situation personally. Despite Cell's formidable strength, Piccolo was undeterred. Gohan, filled with concern, suggested, "Uncle Piccolo, perhaps I should accompany you." "No, Gohan. Remain here and stay safe." Piccolo firmly declined, unwilling to allow Gohan to join him in his reconnaissance. Furthermore, the might of that individual was not to be underestimated. Any mishap could lead to dire consequences, leaving no room for regret. Krillin reassured, "Gohan, there's no need to worry, it's Piccolo." As Piccolo descended gradually, Cell, concealed beneath the earth with blood trickling from his lips, furrowed his brow, contemplating the sudden arrival of these individuals. He realized he must hasten to absorb numbers 17 and 18, for failure to do so would render him increasingly vulnerable, potentially leading to his demise. Having labored to arrive in this timeline, he had no intention of being slain. With Piccolo preparing to investigate, Cell knew it was time to act. He suppressed his energy to its lowest point, making it difficult for the warriors to detect his presence. Unbeknownst to them, Cell stealthily positioned himself behind numbers 17 and 18. Just as Piccolo touched down on the ground, Cell sprang forth from the depths, launching a surprise attack. "Not good," Piccolo exclaimed, startled as he turned to see Cell leaping out from a distance of 100 meters, urgency lacing his voice. The others quickly grew tense, uncertain of Cell's intentions. Chapter 80, Cell's First Evolution. Cell unfurled his tail, resembling a toilet plunger, ensnaring number 17 entirely. No one anticipated that Cell would possess such audacity, daring to execute his scheme right beneath their noses, a testament to his boldness. Piccolo had completely recovered and immediately charged towards Cell, determined to thwart his success. Similarly, Android 16 rushed towards Cell as they both understood that if Cell managed to absorb Android 17, their chances of defeating him would diminish drastically, regardless of their numbers. Together, Piccolo and Android 16 launched Cell several hundred meters away. However, Cell's absorption of Android 17 did not cease. Rather, it continued unabated, and his energy surged rapidly. Sensing the escalating power of Cell, Piccolo realized the gravity of the situation. If Goku did not intervene soon, they would all face dire consequences. At that moment, Vegeta arrived on the battlefield, astonished by Cell's ever-increasing power. He exclaimed, "How can that guy's strength reach such formidable levels? Who on earth is he?" Frustration welled within him as he recognized Cell's overwhelming combat prowess, leaving him feeling immense pressure. He had no belief that he could defeat this being known as Cell. Once Cell completed his transformation, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at his hands, exclaiming with excitement, "Incredible! My power is unparalleled. With only Android 18 remaining, I will achieve my perfect form." Piccolo raised a hand and shouted, "Android 16, you must take Android 18 and leave this place immediately. Do not waste any time. We will hold Cell off." Without hesitation, Android 16 complied, recognizing that Piccolo's decision was the most advantageous for them in this dire situation. Thus, Android 16 lifted Android 18 and soared into the distance. Their priority was to escape the battlefield swiftly, as it was the safest option available. Seeing Android 16 attempting to flee with Android 18, Cell's expression darkened. "Do you think I will let you escape? Don't be foolish," he growled, preparing to pursue them. In the next instant, Piccolo appeared before Cell, intending to block his path, with other warriors gradually materializing in front of Cell as well. Cell glared at these interlopers, his fury palpable. "You lot are doomed. You have truly angered me." He resolved to eliminate these bothersome pests, believing it would merely delay him from capturing Android 18, whom he was confident could not evade his grasp. "Cell, you shall not pass," Piccolo bellowed as he confronted Cell head-on. Cell, brimming with confidence in his own strength, dismissed Piccolo entirely. When they collided, Piccolo was sent hurtling backward by Cell's might. "Damn it, that arrogant bastard." Piccolo struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had gained a clearer understanding of Cell's current power. Indeed, vanquishing the current Cell is no trifling task. One must devise a worthy strategy. Cell, uninterested in these individuals, perceives their presence merely as a waste of time, devoid of any significance. Thus, he promptly turned and pursued the direction in which Android 18 had fled. However, before Cell could cover 200 meters, he was intercepted by none other than Vegeta. Cell warned, "Vegeta, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Vegeta, unwilling to engage in superfluous dialogue, transformed into his Super Saiyan second form. Little did Vegeta realize that his evolutionary path had strayed. Unleashing his full power, he soon discovered that his attacks could not trouble Cell in the slightest. In disbelief, Vegeta exclaimed, "Why is his strength so formidable? He effortlessly evades all my assaults." "Indeed," Cell remarked, "bravo, Vegeta. To exhibit a power akin to that of Android 16 is commendable. Yet, your strength remains woefully inadequate. Hence, I suggest you step aside." With that, Cell swiftly sent Vegeta hurtling away. Vegeta rolled several times upon impact before managing to rise to his feet. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how could he possibly allow himself to be so easily defeated? Such a notion was preposterous. Nevertheless, both Piccolo and Vegeta lacked the requisite strength to impede Cell, leaving them feeling quite disheartened. Consequently, Cell regarded them with a disdainful gaze. Ignoring both Piccolo and Vegeta, Cell continued his pursuit of Android 18. Yet, as fate would have it, the remaining warriors sprang forth, preparing to launch a surprise attack against Cell. Chapter 81, Piccolo and the Supreme Kai unite. Cell, glaring furiously at the warriors blocking his path, bellowed, "Get out of my way, you insignificant ants." As he unleashed his rage, a shockwave erupted, sending all the warriors flying. Only Piccolo and Vegeta managed to endure the onslaught with relative ease. The others were far less fortunate. glaring at the vanishing figure of Android 18. Cell's face contorted with fury. Were it not for these detestable fools obstructing him, how could Android 18 have escaped? Moreover, it was Android 16 who had aided her in fleeing. If this delay continued, there was no telling how far Android 18 might go, as she possessed no detectable energy signature, which posed a significant complication. Thus, Cell resolved not to linger with these individuals any longer and pursued the direction in which Android 16 and 18 had departed. Krillin, struggling to rise from the ground, uttered, "This is bad. Cell is chasing after Android 18. There's no need to follow. We are no match for Cell. Pursuing him would be futile. Now we can only pray that Android 18 remains undiscovered by him. If Cell finds her, it will be of no consequence." Piccolo spoke with utmost candor. Yet the reality remained unchanged. Vegeta stood there, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! As a proud Super Saiyan, how can I be surpassed time and again?" He had hoped to shine brilliantly, only to be met with humiliation, which deeply wounded his pride. Tien rubbed his injured arm and remarked, "It seems we must rely on Goku to resolve this matter. Otherwise, it is impossible for us to confront such formidable foes." Yamcha was acutely aware of his own limitations. In the face of such battles, he was merely cannon fodder, utterly ineffectual. Gohan whispered, "Dad." He now placed all his hopes on his father, though he was uncertain of Goku's current whereabouts, as he spent most of his time alongside Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo's gaze shifted, as if he had made a profound decision, one that would, in an unseen manner, transform him. He felt compelled to act. He did not wish to place every burden upon Goku. Thus, Piccolo resolved to take matters into his own hands. He looked towards the direction of the sacred world of the Kais and declared, "Do not engage with that Cell. I will handle him afterward." "What do you mean, Piccolo? Are you suggesting that your strength is sufficient to defeat Cell? Don't be ridiculous. Your power level is still beneath mine." Vegeta scoffed, utterly incredulous that Piccolo could possess the strength to vanquish Cell. Ignoring Vegeta's skepticism, Piccolo flew towards the sacred world of the Kais. Gohan intended to follow, but Piccolo's voice warned him not to do so, prompting Gohan to remain where he was. Dend, observing Piccolo's departure, suddenly had a realization. Tien, Piccolo is heading towards the sacred world of the Kais. The sacred world? Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom Piccolo's purpose in going there. However, in the next instant, Krillin exclaimed, "I understand. Piccolo intends to fuse with the Kai." Fuse? Vegeta furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by Krillin's statement. Krillin then elaborated, "Originally, Piccolo was one with the Kai, but due to certain circumstances, they were separated. Now, Piccolo plans to reunite with him to gain an even greater power, enabling him to defeat Cell." What? Such a thing is possible? Vegeta had never heard of this so-called fusion before. He muttered, "If Piccolo merges with the Kai, could he surpass me, the Super Saiyan?" The very thought was unbearable for Vegeta. He had strived to transcend the Super Saiyan form, and the prospect of being outdone by Piccolo was a bitter pill to swallow. Deep within Vegeta's heart, an overwhelming sense of distress welled up. It was one thing to be surpassed by Kakarot, but now he had to contend with being outdone by a Namekian? As the proud prince of all Saiyans and a Super Saiyan, he found himself unable to claim the title of the universe's strongest. Meanwhile, in the sacred spirit temple, the Supreme Kai stood at the edge, gazing into the boundless sky, murmuring, "Has this moment finally arrived?" Beside him, Popo expressed his concern, "Supreme Kai. It's all right, Popo, there's no need for worry," the Supreme Kai reassured him, "having lived long enough. It is time for me to make a meaningful contribution to Earth." Shortly thereafter, Piccolo arrived at the sacred spirit temple and addressed the Supreme Kai. "You understand the purpose of my visit, do you not?" He continued, "Since you are aware, I shall take the lead once we merge. Of course, your battle power is indeed superior, and it is only fitting that you assume the lead." The Supreme Kai had long anticipated this. Piccolo approached the Supreme Kai, placing his palm upon him, and declared, "Let us commence." As soon as Piccolo's words fell, the Supreme Kai transformed into pure energy, merging into Piccolo's being. Popo could not help but shed tears as he witnessed the Supreme Kai's gradual disappearance. Once Piccolo fully absorbed the Supreme Kai, the energy within him surged, amplifying several-fold. This immense power instantaneously transformed Piccolo, marking the emergence of a new being. The Piccolo of today was no longer the Piccolo of old. He had been reborn. Chapter 82. The perfect form of Piccolo charges towards Cell. Having attained an even greater power after merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo raised his arm to feel the newfound strength, softly stating, "This power should suffice to confront Cell." Despite the significant boost in his combat prowess, Piccolo was not naive enough to believe he could effortlessly defeat Cell, as that fiend had yet to reveal his true capabilities. Watching the transformed Piccolo, Krillin quietly inquired, "Supreme Kai?" Shortly thereafter, Piccolo soared out of the sacred spirit temple, heading towards Cell's location. Meanwhile, the warriors remained in their positions, not having departed. Since Piccolo's departure, scarcely half an hour had passed. At that moment, Krillin exclaimed with excitement, "Did you feel that?" Piccolo's energy has shifted. It is unmistakably him. Piccolo has become even stronger. Tien Shinhan remarked. In terms of energy intensity, he is still somewhat weaker than the current Cell, but not by much. What is there to fear? Piccolo is clad in his weighted cape. Yamcha confidently reminded them. Given that Piccolo typically donned his weighted cape when not in battle, Yamcha believed that Piccolo's combat power must now far exceed Cell's. Unbeknownst to them, Piccolo had not unleashed all of his energy. Gohan joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Piccolo, that's wonderful." Krillin shared in the joy, stating, "Since Piccolo is now flying towards Cell, let us follow him." Indeed, Tianjin Fan concurred with Klin, affirming their intention to observe the battle. Vegeta clenched his fists in silence, resolutely believing he would eventually surpass these warriors, particularly that Kakarot. After all, Kakarot was the eternal thorn in Vegeta's side. As being overshadowed by a lower-class warrior was a profound torment for the Saiyan Prince. Thus, Vegeta harbored a fervent desire to transcend Kakarot, to validate that he, and not that inferior fighter, was the strongest Saiyan. Nevertheless, Vegeta ascended alongside the warriors, eager to witness the current battle prowess of Piccolo. Meanwhile, Cell relentlessly searched for Android 18, yet all his efforts proved futile. Growing impatient, Cell began to devastate island after island, bellowing in fury, "Hand over Android 18. If she doesn't show herself soon, I shall continue my destruction." Cell doubted that Android 18 could remain concealed indefinitely. He would detect her the moment she made a move. Hidden on a distant island, Android 18 expressed her concerns to Android 16. 16, this is unsustainable. Cell will inevitably find us. Do not panic, 16 reassured her. As long as we remain still, it will be difficult for Cell to locate us. Understanding their advantage lay in their lack of energy signature, 16 was confident that as long as they stayed motionless, Cell would struggle to find them. Hearing this, Android 18 managed to quell her anxiety for the time being. Despite Cell's relentless destruction, he could not coax Android 18 out of hiding. And he began to feel a sense of urgency. This situation could not persist. Just as Cell prepared to resume his search, an overwhelming aura approached rapidly from behind. Turning in confusion, Cell was confronted by Piccolo, who had flown at great speed to stand before him. Cell sneered, "Ah, it's you, Piccolo. What is this? Have you come to deliver yourself to death?" The disdain in Cell's voice was palpable, but it only deepened his scowl as he growled. "I will ensure you cannot boast for long, fool. With our cells within you, can you not even sense my energy?" Piccolo retorted, prompting Cell to finally discern the energy emanating from him. In that moment, Cell was utterly astonished, for Piccolo's energy felt formidable, nearly matching his own, perhaps even surpassing it, albeit without Cell having unleashed his true power. Meanwhile, Android 16 and 18 sensed Piccolo's approach. Android 18 questioned, "Why has Piccolo come here? Is he not afraid of being killed by Cell?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Piccolo was concealing his strength? But that seems unlikely. As Piccolo and Cell descended toward the ground, they faced each other, poised for confrontation. Shara chuckled, "Piccolo, your strength indeed astonishes me. Let us play together. Shall we?" Chapter 83, Piccolo vs. Sharu, Part 1. "Ah, you arrogant fool," Piccolo retorted dismissively. In his eyes, Sharu was nothing more than a simpleton, oblivious to reality, blindly arrogant, and courting his own demise. Sharu gazed at Piccolo with mockery. "You seem rather confident, Piccolo. Do you truly believe your power surpasses mine?" To Sharu, Piccolo appeared to be a mindless idiot, possessing an unfounded confidence that he could defeat him. Soon, Sharu intended to show Piccolo what true hell looked like. Suddenly, Piccolo vanished, reappearing instantaneously before Sharu, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The blow left Sharu's expression contorted in pain, for Piccolo's strength had delivered a significant blow. Sharu staggered back several steps, glaring at Piccolo with disdain. "Damn it. I didn't expect your power to be quite formidable. I truly underestimated you. Whether you underestimated me or not, you will soon come to understand," Piccolo replied, his tone imbued with a calm arrogance. From their concealed vantage point, Android 18 and Android 16 were both taken aback. "I can't believe Piccolo is so powerful," Android 18 exclaimed incredulously. But when he fought alongside Android 17, he didn't exhibit such strength. What on earth has transpired in such a short time? At that moment, warriors, including Vegeta, arrived on the scene. Witnessing Piccolo suppress, Sharu left them astonished yet unsurprised. After all, the current Piccolo was the Super Piccolo, rejoined with the Namekian deity, and it was only natural that his strength would surpass Sharu's. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, just you wait. I will surpass all of you in the future." Sharu caught a glimpse of the warriors out of the corner of his eye and muttered, "So, Vegeta and the others have all come? What a nuisance. At this rate, I have no idea when I will find Android 18. Sharu, do you think I will allow you the opportunity to find Android 18? Piccolo's voice echoed ominously in Sharu's ears. Sharu, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "What?" Before Sharu could fully comprehend, Piccolo delivered a swift kick, sending Sharu flying. He tumbled over 100 meters before managing to halt his momentum. Struggling to rise, Shiro bellowed. Piccolo, I will kill you. Internally, Shiro pondered why his attacks had failed to land on Piccolo. Could it be that Piccolo's power truly was that formidable? This realization was deeply troubling for Shiro. Krillin laughed. Piccolo, you are incredible. Shiro is no match for you. Tien Jinhan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Given the current situation, it seems we won't need Goku's assistance. Krillin, Yamcha, Chaozu, and Gohan all concurred. For Piccolo had completely overwhelmed Shiro. As long as one perseveres, there is no need for Goku's intervention. Throughout this ordeal, Vegeta remains exceedingly displeased, for he, the proud Super Saiyan, finds himself distanced by others, an affront to his pride. Were it not for his unwavering conviction, Vegeta would have long since crumbled. From the shadows, number 16 remarks to number 18. It seems that Cell will have no opportunity to absorb you. 18. At this moment, Cell, battered and bruised from Piccolo's relentless assault, finds himself submerged at the lake's bottom, his face marred with injuries. Instead of emerging immediately, Cell clenches his fists in silence, seething with fury. I cannot remain down here. It is imperative that I unleash my true power, or I shall surely be vanquished by Piccolo. How infuriating. If only I could absorb number 18 and achieve my perfect form, I would not be in such a precarious position. Cell remains fixated on 18, fueled by his frustration. Hovering in the air, Piccolo glances down at Cell's submerged form, a frown creasing his brow. What are you doing hiding down there, Cell? If that's how you wish to play, I shall personally blast you out. With that, Piccolo raises his hand, gathering energy in his palm, preparing to unleash a special beam cannon to force Cell out of the lake. In the next moment, a sphere of energy strikes the lake bottom. A thunderous explosion ensues. Cell, left with no choice, rushes to the surface. Remaining submerged would certainly lead to his defeat, and he is not foolish enough to permit that. Now airborne. Cell glares at Piccolo, his expression dark and teeth gritted. Piccolo, soon you shall regret your arrogance. If you have any hidden strength, now is the time to reveal it. Do not disappoint me. Piccolo, having long discerned that Cell still harbors some concealed power, feels no surprise at this revelation. Cell laughs heartily. Piccolo, you are truly overconfident. I wonder if you will retain that confidence after this. To Cell, Piccolo's blind self-assurance is laughable. Once he reveals his true might, Piccolo will meet his end. With unwavering confidence, Cell believes that by unleashing his full strength, he can obliterate this insufferable foe. Chapter 84, Piccolo vs. Cell, Part 2. Both Piccolo and Cell stand face to face on the island's surface, once more locked in a tense standoff. Cell, brimming with confidence, declares, Piccolo, open your eyes wide and behold my true power. Enough with the idle chatter. Unleash all that you possess. Piccolo, growing increasingly impatient, finds Cell's incessant prattle tiresome. Taken aback by Piccolo's audacity, Cell becomes increasingly irked. Thus, he refrains from further banter and begins to unleash the hidden power within him. As Cell's strength surges, the atmosphere thickens with tension. The warriors, including Android 16 and 18, were utterly astonished. Android 16 gazed at the ever-increasing power of Cell and remarked, I never imagined Cell harbored such immense strength. How infuriating. He has merely absorbed Android 17, yet his power has surged so dramatically. Android 18, equally disheartened, noted the stark contrast in Cell's strength compared to before. Yamcha, in disbelief, exclaimed, Cell's power is already formidable, and he still has hidden abilities? Krillin nodded in agreement, stating, Tenshinhan was right. This fiend Cell is indeed perilous. We cannot afford to relax until he is utterly defeated. Gohan, filled with concern, turned to Piccolo and whispered, Uncle Piccolo, you must prevail. As Cell unleashed his full power, a confident smile spread across his face. Piccolo remained unfazed, calmly observing Cell as he said, Your fighting power has indeed ascended to new heights, but if this is your true strength, then Cell, you stand no chance. What? You claim I have no chance? Piccolo, what gives you such confidence? Cell retorted, unable to restrain himself as he charged at Piccolo, landing a punch squarely on his face. Yet, in the next instant, Cell froze in disbelief. His punch had inflicted no damage whatsoever on Piccolo. No, this can't be, Cell exclaimed, staggering back several steps, questioning, You can't be Piccolo. He shouldn't possess such formidable power. Cell instantly created a distance of over 50 meters, glaring at Piccolo with fury. He shouted, Piccolo, if you have the guts, then take this attack. Kamehameha. Cell maximized his energy output. However, Piccolo remained undeterred in the face of Cell's Kamehameha wave, for no matter how explosively Cell unleashed his power, it was, in Piccolo's eyes, merely trivial. The warriors watched Piccolo with trepidation, for at that moment, Cell's Kamehameha was terrifyingly potent, at least in their estimation. Vegeta, too, fixated his gaze on Piccolo, muttering, Piccolo, just how strong have you become? Have you surpassed Kakarot? It seemed implausible. Kakarot was beyond my comprehension. Damn it, I, the proud prince of the Saiyans and a Super Saiyan, cannot measure up to these individuals. Cell unleashed his Kamehameha directly at Piccolo. The ferocious energy surged through Piccolo's entire being. As the smoke cleared, revealing a completely unscathed Piccolo, Cell was left utterly flabbergasted, roaring, "What? How is this possible? That was my full-powered attack. How could it inflict no harm whatsoever? Damn it, Piccolo, who are you? How do you possess such overwhelming strength?" The most unbearable truth for Cell was that Piccolo, according to the records, should not have been this powerful. At this moment, Cell was utterly panicked. His most formidable attack proved ineffective against Piccolo, which signified his impending doom. He had yet to transform into his perfect form, and Cell was unwilling to accept this fate. Android 18 exclaimed in disbelief, "How astonishing! Such immense power from Cell, yet it fails to inflict any harm on Piccolo. I wonder just how formidable Piccolo has become now." Gohan, filled with excitement, declared, "Uncle Piccolo, you are truly incredible." Vegeta, crossing his arms, tightened his fingers in irritation. "Damn it," Cell growled, his eyes turning crimson with rage. "It's infuriating. If only I could achieve my perfect form, I would defeat you. Where are you, Android 18? Cell was on the brink of madness. In his incomplete state, he was no match for Piccolo, and desperation washed over him. The sensation of being utterly dominated by another was unbearable for Cell. Were he to attain his perfect form, he wouldn't be facing such dire circumstances. A complete transformation would grant him the strength to vanquish all adversaries, preventing him from being suppressed by Piccolo. Piccolo, recognizing Cell's frustration, taunted him. "Cell, what is the matter? Are you feeling unsatisfied? But your dissatisfaction is of no consequence." Chapter 85, The Unwelcome Interruption of Vegeta. Damn it. Cell, consumed by anger, unleashed his inner power. The other warriors were taken aback by the sheer force emanating from Cell. To them, his strength was indeed formidable, rendering them incapable of rivaling him. Yamcha could not help but remark, "Cell has become an insurmountable mountain for us, and Piccolo's strength surpasses even that. Truly, he is a new Piccolo after merging with the Supreme Kai." Indeed, Krillin nodded in agreement, pondering whether Piccolo's strength had caught up with Goku's. Tien, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Regardless, this enemy, Cell, is finally on the verge of being dealt with. Who knows how many tragedies he could cause if left unchecked. Such occurrences are to be avoided. Uncle Piccolo will undoubtedly defeat all his foes." Gohan expressed unwavering confidence in Piccolo, acknowledging that his strength was undeniable. In stark contrast to Cell's furious desperation, Piccolo remained remarkably composed throughout the ordeal. Even now, he had yet to unleash his true power. For Cell did not merit such an effort. Unless Cell transformed into his perfect form, Piccolo would not allow him that opportunity. Despite Piccolo's confidence in his own abilities, it was not blind arrogance. The uncertainty of whether Cell's perfect form would surpass his own power lingered in his mind. Should Cell prove stronger, the union of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai would become meaningless, as defeating Cell would be impossible. Thus, Piccolo would never wager that he could confidently overcome Cell after his transformation. In stark contrast to the current mindset of Piccolo stands Vegeta, clenching his fists. Vegeta fixes his gaze intently upon Cell, murmuring, "That wretched fiend claims that if he achieves his perfect form, he will surpass the present Piccolo? How audacious! If Cell is entirely vanquished by Piccolo, then Kakarot will have no opportunity to intervene, and I will remain oblivious to the true extent of Kakarot's strength." Both in the arena and within Vegeta's heart, a profound sense of frustration simmers, for he is the prince of the Saiyans, possessing an innate pride. Moreover, as the opportunities to witness Kakarot dwindle, he cannot ascertain the true level of Kakarot's power. Vegeta contemplates taking a gamble, allowing Cell to transform into his perfect form, thereby compelling Kakarot to reveal his might. Otherwise, Vegeta fears he may never glimpse Kakarot's true capabilities, nor comprehend the chasm that separates them. Meanwhile, Piccolo observes the anguished Cell, whose desperate cries echo through the air. "Enough, Cell. It is time to send you to the depths of hell," he declares. At Piccolo's words, Cell's complexion pales in sheer terror, fully aware that death looms imminent. The prospect of annihilation fills Cell with dread. He yearns to survive. Yet the ferocity of Piccolo's demeanor leaves him no chance for escape. Without hesitation, Cell scrambles to flee, believing that if he can evade this moment, he may one day exact revenge after absorbing Android 18, thus erasing the humiliation he suffers today, an affront he shall never forget, especially at the hands of Piccolo. However, before Cell can soar even 10 meters away, Piccolo appears above him in an instant, delivering a powerful blow that sends Cell crashing into the earth. With a calm demeanor, Piccolo states, "Cell, did you truly believe I would allow you to escape? Do not harbor such delusions. Today, you shall meet your demise." As Piccolo strides deliberately towards Cell, the latter struggles to rise from the ground, bloodied and battered, fixing a defiant glare upon Piccolo as he vows, "Piccolo, I will make you regret this." "Regret?" Piccolo scoffs, a cold smile gracing his lips. To him, Cell's bravado is laughable, as he stands on the precipice of death, yet still dares to boast. Nevertheless, Piccolo is not hastening to end Cell's existence just yet. He has inquiries to unravel. Given that Cell has traversed from a future timeline, he is eager to discern the nature of that future and the events that transpired therein. Piccolo deems it essential to acquire this knowledge to prepare himself for any eventuality. He understands that extracting information from Cell may prove difficult, yet he cannot allow Cell to survive. He is a perpetual threat. Unwilling to accept his fate, Cell felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could sense the overwhelming aura of menace radiating from Piccolo. To everyone's astonishment at that moment, Vegeta suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared into the fray. Piccolo, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Vegeta, what are you doing? Don't you think it would be far more intriguing to see Cell achieve his perfect form?" Vegeta candidly revealed his personal agenda. The revelation left Piccolo dumbfounded, and Cell was equally taken aback. What they had presumed to be a certain death scenario now appeared to hold a glimmer of hope, igniting a flicker of joy within Cell. This meant he might have a chance to survive, perhaps even to attain his perfect form. Should he achieve that, all of them would surely meet their demise, including Goku. Piccolo's expression darkened as he pressed, "Vegeta, do you even comprehend the implications of what you are saying? Do you understand the severe consequences that could follow?" Chapter 86, Seizing the Opportunity to Unleash the Solar Flare. Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu were all left in a state of bewilderment. They had believed victory was assured when Piccolo aimed to eliminate Cell, yet Vegeta had unexpectedly intervened. Not only did he step in, but he also suggested allowing Cell to transform into his perfect form for the sake of experimentation. Has he lost his mind? They wondered. They were all too aware of Cell's formidable strength, and Piccolo had finally managed to surpass him in power. Yet, Vegeta's actions had disrupted this precarious balance. Now, the warriors were filled with trepidation. If Cell did transform into his perfect form, and Piccolo proved no match for him, they would be doomed. It was conceivable that even Goku could falter against Cell, though they all recognized Goku's immense strength, which seemed boundless. They remained ignorant of how significantly Cell's power might escalate upon achieving his perfect form. If the increase were minimal, it would be a blessing. However, should it be substantial enough to surpass both Piccolo and Goku, disaster would surely follow. In any case, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kairatsu could not fathom Vegeta's reasoning, nor did they wish to engage with it. It seemed nothing short of madness, a reckless gamble with their lives at stake. Piccolo's tone hardened as he reiterated, "Vegeta, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. I will act as if I know nothing of your intentions, but should you choose to meddle, do not expect me to hold back." Faced with Piccolo's threat, Vegeta reluctantly decided to temper his approach, recognizing that Piccolo's current power exceeded his own. This was Vegeta's most exasperating predicament, as Piccolo had indeed surpassed him in strength. Meanwhile, Cell felt a chill in his heart. He had thought he glimpsed a chance for survival, only to realize he was merely entertaining himself, still bound to the grim fate of death. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Number 16 urgently addressed Number 18, saying, "Number 18, when the opportunity arises, we must flee immediately. Remaining here may spell danger." "Understood," replied Number 18. Fully aware of the gravity of their situation, recognizing the necessity to distance themselves from these individuals. As Cell retreated before Piccolo, a growing fear gripped him. Piccolo's murderous intent was palpable and not a jest. After realizing that he could not reason with Piccolo, Vegeta chose to abandon the confrontation, as he possessed enough self-awareness not to remain oblivious to the peril. Piccolo raised his hand, gathering energy, and declared, "Cell, thanks to Vegeta's delay, you have been granted an extra minute to live. You should count yourself fortunate. However, your luck ends here." While Cell continued to retreat, his peripheral vision caught sight of a puddle on the ground. Through the reflection in the water, he discerned the silhouettes of Number 18 and Number 16, and a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. He had initially believed Number 18 was absent from the island, but now a chance had presented itself. His gaze swiftly swept over Piccolo, Vegeta, and Tien, realizing that with so many present, he would face considerable difficulty in absorbing Number 18. Although Vegeta had previously expressed a desire to witness his transformation into his ultimate form, the true challenge lay with Piccolo, the strongest among them. If he could not circumvent Piccolo, Cell understood he would never absorb Number 18. Thus, he needed to devise a plan, otherwise he would meet his demise. And Cell was unwilling to die before achieving his complete form. Once he transformed, all his misfortunes would surely align in his favor. Noticing the fierce glint in Cell's eyes, Piccolo taunted, "Do you still harbor hope? Enough of this, perish." Resolute, Piccolo aimed the energy sphere in his palm directly at Cell, unleashing it without hesitation. Faced with Piccolo's onslaught, Cell had no choice but to defend with all his might. There was no alternative. With a thunderous explosion, the warriors beamed with joy, believing they had finally vanquished Cell, allowing them to breathe easier. Piccolo maintained his assault posture, and as the smoke dissipated, he observed the battered Cell and remarked, "Cell, I never expected you to endure this much. However, you may withstand it once, but can you endure a second or even a third time?" Once more, Piccolo gathered energy. perceiving Cell's resilience as formidable yet ultimately limited. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Cell, who gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. In that moment, Cell paid little heed to his injuries. For if he could successfully absorb number 18, those wounds would be mere trifles, insignificant in comparison. With severe injuries weighing upon him, Cell leaped into the air. Vegeta, puzzled, questioned, "What is Cell attempting to do?" To which Piccolo dismissively replied, "A futile struggle." At this moment, Krillin regained his senses, exclaiming in shock, "This is bad. That rascal Cell intends to use the solar flare." However, it was too late. Cell had already initiated the technique. The solar flare enveloped the entire area in a blinding white light, causing an immediate sting to the eyes of all present. Only Krillin, who had reacted just a fraction of a second sooner, managed to shut his eyes, albeit still feeling the effects. Chapter 87. Cell transforms into his perfect form. The warriors were all momentarily disoriented by Cell's sudden solar flare. Aware of his limited power, Cell understood that the solar flare would only affect Piccolo for a brief moment, and he had to act swiftly to absorb Android 18. Simultaneously, Cell was astute enough to suppress his energy to a minimum, knowing that Piccolo posed an overwhelming threat. The pressure from Piccolo compelled Cell to calculate every move meticulously, as he had nearly faced demise moments ago. Unbeknownst to Cell, all his actions were being sensed by Goku, who was far away in West City. Goku refrained from intervening, eager to assess the true strength of Ultimate Cell. Of course, if Cell were unable to achieve his perfect form on his own, Goku would not concern himself with aiding him in that endeavor. As a fully artificial being, Android 16 remained largely unaffected by the solar flare. Seeing Cell approach, he quickly pushed Android 18 away, urging, "18, you must flee. I will hold off Cell. You cannot be absorbed. If you are, we are all doomed." "I understand," Android 18 replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly turned to escape, clearly preferring not to be absorbed. Seeing this, Cell bellowed furiously, "Don't even think about running, 18." His desire to absorb her had reached an uncontrollable level in his eyes. Only the absorption of Android 18 remained, the key to his perfect transformation. What Cell did not realize was that Piccolo, possessing extraordinary hearing as a Namekian, had detected Cell's position the moment he uttered a sound. Even with Cell suppressing his energy, it had little effect. Piccolo charged toward the direction of Cell's voice, roaring, "Is that you, Cell? You shall not achieve your perfect form." "What? That fool Piccolo can find me? Is it because of the sound?" Cell was momentarily taken aback by Piccolo's furious approach. In response to Piccolo's rapid advance, Cell, disregarding everything else, unleashed his full power and charged toward Android 18. Determined to absorb her before Piccolo could intervene. He could not afford to squander this hard-won opportunity. Losing it would mean complete and utter defeat. Android 16 leaped forth to intercept him, but with a single punch, Cell sent him flying. The vast disparity in combat power rendering 16 incapable of stopping the fully unleashed Cell. On the 18th, she was swiftly pursued by Cell, who promptly opened his tail and engulfed her whole. "Let me go, Cell." She managed to cry out before her voice vanished entirely. At that moment, Piccolo also arrived before her, albeit a fraction too late. 18 had already been absorbed into Cell's being. A sense of foreboding gripped Piccolo as he thought, "This is troublesome. 18 has been consumed, but you, Cell, shall not prevail." He raised his hands, channeling energy, and unleashed it upon Cell. Boom. As Cell was in the midst of absorbing 18, Piccolo's attack sent him hurtling across the ground, crashing heavily. The impact left Cell's form battered and bloodied. Yet his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, as he commenced his evolution towards perfection. Piccolo's expression darkened significantly as he muttered, "Damn it. I was a step too late. All I can do now is pray that Cell's power does not surpass mine upon reaching his final form, otherwise we will be in grave trouble." As he spoke, Piccolo discarded his heavy cloak, preparing to exert his full strength. Meanwhile, due to the effects of the solar flare, the warriors gradually regained their vision. Tien, filled with concern, exclaimed, "This is bad. Cell is beginning to transform into his perfect form." "Indeed, that wretched Cell is infuriating," Krillin added, his frustration palpable, especially with 18 having been absorbed. They could only hope that Piccolo's strength remained superior to Cell's. Perhaps Goku could arrive in time to provide support. Otherwise, they were truly at risk of being slain by Cell. Yamcha, with a naive expression, pondered, "We shouldn't run into trouble, right?" Meanwhile, Kaiatsu timidly tugged at Tien's pant leg, whispering, "Tien." Gohan, gazing at Uncle Piccolo, murmured, "Uncle Piccolo, give it your all." Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on Cell, who was transforming, declaring, "Cell, let me witness the extent of your power in your perfect form. Or perhaps you can draw out Kakarot." Vegeta was eager to ascertain the true strength of Kakarot, believing that only through Cell's emergence could he truly witness it. Number 16 struggled to rise and remarked, "I never anticipated that Cell's absorption of 17 and 18 would result in such a significant increase in power." Piccolo immediately took on a battle stance. The ground trembled beneath them as Cell completed his transformation, becoming eerily calm. He flexed his new form, and no one could discern what thoughts occupied Cell's mind at that moment. Number 16 assessed the newly perfected Cell and stated, Cell's strength has indeed increased, yet, based on data, Piccolo's combat power still far exceeds that of Cell. What 16 was unaware of was that Cell had not yet unleashed his true potential. Only Piccolo could perceive this reality. Within the depths of Piccolo's heart, there lingered a thread of carelessness, yet his nerves were taut throughout the ordeal. He remained ever ready to counter the impending assault from Cell, poised for the opportune moment to retaliate. Chapter 88. The full power of Cell eclipses that of Piccolo. How foolishly overconfident you are, Cell. Clenching his fists, Piccolo began to unleash his energy. In an instant, he surged toward Cell, wielding the entirety of his strength without a hint of reservation. The moment had arrived. There could be no holding back, for Piccolo was uncertain of Cell's current capabilities, or whether his combat power had indeed surpassed his own. Such uncertainties weighed heavily on his mind. As Piccolo charged forth, Cell exhibited no sign of alarm. Instead, he spread his arms wide, releasing the power within him in an instant. Cell understood well the might of Piccolo. Had he not transformed into his complete form, he likely would not have been able to witness Piccolo's true strength. Observing Piccolo's full-powered assault, Cell felt a measure of respect. Piccolo's prowess had exceeded more than half of his own. He possessed approximately 70% of Cell's complete form strength. What a tremendous implication that holds. Thus, while Cell might utter boastful words, he dared not underestimate Piccolo in action. Should Piccolo possess any hidden techniques, the consequences of underestimating him could be dire, compelling Cell to proceed with utmost caution to avoid a misstep. Boom, boom. The clash between Piccolo and Cell erupted into an extraordinarily fierce confrontation. This spectacle left the warriors astounded. They had not anticipated that the battle between the fully formed Cell and Piccolo would be so intensely contested. Yamcha, watching the two combatants, exclaimed in shock, "This is terrifying. Both Cell and Piccolo are formidable. This is their true strength." Tien Jinhan remarked, "Fortunately, Piccolo can contend with the fully formed Cell, but it appears that their combat powers are evenly matched at this moment. Uncle Piccolo will surely defeat Cell in the end. I believe in Uncle Piccolo." Gohan maintained his faith in Piccolo's ultimate victory over Cell. Vegeta's expression darkened as he observed Cell in battle, stating, "Is this the extent of your power in your complete form, Cell? And that Piccolo is equally formidable." Witnessing Piccolo's true strength, Vegeta felt a profound sense of defeat. It was overwhelming, as if he were being crushed. Once again, he realized how feeble his own power had become. Vegeta felt an intense frustration. He was the prince of the Saiyans, a Super Saiyan, yet he had been so thoroughly surpassed by others. As Piccolo relentlessly pressed the attack, he mused, "Cell, I never anticipated that your absorption of Android 18 would result in such a significant enhancement of your combat ability." After witnessing Piccolo's true power, Cell felt no surprise at having been previously overwhelmed. Due to Piccolo's immense strength, particularly evident when he previously overwhelmed his opponent without fully exerting himself, it is clear that he possesses formidable power. Now that he has unleashed his true potential, it is primarily because Cell has attained his perfect form. Otherwise, he might have been defeated, leaving Piccolo's true prowess unseen. To confront Piccolo's genuine strength, one must wield at least 70% of Cell's complete power, which underscores just how formidable Piccolo truly is. Upon hearing Cell's remarks, Piccolo was understandably irked, suspecting that Cell deliberately uttered such repugnant words. Furthermore, Piccolo sensed that Cell was concealing even more strength. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope that he could defeat the perfect Cell, but it now seemed utterly impossible. After all, despite Piccolo unleashing his full power in combat, he could not significantly challenge Cell, which speaks volumes about his inability to prevail. At that moment, Cell remarked with a smirk, "Piccolo, have you discovered something?" Piccolo, irritated, let out a scoff, surmising that Cell had realized his superiority in strength. Android 16, observing the fluctuating data before him, stated, "How terrifying. The perfect Cell's power is so overwhelming that I cannot accurately assess it. It appears Piccolo is likely to be defeated." Android 16 was inclined to discuss this matter, as the current circumstances suggested that Piccolo's chances of victory were nearly non-existent. His belief stemmed from observing that while Piccolo exerted all his effort in battle, Cell remained effortlessly in control. This disparity indicated that Cell's combat prowess surpassed that of Piccolo. Otherwise, how could he maintain such ease in their confrontation? During the fight, Cell continued to taunt, "What's the matter? Out of tricks? Or is this the extent of your power, Piccolo?" With a derisive laugh, Cell mocked, "Is there truly someone capable of defeating me? You don't mean to imply that Son Goku could be that person, do you? If so, where's that fool?" As the battle between Piccolo and Cell progressed, the warriors began to realize that Cell's strength surpassed Piccolo's. This revelation instilled a sense of anxiety among them, especially since Piccolo had demonstrated such formidable power yet still fell short against the perfect Cell. Vegeta clenched his fists in fury, grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, These two bastards, and that cockroach, why haven't they shown up yet? What could he possibly be doing? Vegeta's anger stemmed from feeling eclipsed by both Cell and Piccolo, and the absence of Kakarot only compounded his frustration. Moreover, had Cell not achieved his perfect form, Piccolo's true capabilities might never have been revealed. At this moment, Vegeta truly realizes that his once proud strength is utterly insignificant to these opponents. In the midst of battle, Cell instantly elevates his combat power to a new level. With this newfound strength, Cell accelerates and sends Piccolo flying through the air. Piccolo hurtles backward for several hundred meters before barely managing to halt his momentum. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. Observing Piccolo's disheveled state, Cell taunts, "What's the matter, Piccolo? Is this all you've got? I haven't even exerted 90% of my strength yet. Or is it that your power is simply limited to this extent? Damn that Cell." Piccolo feels utterly belittled. Wiping the blood from his lips, he begins to comprehend the magnitude of Cell's true power. Frankly speaking, Cell's strength is formidable, and Piccolo realizes that he harbors no hope of victory. No amount of effort would change the outcome. Cell, too, is plagued by a question. Why hasn't Goku made an appearance yet? Or perhaps it requires the presence of a few others to compel Goku to show himself. Convinced of the necessity, Cell's gaze turns icy. Piccolo senses this shift in Cell's demeanor and understands that Cell is about to get serious. At that moment, Cell smirks and declares, "Since Goku isn't coming forward, I shall force him to appear." "What do you mean, Cell?" Piccolo's apprehension deepens. He senses that Cell is about to resort to lethal measures. Cell's gaze slowly shifts, ultimately settling on Gohan as he states, "Surely, eliminating Goku's son will provoke him to act." As soon as Cell finishes his sentence, he charges toward Gohan. "Wait, Cell, you monster! Stop!" Piccolo hastily pursues to intercept Cell, determined not to let Gohan fall victim to him. Deep within, Piccolo is filled with dread, realizing he cannot catch up to Cell. The warriors around them wear expressions of concern, attempting to block Cell, but they are blown away by his overwhelming aura. Gohan's face is etched with terror as death looms ominously over him. Just as Cell's fist is about to strike Gohan's head, he cackles, "Huh? Die, Goku's son." In the next instant, a hand intercepts his fist. Cell is momentarily stunned, and upon recognizing the figure before him, he exclaims in shock, "You, Goku, how did you appear here in an instant?" This scene is profoundly shocking to Cell. Goku's sudden emergence, so swift that he didn't even perceive how it occurred, underscores just how terrifying Goku truly is. Gohan's eyes sparkle with excitement as he exclaims, "Dad, you're here." The warriors all break into smiles with Goku's arrival. The tide of battle seems assured. After all, they have never witnessed a situation that Goku could not handle. Goku's involvement guarantees that any challenge can be surmounted, and that is the sentiment he evokes in them. As Piccolo beheld the rescue of Gohan, a smile graced his features as he remarked, "Goku, you've finally arrived." The immense pressure that had weighed heavily upon Piccolo seemed to dissipate in that instant, for the arrival of Goku signified a profound change. Goku was the true pillar of strength. There was nothing beyond his comprehension. Vegeta's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Kakarot, stating, "Kakarot, you've at last made it. Let me witness your power. Do not disappoint me." Goku, smiling at Piccolo, said, "Piccolo, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Piccolo retorted with a hint of annoyance, though his tone implied relief, as he had just faced the formidable perfect Cell, bearing an enormous burden. Now, he could finally relax, and his speech had become more casual. He then joined Gohan and the others, preparing to observe the unfolding battle. With arms crossed, Goku addressed Cell, "Cell, you're quite impressive. Achieving your perfect form is indeed no small feat. It's commendable." Cell, irked by Goku's tone, responded, "From your words, it seems you look down upon my perfect form?" Goku's arrogance only served to ignite Cell's fury. He was, after all, perfect Cell, the pinnacle of power in the universe. How dare a mere Saiyan monkey regard him with disdain? Suddenly, Cell chuckled, declaring, "Goku, I shall demonstrate to you my true power, and soon you will be rendered speechless." Confronting Goku, Cell unleashed the full extent of his perfect form strength. The overwhelming force compelled the other warriors to step back, though Piccolo remained unfazed. His own battle prowess formidable enough to withstand it. Number 16, analyzing the data, commented, "Indeed, perfect Cell is powerful, but I believe Goku's strength surpasses his." Cell, radiating with golden light and amplifying his aura to its zenith, grinned, "Goku, what do you think? This is my true power." Goku, calm in his demeanor, observed Cell. Although Cell's combat prowess was formidable, Goku sensed that he still harbored significant hidden strength. Based on Goku's deductions, the power Cell had displayed was akin to what he had unleashed during their previous confrontation, not the strength he had wielded against Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. For Goku could not be deceived by Cell's true capabilities. Cell, irritated by Goku's unwavering composure, felt his anger boiling. There had to be limits to one's arrogance. Clenching his fists, he declared in deliberate tones, "Goku, soon you will understand what true hell is." At that moment, Goku slowly uncrossed his arms. A tremendous aura suddenly erupting from him, not with overwhelming ostentation, but rather like a gentle ripple upon water, as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. As Cell beheld Goku finally assume his Super Saiyan form, a smile graced his features as he remarked, "Goku, you are quite impressive. I am eager for the battle that lies ahead." Cell's excitement surged, for the power that radiated from Goku in his Super Saiyan state was commensurate with his own. He anticipated an exhilarating confrontation, a clash he had long awaited. As for everything else, Cell chose to disregard it, focusing solely on the prospect of an intense battle with Goku, bolstered by an unwavering confidence in his perfect form. On the warrior's side, Yamcha exclaimed with enthusiasm, "This is fantastic. Goku has transformed into a Super Saiyan. He will surely defeat Cell." Tien, standing nearby, concurred, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. No matter what, we shall witness this unfold. I believe Goku will triumph over Cell." "Yes, Dad will definitely defeat Cell," Gohan declared, filled with unwavering faith in his father. Vegeta, however, paid no heed to Cell, his gaze fixated solely on Kakarot. At this moment, Kakarot was his primary concern, eclipsing even Cell's presence. In an instant, Cell lunged at Goku. His speed so remarkable that the other warriors could scarcely fathom it, save for Piccolo, who managed to observe Cell's movements. Just as Cell's fist was about to connect with Goku, the latter effortlessly evaded the attack. This prompted Cell to heighten his vigilance, and he immediately unleashed a flurry of simultaneous strikes. Yet, no matter how ferociously Cell attacked, Goku deftly sidestepped each blow. Even Cell, despite his arrogance, recognized that Goku was not exerting his full strength, which sent a shiver of apprehension through him. "Goku, fight me properly. Constantly evading is no demonstration of skill." Cell bellowed in frustration, feeling as though Goku was toying with him, a situation he could scarcely tolerate. Cell increased the speed of his attacks, but every strike was met with Goku's effortless defenses. The more Cell persisted, the more incensed he became, realizing that Goku's awareness was far superior, rendering him completely passive. Vegeta, witnessing the spectacle, stood agape, exclaiming, "Cell's attacks are utterly ineffective. Unless one's power far surpasses Cell's, such an outcome is impossible." "Just how formidable is that Kakarot?" Kaiatsu chimed in, "Tien, Goku is incredible. Cell is utterly powerless against him." The initial concerns of the warriors evaporated as they recognized that with Goku in the fray, their safety was assured. His prowess rendered their worries unnecessary. Krillin chuckled, wiping his nose, and remarked, "I wonder how Goku became so powerful. It feels as if the gap between us has widened significantly." Yamcha shared Krillin's sentiment, reflecting on how, for reasons unknown, he had been left far behind by Goku's astounding growth. Moreover, this disparity is not merely significant. It is an insurmountable chasm that one could never hope to bridge in a lifetime. Such is the harshness of reality that Yamcha must reluctantly accept. Unless Cell possesses hidden powers, the outcome is inevitably predetermined. Chapter 90. Goku inflicts severe injury on Cell, forcing out Android 18. After 10 relentless minutes of assault on Son Goku, Cell found himself panting heavily, yet he still could not land even a single hair on Goku. No matter how composed Cell attempted to remain, desperation began to creep in. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Cell roared, "Son Goku, how can your strength be so formidable? I am in my perfect form now. Damn it, why?" Cell was on the brink of madness. Despite achieving his perfect state, he still could not escape the fate of being utterly overpowered, a reality he found most intolerable. "Cell, unleash all your hidden powers, or do not blame me for eradicating you in one breath," Goku warned coldly. Cell was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "So you have seen through me, Son Goku?" Realizing that his concealed strength had been exposed, Cell felt a pang of uncertainty. He lacked confidence, knowing that even if he unleashed his hidden powers, defeating Son Goku remained an unknown variable. This uncertainty was his greatest concern. However, if he refrained from revealing his hidden prowess, it was likely that Goku would indeed slay him, an eventuality Cell was desperate to avoid. The warriors around them were equally astonished, having not anticipated that Cell possessed hidden capabilities. Nonetheless, they believed that Goku would ultimately crush Cell, just as he did before. Cell slowly crouched, clenching his fists as he began to radiate energy. As his power surged, Cell's battle potential increased significantly. Vegeta, visibly irritated, remarked, "That bastard Cell still has hidden strength?" Goku, arms crossed, calmly observed Cell as he unleashed his energy. At this level, Goku remained unimpressed with Cell's display. The only aspect that might pique his interest would be the lightning form of Cell. Otherwise, Goku had little motivation to engage in earnest combat with him. The terrifying aura emanating from Cell caused the ground to tremble violently, and once Cell fully unleashed his power, his battle strength surged by at least 20%. With his might now fully realized, Cell regained a measure of confidence and declared, "Son Goku, this time I refuse to believe you can overpower me as you did before. Let's see if you can prove otherwise. Come at me." Goku gestured for Cell to strike first. Cell, infuriated by Goku's mocking demeanor, charged forward and threw a punch aimed at Goku's face. However, in the next instant, Cell was utterly bewildered. His fist collided with Goku's face, yet Goku remained unscathed. This revelation sent Cell into a state of panic, leaving him at a loss for what to do next, as he found himself utterly devoid of options, having unleashed his full power against Son Wukong to no avail. What else could he possibly do? Witnessing this scene, the warriors collectively exhaled in relief. Their earlier concerns had proven to be entirely superfluous, for there was truly nothing to fret over. Wukong's might had thoroughly conquered their apprehensions. Even the formidable Cell appeared woefully inadequate in his presence. Vegeta clenched his fists and murmured, "Is this truly the extent of your power, Kakarot? Cursed be you. Wait for my resurgence. I shall surpass you." Unwilling to concede defeat. Even in the face of Kakarot's overwhelming strength, Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, could not tolerate being overshadowed by a lower-class warrior. Wukong, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "It seems this is your limit, Cell. Thus, this shall be the end. Wait, do not kill me." Cell's panic escalated, fear consuming him. The looming threat of death, coupled with his complete inability to devise a counter, was driving Cell to the brink of madness. If this continued, his mental collapse was inevitable. In an instant, Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing to deliver a devastating punch to Cell's abdomen. The impact was so severe that Cell's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This terrifying blow starkly conveyed the reality of death's proximity, causing Cell to stagger backward, green blood spilling from his mouth. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In disbelief, Cell exclaimed, "Just one strike, and I sustained such injury? Why?" He was thoroughly terrified by Wukong's power, an encounter so overwhelming that it transcended mere horror, revealing a true monstrosity. Just as Cell attempted to rise, a violent upheaval erupted within him. Uncertain of what was transpiring, Yamcha found himself unable to decipher Cell's condition, while Tien remarked, "Regardless, we shall see how this unfolds." Piccolo remained fixated on Cell, harboring a suspicion, yet he deemed it unnecessary to voice it until the outcome was clear. After all, Wukong was surely in command of the situation, and Piccolo understood that his concerns were unwarranted. As expected, with Cell's reactions intensifying, it appeared as if he might expel something from his mouth. Ultimately, Android 18 was regurgitated by Cell. Vegeta, in disbelief, stated, "He can expel an android once more?" Upon witnessing 18's emergence, Android 16 could not suppress a smile. Piccolo, unfazed, remarked, "Just as I thought." Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Kairatsu, and Gohan gazed at Piccolo in admiration. His ability to anticipate such an event attested to his keen insight. Chapter 91, The Return of Lightning Cell. Having fully exited his complete form, Cell realized his imminent demise was at hand. As Goku advanced step by step towards Cell, Cell retreated in equal measure, overwhelmed by fear. In his current state, not only could Goku easily extinguish his life, but even Piccolo posed a significant threat. Goku raised his hand and seized Cell, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the ground, transported directly into the vastness of space. Cell, bewildered, gazed at his surroundings, astonished to find himself in an extraterrestrial environment. He looked incredulously at Goku and exclaimed, "Goku, how can you survive in space?" The notion that Goku could endure the vacuum of outer space had never crossed Cell's mind, intensifying his fear of the Saiyan. With each revelation of Goku's capabilities, Cell felt increasingly like a mere insect facing a giant, fully aware of his own insignificance. At that moment, Cell remained oblivious to Goku's true intentions. Goku aimed to provoke Cell into transforming into his lightning form, believing that only then would a confrontation be worthwhile. Otherwise, he had no desire to engage with this current version of Cell. After all, if even Super Saiyan 1 posed no threat, there was little point in the conflict. Goku gathered an energy sphere and hurled it at Cell. The resulting explosion reverberated through space. Whether or not Cell would ultimately become Lightning Cell was of little concern to Goku. For him, the outcome was merely a seasoning in the grand scheme of things. Krillin clapped Goku on the shoulder, exclaiming with delight, "Goku, you truly are remarkable, having completely obliterated Cell." Yamcha chimed in with a laugh, affirming Goku's prowess. Though Tien did not speak, the look in his eyes conveyed all that needed to be said. Piccolo inquired, "Goku, you just annihilated Cell in space, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo decided against further comment. As long as Cell was dead, he had no interest in the details. Goku then requested, "Krillin, hand me a senzu bean." Without hesitation, Krillin complied, fetching a bean and tossing it to Goku, fully trusting his friend's judgment. After all, Goku was, in essence, Earth's savior. Once Goku fed the senzu bean to Android 18, a miraculous event unfolded, the artificial being awakened from her slumber. Shortly thereafter, Android 16 approached and recounted the events that transpired while she was unconscious. Upon understanding the situation, 18 expressed her gratitude to Goku, saying, "Thank you so much, Goku. Without your intervention, I would likely be dead now." Despite her nature as an android, a flicker of human emotion resided within her. Unbeknownst to everyone, Goku's decision to rescue Android 18 was motivated by his desire to claim her, for her beauty was indeed captivating. Suddenly, he gazed upward, a smile gracing his lips, as he realized that the wretched Cell had not disappointed him. As long as Cell was not utterly annihilated, there remained a possibility for him to evolve into the formidable Lightning Cell. Piccolo, observing Goku's sudden fixation on the sky, inquired with curiosity, "Goku, why do you gaze upward?" The warriors were taken aback by the revelation that the Cell Goku had vanquished could resurrect once more. Such a notion was terrifying. However, despite their shock, the warriors felt no trepidation, for with Goku present, they were certain he would ultimately triumph over Cell. Meanwhile, Android 18 felt a surge of fear, recalling her previous absorption by Cell. Android 16 reassured her, stating, "Do not worry, Goku will not allow Cell to absorb you again. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to rescue you." It was at this moment that 18 began to scrutinize Goku with newfound seriousness. In the cosmos, Cell's chip activated, restoring him to his former self, now in an even more powerful perfect form, enveloped by crackling lightning reminiscent of Super Saiyan 2. Laughing gleefully, Cell proclaimed, "My power has grown exponentially. Goku, you are doomed. I will show you what true hell on earth is." Reinvigorated by his newfound strength, Cell ascended once more. Filled with an exhilarating sense of confidence, he felt assured that he would no longer be bested by Goku, a realization that astonished even him. Chapter 92. Cell discovered that he remained under Goku's oppressive influence. Goku, witnessing Cell's transformation into Lightning Cell, smiled with satisfaction. After all, if Cell had not evolved, the encounter would have lost its thrill. Tien clenched his fists, declaring, "We must trust Goku, for he shows no signs of anxiety." Yamcha and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement, recognizing that their only course was to place their faith in Goku, as there was no alternative. Vegeta, his countenance darkened, muttered, "That bastard Cell. Kakarot will be all right, won't he?" Indeed, even Vegeta was taken aback by the immense power Cell exhibited. It was awe-inspiring, so much so that he found it difficult to articulate. He had never anticipated that Cell's strength could reach such staggering heights. Kakarot, that fellow, remained remarkably composed even when confronted by such a formidable foe as Cell. It could only be attributed to possessing an extraordinary level of strength. Otherwise, Vegeta could fathom no other possibility. Cell, brimming with confidence, taunted, "Goku, why don't you take the initiative to attack? Or perhaps, you now fear engaging me?" In response, Goku remained silent, choosing instead to unleash the entirety of his Super Saiyan form's combat prowess. As he did so, his aura surged dramatically, reaching a level that matched the formidable Lightning Cell. What? Lightning Cell was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Goku's immense power. "Goku, your strength is impressive. No wonder I struggled against you moments ago. There is indeed a reason for it." Though Goku's energy radiated with intensity, Lightning Cell felt a surge of confidence in his own capabilities, believing himself to be powerful enough to face Goku without fear. At that moment, Lightning Cell was as formidable as the Super Saiyan Gohan from the original narrative. Yet, before Goku, he still paled in comparison, wholly unaware that Goku harbored an even greater reservoir of energy within. Taking the initiative, Lightning Cell launched an attack, throwing a punch at Goku. The moment their fists collided, an explosive sound erupted. Boom, boom. Following that, a rapid exchange of blows commenced, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief, for the intensity of this battle surpassed anything they had ever witnessed. Even Piccolo found the spectacle astonishing. Vegeta fixated on Goku, internally musing, "Kakarot, is this your true power? I shall match your pace." Kakarot, as the Prince of Saiyans, I refuse to concede easily. Vegeta was unwilling to allow the gap between himself and Kakarot to widen any further. Regardless of the arduous training he must endure, Vegeta was determined to catch up to Kakarot. For a Saiyan prince to be eclipsed by a lower-class warrior like Kakarot was a profound disgrace. If he failed to surpass Kakarot, Vegeta would forever remain in his shadow. Meanwhile, Lightning Cell, engaged in a relentless and intense battle with Goku, was equally astonished. He recognized that Goku was not merely powerful, he seemed to hold a subtle advantage in the fight. Lightning Cell challenged him, "Goku, don't assume victory is yours. I am now Super Cell, and I will emerge triumphant. Are you truly that confident, Cell?" Goku chuckled, finding Cell's blind confidence amusing. Yet, Goku did not let it faze him. After all, many individuals in the Dragon Ball universe were prone to such unyielding self-assurance. However, Goku understood the importance of possessing overwhelming strength when facing any adversary. With a swift surge, Goku propelled Cell away, sending him crashing into a mountain. Goku raised his hand, gathering energy, and unleashed a powerful wave. The earth trembled. Calmly, Goku lowered his arm and stood still, gazing ahead. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Cell's figure emerged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Furious, Cell exclaimed, "Son Goku, you are quite impressive. You have managed to wound me. He spread his arms wide, crouching down as his energy flared, declaring, Son Goku, if you have the courage, try to withstand my attack. Piccolo's expression turned grave as he warned, this is bad. Cell is about to unleash a full-powered Kamehameha. The warriors were filled with concern, uncertain if Goku could withstand Cell's full-force Kamehameha. If he failed, they would all perish, as would the Earth. Cell's aura peaked, signaling the impending Kamehameha. As Cell concentrated his energy to its zenith, he directed the Kamehameha towards Goku. In the face of Cell's full-force assault, Goku remained unfazed. Such an attack was insufficient to rattle him. Even if Cell were 100 times stronger, he still paled in comparison to Goku, who possessed the deepest reservoir of energy as a Super Saiyan 4. Unless confronted by an exceptionally powerful foe, it was unlikely that Goku would reveal his true strength. As Cell unleashed his Kamehameha, he observed Goku standing resolute, unperturbed, and his lips curled in disbelief. There is a limit to contempt, and Goku's disregard for him was infuriating. Thus, Cell resolved to make Goku pay a heavy price, for his resentment could not be quelled otherwise, having been belittled for so long. Even a humble figure has its limits, let alone the strongest android, Cell. Just as Cell's Kamehameha was about to strike Goku, Goku's gaze sharpened. With a swift kick, he redirected Cell's Kamehameha, simultaneously unleashing an explosive surge of energy from within. Cell's full-powered Kamehameha was effortlessly deflected by Goku, soaring beyond the atmosphere and detonating in the cosmos. The intense explosion illuminated half of the Earth. Seeing his full-force Kamehameha repelled by Goku, Cell staggered back in shock, his expression one of terror as he questioned, Son Goku, who exactly are you? Why does your power seem boundless? Goku's strength continuously shattered Cell's understanding. What should have been a decisive attack was effortlessly dismissed. What did this signify? Was he still so insignificant before Goku? Cell felt on the brink of madness. Even if Goku was powerful, there must be a limit. Sharu could no longer fathom the terror of being utterly crushed. It was an inescapable nightmare that haunted him. Krillin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Goku, you are truly incredible. Just now, Sharu's formidable Kamehameha was effortlessly deflected. Such a powerful Goku instilled immense confidence. Tien, smiling, remarked, I cannot find the words to describe Goku at this moment. Simply put, there is nothing beyond his capabilities. Dad. Gohan's eyes sparkled with admiration, for his father was overwhelmingly strong, an embodiment of invincibility. Piccolo gazed at Goku and mused. I wonder how Goku trains. His strength seems to know no bounds. Vegeta, astonished, stood with his mouth agape, at a loss for words. He had initially thought that even if Kakarot could withstand Sharu's full-force Kamehameha, it would come at a significant cost. Yet, what was the reality? Kakarot had not only remained unscathed, but had also effortlessly repelled Sharu's assault. Vegeta was no fool. Kakarot's remarkable feat indicated that his battle power was still vastly superior to Sharu's. After all, how else could he so easily deflect an attack? Vegeta was acutely aware that Kakarot's ability to repel Sharu's full-strength Kamehameha was due to his momentary access to the energy pool of Super Saiyan 2. Relying solely on the energy of Super Saiyan 1 would not have sufficed to so easily dismiss the lightning-fast Sharu's attack. Regardless, it was undeniable that Sharu's current battle power was on par with Goku's Super Saiyan 1. Android 16, unable to comprehend Goku's prowess, stated, I never anticipated that even my data could not quantify the battle power Goku unleashed just now. He is truly a terrifying individual. Android 16 found it perplexing that they had created androids to eliminate Goku, for such a task seemed utterly futile. With arms crossed, Goku regarded the increasingly fearful Sharu, contemplating that his battle power likely mirrored that of Majin Buu's early appearance in the original story. Furthermore, Goku had mastered the technique to ascend to Super Saiyan 3, though he had yet to put it into practice. Of course, Super Saiyan 4 was Goku's true trump card, his ultimate weapon for victory. Sharu, drenched in cold sweat, was overwhelmed by a sense of dread, realizing that he had once again encountered this feeling. He should have never provoked Goku. Finally, Sharu chose to plead for mercy, saying, I was wrong, Goku. Spare me. Please do not kill me. I am willing to become your subordinate. In a desperate bid for survival, Sharu was prepared to forego his pride, recognizing that maintaining dignity held no significance in the face of death. With Goku capable of easily ending his life, why not beg for mercy? Did he truly wish to await his demise? Sharu could hardly believe his ears. Son Goku had actually declined his offer. Was he to be deemed worthless? With a sense of indignation, Sharu pressed. Why? My strength far surpasses that of those warriors. He gestured towards Piccolo, Vegeta, and Tien Shinhan. In Chapter 94, titled The Lightning Sharu's Complete Demise, Sharu was baffled. Was Goku truly incapable of recognizing Sharu's superior combat prowess? The thought infuriated him, as he could not fathom a way to survive this encounter. Sharu was not ready to meet his end. He had painstakingly evolved into his perfect form, and the notion of being vanquished by Goku was utterly unacceptable. Goku's gaze slowly fixed upon Sharu as he declared, if you have no last words, Prepare to descend into the abyss. With that, Goku raised his hand, gathering an immense sphere of energy, its magnitude instilling fear in Sharu. In a panic, Sharu unleashed his own electric energy, bellowing, "Goku, if you wish to end my life, I shall ensure you do not emerge unscathed." Resolute, Sharu devised a plan. If he was destined to perish, he would take Goku down with him, for he refused to die a coward's death. Once more, Sharu concentrated and unleashed the Kamehameha, determined to retaliate in kind, as it was the most formidable attack he could muster. As both Goku and Sharu unleashed their energy waves, two colossal forces collided. Momentarily taken aback, Sharu noted the equal potency of his Kamehameha compared to Goku's previous attack, which had seemed so feeble in comparison. Unbeknownst to Sharu, Goku had initially utilized the power of Super Saiyan 2. Now, he was merely employing Super Saiyan 1, allowing Sharu a fleeting opportunity to contend. As time passed, Sharu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, Goku, it appears your strength is not superior to mine. My previous trepidation was entirely unfounded." Confidence surged within him. If he could hold his ground against Goku, victory was within reach. With the prospect of defeating Goku, Sharu's fear began to dissipate. The warriors observed in confusion. Had Goku not previously dominated Sharu? Why was their clash seemingly even? This uncertainty sparked their curiosity, as they remained oblivious to Goku's current state. Yamcha was the first to voice his bewilderment. What is Goku's situation? Wasn't his power already above Sharu's? Krillin chuckled, reassuring, "There's no need for concern. That's Goku. He just overwhelmed Sharu, and now it seems he intends to toy with him." Krillin harbored unwavering confidence in Goku. After all, it was inconceivable that Goku could be defeated by Cell. Goku had always relied on his overwhelming strength to vanquish his foes. At that moment, Piccolo concurred, remarking that the power Goku had just unleashed was indeed a remarkable escalation. However, Krillin was right. There was no need for excessive concern. They could simply watch the unfolding events with tranquility. Both Piccolo and Krillin remained composed, for there was no merit in anxiety. The one engaged in battle was Son Goku, and the outcome against Cell rested solely in his hands. Among those who shared Piccolo's insights was Vegeta. He too discerned that the power Kakarot had harnessed in that fleeting moment transcended the realm of Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists, Vegeta declared, "Kakarot, just you wait. One day, I too shall master the power that surpasses Super Saiyan." As the prince of the Saiyan race, Vegeta possessed the confidence that he could attain the strength Kakarot presently wielded. In the midst of the struggle, Cell, who was desperately matching Goku's energy waves, suddenly found himself taken aback as he sensed a surge in Goku's energy. "What? You vile creature, Son Goku!" he exclaimed. Cell intensified his efforts, striving to counteract Goku's energy wave. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, he could not withstand Goku's might. In that moment, realization dawned upon Cell. He had been outmaneuvered. Goku had not even utilized his full strength, leading Cell to mistakenly believe that he could still contend with Goku. Furious, Cell roared as Goku's energy wave swept over him, but his cries fell upon deaf ears. Throughout the confrontation, Goku maintained his posture, his hand raised, unleashing the energy wave. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed a battered Cell, his body marred with injuries. It was evident that Goku's assault had severely wounded him. Cell could not suppress the torrents of blood that erupted from his mouth, and his aura began to wane. Despite having evolved into Lightning Cell, his combat prowess was significantly diminished in the face of Goku's overwhelming strength. This was a reality Cell had never anticipated, and desperation crept in as he contemplated kneeling in surrender. Realizing he had no other recourse for survival, Goku lowered his arm and taunted, "Cell, you're not contemplating kneeling for mercy again, are you? Spare me such frivolous thoughts. Your fate is sealed, and no amount of struggle will alter it." With Goku having seen through his intentions, Cell was engulfed in panic, fear etched across his face. Unable to bear the psychological strain, he turned and fled. For Cell, the only alternative to escape was certain death, and he was not yet ready to meet his end at Goku's hands. With unwavering determination, the speed of the flying Cell was undeniably swift for most warriors. However, it paled in comparison to Goku. In the blink of an eye, Goku utilized instant transmission, materializing directly before Cell. Unable to halt his momentum, Cell collided headlong into Goku's raised fist, his face crumpling under the impact. Already grievously injured, this only compounded Cell's suffering, reducing him to a state of utter despair. In agony, Cell clasped his hands over his face, his eyes fixated on Goku as he roared, "Goku, you scoundrel. Don't think that just because your power exceeds mine, you will always prevail. I will surpass you in the future." Goku, taken aback by Cell's words, couldn't help but notice an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta's typical bravado. If Vegeta hadn't been standing at a distance, Goku might have pondered whether Cell had somehow transformed into him, for the tone was strikingly similar. Yet, considering the myriad cells within Cell's being, it was plausible that such mimicry could occur. As Cell discerned Goku lost in thought, he hastily pivoted and soared off in another direction. Desperately seeking to evade Goku, and find a safe haven. Just as he was exerting every effort to escape, a fist surged from behind. Piercing through him entirely, it was Goku's fist. Cell, in disbelief, gazed at the fist that had impaled him, turning to question, Goku, how did you achieve instant transmission? This enigma perplexed Cell. He felt compelled to grasp this concept, fearing he would never find peace otherwise. Yet, Goku's response plunged Cell's spirit into despair. Do you think I would divulge that information to you, Cell? Besides, you are about to become a lifeless husk. Once you are dead, there is little need for such knowledge. You should focus on training in the afterlife, as you hold no interest for me, being so utterly pathetic. Goku's tone was calm, yet chillingly indifferent. Wait. Cell attempted to halt Goku, but it was too late. Goku's fist had already begun gathering energy, and a colossal energy blast erupted instantaneously. As the explosion detonated, Cell was obliterated, his form reduced to mere fragments. With a resounding boom, Goku raised his hand once more, unleashing another energy blast that annihilated Cell's remains, leaving not a trace behind. Witnessing Cell's complete obliteration, the warriors collectively exhaled with relief. Even when Cell had yet to be vanquished, his overwhelming pressure had instilled fear in their hearts, worried that he might stage a comeback. Of course, the warriors held steadfast faith in Goku's prowess to handle Cell. Krillin, exhilarated by the sight, punched the air and exclaimed, "Fantastic! Goku has finally defeated Cell. It's finally over. Indeed, Goku has triumphed." Yamcha added, equally elated, relieved that Cell would no longer pose a threat of widespread devastation. Tianjin Han spoke softly, "I intend to continue my training. After all, my strength lags significantly behind. I must at least strive to become less of a burden." Indeed, Piccolo nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of their collective strength within the team. Falling too far behind could lead to elimination, a stark reality they all faced. Vegeta gazed skyward after witnessing Kakarot's decisive defeat of Cell, his thoughts remaining a mystery to all. Meanwhile, Goku approached Android 18, who, now awakened, cowered behind Android 16 in fear. It was only natural for her to feel terrified as Goku advanced, for he was the one capable of vanquishing Cell. Android 18 understood that her meager abilities paled in comparison to Goku's immense power, rendering her virtually harmless. Android 16 fixed his gaze on the approaching Goku and reassured her. 18, there's no need to worry. Goku is unlikely to harm you. Why do you say that? Android 18 questioned, clearly struggling to trust 16's assertion that Goku meant her no harm. After all, why else would he be walking towards her? Android 16 explained his reasoning, attributing it to his nature as a fully robotic entity capable of data analysis. Upon hearing that 16 had derived his conclusion from facial expression analysis, Android 18 found herself somewhat persuaded. But what choice did she have? To flee before Goku was futile. She would likely perish before she could escape. Just as she had witnessed Cell's demise at Goku's hands, an execution so absolute it left no room for doubt. Now, all Android 18 could do was hope that 16's analysis was accurate. Otherwise, her fate would be sealed. As Goku reached them, he declared, 16, why not become my wife's bodyguard? This role seems well suited for you. And you, 18. I agree, she interjected before he could finish his sentence. Chapter 95. Android 18 joins Goku's family. Android 18 was keen to avoid Goku's directives. Mere acquiescence sufficed. She feared that refusing him might provoke his wrath, leading to her untimely demise. Witnessing Goku's overwhelming power during battle, she dared not challenge him, lest she seem to court death. With a smile, Goku addressed everyone. Now that the crisis has passed, let us gather for a meal tomorrow. The warriors had no objections to Goku's proposal, acknowledging his authoritative position within their ranks. As days turned into a week, Goku utilized the Dragon Balls to wish away the explosive device within Android 18, restoring her to a human form. Goku gently patted Chi-Chi's head and, gesturing towards Android 18, introduced her, saying, "This is 18, and she will be our new family member." Chi-Chi and Bulma, rather than feeling envious about Goku bringing a new sister into their midst, accepted the situation with grace, understanding that Goku's happiness was paramount. In turn, their joy mirrored his. Android 18's cheerful disposition quickly blended into the sisterly bond shared by Chi-Chi and Bulma, and even Goku's daughter, Bra, found herself charmed by the treats that 18 had brought along. Meanwhile, in a secluded spot, Vegeta sat alone on a stone, lost in thought. With a hint of frustration, he mused, will I truly never catch up to Kakarot? How has Kakarot trained to attain such formidable strength? For several days, these thoughts consumed him, as he struggled to conceive a means by which he could match Kakarot's prowess. His anxiety stemmed from the knowledge that while he devoted himself to rigorous training, Kakarot undoubtedly continued to enhance his own combat abilities. Thus, if this trajectory persisted, it would seem he was destined to forever lag behind Kakarot. Gradually rising to his feet, Vegeta's tone became resolute as he declared, no matter what, I refuse to concede. Kakarot, you shall not widen the chasm between us. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was not one to accept defeat. Regardless of the arduous path ahead, he would relentlessly pursue Kakarot. With a surge of energy, Vegeta propelled himself into the skies, intent on undertaking grueling training. If doubling his efforts proved insufficient, he would multiply them 100-fold or even 1,000 until he surpassed Kakarot. The warriors scattered across the earth, each finding their own way of life. Piccolo continued to mentor Gohan in their training sessions. During one such encounter, Piccolo was taken aback by a remarkable revelation. Gazing incredulously at Gohan, he exclaimed, "Gohan, you've managed to transform into a Super Saiyan?" This spectacle astonished Piccolo, for Gohan had yet to fully mature. Yet here he was, capable of assuming the Super Saiyan form. This was beyond Piccolo's expectations. He had anticipated that Gohan would not achieve this transformation for several more years. Though Gohan's battle power in his Super Saiyan form was not formidable in Piccolo's eyes, the ability to transform indicated that Gohan's potential was beginning to unfurl. Observing Gohan's transformation, Piccolo allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips as he remarked, "Well done. Gohan, you have made significant progress. Now, begin to master the power of the Super Saiyan." "Yes, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied, still struggling to fully grasp the immense power of his newfound form as he slowly adapted to its demands. One must wait until they have fully adapted to the power of the Super Saiyan before they can truly unleash its potential. Piccolo, having witnessed the transformation into a Super Saiyan numerous times, possesses some understanding of this formidable power and should have no trouble guiding Gohan. However, Gohan, unable to maintain the Super Saiyan state for even a minute, soon became dispirited and reverted to his normal form, breathless and weary. "I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I still couldn't stabilize my Super Saiyan form," Gohan lamented. "It's alright, do not fret. As long as you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you can gradually familiarize yourself with its power. In time, you will master it," Piccolo reassured him, not imposing overly stringent expectations. From Piccolo's perspective, Gohan's ability to transform at such a young age is already remarkable. There is no need for excessive demands, as that could prove counterproductive. Gohan clenched his fists, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo, I will master the power of the Super Saiyan with utmost speed." "Excellent. I believe in you, Gohan. You will soon grasp this power." Piccolo expressed his confidence in Gohan's potential, anticipating that he would soon become adept. "Now, let us continue our training," Piccolo declared. And the two resumed their familiar routine of sparring, a scene they would repeatedly encounter in the years to come. Chapter 96. Mastering the full power of Super Saiyan 4 after 7 years. 7 years have passed since the defeat of Cell on a vast planet in the universe. Goku unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 4, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. 2 years prior, Goku had already mastered the transformation without any burden. And now he had pushed Super Saiyan 4 to its maximum capacity, his combat prowess so formidable that even he could not predict it. As he gradually descended to the ground, maintaining the Super Saiyan 4 form, Goku realized he could sustain this state for 10 days to half a month without issue. Gazing up at the sky, he spoke calmly. "Now, my next objective is to achieve the breakthrough of the Super Saiyan 4 limits. Once I master this, my power will ascend even further. I wonder what I will become as I continue to evolve along the Saiyan path." On Earth, in West City, Chi-Chi and Android 18 were enjoying red tea on Bulma's balcony. Speaking of Goku, how could he leave 3 such beautiful wives at home for so long? "His audacity is truly remarkable," Chi-Chi remarked to lighten the mood. "All right, sisters, let us not be so upset. After all, Goku truly cares for us, regardless of the circumstances. Utilizing the Dragon Balls to ensure that the 3 of us remain eternally youthful is indeed sufficient. Goku is determined to enhance his strength, and we ought to understand that." As Goku's principal wife, Chi-Chi consistently displays remarkable empathy in every situation. After all, as the primary wife, she must uphold higher standards. Bulma and Android 18 are not genuinely upset. Fundamentally, they merely miss him too dearly and are only expressing their sentiments through playful banter. The now 10-year-old Bra teases her mother Bulma, along with Chi-Chi and 18. Android 18's tone swiftly turns serious as she remarks, "Bra, I recall that your homework remains unfinished. Should I personally oversee your progress?" Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Bra immediately deflates and chooses silence. She would not dare to further provoke her stepmother 18, as that could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, 18 possesses a remarkable talent for mischief, while Chi-Chi tends to exhibit a more nurturing demeanor. In the midst of their light-hearted exchanges, a figure suddenly materializes beside them. Yet, Chi-Chi, Bulma, 18, and Bra feel neither alarmed nor surprised. Instead, their faces radiate with excitement and joy. After nearly a year of waiting, their longing is palpable. Instantly, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and 18 rush forward to embrace Goku. After all, transcending the limitations of Super Saiyan 4 is no trivial feat. Thus, haste proves futile. Moreover, with the imminent emergence of Majin Buu, Goku's participation becomes essential. While the power of Majin Buu may seem akin to that of an infant for Goku, it is still worthwhile to engage for the sake of amusement. The current combat prowess is exceedingly formidable, rendering it nearly impossible for Goku to encounter an opponent capable of pushing him to his limits. The adversaries that arise are invariably subdued by Goku, resulting in a lack of excitement. Bulma playfully thumps Goku's chest, asserting, "Goku, you must keep your word. You need to stay for a while." "Indeed, Goku, you cannot lie. Remember your promises." Chi-Chi reiterates, unable to contain her concern that Goku might forget. It is essential to emphasize this several times to avoid any potential oversights. Android 18 gazes at Goku, inquiring thoughtfully, "It appears that your recent journey must have yielded new insights, correct?" Chapter 97. Participating again in the World Martial Arts Tournament. In a secluded locale on Earth, Babidi queries his most trusted subordinate, Dabura. "Dabura, how shall we swiftly amass the energy required to resurrect Majin Buu?" Nodding, Babidi responds, "Indeed, that is my intention as well. It seems our only option is to leverage the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament organized by the Earthlings. It presents a perfect opportunity to gather Saiyan energy." Consequently, Babidi instructs his two subordinates to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament and collect Saiyan energy in preparation for Majin Buu's revival. Thus, the warriors convene to participate in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament, seizing the opportunity to engage in friendly sparring. Goku, eager to witness the current prowess of his companions, readily agreed, viewing this as an excellent chance to pass the time and stretch his limbs. For Goku, such battles had become mere leisurely exercises, hardly qualifying as genuine combat. Were the warriors to comprehend the extent of Goku's true power, they would likely be astounded, for he had ascended to realms beyond their wildest imagination. Krillin, having informed the others of Goku's willingness to join the tournament, was met with great enthusiasm. The absence of Goku would undoubtedly diminish the excitement of the event. A few days later, Goku arrived at the tournament venue accompanied by Chi-Chi, Bulma, Android 18, and his daughter, Pan. The other warriors had also gathered, including Vegeta. Gohan had been diligently training alongside Piccolo. Observing Goku's delightful company, Krillin remarked with a hint of envy, "Goku, you truly know how to indulge yourself. I wonder if you've been training properly these past few years." To Krillin, Goku's apparent leisure suggested a lack of commitment to training, especially with multiple wives vying for his attention. "Goku, do you even speak human?" Krillin exclaimed, perplexed by Goku's response, feeling as if he might retreat into himself. Laughter erupted among the group, for such antics were hardly surprising. Goku's strength remained an enigma, with no one aware of his true limits. Gohan approached Chi-Chi, expressing, "Mom, my strength has grown significantly." "Indeed, I believe in you," Chi-Chi replied, proud of her son, primarily due to the love and support of her devoted husband. Vegeta strode up to Goku, seriousness etched on his face. "Kakarot, in this duel, I shall surely defeat you. Just wait and see." Vegeta's strength had markedly increased since 7 years prior, and Goku recognized that Vegeta had mastered the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, which likely fueled his confidence. Otherwise, having witnessed Vegeta's power 7 years ago, he would not dare boast unless he had surpassed the strength of the Lightning Cell. Yet, regardless of Vegeta's bravado or his newfound mastery of Super Saiyan 2, he would still pale in comparison to Goku. Among the warriors, only Vegeta could provide Goku with a worthy challenge. While Piccolo's abilities had also improved, they still fell short of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 combat prowess. Currently, Piccolo's strength was merely on par with Vegeta's Super Saiyan 1. Indeed, Piccolo's prowess is formidable. Possessing such strength is indeed a rare and commendable feat. His abilities surpass those of the fully formed Cell from 7 years prior, although he remains inferior to Cell's lightning form. Presently, the only warrior capable of matching the formidable might of the Saiyans is Piccolo. Others, even Tien, have significantly lagged behind in power. Meanwhile, Krillin, still mired in discontent, turned to Goku, asking, "Goku, did you not notice my transformation? Am I truly so inconsequential?" Goku chuckled, affectionately patting Krillin's head. "Of course, I noticed. Krillin, your hair has grown. Quite impressive." Goku recalled that in the original narrative, at this juncture, Krillin had already fathered a daughter with Android 18. However, now, Goku had inadvertently claimed her affection, leaving Krillin in a state of perpetual singleness, much like the eternally second-best Vegeta, who also remained unattached after all these years on Earth. Seemingly without any intention of seeking a partner, Goku pondered if his own actions had inadvertently influenced their romantic pursuits. Upon hearing that Goku recognized his change, Krillin felt a flicker of solace. He once shared a similar stature with Goku, who had inexplicably begun to grow taller. The thought of remaining diminutive was indeed disheartening. Chapter 98. Goku scarcely regarded the so-called Majin Buu. Tien remarked, "In any case, we can no longer compare ourselves to Goku. Yet, in this era of peace, it is a rare opportunity to witness Goku in action once more." In the original narrative, Yamcha had not made any appearance during this time, but now, he found himself more frequently present. This was primarily due to Goku's overwhelming strength, which alleviated the pressure on Yamcha and others, allowing them to participate without great concern, merely to engage and foster camaraderie. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Android 18, and Pan accompanied Goku to a designated resting area, as being surrounded by a throng of men was somewhat disconcerting for them. Throughout the proceedings, Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Goku, never wavering. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the warrior's ears, its origin unknown. Goku, however, quickly discerned its source. "Ah, it's you, Lord Kai," he exclaimed. "Goku, the East Kai is nearing your location. You must go greet him." The Kai informed Goku with urgency. The warriors, intrigued, wondered who this East Kai could be, compelling Goku to personally welcome him. Clearly, this visitor was of significant importance. In the next moment, the warriors sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching them. This presence, upon reflection, is indeed formidable. However, for beings such as Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta, it pales in comparison, not to mention Goku, who has ascended to an exceptionally elevated dimension of existence. Few can capture Goku's attention now. Shortly thereafter, the East Kaishin approached Goku and his companions. Not one to indulge in pretentiousness, the East Kaishin introduced himself, stating, "I am the East Kaishin of this universe. I have come to prevent a certain event from transpiring, and I hope you will cooperate with me. This is for the safety of our universe. Should that event occur, it could spell disaster for all." The East Kaishin spoke with gravity, for he understood the seriousness of the potential resurrection of Majin Buu. It warranted utmost attention. Otherwise, the devastation that could be wrought by Majin Buu was unfathomable. Thus, preventing this calamity was paramount for the safety of the universe. Cautious as ever, Piccolo chose to inquire, "Might I ask, dear Kaishin, what precisely is the nature of this impending event? Only by understanding can we fully cooperate with you." Piccolo's reasoning was sound, leaving the East Kaishin no recourse but to acquiesce, as the cooperation of the warriors was essential to address the crisis effectively. Consequently, the East Kaishin revealed the foreboding news of Majin Buu's possible revival, allowing the warriors to prepare in advance. He was resolute in his desire to thwart Majin Buu's return, knowing that such an occurrence would lead to catastrophic repercussions for the universe. Vegeta, with a cold demeanor, retorted, "Majin Buu? To me, he is merely a fool. Can he truly surpass the might of the Saiyans?" To Vegeta, the East Kaishin's alarm seemed exaggerated, for he believed his own strength positioned him as the strongest in the universe, rivaled only by Kakarot. Beyond their inevitable contest, no one else was worthy of consideration. The East Kaishin found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that there would be skepticism regarding the true threat posed by Majin Buu. This very concern was why he emphasized the gravity of the situation. It was not without reason. Through their discourse, the East Kaishin discerned that Goku was the leader of this group. Thus, he turned to Goku and inquired, "What is your perspective and decision, Mr. Goku?" Deep down, the East Kaishin harbored concern, fearing that Goku might not cooperate, which would hinder their efforts to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection significantly. Such an outcome is certainly not what the East Kaishin wishes to witness. "Thank you, Mr. Goku." Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appears that Goku, as the one in charge, is indeed quite sensible, rendering his earlier concerns utterly unwarranted. What the East Kaishin remains oblivious to, however, is that Goku does not regard the so-called Majin Buu with any seriousness at all. In his eyes, Majin Buu is merely a somewhat larger infant, easily subdued without expending much effort. Thus, the East Kaishin's worries are entirely superfluous. Yet, Goku sees no need to articulate this. He prefers to act freely. As for the nature of the process, Goku is even less inclined to concern himself with that, as long as the desired result is achieved. Chapter 99. Son Gohan transforms into Super Saiyan. The World Martial Arts Tournament is proceeding as scheduled. The warriors have been advancing seamlessly, encountering little resistance unless facing one another, leaving no one capable of challenging them. Soon, the top 4 contenders are revealed: Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Curiously, Gohan and Goku find themselves in the same bracket. While Vegeta is paired with Piccolo, Vegeta is indifferent to this outcome, as he knows he will inevitably face Kakarot in the end. The only thing that matters to him is the opportunity to confront Kakarot, and he pays no mind to the journey there. For it is only after battling Kakarot that Vegeta can ascertain whether he has truly caught up to him. Vegeta refuses to remain overshadowed by Kakarot for a lifetime. For the past 7 years, he has trained relentlessly with the singular goal of one day defeating Kakarot. Now that the opportunity has arisen, Vegeta is undeniably exhilarated. At the same time, he is aware of Kakarot's unfathomable prowess, making the prospect of victory far from easy. Nevertheless, for Vegeta, who has mastered Super Saiyan 2, the possibility of contending with Kakarot is not out of reach. At this moment, Son Gohan awkwardly scratches his head and chuckles, saying, "I never imagined I would face Dad." Haha. Well, Gohan, you must perform well. Goku intends to observe Gohan's combat skills, for fighting is not solely about raw power. Technique certainly plays a significant role. Upon hearing this, Gohan becomes resolute, replying, "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely give it my all. Gohan is determined to showcase his abilities in front of his father, hoping to earn Goku's admiration. After all, with his father's overwhelming strength, it would be rather unacceptable for him, as Goku's son, to lack a measure of strength himself. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin, bewildered, remarks, I fail to understand why you all seem so joyful in the face of battle. As the East Kaioshin, he simply cannot grasp why these beings are so enamored with combat. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta harbors an immense sense of pride deep within. The East Kaioshin struggles to comprehend the thoughts of these Saiyans. His primary concern is merely to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Beyond that, he remains indifferent. By successfully thwarting Buu's revival, he would ensure the safety of the universe, for Majin Buu is an innate harbinger of destruction. Thus, the East Kaioshin is filled with trepidation, which is why he has sought assistance from this realm, far removed from his own. Krillin expressed his curiosity, pondering how much power Gohan could coax out of Goku. Tien, however, firmly believes that Goku is indeed the strongest in the universe. Yet, Gohan, being Goku's son, possesses formidable strength in his own right. With arms crossed and fingers tapping, Vegeta's gaze remained fixated on Kakarot as he murmured, perhaps we shall witness a glimpse of Kakarot's true power. Vegeta, upon hearing this, remained silent, recognizing that Piccolo's assertion was not entirely unfounded. After all, Kakarot's power has always eluded clear understanding, presenting an aura of unfathomable depth, which is quite intimidating. This is precisely why Vegeta is so concerned about Kakarot. The East Kaioshin observed these warriors' casual demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the peril posed by Majin Buu, leaving him both helpless and exasperated. When Goku had promised to cooperate with him, the East Kaioshin couldn't help but wonder if Goku was merely toying with him. After all, there is a stark contrast between words and actions. Yet, he had no choice but to support Goku and his companions, as the gravity of the situation demanded it. Goku and Gohan stood poised on the arena stage. Goku had sensed the emergence of two distinct energies, unmistakably belonging to Babbidi's subordinates, who appeared to possess minimal strength, mere fodder. As expected, the announcer, microphone in hand, boomed, in the first match of the semifinals, we have the father-son duo of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Let us eagerly anticipate their battle. Gohan turned to his father, his voice resolute. Dad, I intend to go all out from the very beginning. Aware of his father's immense power, Gohan had resolved to unleash his full strength right away, for the opportunity to do so might slip away otherwise. Clenching his fists and slightly bending his knees, Gohan began to channel the Super Saiyan energy within him. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his body enveloped in a radiant golden aura. This spectacle left the onlookers in sheer astonishment, with the exception of Vegeta and Piccolo, who remained unfazed. The reactions from Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiotsu, however, were nothing short of shock. Notably, Kaiotsu refrained from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, as Tien had grown increasingly reluctant to involve him in battles, deeming the risks far too great. At this moment, two of Babbidi's henchmen, perceiving the opportunity, knew they had to act swiftly to gather energy. One of Babbidi's subordinates hastily exclaimed, the chance has arrived, we must act quickly. Chapter 100, Collecting Gohan's Super Saiyan Energy. Just as Gohan was about to unleash his fury, two figures abruptly appeared beside him, each restraining him. One individual brandished a device and inserted it into Gohan's body. As Gohan struggled to break free, he suddenly realized he was utterly immobilized. Piccolo rushed forward but was stopped by Goku. Piccolo, let Gohan attempt to free himself from the enemy's control, Goku instructed. But Goku, Piccolo began to protest, yet Goku seemed unconcerned, leading Piccolo to feel that he too need not worry. After all, if even Goku could not resolve the situation, then truly no one could. At that moment, the East Kaioshin interjected, what are you all doing? Those individuals are Babbidi's subordinates. They are undoubtedly absorbing Gohan's energy. If they succeed, we will be in grave trouble. Vegeta, with a scowl, remarked, so those two are Babbidi's lackeys? They don't appear particularly formidable. From Vegeta's perspective, the so-called subordinates of Babbidi lacked any impressive combat prowess. Given that Gohan had achieved Super Saiyan transformation, he should be capable of utilizing his power to escape the enemy's grasp. If he could not manage even that, it would be quite an affront to the identity of a Super Saiyan. After all, in Vegeta's eyes, those who could transform into Super Saiyans were rare geniuses among the Saiyan race. The East Kaioshin, witnessing the warriors in action, grew increasingly anxious. He promptly flew to Goku's side and implored, Mr. Goku, your son Gohan is under enemy control and having his energy drained. Can't you intervene? The East Kaioshin felt utterly helpless. He had just expressed his intent to cooperate, only to find that this commitment had been completely disregarded. Contemplating the situation, he concluded that he must take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, if Majin Buu were to be revived, everything would undoubtedly be lost. Meanwhile, Gohan's energy was dwindling, and he furrowed his brow, muttering, damn it, are you two absorbing my energy? Gohan, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped their intentions. Most importantly, he felt an overwhelming weakness, as if poisoned, leaving him in such a precarious state that he could not unleash his full power. This realization stirred deep anxiety within Gohan. The individual responsible for absorbing Gohan's energy was consistently displaying a look of astonishment as he remarked, "How terrifying. I never expected such a formidable power to reside within this body." Gohan, unwilling to succumb and striving to break free, began to amplify the output of his Super Saiyan energy. With a fierce roar, he declared, "I refuse to believe that I cannot shatter your control." To Gohan, being defeated in such a manner would be an immense disgrace. As he exerted even greater force, the energy collector was left utterly bewildered. What he had initially perceived as an already fearsome energy was merely the tip of the iceberg, for Gohan harbored even more power within. This revelation meant that Babbidi's Majin Buu could soon be resurrected. Once the energy was fully collected, the duo hastily departed, aware that the threat extended beyond Gohan to many others. They needed to take precautions, just in case. As they left, Goku did not intervene, and the East Kaishin's attempt to pursue was thwarted by Goku, who sought to witness Majin Buu's combat prowess and would not allow anyone to impede Buu's revival. Exhausted and panting, Gohan's earlier formidable aura had dissipated. Vegeta, observing Gohan's state, felt a deep sense of frustration. How could he possibly continue to fight in such a condition? Piccolo, relieved to see Gohan unharmed, sighed in relief, fearing the consequences had something gone awry. The East Kaishin urgently urged, "We must pursue and prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. If we delay, it may be too late." Vegeta then shouted at Kakarot, demanding, "Kakarot, are you planning to flee again? This time, I will not allow it. Come and fight me. The specifics of our battle matter not, only that I must be defeated." Vegeta's agitation stemmed from the realization that Kakarot intended to follow Babidi to his base. Goku chuckled, responding, "Do not worry, Vegeta. I will not forget. Once we eliminate Majin Buu, I shall gladly engage you in battle." The East Kaishin interjected, "Then let us depart at once." Krillin approached Gohan, offering him a Senzu bean. Upon consuming the bean, Gohan felt his strength fully restored. Clenching his fists, Gohan exclaimed, "Curse it. I cannot fathom how those two managed to render my body immobile. I was far too careless." Chapter 101. Gohan's acting deceives everyone except Goku. Goku approached his son Gohan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Gohan, I am well aware of your little schemes." "What? Dad, what are you talking about?" Gohan exclaimed, startled by his father's sudden remark. As it transpired, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, believed his acting prowess was sufficiently refined, yet to his surprise, his father saw through his ruse, something even Piccolo had failed to perceive. Gohan initially thought he could deceive everyone present, including Uncle Piccolo and his father. However, now his father revealed that he had discerned Gohan's true intentions without directly exposing him. Could this imply that his father supported his decision? At this moment, even the typically oblivious Piccolo grasped the situation and exclaimed, "I see. Gohan, you were indeed acting just now? I knew your combat power far exceeded those two individuals. How could you not break free?" As Gohan articulated this, the others began to comprehend as well, admiring Gohan's remarkable acting skills that left no hint of flaw. It was quite astonishing, leaving them to wonder when Gohan had honed such exceptional talent. Vegeta scoffed, expressing his disdain. What a tiresome display, whether it be Majin Buu or not. Nothing is more significant than battling Kakarot. In Vegeta's eyes, everything else paled in comparison to the importance of fighting Kakarot. Consequently, Gohan's antics had likely ruined a precious opportunity for Vegeta to engage in combat with Kakarot, a scenario he found quite displeasing, viewing Gohan's actions as superfluous. Unbeknownst to anyone, including the East Kaishin, it was he who had once controlled Gohan, allowing those two individuals to absorb Gohan's energy in the original narrative. However, in this timeline, Goku's overwhelming strength instilled a sense of fearlessness among the warriors when facing various challenges. Thus, Gohan's deliberate performance led to misunderstandings among all. In truth, Gohan merely wished to test Majin Buu's might, secure in the knowledge that his father would always be there to back him up. Essentially, he was unafraid of taking risks, knowing there was a safety net. This attribute was not exclusive to Gohan. It was somewhat inherent in others as well. In the original tale, Goku fought relentlessly, often wagering his life. Yet in this world, he bulldozed through challenges with ease, thus altering the mindset of those around him. The East Kaishin quickly interjected, stating, "We cannot afford to waste more time. We must set off immediately to thwart Majin Buu. They will soon ascertain our location." For Goku, even the most powerful form of Majin Buu in the original narrative paled in comparison to him. This ultimate form of Majin Buu absorbed Piccolo, Goten, Trunks, and the mysterious Gohan. However, for Goku, who had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4, it was clear that only a foe like Super One-Star Dragon would pose a true challenge. Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin expressed their decision not to accompany the others, fully aware that their presence would offer no assistance. They deemed it wiser to remain at the World Martial Arts Tournament. for Goku would undoubtedly handle the so-called Majin Buu. Their absence would not alter the outcome. Thus, it was preferable to remain in the comfort and peace of the tournament. Goku, unfazed, offered no objections, remaining casual about the situation. Vegeta, pointing an accusing finger at Kakarot, questioned, "Kakarot, what will become of our battle?" Upon hearing Kakarot's affirmative response, Vegeta felt a slight sense of relief, fearing that a refusal would have left him quite troubled. As the host prepared to announce the next match, a competitor abruptly took flight, leaving both the host and the audience bewildered. With no participants remaining, the continuation of the tournament seemed impossible. Ultimately, the host had no choice but to call upon those who had already been eliminated to compete, determined to ensure that a champion emerged from the World Martial Arts Tournament. To Goku, the prize money was inconsequential. After all, Bulma's family was immensely wealthy and would hardly concern themselves with such trivial sums. Meanwhile, Android 18 clandestinely entered the competition. Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Piccolo followed East Kaioshin in pursuit of Majin Buu's location, though, strictly speaking, Majin Buu had not yet been resurrected. Their objective was to locate Babidi, the one responsible for Buu's revival, as eliminating Babidi would prevent Buu's return. This was East Kaioshin's plan. As they flew, Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "If that Majin Buu turns out to be weak, how will you justify that, East Kaioshin?" Vegeta harbored some resentment towards East Kaioshin. Had he not intervened, Vegeta would likely be engaged in battle with Kakarot by now. Instead, he found himself facing the so-called Majin Buu, which was exceedingly vexing. In Vegeta's view, even if Majin Buu possessed formidable strength, it could never surpass that of the Saiyans, who were the most powerful beings in the universe, without exception. East Kaioshin, flying alongside them, shook his head in resignation, remarking, "I truly do not understand what kind of race you Saiyans are. You seem to be born warriors." He was not mistaken. The Saiyans were indeed a warrior race, inherently destined for combat. Piccolo interjected, "Lord Kaioshin, there is no need for excessive concern. Majin Buu will ultimately be defeated, thoroughly vanquished." However, as time passed, East Kaioshin's inner turmoil began to mount. The terrifying tales of Majin Buu had circulated among the Kaioshin, and it was only natural for East Kaioshin to feel apprehensive. Unbeknownst to the East Kai, the source of confidence for Piccolo and others rests upon Goku, who serves as their steadfast pillar of support. The East Kai continued, expressing hope that they would arrive in time. At the very least, they must prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. The East Kai's head buzzed with frustration. This group was utterly exasperating. Despite his grave warnings regarding Majin Buu, they seemed to absorb not a single word, not even a fragment. They remained fixated on the prospect of Buu's revival and the ensuing battle. To the East Kai, they appeared to be courting danger recklessly, pursuing their whims without regard for the consequences. As for Goku, while he professed to cooperate with the plan, his words were often ambiguous, leaving the East Kai perplexed about their reliability. This situation caused the East Kai considerable distress. Thus, he could only pray that they would be able to act swiftly enough, ideally preventing Majin Buu's resurrection altogether, thereby mitigating unnecessary risks. The East Kai dared not ponder the motivations of these individuals, as it felt akin to gambling with lives, a reckless game to which they were wholly indifferent. Meanwhile, Babidi's two subordinates, having collected Super Saiyan energy from Gohan, soared towards their spacecraft, blissfully unaware that they were being tailed. One of them gasped in surprise, equally astonished by the realization of being followed, which would surely infuriate Lord Babidi. They hastily proclaimed, "Lord Babidi, we shall immediately go forth and eliminate the enemy." Babidi, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Let Dubra handle them." "Yes, Lord Babidi," replied Dubra, who then approached the two kneeling figures. One of them, desperate, pleaded, "Lord Dubra, please do not kill us. We may lack merit, but we have endured hardships." However, Dubra had no interest in their pleas. He unleashed a sphere of energy that obliterated them instantly. Subsequently, Dubra respectfully inquired, "Lord Babidi, now that the enemies are upon us, what shall we do?" Observing Goku and his companions flying within the crystal ball, Babidi sneered, "Since the East Kai is also present, we shall entertain them properly." In Dubra's eyes, every decision made by Lord Babidi was infallible. At this moment, Babidi was particularly irked, primarily due to the East Kai's audacity to intervene. He resolved not to show any mercy, intending to thoroughly torment the East Kai in retribution. As Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the East Kaioshin arrived outside Babidi's spaceship, they found themselves in a vast expanse of flat terrain, devoid of any traces. Gohan, filled with perplexity, remarked, "It's strange, the energy from those two vanished right here." The others shared his confusion, for if they had indeed disappeared, there should have been some evidence left behind. At that moment, Goku pointed in a certain direction and declared, "Babidi and the others should be right below that." Consequently, the group hurried over and discovered an entrance. Gohan, upon spotting the entryway, felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Now that we've found the entrance, Let us break through and proceed without delay. Chapter 102. Babbidi's Proposal to the Warriors. Inside the spaceship, Babbidi had transferred the Super Saiyan energy collected from Gohan to Majin Buu, yet the creature remained unresponsive. This failure greatly displeased Babbidi, who grumbled, "Damn it. I never anticipated that reviving Majin Buu would require such an immense amount of energy. Master Babbidi, aren't those individuals outside perfect for our needs?" suggested Dabura respectfully. Upon hearing this, Babbidi's face brightened with satisfaction as he replied, "Dabura, you are absolutely right. Initially, I was annoyed that those people followed us. But it seems they have come to deliver us a feast. Very well, let them in. After all, Majin Buu's revival requires ample energy." Meanwhile, just as Gohan was about to forcefully breach the entrance, it opened automatically. The East Kaioshin, bewildered, remarked, "The entrance opened by itself." Goku chuckled and said, "Piccolo, your analytical skills remain impressive." Vegeta clenched his fists and urged, "Since the entrance is open, let us hurry in and eliminate Majin Buu to avoid wasting any more time." To Vegeta, the most logical course of action was to charge in swiftly and dispatch the so-called Majin Buu without unnecessary complications. Hearing Vegeta's dismissive attitude towards Majin Buu, the East Kaioshin quickly cautioned, "Vegeta, you cannot underestimate Majin Buu. Doing so could lead to your downfall. His power is beyond your comprehension." At this juncture, Piccolo interjected. Addressing the Kaioshin, "You witnessed Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Do you still consider us weak?" Piccolo's defense of Vegeta stemmed from the East Kaioshin's underestimation of their capabilities. Regardless of Buu's formidable strength, they were not willing to concede easily. Seeing the group's stubbornness, the East Kaioshin chose to refrain from further argument, understanding that continued discussion might only provoke their displeasure. Ultimately, his objective remained clear: to prevent Majin Buu's revival. The method by which he achieved this was of little concern to him. Throughout the entire process, Goku maintained a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth, undeterred by the tumult around him, as long as the outcome remained unchanged. If the adversary proved formidable, he would transform into a Super Saiyan to confront them. If that proved insufficient, he would ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Should Super Saiyan 2 still fall short, he would then invoke the even more powerful Super Saiyan 3. Ideally, if he were compelled to unleash his full power as a Super Saiyan, he would welcome the opportunity, for Goku was eager to experience the extent of his strength. The concern regarding the energy consumption of Super Saiyan 3 compared to Super Saiyan 4 was non-existent for Goku, as he possessed an energy reservoir akin to that of androids, rendering energy depletion a trivial issue. His only concern lay in sustaining injuries during battle. Goku was the first to leap into the entrance, followed closely by Vegeta, then Gohan and Piccolo, with the East Kaioshin being the last to jump in. Upon entering the interior of the spaceship and surveying the surrounding compartments, Piccolo remarked, "To advance further, we must either open the lower entrance or forcibly break through." "Indeed, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan concurred, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Impatient, Vegeta raised his arm, gathering energy in his palm, ready to forcefully breach the entrance, an expedient means to progress to the next level. Just as the East Kaioshin was about to call out to Vegeta, Babbidi's voice echoed through the chamber. "Welcome to the interior of my spaceship. I am aware that you wish to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu, and I shall grant you this opportunity, albeit with conditions." Babbidi, manipulating a crystal ball, continued. The East Kaioshin quickly retorted, "Babbidi, what do you mean by that?" Babbidi revealed the terms. "You shall send forth one combatant, and I shall do the same. The victor will allow their side to advance, while the defeated will face death at the hands of my minions." This condition was designed to inflict injury upon the challengers, thereby providing Majin Buu with additional energy to facilitate his resurrection. Thus, while this approach appeared perilous, it was, in Babbidi's eyes, a clever strategy. On Goku's side, the East Kaioshin addressed the group. "Although we remain uncertain of Babbidi's intentions, this represents our opportunity. If we can progress through each trial, we may succeed. I am grateful for your assistance." With a bow, the East Kaioshin expressed his appreciation, recognizing that halting Majin Buu's revival would necessitate their collective strength, as he alone could not thwart it. Moreover, the might of the Saiyans was indeed formidable, a fact not lost on the East Kaioshin, who valued their potential support. Goku proposed, "Let us determine the order of participation by playing rock, paper, scissors." Both Piccolo and Gohan held no objections, for this strategy was indeed a sound one. Upon hearing this, the East Kaioshin was taken aback. How could this be the approach? What would happen if complications arose? In Chapter 103, Goku took the stage first. Ultimately, the outcome of the rock, paper, scissors was that Goku was first, followed by Piccolo, then Gohan, with Vegeta relegated to the last position. This greatly displeased Vegeta, yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. After all, it was the result of a game of chance. Regardless of his dissatisfaction, he had to endure. Such was the rule. How utterly dull, Vegeta scoffed, frustrated at being last. His primary concern was whether he would even have the opportunity to fight at all. He certainly did not wish to watch the entire match unfold from the sidelines. Before long, the hatch opened, revealing a figure. Pui appeared, grinning as he addressed them. I will be your opponent. Who among you wishes to challenge me first? Let the battle commence. Stepping forward, Goku replied with a smile, I will. Pui spread his arms wide, mirroring Goku's enthusiasm. I shall aid Lord Babidi in vanquishing all of you. He then requested Babidi to transport him to a planet with gravity 10 times that of Earth, believing that such an environment would enable him to defeat his foes swiftly. On the other side, Babidi chuckled, Excellent, Pui. I have faith in your abilities to defeat them. With that, he unleashed his magical powers, causing the very fabric of reality to shift around Goku and his companions. In an instant, they found themselves in a new location, with gravity increased tenfold. Piccolo remarked, Babidi has evidently made a grave mistake. They have long since acclimatized to gravity. This so-called tenfold increase will hardly faze them. Thus, for these warriors, the intensified gravity was virtually inconsequential, hardly warranting concern. Pui laughed maniacally. How do you find the gravity here? This place shall become your grave. His laughter echoed, as he envisioned their defeat, reveling in the newfound environment that seemed to bolster his confidence. Yet, just as Pui prepared to launch an attack on Goku, the latter vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him. Goku placed his hand upon Pui's back and declared, This farcical game comes to an end. Before Pui could utter a word, he was obliterated by a single energy blast from Goku. The entire confrontation lasted less than a minute, indeed. Perhaps even less than 30 seconds. Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta felt no surprise, for Son Goku was indeed formidable, a fact to which they had long since grown accustomed. The East Kaishin rubbed his hands, fearful that he had not clearly witnessed the preceding events. Meanwhile, Babidi stood in stunned disbelief, questioning the prowess of these individuals. Dubra, beside him, reassured, stated, Master Babidi, there is no need for such concern. As long as I am here, they shall not reach the lowest level. I am now preparing to enhance my power to its utmost. Dubra's words held a modicum of influence, prompting Babidi to contemplate Dubra's suggestion. If it were deemed reasonable, Babidi would not hesitate to acquiesce, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. On Goku's end, the entrance to the second level opened once more, eliciting no astonishment from the onlookers. Upon Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta's arrival at the second level, the scenery mirrored that of the previous level. Piccolo called out, Babidi, who will you send forth next? I am growing somewhat impatient. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing destruction here. Within half a minute, the hatch opened to reveal a grotesque creature. Yeko, grinning, remarked, I know what you are, Namekian. Piccolo regarded Yeko with disdain, as he was not worthy of concern, for even if Yeko possessed some strength, he would find no room for survival. Without further ado, Piccolo issued a challenge to Yeko. Come on, Yeko, let us commence this new round of battle. Yeko, with a smile, declared, if Master Babidi has sent me out, I shall eliminate you all, ensuring Master Babidi's delight. In Piccolo's eyes, Yeko's boasts were nothing but ineffectual bluster. Utterly inconsequential. Babidi then arranged for his subordinate to have a suitable battlefield. Subsequently, Babidi, feeling despondent, remarked, Dubra, we shan't lose again, shall we? Upon hearing this, Babidi's spirits lifted, and he chuckled. This could work. I believe, Dubra. If you take the field, those so-called Saiyans will be utterly powerless. Babidi held unwavering confidence in Dubra's abilities. After all, he was the mightiest in the demon realm. The opponents were merely a handful of Saiyans. How could Dubra possibly lose? Once he successfully resurrected Majin Buu, Babidi would reign over the entire universe. With this thought, Babidi could hardly contain his excitement, for his wish was soon to be fulfilled, the resurrection of Majin Buu. In the realm of Depura, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him. As Lord Babidi placed his unwavering trust in his abilities, this recognition served as the highest affirmation of his worth. Consequently, Depura felt an immense pride swell within him. With resolute determination, he vowed to impart a profound lesson to those who had wronged him. Depura respectfully addressed, Lord Babidi, I shall prepare forthwith. Thereafter, he stepped into a chamber where several tubes adhered to his form, as he endeavored to maximize his power. Although he regarded those Saiyans with disdain, as the preeminent warrior of the demon realm, Depura possessed a keen sense of judgment regarding strength. Thus, to ensure the utmost success in fulfilling Lord Babidi's ambitions, he resolved to elevate his own power to its zenith. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan found themselves enveloped in an ominous darkness. Gohan, filled with concern, remarked, in this bleak environment, do you think Uncle Piccolo will fare well in battle? Goku, however, remained unfazed, asserting, do not worry. Piccolo can handle it with ease. In truth, there was no cause for anxiety, for Piccolo's combat prowess far surpassed that of his adversaries. Gohan's concerns were merely a manifestation of his caring nature. In contrast, Vegeta shared the same lack of concern, for both he and Goku believed that as long as their power eclipsed that of their opponents, no matter the tactics employed, Victory was assured. Meanwhile, Yego lurked in the shadows, chuckling to himself. In this impenetrable darkness, you shall not locate me. Let the battle commence. With that, he fell silent, ensuring that his position remained undetectable, thereby allowing him to strike at the opportune moment. His ambition was clear, to eradicate his foes entirely, thereby earning greater esteem from Lord Babidi, and perhaps even rivaling Depura's standing. Merely contemplating such prospects sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Yego's veins. However, he maintained his composure, knowing he must first vanquish his opponents before indulging in unrestrained exhilaration. Piccolo raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of brilliant white energy. As this orb materialized, the previously oppressive darkness was pierced by a radiant light, illuminating Yego's form and rendering him exposed to the gaze of his adversaries. Yego, taken aback by his sudden revelation, had not anticipated such an outcome. Nevertheless, he possessed a hidden ace that could counteract the blinding radiance. Opening his mouth wide, Yego inhaled deeply, drawing in all the swirling debris and light into his being. The white energy sphere in Piccolo's hand was likewise absorbed into Yego's body. As Yegu absorbed the radiance, the entire venue was instantly engulfed in darkness. The moment the light vanished, Piccolo unleashed his special beam cannon. In that fleeting instant, Yegu had no time to react before Piccolo's attack pierced through his mouth, rendering him utterly lifeless. Babidi, who was observing the battle, was left in a state of shock and disbelief. How could such an event transpire? Although Yi Ji's power was not of the overwhelmingly strong variety, it was still commendable to some extent. If this was the case, the strengths of the others would need to be reassessed. Babidi clenched his fists, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! 2 of my formidable subordinates have been eliminated so swiftly." Now, he could only rely on Dabura, hoping that Dabura's forthcoming battle would successfully vanquish these foes. The revival of Majin Buu was imminent, and thus, Babidi felt no significant loss over his fallen subordinates. He was not overly concerned. He firmly believed that once Majin Buu was resurrected, these adversaries would prove to be utterly insignificant. Vegeta casually remarked, "What utter foolishness." Gohan felt an immense joy upon witnessing Uncle Piccolo conclude the battle, as this was quintessentially Piccolo's fighting style. Extended battles were not in Uncle Piccolo's nature. Vegeta scoffed, saying, "It was merely disposing of trash. Not worth mentioning." Presently, Vegeta remained single, unlike his married counterpart in the original narrative, and his demeanor had not changed in the slightest. Piccolo paid no heed to Vegeta's words, for they were of little consequence to him. During this sequence, the East Kaishin found himself exasperated, recognizing that the likelihood of this group genuinely cooperating was minuscule, if not non-existent. As the next entrance opened, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the East Kaishin leaped down in succession. Upon arriving at the new level, Gohan expressed his confusion. "Why hasn't my opponent appeared yet?" Without hesitation, he called out, "Babidi, where's the opponent that is supposed to fight me? Why haven't you sent anyone out?" Goku's words were distinctly heard by Babidi, who was infuriated to the point of nearly exploding. He bellowed, "You insolent wretch, how dare you suggest that I am too frightened to send anyone to face you? How dare you belittle me? Once Majin Buu is revived, you shall all pay dearly." In that moment, Babidi was more furious than ever. Yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He could either wait for Dabura to eliminate them or for Majin Buu to be resurrected. To Babidi, once Majin Buu was revived, no matter how many foes there were, they would merely be a swarm of ants. Babidi turned his gaze towards Dabura's direction, stating, "Dabura, why haven't you emerged yet? Those scoundrels are daring to mock me." "Lord Babidi, I have arrived," came Dabura's response. The warehouse door swung open, and Dabura emerged, radiating a crimson glow, a reflection of his maximized combat prowess. This was all in service of Lord Babidi, to vanquish those outside. Dabura respectfully proclaimed, "Lord Babidi, I am ready to depart. Please transport us to a suitable location for battle." "Hee, certainly," Babidi replied, his satisfaction evident at Dabura's state. It meant he could finally teach those insufferable fools a lesson. Meanwhile, on Goku's side, Dabura arrived via the elevator. The East Kaishin was taken aback upon seeing Dabura, exclaiming, "You are Dabura? This is troublesome. He is the mightiest in the demon realm." "The mightiest in the demon realm?" "Intriguing," Vegeta remarked, his interest piqued. However, he adhered to the rules, recognizing this was Gohan's battle. The East Kaishin hastily advised, "This is dire. I believe you should all join forces against Dabura for a better chance of victory." "Lord Kaishin, this battle belongs to Gohan," Piccolo interjected, unable to hold back. Gohan, thumping his chest, assured, "Don't worry, Lord Kaishin. I won't be defeated so easily." The East Kaishin sighed in resignation. What more could he do? He had no authority over their decisions, and could only hope to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Goku cautioned, "Gohan, be wary of Dabura's saliva. The rest is inconsequential. Just remember that." "Yes, Dad." Although Gohan was uncertain of his father's warning, he understood to be cautious of Dabura's saliva during their impending clash. He stepped forward, declaring, "Come on, Dabura. I am your next opponent. Haha, not planning to team up? That's fine. I can take you on one by one, Dabra chuckled, finding this arrangement more convenient for himself. In an instant, the scene shifted to a more fitting battleground. Observing his surroundings, Gohan smiled. This is excellent. This place seems perfect for combat. Originally pondering where he might be transported, he was pleased to find this location reminiscent of his training sessions with Uncle Piccolo. Ideal indeed. Dabra spread his arms wide, challenging, come at me. Don't get too cocky, Gohan retorted, vanishing from sight only to reappear directly before Dabra. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with Gohan launching a flurry of attacks, all of which Dabra effortlessly deflected. As Gohan probed Dabra's strength, Dabra simultaneously gauged Gohan's capabilities, leading to a mutual test of power. During the fray, Dabra taunted, Saiyan, do you not possess a transformation that enhances your combat strength? Or do you intend to keep testing my prowess? So you noticed, Gohan acknowledged, feeling it was time to unleash his true strength. You little brat, perish. In a moment of fury, Dabura propelled Gohan away with a swift acceleration. Struck in the abdomen, Gohan crashed heavily into the rocks. Dabura calmly landed atop a stone, a confident smile gracing his lips. With a furious roar, Gohan unleashed a devastating shockwave, shattering the surrounding rocks. Chapter 105. Babidi was thoroughly alarmed. Gohan radiated with a brilliant golden flame. Upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, Dabura was momentarily taken aback, remarking, I did not expect your power to surge so dramatically after your transformation. You will know just how much it has increased after battling me. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan's demeanor exuded newfound confidence. Piccolo, with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, mused, now that Gohan has become a Super Saiyan, victory should be within reach. Indeed, Piccolo held unwavering faith in Gohan's capabilities. With earnest effort, a chance for triumph remained. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed on the newly transformed Gohan. Goku, smiling, stated, Gohan and Dabura possess comparable fighting power. The outcome will hinge on whose combat skills prevail. He added, of course, if Gohan cannot secure a victory within half an hour. Vegeta, you may step in to eliminate Dabura. In Vegeta's eyes, Goku's behavior was exceedingly irksome. The East Kaishin voiced his exasperation. Why are you all so casual and indifferent? Our adversary is immensely powerful. Meanwhile, amidst Goku and his companions' discussions, Gohan and Dabura ignited a new round of combat. Gohan, embracing his Super Saiyan form, exhibited an even greater threat than before. Dabura continuously defended against Gohan's assaults while devising ways to inflict harm, knowing that only by injuring them could Majin Buu gather the energy he required. Dabura also recognized that Gohan's combat power post-transformation was now on par with his own, prompting a sense of urgency within him, especially with the Kaishin and his allies watching closely. Dabura could not afford to be careless, and Gohan quickly picked up on Dabura's distraction. Gohan shouted, Dabura, focus on the battle. Are you looking down on me by being distracted? If so, I shall fight you with utmost seriousness. Realizing the truth in Gohan's words, Dabura acknowledged that if he continued to be distracted, he would be unable to inflict any significant damage on Gohan. Only by concentrating fully on the fight could he hope for better opportunities. Seeing Dabura's renewed focus, Gohan smiled in satisfaction and charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The current Gohan was not the scholarly version from the original story. Despite not reaching the heights of his original counterpart, years spent alongside Piccolo had honed his combat reflexes to an exceptional degree. Thus, the battle intensified. Dabura yearned for victory, yet the challenge proved formidable. The clash between Gohan and Dabura unfolded as a relentless exchange of offense and defense, soaring from the heavens to the depths of the earth. A battle characterized by a fierce stalemate. Both Gohan and Dabura aspired to swiftly vanquish one another, yet the task was far from simple. Meanwhile, Babidi, observing the battle, was on the verge of exasperation, his impatience palpable. Dabura, what are you doing? Why do you not swiftly eliminate your opponent? This protracted skirmish is delaying Majin Buu's resurrection by gathering the requisite energy. Babidi's thoughts were consumed with the revival of Majin Buu, and witnessing Dabura's inability to secure a decisive advantage heightened his anxiety. He began to question whether Dabura was slacking off. After all, 10 minutes had elapsed without Gohan being subdued. In the realm of the East Kaishin, the spectacle was captivating. Gohan is truly impressive, managing to hold his own against Dabura. This is entirely unexpected. Regardless of the circumstances, Gohan was the most exceptional disciple of Piccolo, and Piccolo brimmed with confidence. The East Kaishin was compelled to reconsider the situation. Perhaps these fighters could indeed thwart Majin Buu's resurrection, alleviating some of his concerns. Vegeta, tapping his fingers in irritation, remarked, Gohan is taking far too long to deal with such a trivial opponent. With his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, he ought to dispatch his foe with haste. Vegeta's frustration stemmed from his own formidable prowess. Witnessing a less competent battle seemed beneath him. On the other hand, Dabura contemplated a new strategy, pondering how to initiate a fresh assault against Gohan. He resolved to employ his unique abilities, confident that a successful hit on Gohan would likely conclude the confrontation. After all, the battle had already persisted for over 10 minutes, and prolonging it further could lead to hours of indecision, an outcome Dabura sought to avoid. Simultaneously, Gohan was devising ways to defeat Dabura, reluctant to keep his father and Uncle Piccolo waiting for too long. At that moment, Dabura seized an opportunity and spat at Gohan. Reacting instinctively, Gohan evaded the incoming saliva, but Dabura's fist landed squarely on Gohan. However, such an attack held little consequence for Gohan. Dabura furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Why did you choose to endure my punch while dodging my spit?" This particular aspect left Dabura profoundly perplexed. Logically, no one should be privy to his secrets,